and sprint race wins this year. It's run by Gottfried Grasser's squad. It's got this V10 560 horsepower engine, and the car's competitive whether it's over a 1 hour sprint or a 3 or a 6 hour endurance race. What about 24 hours? And of course you get points in this race at the 12, 18 as well as 24 hour mark. So important to keep out of trouble and important to be up in that leading group all the way through. This could well be a car that is there at the end. We've not in the history of the 24 hours had a Lamborghini victory. For many, many years this was a touring car race, and when international touring car racing went through problems with regulations, it moved to GT racing and has been a great success ever since. Frederik Vervisch is next on the grid. Let's go and join him now.
Fred Vervisch, where are your co-drivers?
That's a good question. I know where Connor is, but I don't know where our start driver Misi is. I'm probably sleeping, resting to get a good start.
Okay, now this has always been Audi territory, but front row of the grid, locked out by the two Italian brands. It's going to be tough.
For sure, I think it's probably, everybody said it already, it will be one of the toughest 24 hours. It's so tight, it's extremely tight, so it's up to us to not make any mistakes, no track limit mistakes, no pit stop mistakes.
Sorry, Fred. Every driver I've spoken to has said precisely the same thing, but when the lights go, no, in this case the flag drops, everybody forgets all that, they go racing.
Yeah, for sure, but we have to be bright now, we have to speak senseless. But yeah, for sure we will drive, but we will keep our head, and I think the one who makes less mistake will be the winner of this race.
A lot hotter now than it was on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, this can be potentially a problem for us, so we need to wait and see. We have our heartbeat quite high, so let's hope that that it's going well.
So is Christopher Mies, with this temperature, he can't just back off. He's just got to be maybe less forceful.
Yeah, probably. That's what we are asked. Also, not to be too aggressive in the beginning. So to try to keep the tire alive for the stint, and especially not only in pace, but also to not have any punctures. So that's a big worry for us. So we can only hope for that and try not to push too hard in the beginning.
I know you'll do a good job. Well done.
That point that Fred Vervisch makes about tyres and the concern a few teams have in the test, and also those that have raced in domestic championships that have had a round here, have been concerned about tyre delamination. So we did have 1 or 2 punctures across qualifying. Let's see how it shapes up in the race. Let's walk up the grid very quickly. Giancarlo Fisichella will start. Mirko Bortolotti alongside in the Lamborghini. Row 2, Christopher Mies Audi. The Porsche of Kevin S. Then it's René Rast Audi, and Maxi Buch starting in the Mercedes ahead of Johnny Adam in the Pro-Am Pole Aston Martin. Stefan Ortelli's Jaguar. Next, it is Philippe Albuquerque, Alex Buncombe in the Nissan, Maxime Martin's BMW, Frank Stippler next ahead of Rafael Marciello and Maxime Soulet. Alessandro Pierguidi is alongside the Bentley of Christer Jons. Then it's Guy Smith and Jake Dennis. Next up, Marcus Winkelhock, Danny Juncadella, Marcel Fassler, Jelmer Berman, the Porsche of Sven Muller, Andrew Watson at the wheel of the McLaren, Lewis Williamson, Dominic Baumann in the Mercedes, Rory Butcher, the Scotsman in the Ferrari, Victor Scheitar alongside him, then Oliver Gavin in the ASP Mercedes of Alex Fontana missing from the grid. Next up, it will be Struan Moore's Nissan. That's going to start from the pit lane, and the Rinaldi Ferrari of Norbert Siedler ahead of Rob Bell, Tony Villander, Christian Klein and Luca Filippi in the orange Lamborghini. Next up it is Benoit Treluet, there's Robert Renauer in the Porsche from Maxi Goetz, then Matt Griffin's Ferrari, Marcus Paltel and Nick Katzberg both for BMW, Phil Keen is next, and you can go all the way to the very back of the grid. You get to the National Cup cars with the RMS Porsche being there, Franck Mechely starting in the red, white and blue car just behind Gregory Pace, who is going to be in the Speed Lover entry just ahead. So we've got the cars at the end of the pit lane. 22, the Nissan Struan Moore at the wheel, and then the 00 Mercedes will be behind. They are the ones that have to start from the pit lane as the national flag is waved to release the cars onto this formation lap. The 2 in the pit lane will join in once the race gets underway, and then, as I said, they will also have to take this stop-go penalty for contravening the regulations by changing engines and effectively changing chassis. Those are not the original cars that were scrutineered at the start of the event, but because of big accidents in both cases, it's been an understandable reason to change and keep in the event. So what an entry this is. I mean, just going through some of those start drivers, it's like a who's who of international motor racing. And there are 2 more, and in some cases 3 more drivers that we've not yet touched on, but we will do that over the course of the 24 hours. And what a race this promises to be. It's been busy down on the grid, and the drivers here now perhaps this is for them, for many at least, for the start driver, finally the best time of the weekend, because they're now in the car. They can just concentrate on the race. They don't have to worry about all the extra bits that go with it. Let's just have another look at this grid with Giancarlo Fisichella and Mirko Bortolotti on row 1. Christopher Mies and Kevin Estre on the second row of the grid. Audi ahead of Porsche. René Rast and Maxi Buch will line up on row 3. Audi alongside the Mercedes. The fourth row is where you find the great Johnny Adam penalised for missing his slot at the pit exit time in the Superpole yesterday, so he had his best lap time deleted. Still starts on Pro-Am pole 7th with Stefan Ortelli's Jaguar alongside. Felipe Albuquerque is next with Alex Buncombe's Nissan for company ahead of Maxime Martin's BMW, and Frank Stippler, as good in a modern as a historic racing car, he starts 12th ahead of Raffaele Marciello, and then Maxime Soulet's Bentley ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi in the yellow Ferrari. And the yellow Bentley, Christer Juns will go first in the Abt car. Not an M Sport run car, but Hans-Jürgen Abt's team. The M Sport car is next in the hands of Guy Smith. Jake Dennis in the WRT Audi for company ahead of Marcus Winkelhock, winner of this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours, and Danny Juncadella in the ACA ASP Mercedes. 11th row has Marcel Fassler's Audi and the Black Falcon Jelmer Berman driven Mercedes ahead of Sven Muller, reigning Porsche Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion. Andrew Watson in the McLaren with teammate Lewis Williamson next, and Dominic Baumann, whose father was racing earlier on in the Blancpain GT Sports Club races, starting 26th. 27th, Rory Butcher, the Scotsman from the Knock Hill owning family, lining up alongside the Russian driver Victor Shahitar, and then Oliver Gavin helping Barwell for what they hope is a Pro-Am win, and it'll be 3 in a row in this year's championship if it is the case. Alex Fontana should be there, question mark over that car from what I remember seeing on the grid. Then on the 16th row there'll be a gap because you've got Struan Moore starting from the pits, Norbert Siedler alongside, then it's Rob Bell, Tony Villander alongside him, and Christian Klein and Luca Filippi will round out the first 18 rows on the grid, and there are more after that as well, which we'll worry about over the course of 24 hours. John, we're good to go racing.
David, I think I've just done the first hour of this race trying to get back from the pole position all the way up through the 4 different tiers that comprise the pits. There's 2 separate pits here. The Formula 1 pits where we're sitting above the original, that now we call the heritage or historic pits. Hard work, and the thing is, it's much, much warmer at 4:30 than it's been at any point since I've been here on Thursday morning. And of course, that's another thought for everybody. Because what happens is, in spite of them all saying, take it easy, look after the tyres, I know, there's a thing called the red mist. We talk about it every year, and it will descend as the cars are coming back up the hill, coming into Blanchimont. And by the time they get out of La Source, everything will be red, and they will just go for it. But they have to bear in mind the ambient and track temperatures are much, much warmer.
Ferrari, Lamborghini at the front of the grid. The sun is shining, temperatures are up. Everybody has been predicting rain, which is a fairly safe bet at Spa, in fairness. I think that might be coming in the evening, in the night, and if you're going to be in the car in the dark, in the wet, Sam Tordoff was saying to me earlier on, I'm not looking forward to that bit if that's when I end up in the car, but it's part and parcel of endurance racing, especially at Spa, and what a field stretching back here as they come through Blanchimont.
I had spoken to a couple of drivers this morning, and they hope that when they exit, the lead cars exit La Source Herpen, that actually that's the point when the flag, it'll be a flag start, not a light start, that's when the cars are released. There's concern that if they hold them all in this massive 63 car group, that they're all going to be so tightly bunched going down Eau Rouge, over Radio, up the Camel, not the Camel, the Camel Straight. I know some people like to refer to it as the Camel.
They do. The FIA stewards' decisions for F3 had it as the Camel Straight. There must be a hump in the road. Here we go then. We are good to go racing. The 69th edition of the Spa 24 Hours. The pace car as it is will peel off in a moment. It is, as we've been saying, the endurance pit area where the start will be. The flag will drop. The race will be underway. So the first lap is a shorter one than all the others, of course, because they're missing out this chunk of it. They've gone over the timing line. They round La Source. 63 GT3 cars good to go racing. The best GT racers in the world. The overall battle. Pro-Am, Am Cup. Spa 24 Hours good to go now with 2 wheels on the grass. He's Maxi Buch. He was really keen to get going there as they thunder downhill for the first time. Fisichella it is that leads sideways. Bortolotti, but he manages to hang on to what could have been a really nasty moment as they power their way uphill for the first time. Fisichella leads, but look, Kevin Estre going second in the Porsche. Wow!
I mean, what can you say? This is GT racing at its very, very best. 63 cars into Eau Rouge, over Radio, all the way up the Camel Straight, into Les Combes. So far, it's been a clean start. All I can say is well done, everybody. But there's still 2/3 of the lap to go for that to change. Hopefully, there will be about a bit of body rubbing in these tight curves up round Les Combes, but nothing that's going to be serious. Johnny Adams in the Aston Martin directly behind Maxi Book. He tried to get a flyer. He had to put 2 wheels on the grass coming down to the flag. He didn't get any benefit out of it in the end.
So 24 hours of racing ahead, and even before the flag, there's a car with a pro driver in it with 2 wheels on the grass. Talk about the red mist coming down. You mentioned how all these comments about taking it easy go out of the window. There's the evidence, even before we got underway properly. Maxi Book taking the fight to those ahead as the field streams downhill for the first time through Pouhon, and now on board the Bentley as they round Double Gauche up towards the pith path for the first time. The cars streaming through, all with the regulations saying they have to have the headlights on, and the cars then go right, they go left. You can see the BMW ahead, but look at this on the opening lap. Fisichella is away and gone, helped a little bit maybe by Bortolotti's big slide behind at Eau Rouge, but he in turn has got everybody else trapped behind him.
Yes, and for Fisichella, pole position, took full advantage of it, got the clear run through Eau Rouge over Radio, down the Camel Straight. So he is in a very comfortable position, halfway around the first racing lap of this 24-hour event. Mirko Bortolotti had that moment coming through Eau Rouge. He will recover.
So we have this 2-minute stop-go penalty being given. That was the voice of Alain Adon, the race director. I was mentioning earlier on that because of the change of engine and change of chassis, and it's gone wrong already for 22, because that is the car, I think, stationary out on the circuit. The stop-go penalty has just been imposed. The race director wanted to get the start out of the way and then give the stop-go penalties so that the race has started and kind of settled down, but I fear it's not settled down with this one car now, and it looked like 22 to me that is stranded out on the circuit. So Bob Neville's team having yet more woes as the leaders dive down to La Source. The circuit now covered in GT cars as 42 dives up on the inside line there. That's the Stracker Racing car that runs through with Lewis Williamson at the wheel. But at the end of lap 1, Fisichella leading the way from Bortolotti by 1.9 seconds.
Well, after one lap, there's already a gap appearing between certainly first and second, but then all the way through that very, very tight pack that we had on the opening lap coming through here. Eau Rouge over the top of Radio. Beginning, there's a half a second here, maybe a second there. Maxi Book having to defend because Johnny Adam and that Aston Martin feels he's got the pace. He needs to do something. Adam in 7th place, lead Pro-Am car. Maxi Book in the Mercedes number 84, 6th place. So that's a position that is under threat. There is the Nissan, the 22, stopped at the exit of Les Combes. That's one of the 2 cars that did start from the pit lane, and then they would have had a further 2-minute stop-go penalty for change in the case of the Nissan, change of chassis and a change of engine.
And another one, I think, that started in the pit lane was 77. The Barwell Lamborghini, Oliver Gavin at the wheel of that with a problem before the race got underway, is now diving downhill. 76, Frank Stippler keeping Maxime Soulet at bay.
Not an easy place to try and make an overtake. It's better to get your exit and then take a lunge down the inside, but the Bentley's that little bit too far behind the Audi. Frank Stippler all over. Seeing the Bentley in his mirrors, he just places the Audi in the part of the road that would deny any chance for Maxime Soulet to think about it, and that's the craft, the skill of a professional racing driver, and that's what you will see them doing pretty much throughout these opening stints until at some point, it'll probably take a couple, maybe 3 hours, for this event to settle down and for maybe the beginnings of a pattern to evolve.
So up they come to the end of lap number 2. Giancarlo Fisichella then leading the way for Ferrari, but huge disappointment for the Nissan team. Struan Moore at the wheel, having stopped on track, and as far as we know, it is still stationary. There's still that yellow flag out in the middle sector, so all that hard work on Thursday night through Friday to get the car sorted doesn't even get to take the stop-go penalty because it has stopped out on track. Fisichella leading now by 3 seconds from Bortolotti. Kevin Estre is 3rd. In 4th is René Rast. All these star names, what an entry. 5th it is Christopher Mies. Maximilian Book 6th. Johnny Adams 7th. Ortelli is 8th, former winner of the event as well, of course, in a subservient class car. 9th is Maxime Martin, winner last year. And then 10th is Alex Buncombe as they dive downhill.
And Giancarlo Fisichella already at the end of lap 2 has opened up a 3-second advantage over the 2nd place Lamborghini. The pace that we saw from the Lamborghini in qualifying, which was just pipped at the post by the Ferrari, currently isn't there. That's a lot of time to lose in the opening 2 laps. And Fisichella on that last lap set the fastest lap at 2 minutes 20.9. Pretty much a second quicker than the next fastest lap, which came from Kevin Estre, and the Porsche was at 21.9. So this car, this Ferrari, driven by former Grand Prix star Giancarlo Fisichella, Fisi to his mates, Giancarlo to everybody else, is doing what he wants to do, and that's take full advantage, clear racetrack. It'll be maybe another 4 or 5 laps before we will maybe see the beginnings of the catch up to the tail of the field around this 7-kilometre, 19-corner circuit.
So the race leaders working down towards Pau now, with Fisichella leading the way. Now there's Stefano Ortelli coming under attack from Maxime Martin, former winners both. Back in 2003, Stefano Ortelli was part of the Freisinger Motorsport Porsche team in what was then called the NGT class, the second class for the less powerful, less modified cars. And in the wet, the strategy worked out, and Stefano Ortelli came through along with Marc Lieb to be an outright winner, and now part of this great underdog team for the Emile Frey Racing Jaguar squad. Ortelli, Lieb and Romain Dumas were the winners that year. Got the surviving Nissan behind in the hands of Alex Buncombe.
Just further behind, we're catching a glimpse of Frank Stippler and Maxime Soulet. On this current lap, Maxime Soulet set the fastest first sector time in his pursuit of Frank Stippler. But of course, he gets to a particular point. The usual story, we talk about it every race we broadcast on. You get too close and you can't make the pass. But that might be the pass. Up around the outside, up into Blanchet. Yes, Maxime Soulet. Oh, he runs so wide. That will not go unnoticed, but the fact he made a better exit out of the Paul Frere curve and got the run alongside the Audi and got ahead, but he slightly blotted the copybook by that very, very wide exit out of Blanchimont.
Indeed so, and as you say, it will be noted. It'll go in the little black book, the metaphorical black book on the race director's desk. Of course, they have a lot to worry about in terms of driving stint times, track limit abuse, everything else. Running a race like this, it's an enormous undertaking for Alain Adon, Joel Doval, Jackie Groom, the sporting director of the series, all working so hard in race control as the cars turn out of La Source. So Fisichella leading now by 3.5 seconds. But look at this great little battle that is developing nicely. Number 76, the Frank Stippler Audi. Philippe Albuquerque behind, and then Raffaele Marciello in the Mercedes, and Alessandro Pierguidi in the yellow Ferrari, and Jake Dennis in the Audi. It's all building up.
You couldn't say all the names in one breath. There are so many driver car combinations. Look up the inside of the Nissan. Can he get through Alex Buncombe? Alex Buncombe did the right thing. He saw the Bentley coming. The Bentley has got really strong pace, making progress. It's the only car we have seen who has passed consistently 2 cars in the space of 1 lap. But the BMW looking to go down the inside of the Jaguar down into a corner called Bruxelles. So the 2 ISR Audis running in tandem, 76 and then the 75. And just getting a little bit bunched up. These 2 team cars don't need to get too intense with one another. They're in the same team. Just back off a little bit, give yourself that little bit of breathing space. We've got 23 hours and 51 minutes of this race to go, and the complexion will change as it goes into dusk and into darkness. And then when it was dark on Thursday night, when it was dark, it was like coal. I've never seen it so dark here at Spa as it was on Thursday night. Now at the minute we've got a more broken sky. We didn't have that on Thursday, but nonetheless, in the nighttime hours, it can be a spooky place.
It can. It's a haunting place, especially when it's wet and the rain hangs in the air. Many a time fog has been an issue. I can remember being here for Formula 3 events where F3 has been cancelled because the fog hangs in the air. GT and touring cars have been able to run with the lights, but it is a weird place. It's got its own weather climate. Of course, the Nürburgring's only the other side of the forest, really, about an hour and a half away, and you know what the weather is like there. There's Johnny Adam, whose heroics in qualifying, he actually equalled at one point the fastest time that Lawrence Van Thor had set. Van Thor did it on his second lap, Johnny Adam on his first, but he was 4 seconds late out of the pit lane. You're given a 5-second tolerance. He was 4 seconds late after that because of a new clutch, and it wasn't quite right, and it wouldn't engage, so the car didn't move, so he missed his ideal time out of the pit lane and lost his best lap time as a result of that. That was the decision of the steward, so it put him back on the grid. But of course, once you get into the race and you've kept out of trouble for the first couple of laps, it matters not really. The journey starts here, and Johnny Adam way clear in Pro-Am 7th. And just to make the point again, Barwell Motorsport, winners of the last 2 rounds in Pro-Am. 77 has not yet got into the race. It had a drama going to the grid and headed for the pit lane, and that car, which is really good in terms of drivers in Pro-Am, Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrich, Patrick Kujala and Oliver Gavin, is not yet in the race.
Not a good start. We're on lap 5. The lead Giancarlo Fisichella has built up. It's still building, but the increments are getting smaller. Mirko Bortolotti is doing all he can in the Lamborghini number 63 to close or to stop the pace of the Ferrari. 3.8 seconds at the end of lap 4. Last lap time, respectively, well, there was 0.3 or 2.5 tenths of a second between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. That's closing down. So we're only earlier doors into this first hour, and I said on the grid to a number of drivers, this is no longer a 24-hour endurance race. I keep referring it to as 24 one-hour sprint races, and I think that's what we're going to see. Certainly in the opening hours, it is going to be flat out from everybody.
Don't yet know what the problem is for the 22 Nissan. All I can offer you is that it's the marshals who are moving the car. It's not the driver able so to do. So it looks like it's a pretty big drama, and it's got to be marshal power to get it off the road. And we've now lost that yellow flag, so it is out of harm's way. But I'm afraid to say that Nissan, I fear, is going to be a retirement on the opening lap of the race. Can you believe that?
I mean, I know the amount of work that Bob Neville's team at Nissan spent on Thursday night to get the car prepared. They had to replace the chassis, they took the engine, the whole package was a brand new in effect to the drivers, and the car ran on Friday evening. Look at the BMW running a little wide on the entry, coming into Blanchimont.
Maxi Buch here hustling on behind Christopher Mies. Those two running together as they work their way over the line. 6th and 7th at the moment. So Maxi Buch goes through and tries to line up for a move on the inside line. Johnny Adam is next up as they break for La Source. Now we're starting to get the track limit warnings, and one of them is Mirko Bortolotti. Stefano Telli is another. Race leaders plunging downhill then, and as we have in fact also Giancarlo Fisichello's advantage going up to 4.4 seconds. This is Maxime Soulet's view. Now Soulet is currently in 10th place, chasing on behind Maxime Martin there in the BMW, last year's winning car, the Rover Racing BMW. It's taken Maxime so many years to win the event. Finally, he did it last year. He wants back-to-back wins. He's got a lot to win yet before he can challenge the record of his father, Jean-Michel, who won it 4 times. Maxime Soulet, who also wants to win this event as a good Belgian driver, taking it to his fellow countrymen here.
Yes, and you can see clearly that the Bentley was much quicker through Eau Rouge, over the top of Radio, and on the Camel Straight, closing right up to the rear of the BMW. Maxime Martin will be no walk in the park for the fellow Belgium to try and find a way through, and as the usual story, you get this close and then you lose your momentum. So the pace of the BMW, marginally slower than the pace of the Bentley. The Bentley is a car that has been looking, particularly where you've seen cars riding curbs on the entry to corners, riding curbs in the exit, appears to have a really good compliance in the suspension, and they're not being deflected. They've got a really user-friendly driver's car.
On board the Bentley, Maxime Soulet pushing on. He's inching up onto the back of Maxime Martin, isn't he? Now, is he going to be able to find a way by? More and more cars being warned about track limits. Alex Buncombe being added to the list as well, but no such dramas for the race leader. Fisichella holding sway. Through there goes Stefano Telli 8th. Martin is 9th and Soulet in 10th place.
Well, Maxime Soulet will probably be looking to find a way to repeat what he did a couple of laps earlier when he got past the Audi of Frank Stipper. That was get the run out of the Paul Frere Courbe as we go slightly further up the field to the 84 Mercedes AMG GT3 in 6th place. As we now go further forward again, we're up with the Porsche. Kevin Estre in 3rd place. He is 6.5 seconds behind the lead Ferrari, but more critically 2 seconds behind Mirko Bortolotti. So Kevin Estre's last lap and that of Bortolotti were pretty much even Stevens, so nothing lost, nothing gained between 2nd and 3rd.
In from the pit lane, but now 4 laps behind is the 77 Lamborghini, Oliver Gavin at the wheel of it. There, Maxi Buch to the inside of Christopher Mies. This is for 5th place. Audi run up wide on the curb, and Johnny Adam in the Pro-Am Aston Martin having another ripper showing in all of this. But look at Buch versus Mies as they plunge downhill. Mercedes goes through. Maxi Buch takes over 5th place. Spa has always been a good circuit for the Mercedes, and it rumbles its way through.
And Johnny Adam is going to be the beneficiary. He's going to get the double toe. He's going to be under the rear wing of the Audi coming down the straight. He ought to be able to get himself into position, making his way. He's going to look to the left. He was going to go right. He had to cut back to the left. That Audi, Christopher Mies, not about to give it up. But that was an opportunity for Johnny Adam, but it was denied. Christopher Mies went to the right, fully entitled to do, but he must not then cut back to the left. That then is seen as making a double move, not permitted within rules and regulations.
Johnny Adam is 7th, leading Pro-Am. 2nd is Sven Muller, 22nd overall. So Johnny's got a bit of a gap at the moment, but an awful lot's going to happen over the course of this race, of course.
But, you know, he's involved in a battle, but it's not his race.
No, exactly.
I mean, he doesn't have to be bothered. But, of course, if you're a racing driver, and Johnny Adam's a racing driver 100%, your inclination is always to race the car that's next to you, the car that you feel that you can get past. Maxime Soulet, in the meantime, has found himself in that area which we talked about a lap ago, catches the BMW, but hasn't yet found the way of getting around the BMW. Maxime Martin is smart enough to know that that will be the problem Maxime Soulé will be confronted with. And as long as he doesn't make that as Maxime Martin an error and allows the Bentley the opportunity to get the run, I don't think Maxime Soulé is going to make much progress in the short term.
I think you might be right about that as the race unfolds now with, for the moment, Maxime Martin still trying to fend off Soulé, so he can't totally focus on Stefano Ortelli, can he? He's still denied this chance to really challenge as Soulé then tries to close that gap further. Fisichella, though, leading for Ferrari, Bortolotti second for Lamborghini, Kevin Est third in the Porsche, and then René Rast, currently one of the stars of the DTM, having been a GT star for many, many years and a Porsche star before that. He is currently fourth in the WRT entry, shared with Nico Müller and Antonio Garcia. Next through is Maxi Book, ahead of Mies, ahead of Johnny Adam, that change we saw for fifth. And then you've got 8th, 9th and 10th, Ortelli, Martin and Soulé.
Everybody's got to be a little bit cautious coming through the bus stop, especially the exit. And I'm noticing some of even the lead cars are already beginning to lose a little bit of traction because it's a low-speed corner. You want to get the power on. You've got traction control, but you don't want to use too much of it because it isn't actually the best way. Control should really be in that of the driver's foot. And they're already beginning to slide around. That indicates they're putting a lot of load into those rear tyres, and the more load you put in, the less the tyre will respond. There we see now Maxime Soulé. Can he get a run on the BMW? He's close enough to him, early enough in the straight. Catching. Maxime Martin stays to the left, lets the Bentley go. Maybe he just realised it's better to give up early and be there to fight later. That was a smart move from Maxime Martin because he knew that the pace of the Bentley was going to be that little bit greater, and he's allowed it to go through. They won the race last year because they drove smart. That was smart driving.
Absolutely right. The Bentley looked on from the pit bunker by Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril, and now Soulé is on the back of the big cat, looking for a way past Stefano Ortelli, who knows his way around here better than most. He's been racing here in all sorts of cars for decades. Winner of the event back in 2003. He's raced here in GT cars, in sports cars, in Porsche Super Cup, and now Maxime Soulé has a look to the inside, a tentative look in fairness, thinks about it, thinks better of it as well. Works his way out through Paul now, nose to tail these two, the Jaguar hanging on in there, 8th place for Stefano Ortelli, but it's great to have that car in 8th, not 28th or 38th like it was a few seasons back. It's quicker, it's more reliable, it is better developed, and it's a proper front-running GT3 car. And
you have a rejuvenated Stefano Ortelli behind the wheel, because I think an Audi a couple of years ago, he was taken out of the car at one point and they put, I think it was Kurt Team into the car. Nicky Team, Nicky did a blinding job, and Stefan, I think, felt maybe offended. So he ended up with the Jaguar, the Emile Frey team, and he's contributed to this car's development, to its pace, and now he's having to defend in 8th place, and Maxime Soulé is going to eventually, I think, follow up what he did to the BMW. Looks to go down the inside into the bus stop. He's too far back, but he's just trying to unsettle Stefano Ortelli. Stefano Ortelli, too old, too long on the tooth to fall for that kind of false move. Never was a pass, just trying to distract, trying to get under your skin.
We have a driving standards flag to Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd place now for not respecting the track limit. So it's coming early. Mirko Bortolotti, who was all angelic, wasn't he, when he spoke to you? He said he wouldn't do anything wrong. He's using all of the real estate.
He could be a choir boy, he's so angelic, couldn't he?
Absolutely right. Except when he puts his crash helmet on. So Bortolotti then he's pushing.
Watch again. This is going to be a replay of what we saw one lap ago. Maxime Soulé by far looks to be the quickest car through Eau Rouge over Radio on the rear of the Jaguar. Stefano Ortelli might be a little bit more obstructive, but the fact is the Bentley has got the pace where it matters. Clean overtake, and I think how many cars that he's overtaken already on mirror. No give-me's. Four cars, I think it is, from the minute the flag fell. 48 Mercedes at La Source. Was that a tap or was that a self-induce?
It's Kenneth Hire at the wheel of it.
Not a nice thing to do. Not a nice thing to do, reversing across the racetrack with a field of cars coming through.
He's out of the way, but he will look as though it's damaged, in fairness. He will get going again. Kenneth Hire, son of Hans Hire, great GT and touring car racer. He will rejoin us. There's the leader, Fisichella, then, turning through. We've got this yellow flag then in the first sector while the very distinctive Mercedes rejoins. But Fisichella is away and gone, isn't he? I mean, we've got some great fights going on down the order, but look, he's got the track to himself.
Well, this is Giancarlo Fisichella, as we know him, at his best. The Mercedes has now got itself underway, had to wait. lick of flame, that's just a bit of spent fuel coming out of the exhaust. Michele Beretta.
Beretta has become a revolver again, has he not? Because he's spun coming up towards Les Combes by the look of it.
That's
so
Les Combes again.
He's going to get going eventually.
So he's just trying to get the car rolling. You can see that there's spent fuel still burning in the, well, I think it's the left bank of the V10. Here we get a review of it. Oh, he goes backwards all the way. So I suspect he was a little bit aggressive on the brakes. Might have caught the grass on the left-hand side, which would have caused the car to instantly rotate.
So
anyway.
Beretta will reload, get his sights sorted out, and rejoin the race in the Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Somewhat delayed now. Fisichella leading by 5.8 seconds from Mirko Bortolotti. Kevin Estre is third in the Porsche. Fourth and fifth, you've got the Audi just ahead. The Audi is that of René Rast. Maxi Buch is fifth. Sixth here is the Audi of Mies. Seventh, the Aston Martin of Johnny Adam. Eighth is the Bentley in the hands of Maxime Soulet. In ninth place now is Stefano Ortelli's Jaguar. 10th, the BMW, Maxime Martin. 11th is Alex Buncombe. And then in 12th place is Frank Stippler. 13th, Marciello in the Mercedes. And 14th and 15th now, Felipe Albuquerque and the yellow Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
I don't want to have the commentator hand out the commentator's curse, but so far we have seen an exemplary start to this 24-hour, this total 24-hour event at Spa-Francorchamps. It is an entirely, it's like new territory for everybody, because I can feel the heat coming through the commentary booth. I mean, there's a lot more ambient and track temperature, and drivers are reacting to it, and they know that if they try to push and be aggressive, particularly in the early opening laps with fresher tyres, loads of fuel on board, you can hammer those tyres and do yourself damage which you will not be able to recover from in any one of the stints that you're in.
Two things just to pick up on. There's an incident being investigated between, as we had seen, Michele Beretta, who was facing the wrong way, but also 27, Luca Filippi, is felt to have been involved in that. But also, number 22 Nissan is moving again, and it has been in as well to serve its 2-minute stop and go. So it did get going, it's done the stop and go. It will therefore be now effectively 8 laps behind, but it is circulating.
That's the most important thing. We've got 23 hours and 37 minutes to try and make up a part. You're not going to make up 8 laps, but there will be circumstances where you will get a wave through, maybe behind a safety car, or an issue, which is something that is yet to either excite us or frighten us. So it's an awful situation to start a race in, knowing that you're already 8 laps down, but just go and do your work. That's all one can ask. 5.8 seconds is the gap between first and second. Last lap between the Ferrari leading, the Lamborghini second, was 0.8 of a second, quite a lot of time lost. So the Lamborghini maybe has shot its bolt in terms of its ultimate pace, whereas Giancarlo Fisichella in the Ferrari, metronomically now running in the 2 minutes 23s. His best lap was on lap 3, was a 2 minutes 20. So he's now, last lap was 3 seconds slower than his best lap on lap 3. Now, I wonder why that is. Not that he's being challenged, or not that he's made any mistakes.
Lappery now, as Maxi Buch has to get past one of the slower Porsches there. That is the Frank Metterly car going downhill, and he has got stuck behind him, hasn't he? So René Rast is clear, but the Porsche not yet having been negotiated. The amateur driver making sure he gets through Eau Rouge safely, and then he'll get out of the way, one hopes, but at the flash of the lights, Maxi Buch crawling all over the back of him, and now the road opens up for him. And the Mercedes, in theory, should dive through under braking going up towards Les Combes. But Frank Metterly, understandably, for an amateur driver, making sure he got through Eau Rouge safely before he did anything else.
Yes, I mean, in reality, what do you expect him to do? Evaporate or vanish?
Exactly.
He's got to get through one of the most challenging parts of the racetrack. Now, I know Maxi Buch felt frustrated, and he had to wait until he got onto the Camel Straight. He had to wait until he could make that overtake, and he did lose ground. And that's something he will be disappointed in, because René Rast, in the 4th place, Audi will have increased the gap between 5th and 4th, and that's a frustration for if you lose a nanosecond, a racing driver will go nuts.
But also, what goes around comes around. He might have lost a bit of time then, but over 24 hours, he's bound to bite back, isn't he? There you've got Pierguidi in traffic as well, number 50, the yellow Ferrari. He's tucked up behind Felipe Albuquerque. That's a proper battle for position, 14th and 15th. Albuquerque defending. Jake Dennis, the former Formula 3 front runner and race winner, he's there as well in his first season of GT racing. Rounds the long left. How's the Nissan 23 doing? Alex Buncombe in 11th place, just going out of shot.
Well, I think the 23 Nissan has said they've got a race pace, and their objective, I believe, is just to run that race pace and let the event come to them rather than they go out and, particularly in these early hours, early minutes really, try and be aggressive. So they're going to run the race, as I would call it, in a more traditional 24-hour manner. But what is interesting with the 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi running behind the Audi, it appears to me that the Ferrari chassis, and we're seeing it with Giancarlo Fisichella, has got a car that's working in these warmer conditions better than some of the cars around him. And there we see Maxime Martin makes his way around the Jaguar. That was a bit of a tight squeeze to get through, but left enough gap and gets clear of Stefano Telli.
Over the timing line, Fisichella leading by 6.3 seconds now. And the Lapri that we've been touching on, of course, is now going to be a factor for the remainder of the race, isn't it? Because with so many cars, back markers will always be an issue. Raffaele Marciello there having a look to the inside line to try to find a way up and past Frank Stippler, another former winner of the event. And Frank Stippler in the 76 Audi for ISR with Pierre Caffer and Calvin van der Linde, the former German GT champion. That could be a dark horse as well if it keeps out of trouble.
Raffaele Marciello has got a good car. Again, it's a car that may be more like, I've been referring to the mid-front engine cars, which I think will, over the 24-hour period, cars that will make the driver's job that little bit more, maybe easier, not quite how I want to say it, but the mid-rear engine cars potentially quicker overall in the lap as the two, no, it's not the two SI cars, the 5 and the 25 almost getting together in Les Combes.
Yeah, one's Santalot, one's WRT.
Yeah, just about managed to avoid each other. But look at this battle going on, getting very feisty as they come down, lapping the Porsche.
Exactly, the big yellow Bentley in the mix as well, with Christer Jürgens at the wheel of it. That's the Abt car. And at the moment, that is ahead of 7, isn't it? Guy Smith keeping out of trouble at the moment in number 7, so just biding his time, ready to push as here. Pierre Guidi once again tries to make his move against Albuquerque. The Lumirank display is showing not their overall position, incidentally, but their class position, just a little bit confusing. So they're actually one place down. 14th and 15th, these two, not 13th and 14th outright. They're 13th and 14th in class because Johnny Adams, Aston Martin, is 7th overall. Jake Dennis pulls out, has a look, pulls back in again. Christer Jürgens in the big yellow Bentley behind.
Don't know what happened to the Ferrari in the middle of Pujol, but it seemed to lose ground to the Audi. Philippe Albuquerque came out of Pujol further ahead than he was when he went into it, and that allowed the Audi behind to have a run at it. So Jake Dennis, he sniffed an opportunity. He must have seen something in the middle of the corner. We didn't get it on camera. We were looking at the exit of the corner, up the middle of the corner.
So the race leaders have done almost the first 30 minutes of the race, and it is Fisichella leading by 6.5 seconds as Monsieur and Madame Rattel enjoy a glass of something and watch the race from afar.
Glass up here wouldn't do any harm, would it, David?
Side by side, Jake Dennis at the inside of Pierre Guidi. Breathe in, Jake. They get a lead on each other. Bodywork flies. Christer Jürgens in the Bentley tries to take full advantage. Pierre Guidi will be all fired up now. He hangs onto the place. It's going to be 3 of them squabbling now. Look, Jürgens tries to go for a gap between the pair as they get to La Source. Alessandro Pierre Guidi is ahead, but only just for 15th, ahead of Jake Dennis, ahead of Christer Jürgens, ahead of then Guy Smith. And next up is Marcel Fassler and then Marcus Winkelhock.
And that all really began on the exit of Pujol because somewhere Alessandro Pierre Guidi lost ground to the car he was trying to run down. That gave Jake Dennis the thought, the opportunity, and that all worked its way up to the final bus stop. And you could see it was ugly, a bit sort of single-seaterish as the two cars fought for the space which only one car really is entitled to take.
We're getting more driving standards flags, and one of them is for Maxi Buch, incidentally, for not respecting track limits. The team's not very happy about this, understandably, but the warnings are being given. M-Sport look on as they see Maxime Soulet 8th and Guy Smith currently 18th, keeping out of trouble and just doing a gentle first stint, getting himself into the groove and trying not to get involved in any silliness going on around him.
Yeah, we're just catching the battle at sort of the bottom of the top 20, but one of those cars is the 7 Bentley, but it's the 8 Bentley, which is Maxime Soulet just under a second.
Here's the replay. Now, this was Pierre Guidi and Jake Dennis has been given a driving standards flag for this. What do you think, John?
Well, he had to go the long way around the outside. He tried to hang in, but he got squeezed at this point. And then, again, the two of them side by side, it required, well, Jake Dennis needed to be a little bit more considerate to the Ferrari. He needed to pinch his own exit line and not just let the Audi go out to the right. That's where the contact came, and that's the reason he's been given that driving standards flag.
he didn't keep the place either. Pierguidi ahead.
If he had taken the place, I think he would have been instructed to give it back up, and that would have been the right call in that situation.
Absolutely. Marciello you're looking at also pushing on in 13th spot. And what about this little battle? Mercedes versus Audi. Marciello on the back of Frank Stippler, the evergreen Frank Stippler. Doesn't matter which team he drives for, whether it's in modern GT racing. He was with Mucker last week in the German Championship, ISR this weekend. It always goes well. Put him in a historic car and he flies in that also. And again, Jake Dennis, they're going to try the same move.
No, Ferrari's coming in
for the pit lane. Now that's interesting. After only 30 minutes, he's in.
Because there probably is damage on the left side of the Ferrari. Could be a slow puncture because the body contact could be enough just to maybe damage the tyre and the slow puncture. But the Ferrari, the 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, no choice in his opinion. I must come in.
So Alessandro Pierguidi down the pit lane. The sectors were slower in fairness, so he had been losing a little bit of time as Marciello thunders on in the Mercedes right on the tail of Stippler. This is for 12th place, this battle. Still way clear in Pro-Am, by the way, is Johnny Adam. As Maxime Martin arrives, the traffic there getting out of the way. Ortelli goes through. Behind him is Alex Buncombe. The gap between the Jaguar and the Nissan is coming down. And look, Alex Buncombe now is right there on the tail of Stefan Ortelli, who's dropped back, of course, behind Maxime Martin as well.
Yeah, so that gap between the Jaguar and the Nissan has been relatively constant for the last few laps. You can see Ortelli just kicking up a little bit of dust, making a very early apex into this long, it's a 180-degree Bruxelles corner. Then I call it the corner with no name. It seems to have been given something, but there's even a different name for what is the, I call it Pouhon. Now you call it something else. Double gauche.
Double gauche is one variant, Pouhon is the other. Speaker's Corner is the one, the left-hander at the top of the hill, and as kind of say this every season, it's the unofficial name, but it was the one other corner that the track commentators could see from their old commentary box overlooking the old pit lane. You could see the start line, you could see Eau Rouge, the exit of La Source, and nothing else apart from, in the distance, that one left-hander, and so it became known as Commentator's Corner, Speaker's Corner, and the name was stuck.
There had to be a yarn to substantiate that story, didn't there?
Got it out of the way now, John.
Indeed. Look at the gap opening up between the Jaguar and the Nissan. Jaguar pulling away at the lowest part of the racetrack now. The grunt of the Nissan clawing it back as they come through Blanchimont, and the climb up the hill into the braking zone. And Alex Buncombe maybe have the gap as they were coming onto this back section. But again, it's the acceleration as we look at Johnny Adam under threat from Maxime Soule. So Maxime Soule, his progress has been very impressive. Yes, it is Maxime Soule.
Yes.
I saw the 7 on the screen. I was thinking it was the 7 Bentley. No, it's not. It's Maxime Soule and the 8 Bentley. That gap is now just, it's half a second on timing and scoring. Another opportunity now coming
Incident
down the hill.
between cars 17 and 50 in turn 19 under investigation.
So that's Jake Dennis and Alessandro Pierguidi's incident. Alain Adon, the race director, the voice you just heard, and they're going to have a look at it. It just seemed like one of those things, didn't it?
I think Jake Dennis could have done better on the exit, and I think the issue that will be discussed is it the consequence of that little bit of contact between the two cars that has led the 50 Ferrari to have to make what might be described as a very early pit stop, and therefore was the Ferrari, which was in effect the innocent partner or party, they've been penalised. So should therefore Jake Dennis and his Audi not suffer some kind of penalty to mitigate or to redress? We're seeing a new era in race management, and I'm delighted to see it because I like to see driving standards represent the skill of these drivers. I don't want to see hot rod style driving coming into events of this caliber.
Whatever it was for that Ferrari, they got it back out in 91 seconds, so under that delta time, your full stop, as it were, has to be 95 to 133 seconds. They got it done in 91, so it wasn't therefore a strategic stop necessarily. It does suggest it was more of an issue, as you say, after that accident.
Yes, but I think they've taken advantage of the stop to get in and out. They will have refueled the car.
Indeed.
It may not have been a full, but they might have, depending how much fuel was in the car, they might have been able to refuel it. So while out of adversity, they've maybe had some strategic benefit.
What they could also do, of course, though, is keep it on that original set of tyres. So top up the tank of fuel, keep it on the tyres, and then you're done. And a lot of that 91 seconds becomes the drive time.
Yep.
A quick look at Pro-Am. Johnny Adam leads the way. That is him. You're looking at the back of, out of the front window. Second is 912 Porsche Sven Müller. Third is McLaren number 42 Lewis Williamson. Fourth is the 53 Ferrari Rory Butcher, Gordon Shedden's brother-in-law, Victorian car champion. In fifth place is Norbert Siedler in 333 Ferrari. Sixth now is the 35 BMW from the Valkenhorst team. Marcus Palteler at the wheel of that. 911 is Robert Renau, and Raffaele Marciello is all over the curve. Frank Stippler wasn't going to give him much more room there and stays ahead.
Messy, very messy. You should have backed out of it, Raffaele, because you didn't have the track position. You were too far back. He did the right thing. He drove to the inside of the corner. He avoided the contact, but it was messy.
Yeah. He slots back in behind.
What do you mean it was messy? He'll be going nuts behind the wheel.
Flash of the lights as well to say, you shouldn't have done that, Frank, but Stippler says, well, it's my place, I'm hanging on to it, and hang on he does. Giancarlo Fisichella, in the meantime, is now 7.8 seconds clear up the road, and number 50, Alessandro Pierguidi, stayed behind the wheel of it, but it's down in 57th place now.
Oh, well, let's see what happens after the stewards have a look at the evidence and decide will there be a penalty. As a little bit of defensive driving. As we see the yellow Bentley trying to get up alongside the Audi, and Audi maintains the position. The ISR is number 75. And Philippe Albuquerque having to go creative to stop the pace of the Bentley.
Absolutely right. And there, Christer Jürgens to the outside line. He's having to defend because right on his tail now, in number 5, is Marcel Fassler. Marcel, another hugely experienced, vastly successful driver, Le Mans winner, of course. And as they come downhill, is he going to be able to find a way by Christer Jürgens? Relative rookie in comparison. He's hanging on to the place. That yellow Bentley towers over the Audis, doesn't it?
It's a large car. It's physically, if not the largest car, one of the two largest. The Nissan likewise has a similar kind of profile. What the Bentley has got is a lot of its weight exceptionally low, so the centre of gravity is good. It's got great suspension, as you'd expect from M Sport, whose specialty really is rally suspension.
Yeah.
So it's a good race car, and it's a car, I think, over the duration of 24 hours, will give its drivers, be it the M Sport cars or this Bentley we're looking at, in relative terms, a fairly nice event.
René Rast coming under attack from Maximilian Buch. Buch reporting to the team that Rast is running wide and off the road. So track limits now are being reported by drivers to their teams. The teams then try and get in touch with Race Control. So they're being frantically busy on the pit wall doing all sorts of things in this race, not just looking at strategy. Right, this is the battle that still rages on between Stippler and Marciello for 12th and 13th places overall.
So this time a little bit more sensible, but the number 5 Audi and the 25 almost getting together themselves in the middle of that bus stop chicane, but clear ground, sufficient ground between the two of them. They still at it, coming up into La Source, and again you can see Raffaele Marciello is now in a position to challenge Frank Stippler. They're going to be door handle to door handle, rubbing coming down into Eau Rouge. Frank Stippler, will he concede? He's got to get out of it, but Marciello had to go wide, cuts across the inside of Eau Rouge. Judge of fact, what would you say on that one?
He gained an advantage, and Jake Dennis goes through as well. So Frank Stippler, who did it properly, ends up losing 2 places. But undoubtedly, Marciello gained out of that, didn't he?
Yes, he did. But in a sense, judge of fact, probably pouring a cup of coffee, didn't see it. But nevertheless, that's a call. That's a tough call because the 2 cars side by side in Eau Rouge. It was always going to be one of them has to take a little bit of inside of the corner on the exit.
So Stippler drops 2 places, Marciello goes past him, and now Jake Dennis goes through as well. You're riding on board 88, which is the Mercedes. Danny Juncadella at the wheel, and he's got 912 just up the road ahead of him, which is Sven Müller. So Müller is now into the top 20.
The hard call would be for Marciello to give back that place to Frank Stippler, but the trouble is he's got another idea between himself and Frank Stippler. So how that one will work out will remain to be seen. It might be just given a wave and look, it's too complicated to try and do much about it. They could give him a time penalty, but you know, you have to control races, but over control is almost as bad as under control.
So the race leaders currently have got 16 laps in the book. Everywhere you look, there is a battle going on. All 63 starters are still circulating, despite the Barwell 77 Lamborghini joining in a bit late. We'll try and get to the bottom of why. And also 22 Nissan having stopped out on track on the opening lap. It is circulating again now. Again, give us a chance. We'll get to the bottom of that in due course as well. But up front, Giancarlo Fisichella dominating, and it's 7 seconds clear. Everybody else has got somebody to race against, apart from Fisichella. This is Junqueira now. He is in 21st place. Sven Muller in the Porsche just up the road ahead of him. Muller's next target is Guy Smith. Smith's next target is Winkelhock. Winkelhock's next target is Fassler. Here they come out of the bus stop chicane. Wide goes Muller, and now Junqueira tries to get the drop on him as they come over the line.
He should be able to do it because the traction for the Mercedes ought to have been better, but no, the Porsche side by side with the Mercedes coming up into the source. Just looking forward with what we've got 18 minutes of this session to go. I wonder, will every team just go into the immediate rotation of drivers, cycle them through, give them all a stint in daylight hours? Or will some teams say, well, you've done a good job, stay in the car, we want you to do what you've been doing? I mean, much warmer conditions, the drivers may not always favour that.
Indeed, there are some teams that will bring a driver in almost specifically to do the nighttime hours because they are more comfortable doing that, especially in a Pro-Am car. The amateur drivers are less comfortable in the dark, and especially in the rain and the dark, and that's a real possibility this weekend. Look at this great long battle pack going through Les Combes. We're now sort of 22nd, 23rd and back here. There is Sven Muller, he's 20th. 21st is Junqueira behind him. Then it's Williamson, Berman, Rory Butcher, Victor Scheitar, Andrew Watson is in the background, 26th. There he is in the orange McLaren. Behind him, 27th, the green Ferrari of Norbert Siedler. 28th is Dominic Baumann. 29th, Marco Mappelli. 30th, Maxi Goetz. I mean, all of these are absolutely top draw drivers.
Look, they're all stars. I mean, they just didn't happen to get the track position or the grid position in qualifying. And again, Danny Junqueira running behind a factory Porsche driver is unable to make progress. I thought coming out of the bus stop chicane, the Porsche might not have had the advantage that maybe the Mercedes would have gotten alongside and been able to make the move stick. But there is the Spanish driver, and he's pretty often mostly smiling as in that photograph as well. Maybe not just right now. There'll be a little bit of a laser effect from his eyes on the back of the Porsche, wondering, well, I had a go coming out of the bus stop and I couldn't get it done. Where am I strong? Where's the Porsche marginal? At the minute, it doesn't appear to be anywhere.
Now we're heading for some teams to the last warning for track limit abuse. One of them is 42, Lewis Williamson.
Well, causing a collision. Drive through, car 12.
Drive through.
Collision.
Okay, so that was Michele Beretta. Remember that we saw earlier on, he'd spun up at Les Combes, but he got involved with Luca Filippi. They've investigated it, and a drive-through goes the way of Michele Beretta. Lewis Williamson is on his last warning for track limits, and so is Maxi Buch. Maxi Buch on his last warning for exceeding track limits before he ends up being given a penalty.
Oh, well, I'm sure the team are on the radio and telling Max Buch to rein in what he's doing right now. Still in 5th place. He's just over 4 seconds ahead of Christopher Mies in 6th. So he hasn't got that pressure, but what he's trying to do is put pressure on René Rast, who's only under half a second up the road. That's the reason why Max Buch is pushing so hard.
Absolutely right, but if he gets a penalty early in the race, it's going to really throw them up into the air, isn't it? Here's 88 then. Danny Junqueira still glued to the back of the Porsche of Sven Muller as they accelerate up towards Les Combes. Can he dive up the inside? No, not there.
It's a battle of the Stuttgart manufacturers, Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, and the straight line performance at the end of the straight seemed to lie with Porsche through Eau Rouge over Radio, and there's probably maybe a marginal advantage to the Mercedes GT3, AMG GT3. Look, round the outside. That's a brave move, but ain't gonna stick.
We also understand there's some debris on the road coming out of Blanchimont, so drivers having to run a little bit wide, which is another defence for track limit abuse, arguably.
Well, it would depend where the debris is. If it's on a critical part of the entry to the corner, then it's excusable, and the only way you can clear that debris is go full Courchevello, and it would need to be a substantial piece of debris for that call to be made, and that would then neutralise the race. Everybody would have to slow down to a predetermined pace, keep equidistance between themselves, the car ahead, the car behind, and allow the corner workers, the marshals, to retrieve whatever the offensive part is.
We understand from the pit lane that the reason the Barwell 77 Lamborghini joined in late was because on its lap round to the grid, a drive shaft flank, or nearest equivalent, fell out of the gearbox and needed replacing. I don't claim to know about Lamborghini gearboxes, so that could be Dutch to me, but
I don't
that's
know
what I'm told.
A gearbox what?
Either flank or flange.
I mean, a flange, I know what a flange is, but something falling out of a gearbox is a bit rudimentary. And obviously, you know, the location of the gearbox in every one of these GT cars, particularly again the Mercedes trying to sneak around, get up the inside. No, he doesn't quite do it. So I mean, these things happen. I mean, these cars have been worked on 24 hours. Up again, the two Audis battling, the 76 and the 5. And this is a battle for 14th place. Stippler and Fassler. Gap at the front, just bit by bit, it's up to 8.2 seconds.
Frank Stippler now gets a driving standards flag for not respecting track limits in the 76 Audi.
Having just said that, the gap between second and third has come down a little bit. It was around about more than just under 3 seconds, 2.4 seconds. And part of that reason is that René Rast is within 3/4 of a second of Kevin Estre in third place. So you got Maxi Book in fifth, Rast in fourth, Estre. That's a three-way battle with Megas.
Raffaele Marciello alongside Alex Buncombe. This is for 11th. Mercedes goes through. So Raffaele Marciello, who was fastest in qualifying on Thursday, lost out in Superpole, but he goes through now up into 11th spot at the expense of the Nissan. We're rumbling back downhill then, and there the Nissan 23 hunts the newly reliveried 90 Mercedes, but Raffaele Marciello released. Of course, it's his first year in GT racing, and he's proved, as expected, to be very competitive.
Oh, he is undoubtedly competitive, and again, the much more experienced and highly regarded Alex Buncombe here with his father Jonathan, who I think turned 69 over the weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan's racing this event for many, many years, hasn't he, in Ford Capris and the like. There's the leader. Giancarlo Fisichella comes up over the timing line, goes through, and 8 seconds it was last time. There
Warning flag to car 76, driving standards in turn 18.
That's Frank Stippler. I mentioned that a moment ago. So there's the confirmation from the race director. You've just seen Michele Beretta rifling through the pits, serving his drive-through. John's having a moment.
What's happened? Here. What's happened? Kevin Estre's up to second, Rast third. Bortolotti, is he in the pit lane or is he dropped away?
He's in the pit lane. So
early stop.
It is a little bit. 48 minutes. He's in. So early to gain the data.
Talking to one of the Lamborghini teams over the weekend, there was concern that if they did run aggressively, that they may not be able to make the full distance as they would anticipate doing. And I just wonder, is that the cause of that early pit stop for Mirko Bortolotti?
What will be interesting is to see when they bring the sister 19 car in, whether they're going to be on the same strategy all the way through, because that car, number 19, has dropped quite a long way down the order in comparison. It is down in 46th place with Rolf Eichen at the wheel.
Yeah, I suspect it's running at a lower pace. The pace that Mirko Bortolotti was having to sustain was very high. It was basically within a tenth or 2 tenths of a second matching the pace. But here's the battle. As we see Mirko Bortolotti now making his way in, out. I think he's making his out, yes.
Because it's taken him a long time to get there if he's coming in, kind of thing. So he will tumble down the order. The crucial thing in all of this, of course, is to always stay on the lead lap. Number 9, Christer Jens goes through, still chasing after Albuquerque, keeping Marcus Winkelhock at bay, but Winkelhock has a look to the inside line there, goes through, so the ex-Grand Prix racer gains a further position, so that's going to put him up to 17th, and then 16th, given that Bortolotti is pitted.
Yeah, that was a copybook, textbook overtake by Marcus Winkelhock. Got the track position, got down the inside well before the corner, and therefore denying the Bentley its opportunity to go defensive. And good driving from both drivers, sensible driving with a race that's still got 23 hours and 10 minutes to run.
And René Rast now being given a driving standards flag, as also in number 961 Ferrari. This is the Alex de Mergian, Davide Rizzo, Nicola Menassian, Tony Villander. Tony Villander being given the driving standards flag. So the pros really pushing and trying to eke out every last millimetre of real estate here at Spa-Francorchamps, as the leading group currently is on lap 22.
And you can see Guy Smith running behind the second, the third Bentley, not run by M Sport, but those two Bentleys running pretty much nose to tail. This very, very busy group of cars just rounding out the top 20 within the field. And we're still looking at Danny Juncadella not having a solution to getting his way past Muller within the Porsche. And the Porsche looking to go, well, Guy Smith, that's a large car, you've got to be well and truly alongside it. I think, and almost nudging the rear of the Bentley as he comes out of bus stop.
You've got to say, actually, though, the current iteration of the 911 is not a small car. I mean, it's certainly grown away from the 356 shape, hasn't it? That's a big old Porsche there, defending from Danny Juncadella, on board now with 88 Mercedes. So the Pro-Am 911 just ahead as they round La Source. You've got Bentley, Porsche, Mercedes. All the top brands are here on the grid.
Two Audis side by side making their way down the hill behind this battle between the Mercedes and the Porsche.
Ferrari McLaren, in fact, the Rory Butcher Ferrari that is going through. So Rory Butcher is up now into 21st place. Rory going great guns, still an under-80 driver. Doesn't often get a full season put together, but now making a good name for himself in GT racing and underlining why he was good in Carrera Cup GB and British GT a few seasons back.
Frustration for Danny Juncadella. Porsche just stretches its legs coming up into Les Combes, and nothing around this part of the racetrack unless he gets a mega exit out of Les Combes and tries to do a Marcus Winkelhock down the inside into Bruxelles. But no, he gets close, but he hasn't got enough of the grunt off Les Combes to make that move stick.
Norbert Siedler on the back of Andrew Watson there. McLaren versus Ferrari. Not something we've seen a lot of in Formula 1 these days, but you've got the two of them in GT racing running nose to tail, and Andrew Watson, the Northern Irishman, 25th. We've got a yellow flag out somewhere in the first sector.
Sector 1.
So what has happened? I'm looking to see if we can work out if a car has gone off the road. Not as yet, unless it's the ISR 75 Audi, or has that been in the pits? That's been in the pit lane. Right, we've gone back to green, so if somebody had a little stray off the racing line, they're back on again. Estrup coming through there now, ahead of Rast, ahead of Book. And 65 minutes, just to reiterate the point, is the maximum you can do in a stint. And there in the background, in comes the Audi. So Christopher Meese, that looked like diving for the pit lane. 65 minutes is a stint, and a stint is pit out to pit in. You can stay in the car and do another 65 minutes, but a stint is counted as when you cross one timing beam and then cross the other when you come into the pit lane.
Interesting, I don't know if you've mentioned it or not, David, but Rob Bell and the McLaren number 58 also on a last warning for track limits. That car currently down in 33rd. I mean, I spoke to Rob before the race started earlier in the morning, and they've got a car which is not a happy car, not a comfortable car. They just can't get their heads around the 2017 tyre available, and they've either got snap oversteer or they try to rectify that, then they get chronic understeer on the exit. So Rob Bell, really, he's got a handful, but he's just got to make the best, and you work your way through the field. You've got time on your hands, but with a last warning like that, you don't want to be making another little driving error coming out of or into one of these corners.
Absolutely right. So Rob Bell has now pitted, in fact, to not so much give up the unequal struggle, but let somebody else have a go at taming the beast. So Rob Bell down the pit lane. As you look at the second place duel now, Kevin Est ahead of René Rast, ahead of Maxi Book in the 84 Battlefield 1 Mercedes. Round point they go. And just look at that graphic, look at the names represented, look at the cars, look at the brands. Great variety, and this multi-million euro grid, just a fantastic spectacle. Number 60 Mercedes, 60th from the pit lane start. Number 16 is in, so that's the Black Falcon Mercedes that was started by former DTM racer Maxi Goetz, another former winner of the event, former Blancpain champion. Used to share Mercedes with Maxi Book, don't forget, Bert Schneider to win here.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think more of a strategic pit stop to get in and out when the pit lane is in relative terms empty, and then within 5 minutes or so everybody else will be piling in, tripping over one another, and he's going to get a lovely clear racetrack. Or if they, I don't know if they kept Maxi Book in. Did you say Maxi
Goetz looked like he stayed in.
Stayed in, so he will have a really opportunity to make up ground while others are in the pit lane.
You've made this point in other races, you need good neighbours. Well, of course, you also need to factor in how many cars you're running, because Black Falcon, a bit like AF Corsa, for example, runs a lot of
be
cars.
Making its way in. Sorry, David, I saw just one of the two Bentleys beginning to make its way in the pit lane.
Okay, is that Soulé? No, he stays out. And I'll tell you in a moment when he breaks the pit out bin whether Maxi Götz did stay in that car. I think he did. You're looking at second, third and fourth still. Est, Rast and Buch coming downhill. So 23 laps are done. Little cloud cover now, making life a little bit cooler and taking some of the glare away as the leaders power uphill. But Giancarlo Fisichella, he's done a great stint. We've not seen too much of him, so dominant has he been, because everybody else has had a battle apart from him.
He's just had clear air, other than when he was catching up and overtaking some of the back markers. As you see, the 23 Nissan Alex Buncombe in, going to be a driver change. He's just bit by bit, 2 tenths here, 3 tenths there, pulled the gap. He's just a tenth under 12 seconds ahead of the second place Porsche. But Kevin Estro's got his hands full with René Rast, whose hands are equally full with Max Buch.
Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, is down in 53rd place after his early pit stop, but of course that'll buy back places, that car, as others peel into the pit lane ahead of him. So he's out of sequence, first of the leading cars to pit, whereas others are going to the hour mark.
Yeah, what's interesting in that case with Mirko Bortolotti, with fresh tyres on, he's able to lap that little bit quicker than those cars that currently are leading the race. So he's running in the low 2 minutes 22 compared to race leader, whose last lap was a 2 minutes 23.8, so 2.6 seconds advantage for the Lamborghini.
The Jake Dennis Alessandro Pierguidi incident, warning flag already given, no further action. Rast under attack from Maxi Buch. This is the third. It wouldn't be a surprise if one of these cars, the Porsche, the Audi or the Mercedes, bailed for the pit lane at the end of this lap, because 65 minutes is a stint. You might be able to get that far, but quite often you'll find teams don't go to the very, very extremes on the first stint. They just do a slightly shorter, gain a bit of data, and they might push a lap or maybe 2 laps longer on subsequent stints. That's Danny Juncadea's car in the pits.
Penalty to car 72. Drive-through penalty, car 72, track limits.
First car we've seen penalised.
So that's the Scheitar Rigon Molina Ferrari. Victor Scheitar 21st at the wheel of it. I confess I hadn't seen anything saying last warning, but anyway, drive-through was gone.
I think there's been so much stuff on screen.
Yeah.
I mean, the race director and the stewards, they must be working. Probably this is the hardest they've had to work, because there's a backlog of stuff coming in and it's taking time to cycle through it.
Yeah, exactly. So 88 new tyres, fuel. Not sure about a driver change. Remember, this has got to be either under 95 or you can't leave until 133 seconds are up. So the onus is on the team to factor in the drive time as much as how long the stop takes.
Yeah, there's a lot for teams to consider. And of course, these teams are based on at the historic pits, which are on that downslope that leads where the cars return to the racetrack at the top of Radio.
So 84, Maxi Buch up into third. René Rast has pitted. We were watching Mercedes stops, but up in the top pits at WRT in has come René Rast, DTM hero, and he's brought number 1 in. So that puts Johnny Adam up into 4th place. The Pro-Am leader. So Johnny Adam leads Pro-Am, he'll be 4th. Second in Pro-Am, Sven Muller's Porsche, 15th.
Yeah, and looking at that 5th place for Johnny Adam, it's been a stellar drive, because he's still got Maxime Soule behind him. The gap now has actually increased. It's now 1.4 seconds between 5th and 6th place. Maxime Soule pretty much spent, I think, in terms of pace compared to what he had early in the race.
Nick Katzberg in, driver change at 98 BMW. So the Volvo World Touring Car racer, as well as a previous winner for BMW of this event when it was Mark VDS rather than Rover Racing, for who he drives now.
So it's, in the case of driver changes, some teams can do in practice just a driver change alone. They're saying 14,
drive-through
15
penalty,
seconds.
car 58. Drive-through penalty, car 58. Track
Rob
limits.
Bell.
Track limits.
That's Rob Bell, or it was. He's copped the penalty, but it's going to be taken, isn't it, by... Has he been replaced in that car? No, he stayed in it, in fact. So Rob Bell doing a double stint and serving a drive-through penalty. Interesting. Not like Rob, that.
I mean, he expressed to me that it was not going to be an easy race. You've got to drive as hard as you can. And, sometimes you might have to use a bit more racetrack than you're meant to use.
Johnny Adam is in, the Bentley of Maxime Soule is in, so now look, we're at the hour mark and the pit lane is getting very, very busy indeed.
Smart people were the Black Volker Mercedes Maximilian Götz, just to get a look to see where he is, because he will be back out on track as everybody now, as the Aston comes in, the Bentley comes in, the Bentley will be stopping here in the Formula One pits. The Aston will filter all the way down, round the last source, inside the source, down the hill. So M Sport go to work. Maxime Soulé staying in.
Indeed so. So it's going to be new boots on a tank of fuel. Keep the Belgian driver behind the wheel, and Rob Bell will be given the bad news that he's got this drive-through penalty to serve now. So the weather god's tricking everybody as well. Everyone's been expecting the rain to come. If anything, it's becoming a glorious, very, very warm late afternoon temperature here at Spa. The sun is shining. Yeah, there's a bit of broken cloud, but it's very, very hot indeed. Really bright. There's not much respite for the teams in the heat.
No, and drivers that are going to double stint, that's where your driver training, your fitness comes into play. There's driver aids that help keep a driver cool, but this is a tough racetrack. There's a lot of physical loads. Obviously, concentration comes into it, and to stay in, do a double stint. Well, the team feel that's the right play, and other teams will be doing that. Be interesting to see. And the stall, that's a shame. Maxime Soulé lost the engine, had to refire it up. Guy Smith, we know, has done double stints in the number 7 car. I'd assume they would follow the principle of the number 8.
I would think so, unless they're going to do different strategies and just put everybody through and give them a feel for the car before plunging into darkness. We'll see. M Sport may work differently across the two cars. Up front, Giancarlo Fisichella yet to pit, leads Maxi Book. Kevin Estre is in, Johnny Adam is in, Maxime Soulé is in. Maxime Martin therefore will inherit third place in 99 BMW. Is Johnny Adams staying at the wheel of the Tom Ferrier run TF Sport Aston Martin? Let's see. I think he is. Makes sense, doesn't it? Keep Johnny in while it's up front.
Yes, and the other benefit of double stinting is if you do it with, in the case of the Aston, it's got 4 drivers. I'm not sure all 4, as Maxi Book comes in, I'm not sure all 4 drivers will double stint. No. Nevertheless, it gives the driver who's done the opening stint or 2 stints a reasonable break to get out of the car, refresh himself, have a light meal, a little bit of rest, and when he gets back into the car, probably 3 or 4 hours after, then it'll be, well, it's coming up now to 20 to 6 in the evening. 4 hours from now will be 9:30-ish, and it'll be getting very dark.
We will, in a moment, see as Maxi Goetz battles his way out of the hairpin, the Mercedes rubbing together, but you'll see the race leader Fisichella on the back of Maxime Soulé. So the Bentley nearly a lap down after that pit stop. How about this for a fight coming downhill now? You've got the Audi just ahead of the Maxi Goetz Mercedes. It's already made 1 pit stop. Working up through the traffic as well, the Acura ASP car. Wonderful sight. Yeah,
I think it was the 88 went way wide coming out of Eau Rouge, but I think Max Goetz and the ploy to make that earlier pit stop has paid. Look at it coming up into Eau Rouge. It is a battle. 4 cars all looking for the 1 bit of tarmac, and up the inside comes the 88. Can it make it work? He's on the wrong part of the racetrack. Got it back out of it as they turn right, run the curb. But watch as they dive down into Bruxelles. The inside of the corner may get defended, not maybe as aggressively, but on the outside. 2 Mercedes. The 84, good pit stop. That was a quick stop.
Indeed so. That is going to rumble back into the race. Stracker, by the way, saying they're going to serve the drive-through for Rob Bell, but would the marshals mind checking that they're writing down 58, not 59, or 59 and not 58, because both are being warned about track limits and one's copped a penalty. So are they absolutely sure? We're going to do the right thing. We'll serve the drive-through, but are you absolutely sure it was that car?
Pass the coffee cup.
Yes, quite. So here at the circuit, the concerts are just getting underway for the fans. It's not just about cars on track. There is Christer Jöns in the Abt Bentley into the pit lane. One of those in the concerts tonight, Mel Gaynor, the former Simple Minds drummer, who I've got a feeling has done a bit of racing himself in the days of British one-make championships with celebrity cars. So he's here performing this evening as well. Whoa, almost into the wall. Giancarlo Fisichella taking this right to the edge, isn't he, coming into the pit lane?
There was nothing left on the table there.
Now,
will Giancarlo Fisichella jump out, or will he stay on board? And the 2 Bentleys, the 8 or the 7 and the Abt car head out, neither gaining nor losing.
There's the 23 Nissan rather going over the timing line, which Katsumatsu Chiyo has taken over. Behind you've got now the 17 Audi. And look at this old scrum pouring its way out of the bus stop. Some go for the pit lane, but what have we got in this? There's certainly Mercedes, there's certainly Audi. There is a real mix. You've got, I think, 3 Mert, 2 Audis, all battling, and up the inside goes 88 then, gaining track position back again. The AKA ASP car, Danny Juncadella at the wheel, fighting with Felipe Albuquerque and going ahead of him as they plough downhill.
Yeah, the Mercedes getting the benefit of these two cars in the back, will watch down into Eau Rouge. Albuquerque just
track limits.
regains.
So 53 now for track limits. That's Rory Butcher in the AF Corsa Spirit of Race Ferrari. Intriguing. He had been being warned about it. In fairness, it had been up on the timing screen. So Rory Butcher now gets to drive through. So the officials, John, aren't being overly laid back about this. I'm trying to look for the right words, but
Choose your words carefully.
what they are doing is putting out a message to the drivers early in the race. If you start messing about, you will be penalised, and they're putting that down early. The drivers know exactly where they stand for the rest of the race. That's kind of the point I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, and I'm completely compliant with that principle, because there are track limits and they are meant to be observed. These are meant to be amongst the finest GT race drivers in the world, and there are track limits and this should be adhered to, and that's simple in my book. I want to see the best drivers driving the best, and I can see them in this given event.
So look there at the national class leading Porsche, number 991. That's the Gregory Pais car, and there up towards Les Combes is the Grasser Rolfi Neichen Lamborghini. Right, another little fight going on here, as you can see the Bentley hustling on. So Oliver Jarvis has taken over number 7, number 8 Bentley that was Maxime Soulet in the first stint, also still pushing. Maxime Soulet has stayed behind the wheel of that car.
Giancarlo Fisichella has vacated the seat after doing a great stint.
Marco Ciocci is in, yeah.
Marco Ciocci is in behind the wheel, so yeah, of course, probably going to go through the cycling of their 3 drivers, and then as the evening begins to lengthen, the night draws in, then they might think about doing some double stints.
And you get the other side of the darkness, don't you, to the early morning, and you think, good, we've made it through the night, we're almost there, but you've got a heck of a lot more race still to go. That 4:30 finish just tricking you to thinking you're finishing, but you've got that half hour tagged on. Here, round the outside goes the Bentley. Maxime Soulet squeezes the Ferrari a little bit. He's going to go round the outside. Yes, job done.
Yeah, that was a little warning shot. A little move to the right just to say, I'm coming through. And the job got done. And there Giancarlo Fisichella, happy with his 1 hour's driving, and I mean, a copybook stint from the, I was going to call him a veteran, but he's not really a veteran. He's a veteran maybe of Formula One, but he's very much current in GT racing, not just in Europe but all over the world.
Did have a spell, didn't he, in touring cars in the mid to late 90s, in the dying days of the DTM in its first incarnation, the International Touring Car Challenge. He was part of the Alfa Romeo squad in the ITC, but then, as you say, through single-seater to Formula One, and now part of the Ferrari program in GT classes across the globe. So Maxime Soulet, having got himself up there past the Ferrari, charging away once again. Maxime Soulet is currently in 10th place. And there, look, another busy, crowded part of the road coming out of the Cours Paul Frère. Are we 3 abreast in the middle of all of that? And a BMW with a problem. A BMW has slowed down. It's one of the 2 Rover Racing cars. Is it the 99? Hazard lights are on. It is 99, you're quite right. So that's last year's winning car. Maxime Martin had started it. And Alexander Sims was 4th, and he's got a problem. He's trickling round. He's had a puncture or a wheel coming off. It looks like a puncture.
It looks like the left rear. It's hard just to tell.
Right rear, I think. Let's see.
I can't even see the screen. There's so much sunlight coming in.
Well, that car's got the best part of, what, 2/3 of a lap to crawl round, but it looked as though it was a right rear puncture as it went out of Pouhon. So how many laps has that done in the stint? 2, 3?
It's just gone out. I mean, they had a good pit stop. They got good track position. Now got Mirko Bortolotti up into 2nd place.
Yeah.
We got the 50 Ferrari in the lead. Yes.
There it is, puncture.
That was that driving over debris? Was that running a curb and just nipping the tyre? Was that the door? No, that's just, he's trying his best to keep out of the way with this gaggle of cars running behind him.
So Alexander Sims crawls round, and there, number 4, the Jelmer Berman Mercedes dives up the inside. Was that Bortolotti being run out wide a little bit? Let's see. Was that the, no, that's the Treble 7 car, the HB Racing Am Cap entry, started by Christopher Zanella. So you've got back markers now in the mix as well. is Alessandro Pierguidi's car, number 50, shown as being the race leader. And what we've therefore got is Bortolotti second and Marco Ciocci third. So Bortolotti gains track position over the Kaspersky Ferrari on the pit stops, intriguingly.
Yes. We don't know whether that was due to a driver change. I don't think the driver change would influence the times, but certainly it looks like the Grasser Racing team did a better job on the in-out of the pit stop than the AF Corsa team did. But look at this battle again. Coming down the Camel Straight, the Bentley still showing great speed, trying to get a past the Audi, but isn't it? No. The Lamborghini really moving to the left, just precluded any overtake from the number 9 Bentley.
So Bortolotti then, currently up front, number 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, however, shown as being in the lead of the race. Now that car has pitted, but of course that pitted at the end of the first half an hour, not an hour. So it came out of the traffic early, and it has now put itself into the lead of the race. Here it comes over the timing line. Alessandro Pierguidi, after that clash with Jake Dennis, pitted, they got it out of the way, and there with the tyre just off the rim, Alexander Sims has done a good job bringing that car in, but he's lost a lap.
Yes, but what he also has done is bring it in at a pace where the tyre hasn't totally disintegrated, flail around inside the inner wheel arch and cause even further damage.
Now we've got Giancarlo Fisichella out of the Kaspersky Ferrari. Let's hear from a man who did a great opening stint.
Fisichella, now that was an incredible first lap. How are you feeling about being in the car?
Well, yeah, it was a very good stint. I pulled away from the others. Actually, the circuit must be slow and a bit hot for the tires. The tires get a big drop on performance, on a grip. But even the other people were struggling like me, so I was driving very careful to save the tires for the end of the stint. And I would say it's not too bad. The car balance is good, and it's still 23 hours to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a very long race to go, and anything can happen. Do you have confidence in your teammates?
Absolutely. Yesterday, Jenson did a fantastic job in the qualifying session. Marco as well is very consistent and very reliable. So I think we got one of the best driver lineup, one of the best crew. Let's go just through the end of the race.
Good luck. Thank you.
So Giancarlo Fisichella out of the car, and this is now in third place with Marco Ciocci at the wheel, but he dominated his stint, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Let's look and see with this replay what it tells us. Into the bus stop chicane, and art for art's sake. That great, the 10cc. Art for art's sake. Oh, magic song.
But it's a great looking car, that being so well driven. Now you've got this great mix of car up and down the order with the traffic now playing a part. So Michael Christensen in the Porsche, he admitted he was going to be the second driver in, and Alexander Sims has brought the BMW in, but it's got more than just a tyre needed. It's got some suspension damage potentially as well.
Yes, I mean, when the tyre goes, I mean, they've got the drive shaft to the rear hub assembly on the floor, so whether that was the cause of the tyre going down, we don't know. But lots of things can happen, and mechanical things. You talked about the Lamborghini in the early part of the race, the Barwell. They did a flange, we think. So issues never rear their head any time, but once the race gets underway, there we are.
So remember that Lumirank display number on the windscreen, just to make the point, is your class position, not overall. So you'll see Johnny Adams, Aston Martin, still saying 0-1 because he's the Pro-Am leader. So it tricks you occasionally into thinking that it's in a different position than that it really is. Johnny Adam currently is 8th overall. His next target further up the road is Maxi Book. Maxi Book is chasing after in number 2, Conor De Filippi, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year. Conor De Filippi in turn is chasing after Michael Christensen in the Porsche. So it's Alessandro Pierguidi leading. Second is Bortolotti, third is Ciocci, fourth is Rast, fifth is Christensen, sixth is De Filippi, seventh is Book, eighth is Adam, ninth is Soule, and 10th is Chio.
But what also for me is intriguing is that Bortolotti in second place, less than 1.5 seconds behind.
Indeed so, as now Michael Christensen makes a go at René Rast. He's taken over from Lawrence Vanthoor. Rast has stayed in the car of the Porsche to the inside, diving down to Bruxelles. not quite able to keep the door wide enough open. Rene Rast gives him racing room, but the Audi sprints out of the corner ahead. He'll have the inside for the next left-hander. Michael Christensen is all over him like a cheap suit. Rast is up the curb way wide there, and off the road has gone 912. That was Sven Muller at the wheel of it. It is now Robert Alaman who has taken it over. Daniel Alaman, and it's in the gravel, and that's going to be a yellow flag at that sector.
Yes, and Christensen had to get out of it big time coming into Pujol corner because he looked to go down the inside. He's left himself vulnerable to the 84 Mercedes Maximilian Buch, thinking, well, a little bit more of that kind of rough and tumble play as we go back to, that's down at the campus corner.
Yeah.
So it's in the gravel. It's going to need a snatch vehicle to get it pulled clear. And let's look and see. This is the reason, always a reason. The Lamborghini tried to go down the inside, never going to get the job done. Porsche closes the door and it goes for a long, and danger for the Porsche. Radiators are mounted in the extreme front of the bodywork, and those are frequently dislodged, and if that happens then you lose all your coolant.
Now Phil Keane was at the wheel of the Lamborghini getting involved, so we have those two off the road. Right, next battle. This is still Rene Rast versus Michael Christensen versus the traffic versus everybody else. It is all happening as the cars now work their way up towards the timing line. Through they come, and Johnny Adam is getting onto the back of this. In fact, Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin now, having a pop at Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes. Behind the pair of them is Maxime Soulé in the Bentley. They dive up the inside of the Attempto Lamborghini round La Source. You're on board with Soulé. Mercedes, Aston, Bentley, what a fight.
Deja vu. We've seen the situation in the first hour where Maxime Soulé got past 5-6 cars, caught to the back of the Aston Martin, and that was as far as he got. Made the pit stops, and what's the situation? He's still behind the Aston Martin.
Absolutely right, but not if he's got any say in it for much longer. He's in the wheel tracks. Of course, he's got to get the job done now because there's a yellow flag in the next sector. Soulé booms past the Bentley round the outside. Johnny Adams also trying to defend on the inside. Is he going to be able to do it? No. Slots back in behind, but Soulé also comes up to have a go at Buch in the Mercedes.
Yeah, that was a good run from the Belgian driver. Maxime Soulé got clearly extra speed through Eau Rouge. We've seen the Bentley, that's the strong part of the circuit for the Bentley now on the tail of the 84 Mercedes and Maximilian Buch, instead of having an Aston Martin not in his category. So he wouldn't have been so offended or worried about.
Involving car 912 and 78 incident in turn 14 and turn 19 under investigation.
Interesting to hear from Alain Adom that there were two incidents, the one we saw, but another one between the same two cars. So it might have been a bit of you push and I'll push you back kind of thing.
Don't do that. We're meant to be mates. Anyway, they've got a great little battle going on here with the Bentley having now just got past the Aston Martin onto the tail. You can see the 84 Mercedes directly ahead coming through Fagnes. So Maxime Soulé early in the race was very strong again at this part of the racetrack. Had good speed, got past the BMW Maxime Martin. No, in fact, it was Frank Stippler in the run-up from the Paul Frere Coop. Watch what the Bentley can do. Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes, I have to say, didn't lose a tenth of a second.
Interesting as well, though, to see, having lost the place, how much ground Johnny Adam has lost as well. I know you made the point earlier, he's not really in that fight because it's a Pro-Am car, but riding now with Maxime Soulé, and there's traffic up the road. Look at the lights flashing, 3 wide down to the bus stop. They all get through safely. The Audi of Rene Rast dives past one, dives alongside a second. There's Christensen, there's Buch, there's Soulé. Traffic everywhere as they make their way over the timing line. Johnny Adam thinking, I think I might just lag back here, get my handkerchief out. It could end in tears, but they've all survived. They go down towards La Source. You're riding with Maxime Soulé. He's got to get past the Gregory Peiss speed lover Porsche on the inside, which he does. And Buch is getting closer again to Michael Christensen. Bruce Jones joins us. Bruce, this is a mega battle going on, isn't it?
Have I missed anything? What an astounding battle. I mean, the racers all close together, and having the forward-mounted onboard camera with Maxime Soulé, how inspired a choice has that been? It was like last year revisited. Bentley fighting so hard with BMW, but in the mix. I mean, Maxime Buch, what a fighter.
To car 26 and 488. track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 26 and 488, track limits.
So more track limit penalties. Soulé up past Maxime Bouc and using the traffic to his advantage as well. You've got the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW from the AM Cup next to be negotiated. You've got all of this battling going on. Michael Christensen getting stuck behind the Mercedes there, the 00, the Good Smile Racing car. He's up the inside, he's still chasing Rast. So Porsche goes through, but Soulé was a real star in the first stint, and he's even better in this because he's getting that Bentley right into the mix.
Yeah, and he's doing it because he's quick down out of La Source, but he's even quicker up the hill out of Eau Rouge and Radio. And that was a pass, that was a clean overtake. Now the Bentley gets past the Japanese entrant. Mercedes steps out of the way, lets Maxime Soulé. Soulé has worked out where his car's strengths are at their best, and he's maximising its potential.
Yeah, but I think we really need to look at that 117 Porsche. What a lineup they've got in that car. Fairly unheralded coming here to the Spa 24 Hours, but you look down the driver lineup. Kevin Estre kicking off, Michael Christensen now, and who's the big guns coming later? Lawrence Vanthoor. That's rather nice.
John and I were talking in qualifying, Bruce. It's also interesting that the Porsche as a factory has said, Olaf Mantei's team, not anymore. They've had a go at doing this. They've not won Spa for us. We're going to go with Timo Bernhardt's team, which is a relatively young team, well connected, but interesting. You're right about the stellar driver lineup, but interesting to go with that team as well.
Quite so, but I think it's great to have that blood. And I mean, to have someone with Bernhardt's 24-hour experience, not driving at the helm, and in fact, probably really, really enjoying it. Must feel quite old next to the other drivers. He's a bit of a, he must have crested his 30s, But
he got the rug for his knees,
but the opening laps of the race, I was able to enjoy them out on the track and in the press room. But just looking at the variety of cars, the top 5, all different manufacturers, everything is going right. The sky blue with little white puffy clouds, and it's just this wonderful arena, some going slightly further wide out of the arena. What would you do? Maxime Soulé on a charge.
Michael Christensen went very wide out of the source. You can just Maxime Soulé is going to do what he did a lap ago to Maximilian Bouc. He's got the run. The Porsche wasn't quick. It was untidy through the radio. And now here's another position change. I believe Bentley gets up the left-hand side. Depends how much Christensen wants to go eyeball to eyeball into Lake Coombe.
Maxime Soulé with his right foot made of lead comes up alongside, but Michael Christensen hangs onto the place. So you've still got René Rast fourth. This now is the fight going on between Michael Christensen and Maxime Soulé. You've got Connor De Filippi just up the road there in the Audi number 2, and Soulé again. The danger is if he gets stuck behind the Porsche, Maxime Bouc's going to come up and have a go at him again.
Yeah, but as I said earlier in the broadcast, the Porsche's advantage is in the second half of the straight. Maxime Soulé was way quicker through Eau Rouge Radio first half of the straight. But when the Porsche got to the second half, it just eked away, and that's why Michael Christensen was able to consolidate his position, and there really wasn't a threat from Maxime Soulé, where at the beginning of the straight you said it's a done deal.
I can't tear myself away from this. It's a fabulous fight. Maxime Soulé lines up to have a look towards the Piff Paff. Michael Christensen, who's not been racing at this level for that many years, former Porsche Junior, defends. Now this is the fight between the Ferraris. So Marco Ciocci gets up alongside Alessandro Pierguidi. He's going to go through and takes now over the race lead because, or is this for second? Mirko Bortolotti having gone through as well, because at the start of the lap Pierguidi led. The 55 was third. And so, where has Bortolotti gone to out of all of this? Has he dropped behind? So is it going to be Ciocci into the race lead, or is that the Lamborghini ahead? Let's just double check as they come over the timing line. It will be at the end of the lap. Bortolotti leading. Up into second has gone Ciocci, and so down to third is Alessandro Pierguidi. So now, Bruce, you've got Bortolotti 2 seconds to the good. Lamborghini leading, and then Marco Ciocci, having taken over from Fisichella, running in second place.
Yeah, 2.1 seconds behind the Lamborghini. It was the other way around in the first stint. The number 50 Ferrari pulled almost a 12-second gap.
But it's all going to bunch up as we're looking at Bortolotti again, because René Rast is the fastest of the top 4. He's in 4th place, so that gap will come down just as we like it, David. I don't know how you're going to get in your car and drive away. I'm more than happy to jump in the breach and carry on.
And then Rast has got De Filippi and Christensen and Soulé and Bouc and Adam and Chio all rounding out the top 10, queued up behind him.
The reason why Alessandro Pierguidi lost that position was because his last lap was a 2:27. He made a mistake somewhere, may have been traffic, but that's why he got caught and passed. There's our race leader. Again, the man who never blinks. The depth of concentration on the face, looks in the mirror. Still, I mean, I don't know how he does it, because normally in a race car there's a lot of microscopic gravel, grit, dust, whatever, and his concentration is so deep, you never see him blink. Down into Pouhon with a 2.1 second advantage over the second place Ferrari. The exit, there is the Ferrari, and it's honing in. The Ferrari of the two cars is probably the more gentle on its tyres than the Lamborghini, but it's pretty much even Stevens right now.
Now, John, I don't know if you commented on it as I was sprinting up to the commentary box, but that yellow Ferrari just coming to the middle of the screen now. There's something flapping on the roof, trying to work out what it is. I don't know if that's what's slowing the car. I can't imagine it's taking that much time. I cannot make out what it is. Have you commented before on that?
No, we've not really noticed. It's something to do with the way the door interacts with the bodywork, whether it's something to do with that, but it is getting more noticeable. Whatever it is, it doesn't appear to be an issue. I don't think it's having any significant bearing, but the 55 up in second place, the 50 dropping back, it's just under a second. I can't quite, it's coming in the pits, whatever it is. So the 50 is coming into the pits
from third place, John.
Yeah.
That is something worth noting, of course. It really came into the mix through the course of those pit stops. Included a driver change during that pit stop. Not all the teams had them, so going really well. And suddenly for the 50 Ferrari crew from AF Corsa, things not looking so good, John.
Just catching the Ferrari in the pit lane on the left of screen. As we go back to this battle, and the Bentley has found a way past Michael Christensen.
Yep, you could just see 0.7 on the windscreen of the Bentley. That becomes 0.6, so up to 6th place for the Bentley. Christensen down to 7th, Maxi Bouk 8th, Johnny Adam in 9th, and completing the top 10 we have Chio in the number 23 Nissan, but leading the way at the moment as we very much get towards the end of the first hour and a half. It's Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini, started the race in second place. We thought was perhaps about to end the race at the first corner when he got sideways on the opening lap, but kept it all together, was the first of the drivers to blink, first the top teams to make a pit stop, and disappeared out of the first two timing screens, John. Such was the compact nature of this field, this massive 63 car field, but soon started working his way back into the top 40, and now leading the race again. Advantage 1.4 seconds.
Penalty to cars 6 and 9/11 track limits.
We have drive-through penalties for car number 6, one of the 3 Belgian Audi Club Team WRT Audis. And that will certainly drop it down the order. And the 911, we've seen the problem for the sister car from Herbert Motorsport. The 911 Porsche, way down towards the back, just down in 40th place. And unfortunately for them, that is going to curtail their fun. That's Jürgen Hering at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, and the reason the car 6 is for track limits, car 911 for track limits. So as the race progresses, we're midway through the second hour of this 24-hour event. Drivers, whether they're fresh in and they're just sort of, or it isn't that it's the car that gets the penalty, it's not just the driver. So you could get into the car and your previous driver may have accrued penalties, and you make one, and then that's sufficient to see, as we see this.
Well, another form of penalty, John, is not an official one. It's just having some drivers who are a lap down getting in your path. And the 55 Ferrari with Marco Chiocci at the wheel is finding that 1.4 seconds down at the end of the previous lap, nearly clips the tail of
22 Nissan.
The 22 Nissan, of course, that was a car that was in problem right very, very early on in the race, but up at Les Combes, had a spin, but kept going. But the fact it's in the race is testament to Bob Neville's crew getting that car ready, but lights being flashed by Marco Chiocci. In fact, I thought that was going to cost them a bit of time, but as they start the next lap, the gap remains at exactly the same, 1.4 seconds between first and second.
You know, for the 22 Nissan, all it's got to do is just keep going, stay out of trouble, and there was a no-brainer. He was just going to let the Ferrari go through. It is the lead car, or the second place car, I should say. So there was no need for the Nissan to get involved in any shenanigans, and they're here for the long haul. They've got nothing to lose, they've got all to gain.
Yeah, and they were running sensibly in the tail of the top 10. I think 10th place with Alex Buncombe on board. Now Mirko Bortolotti, more traffic. It seems to be staying at about the same interval. In fact, just looking where Buncombe is, it's further down the order, but it's Lamborghini leading the way, but the Kaspersky Ferrari run by Spirit of Race looking to close back in. And what a dream start it was for Giancarlo Fisichella.
Yeah, I mean, just Mirko Bortolotti manages to slide down the inside. That's a neat move to make because it's a busy part of the racetrack. You can't get through Speaker's Corner easily and cleanly. So now you've got the run down, and you can see the Ferrari looking to find a way past to get past the Am. Ferrari gets up the inside, makes the clean pass, The gap at the end of the previous lap was 1.4 seconds. I think there was a slight benefit, but looking at it now as they come out of Pouhon, the two corners, not a huge amount of difference.
Well, weather conditions absolutely perfect. Nearly an hour and a half into this race, 22 and a half hours to go. My math's still standing up to that. It's Mirko Bortolotti leading the way, and you can see how small the gap is. It seems to be almost down to a second now. So Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini leading the 55. Marco Chiocci Ferrari, and then René Rast, the best of the Audis, in number 1. So let's take a look at the highlights. 63 cars lining up as they went around the formation lap. Grey and blue sky as well, that was the important thing. And all the pleasure and pageantry down on the grid. Tens of thousands of people flocking to the immediate area around the pit and paddock to cheer these cars on as they ventured out to get a feel of this circuit. The weather would get better and better, but you can imagine in the car the temperatures rising as they came round down La Source. Of course, it's a downhill start, and in the background, look, Maxi Buch on the grass on the right-hand side, but poleman Giancarlo Fisichella slotting in ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. Great start from Kevin Estre in the Porsche, and then the second place Lamborghini so nearly dropped it at Eau Rouge and somehow hauled it back. That gave Chris Estre a chance to take a run at it. But the battling was fierce and furious, but that did give our race leader Giancarlo Fisichella a chance to pull clear at the lead of the race. He was 1.9 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap and stretched it away. As everyone else was fighting, he was escaping. And some wonderful, wonderful onboard footage out around the circuit. We got to see an awful lot of the tail of the Jaguar. Stefan Ortelli doing a great job deep inside the top 10. Very early pit caller there, and that was out of sequence. The pit stop started just before the 1 hour mark, and that final corner of the circuit has been catching a lot of drivers out, but not Stefan Ortelli at that point, and the number 14 Jaguar. AKA ASP crew looking to see what their driver could do, and it was Daniel Juncadella who started the race, and then the 63 Lamborghini, the first of the cars to go for a change. Nicky Katzberg out of his Lamborghini, and just look how close to the wall Fisichella was when he came in. A dozen seconds clear. He handed over to Marco Chiocci out on the track. The action coming thick and fast. That's Sven Muller going for a spin. A little bit of contact happening up at Les Combes, but then a problem for the 99 BMW into the pit lane with a puncher just after Alexander Sims took over. And as you can see, some rear bodywork being adjusted there in suspension too. So an hour and a half in, great racing. So let's take a look at the standings after an hour and a half, and we can tell you that top of the timesheets is the 63 Lamborghini. At the wheel still Mirko Bortolotti, who started and somehow saved that moment. Marco Chiocci second for Kaspersky Motorsport in number 55, just under a second down. René Rast going great guns in the number 1 Audi, and Connor De Filippi, already a winner in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, he is in 4th place. Maxime Soulet, perhaps the star of the early stages of the race, in the number 8 Bentley. And then Michael Christensen running around in 6th place as Porsche really try and take a tilt at victory. It's Lamborghini at the moment ahead of Ferrari and Audi, just showing the great variety at the top end. And the fastest car, the best placed car in the Pro-Am class, is still Johnny Adam in that TF Sport Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, been doing an absolutely stellar job. He's in 8th place at the moment. 63 starters, and I would reckon that we have got probably all but a couple still going at this point. We know the 99 BMW has been delayed with that right rear problem, just as Alexander Sims took that car over, having been started by his teammate. And it's getting closer and closer at the front. John just grabbing my elbows. We came away from the graphics because Chiocci is getting serious. This is the car that led the early stage of the race. The first hour almost in the hands of Giancarlo Fisichella, but he's getting closer and closer to Mirko Bortolotti.
The deeper these two cars get into their stint, the more likely it's going to be a bigger struggle for Mirko Bortolotti, because the Lamborghini is going to be a little bit more aggressive with its tyres, in particular the rear tyre. The Ferrari hasn't got that issue to the same degree. And there you see the battle for the lead. Of course, Mirko Bortolotti is the ultimate warrior behind the wheel of a race car, and that will not be an easy pass. They've got relative clear track ahead of them, so if they want to go at it, the two of them, they're doing it without any interference from some of the lap cars that they will eventually close down on as they come out of the exit of Pouhon and then the run down. Still relatively clear circuit. They don't see anything in the near distance, So, and a little bit of a Chiocci slightly wide in the middle. You want to be more on the right to get the exit out of the second part of Fagnes down into Campos. Really not much advantage one way or the other. Ferrari looks to be the marginally better of the two cars. Let's see how it is out of Paul Frère-Koop. And initially the gap opens up as Bortolotti just simply gets on the throttle that fraction of a second earlier. Now a pair of them flat up. Let's listen, can we hear? Flat out through Bourneville, up through Blanchimont. Well, that's about as flat as you can get.
Well, conditions absolutely perfect. The next car they're going to come across, these two, as they get to the end of yet another lap, lap 39 being completed. It should be the number 66, a Tempo Racing Lamborghini, and that seems a short distance up. But the wonderful thing is we've got a graphic here, a timing screen that just has the cars, and it shows their locations around the circuit. Almost the entire circuit is covered with these GT3 runners. 63 of them started the race, but all eyes at the moment on Mirko Bortolotti. Can almost not see his Lamborghini, so close behind. That wonderful rear shot as they go down the hill out of La Source is Marco Chiocci in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. Through that epic corner they go, and again that 63 Lamborghini really pushing its tail out as the track sharply turns to the right as it goes uphill through Radia and beyond. And on the exit of the corner, we had an improved gap, an enlarged gap between Mirko Bortolotti and the race-leading car with 0-1 on the windscreen. But then at the end, by the end of the straight, having used that slipstream, Marco Chiocci getting right under his tail.
I would say the difference between these two cars in a straight line is pretty minimal. It's going to be which of the two cars is going to be more considerate to its tyres. The run through Rouge is maybe easier for the Ferrari, but Mirko Bortolotti, he knows this car so well. He knows its intimate details in every reaction that he's feeling through his body, through his hands, through his feet. He knows how far he can push without getting into no man's land or getting into a danger area, and that is sufficient for him to keep that gap currently just over 0.3 of a second. 0.3 of a second. Did I say that?
You did, didn't you? 0.38 of a second. Now it's getting very, very close indeed. BMW and Porsche fighting. That's one of the Precoth Herbert cars. But importantly, in behind, we're starting to see number 89 is picking its way back up the order. So many cars, 63 out. But the one mark we're not really seeing at the top end, in the middle of that pack, tail of that pack now, is McLaren. It's just not been a circuit that really seems to suit them at all. And John, you were saying before the race, it seems to be the lack of ability on tyres, this year's Pirelli's.
For some reason, nobody in the team is fully able to explain it. They've just not been able to dial the chassis, more so the chassis than the aerodynamics, into the characteristics of the 2017 spec Pirelli tyre that was intended to be a double stinting tyre for this very race, because one of the issues that had occurred in previous years was there was always a pit stop for tyres, driver change and fuel, and I think teams wanted to have the option to, because strategically it might have worked to the team's advantages. Look at the lead, look at the gap. I mean,
it's nothing.
It's nothing.
It's listed now as 0.458, so he's lost 0.07 of a second. That we can give for Marco Chiocci as we ride with him in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari down the drop past the old pits and then left and right and left again. You can see again how loose that Lamborghini looks. But as you say, Mirko Bortolotti has been in this car for 2 years now and really just has incredible confidence.
I mean, what he also has is amazing car skills, car just craft. And I mean, it is easier for him at the minute because he's in clear air. It's more difficult for Marco Chiocci because he's in the disturbed air. Giancarlo Fisichella, he's driving that race. He's sitting in the pits watching it, but he's in that car. And he's thinking, if I was doing this, I would be looking to pass or make a move or readjust or making it something. The guys are relaxing, but they're still 100% racing.
How could you not be 100% racing, John? Simple fact is 60-odd cars out on the circuit. Almost every inch of tarmac around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is covered, and now they're finding they're covered with cars coming up to a whole cluster. Will this work better for Mirko Bortolotti, or will Marco Chiocci in that 55 Ferrari be able to gain as they go through? It may ebb, it may flow, but right now there are 4 tail-end cars ahead of them they have to dispatch. And it's one of the Attempto Racing Lamborghinis just up in front of them. It should be number 66. That's the one I said they would catch next. Started by Jaap van Lagen. Clearly a lap down
This is an uncomfortable moment for Mirko Bortolotti. He needs to get through as quickly as possible, but of course he's up against an identical car. You can see the Lambo, the back end just sort of flicking as they come out of the Paul Frey curve. This is an opportunity for the Ferrari, and it depends on what happens. The three cars, one is a car about to go a further lap down. The Ferrari, well, if it gets out of Blanchimont cleanly, a little bit wide in the exit, but not sufficient momentum off the corner. Now Bortolotti looks to go down the inside, getting no assistance. This time gets through, but the Ferrari, can it sneak through? It's compromised on the exit, so that will be a disappointment for Marco Ciocci. He's sort of got, look Giancarlo, he's nuts. He's really upset about that, because that's caused his car to lose. Well, the gap is now over a second, 0.7 of a second lost to the Ferrari in that.
Drive-through penalty to car 78, causing a collision.
That's the Barwell Motorsport, Phil Keane. That was earlier in the race with the Porsche.
Yeah, that's one of the red one, not the yellow one. The yellow one is the one that Oliver Gavin started, but so problems for them. Quite a few drive-through penalties coming, and as you can see,
drive-through penalty car 19, track limits.
Track limits for car 19. That's the sister car of the race-leading Lamborghini, one of the two Grasso Racing Team Lamborghinis. That was the one started by Rolf Ineiken. And as John pointed out a while ago, the penalty is not necessarily caused by the driver at the wheel at the moment. It takes a while for all these warnings to notices to go to the clerk of the course and to be considered by the race director, and then they get issued, John.
Yeah, I mean they've got a load, a mountain of work to get through, and it's difficult. Each has got to be examined in detail and take views from maybe a judge of fact on a corner, and then once the decision has been made, then the notification will be given to the team. But as you pointed out, we all know it isn't the driver, it's the car that is the penalty. So,
well, another Lamborghini in the way of our race-leading Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti has got to get past the Orange One Team Lazarus entry. That is number 27. There it is, right in front of him, and it seems though Marco Ciocci is able to keep cutting it very fine, kicking up the dirt in the course of this lovely evening sunshine here in the Ardennes Forest. What a place to be walking around with a glass of something wet in your hand, something to eat, and to watch these amazing GT3 cars.
Watch what Bortolotti's going to try to do. He's going to try and get himself ahead of the car, the Lamborghini ahead, before Blanchimont. He needs cooperation, but there ain't any coming.
No, just looking to see who's right in front. The next car up the line is car number 27, if my reckoning is right. Looking at the screen, that's it's the 27 Orange Lazarus car, and immediately ahead of that is the number 50 car. Don't forget, this suddenly made a pit stop. The AF Corsa Passing Taurus, Michele Rugolo, Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari. That was the one that had the flapping flap or whatever it was above the driver's head, trying to work out what was going on there.
Bortolotti getting frustrated. He's going one way, going the other way, trying to distract. And again, closes the door, not giving ground to the lead car, and now that gives the Ferrari opportunity to get back. Still! Oh my, I mean,
you do feel some flags.
Grasso Racing must be going nuts at watching this.
While all that's going on, I'm just checking and lapping every bit as fast. In fact, started to close them in a little bit. 7 and a bit seconds down is René Rast in the number 1 Audi in third place. We won't talk of him for a bit, and I think he may close in.
I mean, James Calado now, he's on his feet.
Look at the screen.
Giancarlo Fisichella, they're driving the race. So can he get through this time? No.
Be interesting to know what colour flags are being waved. You have to feel they're blue, and they should be waved very, very vigorously indeed.
One of the issues some of the drivers were talking about was they couldn't see some of the flags.
Another drive-through penalty. You might have heard the other Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, number 77 now calling through. So a couple of minutes ago it was 78, the sister car. So for Barwell Motorsport, I'm sure Mark Lemmer will be hopping from foot to foot, team boss. So that will set both of them back down the order, I'm afraid. But right now we're still looking to see if Mirko Bortolotti can finally get past the Orange One Team Lazarus Lamborghini.
Finally.
Yes, he can. Marco Ciocci behind has got the lights on his Ferrari flashing brightly as he tries to get past as well, but that Orange One Lamborghini has just pulled straight back across his bows, but may now, as often happens, yes, he's just left the door open for him to come through. So huge frustration, but nothing has been lost because they've both been equally delayed by that Orange Lamborghini.
But when you're being lapped, you do the right thing, because what goes around comes around, and the 27 Orange One Team Lazarus Luca Filippi, Nicholas Pulhar, Fabrizio Crestani. Those are the three drivers in that car. Somewhere later in the race they may want a bit of cooperation, and it may not be forthcoming.
No, well, we might have to watch the screens because that was a lap and a half of obstructive driving, I would say. So last warning for car number 27. We just mentioned car 27.
Yeah,
that was the orange one,
yes,
Team Lazarus Lamborghini.
and it's done in 41st position.
Yeah, and it's Fabrizio Crestani. So I'm afraid that's possibly quite a black mark against his name. So just to reiterate, car number 77 has been given a drive-through penalty. One of the two Barwell Lamborghinis, but there could be more to come for others.
With a name like that, you would expect to have it with a glass of wine. Anyway, all over the shop coming out of the bus stop chicane, but Mirko Bortolotti still retains the advantage, showing to be just 9/10 of a second. And there's a face like thunder. They're wondering, what do we need to do? James Collado, Giancarlo Fisichella, they are 100% absorbed, falling back a little bit, but that isn't really an issue because sometimes you just need to draw breath. The danger is you could find yourself getting slightly wrong-footed because Bortolotti's got the momentum. He's got past one of the back markers.
Well, that's passing Latoris. He's going past. He's got past the Porsche. Now he's trying to dive inside. You can see 29 on the windscreen. That's how far that car has dropped down the order from third place.
Marco Ciocci is a loser in this.
Terribly.
For some reason, he just dropped back. We don't know why. Now he's got to get past the Porsche. Then he's got to get past traffic. Okay, just watching the onboard shot. So.
And also, John, it's worth pointing out that was one of the two cars in the national class, and they are not as quick. So the fact it delayed him into the corner has really stretched it out.
Absolutely.
You can see passing Latoris ahead in the yellow Ferrari. Don't forget, these three cars were running in the first three positions until that yellow number 50 Ferrari came in to the pits. Latoris, you can see going over the curbs on the exit of the corner as they run down towards Pujol. But importantly, he is between the race leader Bortolotti and Ciocci.
More importantly, passing Latoris, he's not a slow guy. I mean, he has got a car that's got identical performance to that of Marco Ciocci.
Yeah, the flap or whatever was up on the roof has now been pushed back down. They had the extra pit stop. It's dropped them a lap down, but the pace is enough. Again, one of the McLarens getting very offline just ahead of Bortolotti. But as long as
that was the 188, I think, the Garage 59 McLaren.
Yeah, as long as so hard for Ciocci. And while he has that yellow Ferrari ahead of him as he goes around the outside of the McLaren, the 188, as you say, started by Chris Goodwin.
Messy. I mean, Chris Goodwin, well, he tried his best to get out of the way. It's a difficult part of the racetrack. And other than simply going from right to left, which wasn't going to be easy.
It's Alex West at the wheel now. Chris started the car, handed over to Alex West. West, no disrespect, has way less experience than Goodwin.
Now, Marco Ciocci has found himself on the back foot. He's got to find a long way to get through up into the bus stop chicane. Mirko Bortolotti up behind the F Corsa Ferrari. That's a Pro-Am car. Gets across the line, gets the position, clean pass, and still Marco Ciocci has got to find his way around passing Latoris.
Yeah, so the last few laps have been a bit of a nightmare for Ciocci. Just remember, he was 0.3 of a second down, and now 2 and a bit seconds, and I think has lost a little bit more as they went around La Source. So great laps for Mirko Bortolotti. He's just gone past there Francesco Castellacci, who's, according to his screen, in the colour of the window illumination, it says 1-1, 11th place in the Pro-Am class, but the fact of the matter, it's stretching out between first and second.
The two cars ahead are both identical cars, so the straight line performance of the two Ferraris are identical to that of the second place car charging. It's only going to be Marco Ciocci being a quicker car out of Eau Rouge up over Radio that will give the opportunity to find a way through. Otherwise, he needs them to step aside and let him go.
So 0-5 on the windscreen. This is our favourite car in the first hour of the race. Maxime Soulet did such a great job. He's still on board, but he's in fifth. In fifth place, he's not very far behind Connor De Filippi. Look up ahead of him. There's an Audi. That's the American racer De Filippi, who's such a great time. Car number 6, drive-through penalty. What for? Track limits being exceeded.
Stefan McElmy, Nathaniel Berthon and Benoit Trullier.
Yeah, Benoit started the race. Of course, for Audi, they've got a Le Mans winning crew split between various cars. It'd be lovely to have them racing together, but it's great for these drivers to get a mix. Now De Filippi really having to work hard. He's behind the bright yellow man filter. HTP Motorsport Mercedes. That's not in the battle.
That's one of the.
That was the Mercedes we were talking about. Went wide. Maybe he just pulled wide to let them through. And if so, that's a great job. So De Filippi would have said thank you and well played by the Mercedes driver.
Going back to corner. Track limits, Connor De Filippi way wide at the exit of Speaker's Corner. So again, Bentley about the BMW.
Oh, it's one of the walk and horse cars, and I'm afraid that's 35, started by Marcus Paltner. I'm just trying to see if that's in the Pro-Am class.
Matthias.
Yep, fellow Finn racer Matthias Henkola gets it going, but he's really rather made a scrabble of that final corner.
I suspect he got turned round. There may have been a number of cars. Let's have a look and see here. There he is on the inside. So he goes from one side of the track to the other. Mercedes comes up the inside thinking, I've been given the track, and well, that's what you call
optimistic, I think.
A racing incident. So it's the 16 Mercedes, a Pro-Am car, against the 35 Pro-Am car. So it's not like there's I suspect not a Pro car in that situation would be penalised. If it's a Pro-Am car, it depends whether it was a Pro or an Am in the car at the time, but most likely it'll be waived as a racing incident.
Yep, so
Maxime Soulet,
5th place overall,
half a second,
what he can do.
Just half a second behind René Rast, and that ain't going to be a walk in the park.
Oh dear, we've had a big one.
Massive Ferrari.
Is that passing Latour's car?
Could
Just trying
be,
to
that's
work it out.
massive. Oh, that's big.
And that's to Eau Rouge, and in fact he went off there. After that is, I think we'll be seeing a safety car for that one. We'll go to full course yellow, I am sure of that.
Is big impact at the, well, going through Eau Rouge. The car is heavily into the barriers, and we will immediately see a full course yellow for that incident. Safety car may be deployed.
Well, the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes coming into the pits. No safety car has been deployed or signalled as yet, so they may be able to run a normal
full course
pit
yellow.
Stop. Full course yellow. There
Absolutely.
it is on the screens.
That
had to come.
It should have been thrown the very second that incident was seen, because there is debris all over the exit of Radio. The Ferrari is in a zillion pieces, and we wait and see just if we have maybe a replay of what occurred. Might have been contact between two cars. Remember that if that is the 50. That was
when it was running, it was the meat in the sandwich between race leader Mirko Bortolotti and Marco Ciocci in 3rd place. We didn't see any preamble. What we saw was a very battered and broken bright yellow Ferrari number 50, joined in the commentary box by our great friend and colleague Allard Kauf. You come in at a precipitous moment in the race, Allard.
Yeah, I walk in and I see a Ferrari in bits. That's not a very good omen for the rest of the race.
They won't ask you back, will they, frankly?
No, Ferrari don't like me. It's good to be here with Wotti, of course.
Good to be back, Allard.
Yeah.
There is that. Just looking to see if there's any damage in the front. Passon Lothoros is out of the car, and he is. That was a heavy hit. Anybody who hits the tar bale, let's look and see if we can. Oh,
very early in the corner, and Ciocci's not close. Where is Ciocci? He's we can't tell you where Ciocci is. We haven't seen him. We may have already made the pass on Latourus, but
let's have a look again. Oh dear me, we didn't quite catch the beginning of it. That car is junk.
Well, it's he hit it at a
Where is the engine? Where is the motor? Oh, it's under the wing. So it's the whole rear of the car. The engine is under that perspex, so it is attached to the car. But everything behind that superstructure, the main beam, the front of the car, likewise. So heavy incident. Most importantly, Passon Lothoros was able to step out of the car, walk to a course car, and will return. He'll go to the medical centre for the precursory check over. But everybody else, of course, there is the medical car making its way back up to the pits. But so many teams and drivers having to react on the hoof. So Kaspersky Motorsport, who were in 2nd place, look at the damage. It's going to take a time not just to clear the racetrack, but to whatever the tar bale and the damage, if there is any damage. On board, can we see what it is? This is on board the Bentley.
It's already been in, because Maxime Soulet was in 5th
that's
place.
all over. You can see that the incident occurred before the onboard of the Bentley was able to pick it up.
And Allard, of course, always the big concern is all the debris that's thrown across the circuit when that happens.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past with big accidents in Eau Rouge. And I wonder the position where he actually lost it and hit the Armco is, did maybe something break on that car, because it was very early in the corner.
Well, I think we don't know whether it was a driver error, whether it was something that was beyond the control of the driver, or was another car involved. But what we were aware of when we saw it on Thursday night was the 22 Nissan was taking a lot of the curb on the inside as he cut across, and I think it is possible, and I think that was the cause of the incident for the Nissan. You get a very rapid tar being cut down, and immediately you're just a passenger. That part of the racetrack, there is no escape.
I just remembered we had a big shunt there with Alessandro Zanardi, Watty, when we were doing Formula
Yes,
1.
we did.
And we had the whole track full of debris then.
Yeah, and at that point, of course, Eau Rouge was a more challenging corner.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still a massive challenge, but it is a less aggressive left and then cut back to the right. But dear Alex was certainly in a single-seater days something to behold. Still is.
Yeah, the greater the challenge, the more Alex would attack it. Anyone who watched him trying to take a pole lap in Formula 3000 at Po would understand. Or indeed the IndyCar lines he took at Laguna Seca at the Corkscrew. He was prepared to go where few would dare to tread.
Correct.
So, what we have, of course, with this full course yellow caused by Passin Torres going off there is the car that's gone off, or what's left of the number 50 Ferrari. A very unusual incident on his own, we feel, into Eau Rouge.
And also, just as a point of interest, one of our cameramen that camera is run by one of the senior camera operators, Shami, and he was literally at the foot of the impact. So the shots we're seeing is from Shami's camera. So he had a tale to tell us on Thursday night. He's going to have another tale to tell us on Saturday night.
Oh, he's a shy guy. I can't imagine him wanting to tell us about that. But great to see Thai racer Passin Torres get out, because that was a big hit. And we were talking about it. It takes several days for the sort of impact bruising to really start to feed through. He's going to feel very stiff on the flight home.
Allard also as a racing driver, one of the side effects of an impact like that is that when you hit something as hard, all your internal organs sort of it bounces off your rib cage and whatever else. So it is a massive hit, and it's the bruising that comes 2 or 3 days afterwards. So Passin Torres, whether he will return home to Thailand or wherever, he will certainly know that he's been in a major shunt.
It's been 2 hours.
Safety car procedure. Accident in the Rédillon, so the safety car will pass through the pit lane.
That's a good decision. It's 2 hours into the race, and it's been frantic so far.
Oh, it's been phenomenal.
Are we watching a sprint race or a 24-hour race?
Well, I call this 24 one-hour sprint races, and I mean it's been intense. The battle at the lead has been intense. It's been intense all the way through. In fact, we've had minor contact, but that incident with Passin Torres is, that's eye-opening, eye-watering.
Okay, John, one thing I wanted to point out, we might not have picked it up, is that obviously Giancarlo Fisichella, who led the race from pole position, was just so keen in the garage, they've stuck him back in that 55 Ferrari. Marco Chiocci, all the cars pretty much coming in, and obviously Fisichella was just saying, I got to get out there because I can't sit still in the pit lane.
Well,
so they brought him in.
I wonder what James Collado is saying, because I bet you he's itching to get behind the wheel. But what they might do in that case is let Giancarlo go out and do a stint, let everything get reshuffled and sorted out, and then James Collado, who put that Ferrari on the pole position, the 55, of course, a Ferrari on pole position, and let him go and see what he can do.
Yeah, more incidents under investigation. We keep getting messages on the stream. Car number 35 and 15. 35 was the Walk and Horse Motorsport Mercedes. We saw, BMW. We saw that being spun round with Matthias Henkola, and the car that was accused of knocking around car number 15, which
that's
is
the yellow Mercedes. Has spun the BMW around here.
Yeah. It was the one started by Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Yeah.
So good to see the BMW got underway again. So few drivers hopping out. It's been great weather here. Crowds strewn all around the outside of the circuit. And as you can see, the field bunched up because the safety car is out to facilitate the cleaning up. There would be plenty of debris, more debris than we'd like, or the drivers would like, on the track between Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Big hit for Passin Torres. Unfortunately, that was a car that was running right up at the sharp end of the field. It then had the extra pit stop because that flap or whatever was sitting up on the roof dropped it down to, I think it was about 38th position, but it was running between our race leader Mirko Bortolotti in his Lamborghini and the 55 Ferrari in second place when off it went on its own, as far as we can see at Eau Rouge.
The other issue that will have to be addressed is we can't quite, or we haven't quite seen where the Ferrari impacted into the tyre bale. It's probably about 4 tyre bales deep there, but there is a solid barrier behind it that could have been affected.
Damaged, yeah.
So that's got to be rectified as well. So this safety car procedure certainly is not going to be withdrawn in the next 10 minutes. One would assume. Let's have a look again.
Well, all you see is the bits of the car. Then eventually you get the remains of the Ferrari spinning round, and Passin's obviously
look
still
how
on board.
fortunate these following cars were, because they suddenly saw a gap closing with the Ferrari bouncing back towards the racetrack, shredding bits of material, carbon fibre. In fact, some of them got clipped. And that has always been an issue at the top of Red Dion. Drivers, and he drove over something there.
Yeah.
Drivers down here at the bottom of Eau Rouge haven't got any vision of what's happening up there.
Well, there's Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley that's running in 5th place. And thank goodness there's actually tarmac on the outside beyond the curb. It gave them space to run wide and try and avoid the debris. But, of course, at that stage, they still didn't know if the broken Ferrari was going to carry on drifting, having bounced back with enormous violence from the tyre wall. But luckily it stayed off the circuit. The debris came across, and then, of course, the pit lane was busy and continues to be busy as the safety car leads the field around. Those who haven't made a pit stop, coming in the middle of the pack there is, it says battlefield on the nose. It's certainly been a battlefield for the last few minutes. That's Maxi Books Mercedes. It's been such a feature of a race, and on the run down to the first corner nearly was a feature of the race by running on the grass. Allard, that made you draw your breath in.
Yeah, and that's a dark horse for victory.
Absolutely, with Franck Pereira on board.
Oh, here we see that the restoration of the tyre barrier, and I'm not sure whether there's an Armco or a concrete wall, because I know with the double left-hander they were so fed up with repairing an Armco there because it got damaged. We know if you hit it there, it gets damaged.
I think
they put a concrete wall there.
I think that the Armco days have long gone, and alternative structures have been put in place. Again, of course, you can see now one of the vehicles to first of all remove the Ferrari. There it is, about to be literally dragged, what's left of it, onto the back of the truck. There are other vehicles there that are dealing with the tyre wall. That's got to be put back into place, as well as just the general tidying up of all the debris, and there will be shards of carbon fibre. We keep going on about it, but that stuff cuts you like a knife.
Absolutely. Worth pointing out, of course, if you can see 0-1 on the windscreen, it's not on the Lamborghini anymore, because Maxime Soulet has stayed out. Well, he stayed out slightly longer than the race leader, and now Bortolotti has dropped down the order somewhat into 3rd place overall and made a driver change, which perhaps is the most important element of that, because Andrea Caldarelli has taken over, but Maxime Soulet leading the race from number 17, which was started by Jake Dennis, one of the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT cars. So the order really being given a big shuffle. And,
Jake Dennis is like one of the Racing Steps Foundation's guys.
That's right.
It was one of the other Racing Steps prodigies who I think is almost kicked out of the program. Oliver Rowland won the Formula 2 race today in Hungary, but I still think it's a good initiative to get British youngsters up into the higher echelons of motor racing.
It certainly is, and Allard, as we've seen in the last couple of years, GT3 racing, particularly the Blancpain series, has been where a lot of young racing drivers want to come. Not because their single-seater career is finished, because a lot of them want to do it in parallel, have 2 horses to back, and certainly it gives them a lot of track time and a lot of really good wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah, and it's also going back to like it. I mean, when Watty started racing, he would race anything. He would race, Formula 1 cars, Formula 2 cars. He'll race.
Raced at Phoenix Park in Ireland, in Dublin.
Exactly.
Largest municipal
Team manager car 14 is called to race director for not respecting the safety car procedure.
Really? That's the Emil Frey Jaguar.
Well, they've got 2 cars in the race, but specifically for, obviously, not getting it right for Lawrence Fry, Stefano Telli, Albert Costa, XK Jaguar.
Just getting back to that, what I mean, the whole motorsport family went through a time that if you were a GT driver, that's what you would drive.
Correct.
And it's more accepted now that you just drive, have bag, will travel, will race car.
But it's so much better that way for all sorts of manifold reasons. But it's also, it gives us, the guys that watch them do all their racing, more and more opportunities to really see them in different machinery. And well, Maxime Soulet leading the race. Belgian racer, so I'd be delighted if he could go on to victory. Far too early to count on that, but he loves seafood. Well, don't we all?
His favourite city is Cape Town. I can understand why. A wonderful city.
Yeah, well, he has been the absolute star of the early stages of the race, and thank goodness we had an onboard camera facing forward on that 8 Bentley, because first of all, he was hunting down the Jaguar ahead of him, Stefano Telli, getting more and more loose as he tried to keep in front, and just been right in the thick of the battle ever since. He's assumed the lead through this pit stop sequence, but of course the safety car at the front now says 0-2 on the screen. So I'm just trying to
Well, it's
see.
Ortelli.
Well, it's taking another stop.
Ortelli leading.
Yes, okay, because with 3 pit stops. Well, that's if
But that
Ortelli's
car's got to
leading,
do a
that's
drive. This 14's got to do.
I'm not entirely sure that's correct, but we will wait and see if you get these sudden readjustments on timing screens. You think, have I gone completely berserk? But what we can tell you is that Mirko Bortolotti was leading at the time that the full course yellow was triggered by Passanatoris' accident at Eau Rouge. Every one of the teams, as you can see, came pouring into the pit lane. The number 14 Jaguar crew well, in fact, they're coming through the pit lane because they're following the safety car that's guiding them through as they continue to try and clear up the track. But of course the order has been shuffled.
And Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel of the 63, the Lamborghini that was in the lead, but it is a mixture of people trying to do pit stops, having also the pit lane as part of now the racetrack to enable the damage done up at the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon to be worked upon without interference of any traffic. So the pit lane is also part of the racetrack. Sometimes people don't realise, but they're staying in what they would call the fast lane. There is the lane on the left of the picture as you're looking at it. That's where, under normal circumstances, the cars would draw in for their work to be carried out.
Now, as they're doing that, John, of course, that's flicking the monitors over to more and more pit stops as the remains of the 50 Ferrari is reversed
There's
back.
the whole gearbox gone, isn't it?
Well, what's left? That might be a shorter list.
Yeah. Well, buy a cheap motor, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
But okay, later in the race, we will start thinking there were many more pit stops than there really have. A lot of the cars are now listed having made 4 stops, but effectively they made their second pit stop.
Yeah,
and the rest has been coming through. They've got 2 not regular, but efficient, practical racing pit stops done. But at the moment, it's
and if
now listed as 0-2 on the screen. Still say 0-2.
Yeah,
I can't work out how Ortelli's car is ahead. Well, we hope to have him up in the booth later. Maybe he'll be able to explain it to us.
Unless they came in really early. I mean,
there's the Jaguar. Is that the 114 or is that the 14? That's behind the Mercedes.
That's the 14, I think.
Well, there's the 14
It's the
car
114. Well, let's find out what's happening down in the pit lane. Mirko Bortolotti, star, leading the race, and he's in the pit lane.
Mirko, tell me a little bit about your stint.
Yeah, well, it was quite good. Had a little moment in Eau Rouge at the start, but luckily I could recover it. At the beginning, in first hour, 1 second. Just tried to make my pace. Car felt quite okay. The Ferrari was really quick, but I was not really focusing on trying to catch up. Was trying to make my stint as good as I could, following our plan. Then we pitted early and managed to make an undercut at the beginning. Second hour felt really good. Managed to get in the lead, so everything looking good at the moment. Car feels good. We just did our first driver change, so my teammate is in the car now. Andrea is in the car, so yeah, let's see. Still 21 hours to go.
Still a very long time to go, as you said. Now, when are you getting back in the car?
I don't know, now I will get some food, get a little massage maybe, and then I think in 2-3 hours I will be back in the car.
It's a hard life, good luck.
But somebody's got to do it.
But somebody has indeed. I love the way that Mirko described it. Oh dear, we've got a car that's one of the McLarens, 188. We talked about that early. The Garage 59 car. Alex West was at the wheel. Hasn't quite made it back into pit lane. But I love the way Mirko just described it as a small moment at Eau Rouge on the opening lap. The car was about 30 degrees out of true.
But Bruce, a racing driver's perspective of an incident from his seat, and what we as commentary or the audience at home or the spectators, they see it from an entire. So you make.
He's got the feel. We only have the image.
He knows what's happening, but he knows he's
running backwards now.
Yeah, they're going to push the car. I think they've got difficulty in actually pushing the car up the hill. It's quite a long push, so there's an opening.
They wait for the.
I'll tell you what's a slight concern. Isn't the safety car supposed to be leading the field round through the pits one more time when it comes out?
Yeah,
that's the real reason, because the line of cars is about to shortly make its way up through the pit lane entrance, and the view would be that there's a vehicle that's going to probably tow it, but there is the safety car
with
and the line of cars.
A mere 60 cars tucked in behind to come into the pit lane.
This is going to be an interesting little scenario, because they're going to enter the pit lane, and there's a recovery vehicle, waiting to try and pull the McLaren away.
And they can't see it until they come round that corner. And now they're going to stay on the track. They have to. They've been given
the safety car.
Now,
what's going
hold on.
Soule's
got confused.
Yes, he has.
Well, why wouldn't he? But of course, he expected Oh, dearie me, when you're just pre-programmed, you know the safety car's not coming in this lap, the lights are still on the roof.
But can the safety car then rejoin the pit lane on the exit of La Source? I think it can.
I would have thought it could. So it should, at the exit of La Source, should be able to get into the old pit lane, or the national pit lane, or whatever you choose to call it. Let's have a look as it goes
Unless
around.
it's all cleared up here.
That's at the top of the hill. You can see where all the cement dust has been put down at the top of Eau Rouge. But of course, when passing Latourus went off, he went down very low.
Car 14.
Oh dear.
Flag.
Car number 14.
Car 14.
Infringement we
the
saw.
The driver is to come and meet the race director as soon as he stops.
So this is the car that's listed as the race leader, Stefano Ortelli. We'd received notification that it hadn't...
But something was not
worked
right
with the procedure during a pit stop under the safety car. That is not the car, the Jaguar we're looking at. It's the sister car listed as race leader, but not being led around by the safety car. The safety car is leading the Bentley that has 02 on its windscreen, but with the 14 Jaguar being black flagged to go and speak to the race director, that means the 08 Bentley will go back into the lead of the race. So a strange interlude. Hopefully we'll get an interview with Ortelli later.
I think an interview with Ortelli would be absolutely de rigueur, but the black flag doesn't mean the car is out of the race. It means that the driver has got to go and talk to race director. It's up to the race director to then decide
Safety
the
car
penalty.
in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
They've done a really good job getting the track and the car, first getting the car cleared away to safety and getting the track prepared to allow this race to go once again under green conditions at the end of the lap.
Good timing to see the number 14 Jaguar, the one we're talking of, and just received a message that he did not go through the pits behind the safety car. He stayed out on the circuit. And as we saw then, confusion from there it is, 01 on the windscreen. That is the overall race leader for Stefano Ortelli. It's a chance to come and meet some of the race officials for the chat in the pit lane. He will be kicking himself. Don't forget, he's no greenhorn. This is a driver that's won Le Mans for Porsche. This is a driver who's won championships for the past 20 years. But he's made a small slip-up, and it's going to really bite them on the bottom.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not Stefano Ortelli who made that mistake. I'm sure someone would have told him, come in now, we do this, we try and gain an advantage. And as a driver, you get that on the radio, you do as you're told.
You do as you're told, I agree.
And so Ortelli will take the blame. But
we don't know what happened. We need that information to be communicated to us and also to the audience at large, and find out from the Emile Frey race team and Stefano Ortelli what happened. We can second guess it, but we don't know.
Well, don't forget, in 2012 he was a Blancpain Endurance champion, so he knows these cars as well as anyone. That was in his Audi days, but he's really loved racing with the Frey Jaguar team. Sort of trying to David taking on Goliath in so many ways, but making a really good stab of it. So the car that will effectively be leading the race is that number 8 Bentley, and what we're going to have
the driver
Allard
of car
and John
50 involved in the accident in the Rédillon is okay. He is back from the medical center.
Well, that's good
news. That's Pascal Latourus. That is fantastic news. We think he'll be a bit aching tomorrow, but the good thing is he's got all his elements still with him, and that was a big hit in anybody's book. But we're about to go racing again. We've nearly got to the 2-hour point in the race, about another 15 minutes and we'll be there. But track conditions perfect, all the debris cleaned up, and Maxime Soulet will plant the throttle as hard as he can and see if he can...
No, he won't.
No, he won't.
He's going into the
Why
pits.
did he do that? I was just trying to big him up.
No, strategic
Of course it's strategic.
planning, and it's going to mean that Bentley have realised, they've read the situation, that they're going to come in. Will Maxime Soulet now vacate the seat? I think the answer is an question, yes.
Yeah, but of course we know it's so super tight with the regulations. A chance to take an advantage on anybody else, it makes it very, very hard for the race tacticians, the team tacticians, to try and decide what they want to do. But Bentley, we got it slightly wrong in the closing stages last year as the rain came and then it dried out, then it came again, and it ended up with BMW taking the honours. But this year, Bentley trying to really have a roll with the dice early on.
And it should be the 63 Lamborghini. That is technically the race leader. But everything's slowing down. We've got yellow flag again in safety car. The safety car has not come in, apparently, because the safety car...
No, it's green. It's green.
Gone
We've got
green now, but it was yellow coming up the straight. It's gone green.
Yeah, okay, we'll look for that 55 Ferrari, the Kaspersky Ferrari. Andrea Caldarelli, as we heard from Mirko Bortolotti, is now in the Lamborghini, and 55 is still in the hands of Marco Ciocci. So we had Bortolotti against Ciocci, now we have a change. Andrea Caldarelli looking to see what he can do in that 63 Lamborghini. A couple of cars ahead of him, and then one car between him and the 55 Ferrari that is giving chase in behind. Got to get past the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari and do it quickly. The 455 Ferrari, John, seems to have had the worst of the traffic. Must say the 63 Lamborghini, having been just ahead, has been the car that has a fair bit of an advantage.
The Bentley, number 8, making its way back down. Let's wonder if Vincent Abril has taken over from the Belgian Maxime Soulet. So perhaps the Monegasque resident behind the wheel.
Well, he's had a good season. Obviously, they love their victory down at Paul Ricard's. What a celebration for them. Watching them in the closing laps, they didn't know where to look, did they?
Well, I'll tell you what, when the checkered flag fell and all 3 drivers got together in Parc Fermé and did a dance which was just a pleasure to watch. The emotion just overflowing.
Ooh, car 15 gets a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for causing that collision here in the bus stop chicane with that BMW.
Yeah, with the Valkenhorst BMW. Yeah. It was up the inside, and from 2 car lengths back, I'd have to say that's over-optimistic. Look at the traffic coming around the final corner. The Rinaldi Ferrari losing ground. They lost about 2 positions. Just wasn't in the position to get the power down.
Stefano Telli has just got into the pits, and it's been explained to him what he has got to do.
Well, the car's still in the pits because he's still listed as the driver, so
yeah,
waiting for that to rejoin.
What is that all about? But Ortelli, clearly he is confused by what has been going on. Is that a miscommunication from the team, or did he misread what was happening? Whatever it is, being consolidated or consoled by a team member before he goes up to see the headmaster. And let's look again. What's happened? Waved yellow flags.
Oh. Well, look who's on the track and who's in the pit lane.
That was the problem. That's where it went wrong.
Well, that's where it went wrong. And John, I'm afraid we gave him a lot of scope earlier, credit that it must have been someone else, but he was the one that failed to see. But all the cars ahead of him came in. So unless someone in the team had said you have to stay out, he just obeyed. He had a little blip there, one would think, and sadly for him, that 14 Jaguar that had been so strong in the early parts of the race, running in 7th or 8th position, now at a standstill, waiting to see when it gets released back into the race, if indeed it does. I'm sure it will.
I would not want to preempt that kind of, I mean, a black flag is a pretty serious offence, and you have to go up and speak to the race director. You would need to be very convincing in your reasoning as to why you didn't follow the line of cars into the pit lane, as was instructed by the flag marshal, standing in the racetrack waving a yellow flag.
I tell you something, he probably didn't see the safety car going in, thinking everybody goes in for a pit stop or whatever, and I stay out. And that's a mistake. But I mean,
that might be his defence.
Yeah,
and he'll do the best he can to mitigate what he has done.
You know, he's still leading the race because he gained a lap through that process. He was able to get around into the pack, and that's why he's still listed. Any moment now, he'll be back with... Well, we wanted to hear from Stefan Ortelli, and well done. We've got down to... Well, we were closing in for an interview with Stefan, but I think he's still waiting for further discussions. Hopefully we'll hear from him later, but I'm sure he'll be massively emotional.
No, I think he would be obliged not to give an interview prior to seeing the race director. That would be an inappropriate thing to do.
Well, we were hoping to get on Stefan coming up to join us at some stage, and we'll still keep our fingers crossed we'll get to speak to the great man, but it's gone wrong for the Emil Frey Jaguar Racing team when it was looking so strong. Let's hope that car can go back into lead the race, and now it is falling down the order because the others have regained that lap, and it's Andrea Caldarelli leading the race from 55, which is now in the hands of James Collado. We were listed having Fisichella. You know, I think they flicked the wrong switch in that because it hasn't made a pit stop since. We saw Collado in the back of the pit garage.
It would have been a surprise to put Giancarlo back in when you got James Collado sitting there all ready to go, fresh, you know, and James Collado was the man who put that car onto pole position. So I would expect to see something stellar once this track is now, it is green up, from the Englishman, who I didn't realise was half Portuguese. I thought he was half Italian. Slightly embarrassing moment, but there we are. We have moved on.
Southern
James
Europe.
Collado.
Southern Europe, Watty. Southern Europe.
Southern Europe, more or less. Anyway, James Collado behind the wheel, and he knows what he needs to do. He's currently, according to time in scoring, 0.8 of a second behind the lead Lamborghini.
We'll enjoy that. Our timing, we're just looking to see it finally on the screens. Yes, little bit further back than we thought. But anyhow, 2 more cars being pinged for drive-through penalties. Car number 11, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which was started by Michael Pronaszewski, track limits, earned their drive-through penalty. And car 911, we saw that in problems earlier in the race, one of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches. Pit stop time violation. Every time you have a scramble through the pits, someone seems to drop the ball.
Car 14 can go on track. Car 14 can rejoin.
Well, that's fantastic news that the Emil Frey, Stefan Ortelli driven Jaguar can return to the circuit. I'll be fairly sure they'll put another one of their driver roster on board, either Lawrence Frey or Albert Costa.
I have no doubt they're not going to put Stefan Ortelli back in at this point. He needs to get away, just get his head sorted out, relax, change, put on a fresh set of overalls, underwear, have something to eat, rehydrate, calm down. And then once he's gone through that process, his time will come again. It might be in another 2 or 2.5, 3 hours. And by that stage, he might have even come up and had a word with us.
Yeah, well,
I wouldn't hold your breath on it, but I could do.
Yes, that might have been his plan before. Let's see if the Monegasque racer will honour us with his presence. But what we can tell you is that there is the number 14, a driver being loaded on board. I didn't see who it was, but I think we have to surmise it won't be Stefan.
The car is dropping by the second. It's now 38th, and it'll be 39th for very long. We're waiting to see once the car rolls the transponder.
It's still all telling. It's going to drop onto our third timing screen. We have 20 cars per screen.
That's
what we can tell you at the top of our
41st, 42nd. So they're doing a full service pit stop, and there we go. So 14 is rolling, and we're still waiting for confirmation as to which driver will have taken over. Still indicating it's Ortelli, so they have not. Somebody has not switched over the transponder.
Okay, Costa's taken it over, so that's the answer. Albert Costa taken over. But I just want to tell you, car number 8, our race right in the thick end of the race, is on a final warning now. That's with Vincent Abril. He's down at 28th, but he's had one more pit stop than some of the others. Well, for track limits, as is car number 27.
They're not all down to Vincent Abril.
No,
he might have
he's
just
only been there a few laps.
It's the car again, so we need to keep reminding it's not the driver, it's the car. So Maxime Soule has had a couple of warnings, and then Vincent Abril has gotten in, and the car now is last warning for number 8 and car 27. Likewise, that's the orange one team Lazarus Lamborghini, likewise on final warning.
That looks more like Stefan Ortelli running out.
I was going to say, Ortelli going back in the car.
But it's Albert Costa.
No.
As their helmets are incredibly similar.
Yeah, but Albert Costa, he didn't know what was going on, so he got the call, and suddenly he has to run and jump in the car.
So it's a tricky thing, trying to keep a driver ready to take over at any instance.
Stefan
and they didn't know how long the stop would be. But
Stefan Ortelli, deep in discussion, emotional to boot.
Stefan has a face that's emotional even in quiet times. He's great for the camera, but now this is the battle that really counts, the battle for the lead of the race. Andrea Cordarelli. Oh, dear me, that's which the Audis.
Missing a wing, missing a left rear wheel.
Jamie Green
in car 17, that's the one with the yellow flashes, and not quite the car it used to be.
No, and it's facing the right. That's coming out of Bruxelles, and the car somehow or other has ended up facing the wrong direction, minus its rear wing, and he's gone. Yes, you can just see the wing on the grass, that dark item. So, is there suspension damage as well? Hard to tell from that. We need to get the telephoto to zoom in and give us a better view.
Although we're only 2.5 hours on the way, one of the stars of the early hours for me was
Sector 2, by the way, is under yellow flag.
Is Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin. I think he did a sterling job.
But Johnny Adam is a pro driver.
I know he is.
And it's the Aston Martin. That is a really good car. Damage to the front of the car. Looks like he's nosed and tailed it coming out of Bruxelles, and can he get the car rolling to get it back to the team, to let them get it into the garage, begin that process? Still 21.5 hours of this race remaining. Long days. There's the car that was really out of position in terms of its Pro-Am category, that was fighting inside the top 7, top 8 for the first 2 hours or more of this race.
Well, of course, it's not Johnny Adam at the wheel anymore. He's handed over to the Turkish racer Salih Yoluk. So doing more and more racing around the globe, often in partnership with Ewan Hankey, the British racer. British GT Championship and more.
Just
Full
seems
course yellow in 10 seconds.
Full course yellow. They can't get that
5,
car rolling.
4,
No, I think it's the
3,
left rear that's
2,
that's
1,
askew.
full course yellow now.
So another chance for the team managers to earn their corn to decide what they're going to do. The second full course yellow, this time not for a major impact, but a minor one for the 17 Audi. Jamie Green at the wheel, and he's tumbled out of the top 20, and as I look, he's going further and further down the screen, so he'll be out of the top 40, I would reckon. He's 28th at the moment as he makes his way, well, nowhere. He needs to get going again. He'll be right down towards the tail end of the field. Can that make it back under its own steam? The fact it hasn't moved yet means no.
Absolutely. So there we got one of the vehicles that cannot get access to the car. It needs something more substantial. I think what they can do is they can pull the car back behind the wall, but then to get the car back to the team in the pit lane is a secondary issue. There are our leaders, and I don't think actually it's smart to be that close at this stage in a full course yellow.
No, take a bit of air through your vents, that would be the answer, but I think...
but I think also there's a need to be an equidistance.
Yes.
You're not meant to be running on the gearbox or the rear wing of the car that, in this case, is your principal challenger for the lead of the race.
No, I'm sure James Collado will get that message. He'll be passing his pit wall gantry any moment now as he goes through the final corner of the lap. Andrea Caldarelli leading the race in that 63 Lamborghini. Right behind, quite hard to see, is that 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari that started on pole position. The pole position earned by the driver on board at the moment. But at the moment, he seems to want to attach himself to the back of the 63 Lamborghini. Now he's looking at the inside.
The issue is Caldarelli running slower in terms of the delta speed than James Collado believes he ought to be doing. Is that the reason? He's trying to give him a hurry up, in other words. What do you reckon, Allard?
I reckon you're right.
I hate to say it.
Well, extraordinary circumstances as we wait for the 17 Audi to be cleared up. You can see the full course yellow, the flashing yellow light on the gantry on the right-hand side of the screen, the waved yellow flags from the marshals, in addition as they go past the national pits down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge is where the first full course yellow that turned into a safety car period was triggered when Passin Latourus went off. This time it's because Jamie Green has gone off and his car is not moving on the exit of Bruxelles. The 99 BMW in the pit lane, taken the opportunity to come in. That was the car that Alexander Sims was delayed in when he had a problem right rear corner just as soon as he took over the car after the first regular pit stop. The car had been started by Maxime Martin and raced really well in conjunction with Maxime Soulet in his Bentley. And now the safety car has moved ahead of the race leader, needs to put in front of the black and green Grasso Racing Team Lamborghini, and does precisely that. You can see all the cars running at a fixed speed around the circuit under full course yellow. If the period goes on beyond 10 or 15 minutes, the safety car will be called back out again. But this time, John, the good thing is the fact there isn't any debris scattered out onto the circuit.
Safety car procedure now.
And now the safety car, of course, takes over from full course yellow, as we've seen.
Yes, the full course yellow gets everything into control, and then the safety car then can take over. As I say that,
take over, we have...
Martin Haven's going to take over for me, and I'm going to have a short break to refresh myself so as I'm fighting fit.
Well, it's great because Martin's been champing at the bit to come and join us in the commentary box, and there's a chance to have a bite to eat. I will go for my supper later, but right now, second safety car period, and the field, of course, are bunching up all over again. But importantly, it means that the first two are nose to tail with each other. There are no cars between them, so when the safety car releases the field, when this incident is cleared up, we'll be able to go racing very soon indeed. And in fact, we can't see the 17 Audi, so it has been moved away from its position at the exit of Bruxelles, so that is good news indeed.
No, it's still there. Bruce, it's still there, and that's...
But it's further back, though. It's been moved away from the position where it was sitting with its nose facing up the hill.
But if you can't get it moving, it's out of the race.
Correct.
So
well, it's missing a wheel, so he's kind of out of the race.
The left rear, I think, was not very.
And that was an odd-looking incident. It looked like, I haven't seen a replay, it looked like from the time marks he come out of Bruxelles and just
lost it.
Curb and spat him off, and all the way down the hill backwards, which is an odd place.
Unless that left rear broke, and
well,
and it
we
ended
still
up in the
need
wall
to find out what happened with the number 14 Jaguar, and we've caught up with with Lorenz Frey.
Lorenz, now what on earth happened there with Ortelli in the pits?
Sorry.
What on earth happened there with Ortelli in the pits?
Yeah, unfortunately he passed not the pit lane as he had to. He got it by the radio, but he didn't hear it. I think every team talked to their drivers, and there was just no radio communication. And he thought the cars in front of him are pitting, and they weren't. They all had to pass through the pit. That's why we received the stop and go penalty. Really, really hard for us. Now from top 10 we were fallen back to 45, something like that. So now we have to rejoin from there. The race is still long, so we are fighting back to hopefully get further and further more in the front.
Now, was this a miscommunication, or do you think it was just the wrong information?
No, I don't think there was a miscommunication. The communication was given. I had the radio on from the engineers, but he didn't got it in the car. So I think because of so many people are talking at the same time that the radio channel was not open to him, so he couldn't hear it. So we talked even twice to him that he has to get through the pit behind the safety car, and he didn't got it in the car, so he was by his own. And the marshals he hadn't seen, and he saw the other cars in front of him are pitting. So really bad luck.
Yeah, unfortunate. Thank you for letting me know.
Thanks very much, Dakota. Talking to Lawrence Fry there, running for his family team. Of course, Stefan Ortelli was so well placed in the Jaguar. This does seem to be the story of this team and this car. They have great speed. We see them race after race feature well, and they always seem to have something that trips them up. But this time, not to hear a communication from the pits. We'll have to work out why that happened. But what we don't always know from the quiet of a commentary box, or the relative quiet Allard, is just the sheer amount of radio traffic a driver has to listen to.
Yeah, but if you give him an important message like that, you want, you say like, can you confirm, like confirm you've heard this, and this is a big time screw up basically.
It is. It's rookie stuff, isn't it, that can cost you races. You look at Bentley last year, should have won the race, and if they hadn't incurred any of their 5 penalties, might have. But I mean, the penalties have been thrown out like confetti. Track limits, come on. It's not a 10-lapper in the Formula 4 Festival. We're 3 hours in, and some people have already had 2 drive-throughs.
Yeah.
Each driver's earning their own drive-throughs. Come on!
Well, the drivers, when they got here for the briefing, they would be told how many warnings they have until they get to the final warning, and we saw a lot of not AM drivers, pro drivers at the end of their first time in the car up to their final warning.
Well, they will always
Some have
push
transgressed
it.
And gone. Of course they will, but this is very early in the race.
Yeah.
And then you get the Joker element, but
the big question
car
is
still leading the field around. Can they stay on the track behind the safety car? Of course they can. But in the heat of the battle, and it has been a fierce battle from the very start of the race. But
End of safety car procedure at the end of this lap.
Okay, good to hear that message from race director Alain Adam. Safety car in at the end of this lap, and of course the drivers following it, which is Andrea Caldarelli leading around because the 17 Collado car. They look for the lights on the roof. They don't have to rely in this instance on their race team to give them a radio message. Of course, the team will give them a radio message, but the surefire thing is to look at the lights on the roof. If they go out on the safety car, it is pulling in. They're still flashing now, but they only go out towards the end of the lap. The driver
end of timing sector
knows.
2,
Correct.
which will be just as they get between what used to be Stavolo 1 and Stavolo 2, which are now Campus and no longer Stavolo.
It's Paul Frere now.
Paul Frere, but I think the only journalist ever to finish 3rd in a Grand Prix, Belgian hero,
and
I think he deserves it. Exactly so.
No, absolutely. But we've got a corner here that doesn't have a name, and you're looking at it there.
Yeah.
So why change the name of a historic corner like Stavolo, which was a corner named after a corner on the old track because of the local town? Why not name an unnamed corner in honour of Paul Frere? I mean, it's not particularly that the corner was naturally his favourite, I don't know, but...
And I wonder how many people actually call it Paul Frere corner.
Well, John does, and it's now on the map as Curve Paul Frere, so we now have to go with that. Right, there you go.
The good thing is the lights are out on top of the safety car, so with just over 2 hours gone in, 2.5 hours gone in this race, we are going to go racing again. There's been some fierce action, but at the moment it's Lamborghini leading from Ferrari, and quietly in 3rd place, the number 1 Audi in the hands of Nico Müller. René Rast did a great job early on, and Nico will need to close in. He's only half a second behind the Ferrari, so that really gained during that whole sequence. And
that's another
three
really
manufacturers very close at the front.
Really, really strong lineup in that number 1 car, isn't it? Nico Muller's absolutely no slouch. Got René Rast and Antonio Garcia. So here we go green. And it will be Andrea Caldarelli who leads them round. James Calado in second, Nico Muller, the first of the Audis, in third, Franck Pereira in fourth, Raffaele Marcello in fifth spot, just dropping back a little bit. And what you notice actually when you look at the leaderboard is no one manufacturer is dominating the top 10 or the top 20 at the moment. We're looking at the end of the first hour, 9 different manufacturers in the top 10, 10 in the top 11.
I tell you what's absolutely fantastic is the fact that if you look at the lead half dozen, there are only about 1 or 2 cars interrupting their flow, so they haven't got to get past loads of people who are already a lap or even 2 laps down. This is very much the rich meat at the front end of the race, but Caldarelli hanging on at the moment, seeing what he can do as he tries to keep ahead of the 55 Ferrari, driven by James Calado. So it wasn't a case of Giancarlo Fisichella going in for another stint. We had Chiocci doing the second stint, and now we've got Calado in for the third, and he needs to atone. He dropped his Ferrari at Le Mans and was absolutely gutted. It could have been a great finish in GTE Pro, but he's had the first marker, which was pole position, and now he's going to see what he can do. As the sun starts to, well, there's still plenty of sun in the sky. It's not low, it's coming into our faces in the commentary box, and hopefully not too much into their faces out on the circuit.
A lot of the drivers were saying that they were going to single stint their way through the rotation, and then when it started to get a little cooler, darker, and hopefully settle down a little bit more, they'd start to go into double stinting.
Well, you don't, the way the rules are, you don't gain anything by double stinting tyres, or so you might as well change tyres, and when you change tyres, you might as well change driver.
Well, unlike the 24 hours at Le Mans, there's no tyre restriction. That means you have to double or triple stint the tyres. You can put new tyres on every time you stop for fuel, so you can do a driver change, or you cannot. But
the only one who will double stint, probably most of all his stints, is Bortolotti.
Okay.
He just wants to be in that car, and he is blindingly quick in that Lamborghini.
Well, let's face it, he is the crown prince in Lamborghini racing. He can do what he wants. He delivers time in, time out. Doesn't matter what the circuit is. If the car's quick, he's got a chance, and he does put it on pole. He collects poles as if they're going out of fashion. Didn't this time, but started at the very sharp end of the grid. One car we haven't talked about too much is that McLaren with its special race livery chosen by the team and designed by a member of the public. What an honour to have a car in your... Well, I thought you might pipe up at that point. But what an honour. So there it is. It's orange on one side, black on the other. Oh, how long did that take to design?
It can only be done by a Dutchman.
Well, it's easy for wrapping as well, isn't it? Straight down the middle, there's your centre line, off you go.
I mean, McLaren, the only manufacturer not in the top 10, really. That's a bit of a shame. They will be there hopefully later in the race, but looking at all the cars and all the manufacturers in the top 10, it's not just that they are close on speed, but also it's not one that is really fast down the straight and the other one is really fast right. They're pretty even.
They're very small margins. John was talking about the Porsche being good at the end of the Kemmel Straight, seeing the cars go up that now, but what we're seeing is just before they got to Eau Rouge, Calado was suggesting he might take several lines through the corner. He's doing all he can to unsettle Caldarelli in the lead of the race, keep him on his toes.
He was weaving down the straight like it was getting ready for a restart, and yet they're at
They'd
full
already restarted.
race pace, which makes you wonder, are the Ferrari's front tyres just not there in the first lap or second lap even, as they are now off the safety car? And did he have a little bit of a worry when he got onto the brakes at Les Combes the first time round?
Well, he's got ABS, just slam your foot on the brakes.
And that doesn't always work, though.
Well, we talked about the Porsche a short while ago. Let's hear from Kevin Estre with Dakota.
Kevin, now you started the race. How was your stint?
Yeah, it was good. It was quite tough. We started with old tires, and the first stint is every time a bit difficult. The track temperature was high, so it was not easy to drive, but I could maintain the pace and be on P3. We lost a bit of time in the first pit stop, but now we're back in the game. The pace from Lawrence was good now, so I think we're looking okay.
Are you where you want to be at this stage in the race?
I think we are now with P7, just with the safety car just behind, like maybe 4 seconds behind the lead, which is a good place. We don't need to be first, we just need to be there. We need to know that we have a good car, and I think we have, so I guess we are good now.
Do you have any strategy?
go fast.
Well, strategy is to survive and survive the night, be there, have no scratch on the car, and to be able to attack in the last 6 hours.
Let's see how you go. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Dakota. Talking to Kevin Estre, I thought he was going to fall for that one and say, well, our race strategy is the following. But I tell you what, to have a crew in that 117 Porsche of Kevin, Michael Christensen, Lawrence Vanthoor, not a bad lineup.
No, and you talk about race strategy.
Here we go. Collado out of Eau Rouge.
It's just go, flat out. That is what, of course you don't want to scratch on the car. Of course you want to be there in the morning, but you have to go as fast as you can. This, like what John said earlier on, it's a 24-hour sprint.
Absolutely, John described it as 24-hour, 1-hour sprints, but Collado is treating it like a 2-lap sprint at the moment. So he tries to hunt down the race leader, but Andrea Caldarelli holding on in that 63 Lamborghini as they go up in the wonderful evening sunshine to Les Combes. And then right in behind, we haven't talked too much about Nico Müller in that number 1 Audi. They weren't really anywhere in the top. They're about 4th and 5th in the opening hour there. They were, and they built them up. Then we lost the number 2 Audi from that overall running at the front end. The number 2's fallen back down the order a bit, but at the moment Nico Müller's looking very comfortable in behind.
And he's jumped the gap away from the chasing pack, so it's now a lead trio, and he's now hooked onto the back of James Collado.
Yeah, and just worth pointing out, just in case you missed it, we just heard from Kevin Estre in the number 117 Porsche, 7th place overall at the moment, there or thereabouts. There will be more safety cars. I think you can bet your bottom dollar on that, and it's how they scramble. They lost time in their first pit stop. Otherwise, don't forget this was a car that was running 3rd in the first into the race. It's got the pace, not maybe the pace of that Lamborghini though. That was so strong in the first hour of the race, as was of course the 55 Ferrari that led by a dozen seconds in the hand of Giancarlo Fisichella come the end of the opening hour. It had that break on the opening lap after Mirko Bortolotti so nearly dropped it going through Eau Rouge. And that bunched up the field behind slow moving number 48 man filter.
Now that's the
second Motorsport Mercedes.
Second problem for that car. They got tagged into a spin, didn't they?
Yes.
And who's at the wheel of that car?
It's Kenneth Heyer to start with.
Heyer. He started it.
He's falling down our screen. He's probably on the screen down here now.
We're looking for number 48 on our screen.
Oh, no, that's
28. He was in 28th position. 48 is Assenheimer.
Ah, yes.
So it's Marco Assenheimer. So Patrick Assenheimer, rather. So that has all the hallmarks, a bit of a mechanical issue. And the fact that it's moving means it's not electronics and it hasn't run out of fuel. The fact that it's moving slowly suggests maybe that he's got a bit of a flappy paddle gearbox problem. And that might not be a quick fix.
It may not indeed. Looking at the 84 Mercedes.
Good news
now
from Pereira at the moment at the wheel. What a crew they've got.
That too is starting to creep up. So we've got sort of a lead quintet, because the number 50 Mercedes is now down to 6th place, isn't it? I think Verviche in the Audi, 3, 4. No, Verviche in the Audi hasn't got by, but the 84 Mercedes is creeping up to this group. And in fact, Andrea Caldarelli now is starting just to ease a fraction out of James Collado's reach. And I think maybe the way Collado almost got down the inside out of La Source last time round gave him a bit of a wake-up call.
Now, you touched on something a few laps ago when we saw Collado weaving past the national pits on the downhill approach to Eau Rouge. I think he's getting some tyre problems.
Yeah.
You wondered if he was getting the heat in quickly enough after the safety car period. His last lap was, just looking at it there, half a second down the race leader, and it's so close at the top end, he's soon going to come with a huge presser from Nico Müller. Number 22 there is in 6th place overall. Frederick Verviche, Belgian driver, would love to come through and see what he can do, see if he can get on the podium here, but getting in the right location in the evening sunshine here.
And he's got to try and get past Edo Mortara in that Mercedes, and that's not going to be easy either. Mortara's on a bit of a roll at the moment, isn't he? Had a really good last couple of race weekends, and Mortara never want to give up a position if he doesn't have to.
991. Drive-through car 91991. Pit stop time duration.
Okay, that is the Speed Lover portion, and that's one of the national category cars. That's the all-Belgian crude car. So pit stop violation. Talk about race strategy. Race strategy, as John said, is just go flat out.
Yeah.
This is, Indy 500. This is 400 miles. Stay on the lead lap. Then you've got 100 miles to try and sort out how you're going to win the race. Here, in the last lap, you're going to try and sort out how you win the race. But the only strategy now is don't get penalties.
And don't get lapped. because of course that has a factor if we get the safety car back out again. But right now, James Collado has managed to close right in onto the tail of Andrea Caldarelli, who's leading the race in the 63 Lamborghini, right behind Fisichella. Come on, Fisico, give us some emotion. He's given us plenty sitting in the garage in the early stages of the race when Marco Ciocci was gambling, trying to get up past the Lamborghini to lead the race. But now Collado is in behind Nico Muller in third place. Then in fourth place, you could just see the orangey gold Franck Pereira driven HTP Motorsport Mercedes. He's got one back marker between himself and the lead trio, but I think looking at the fighting form that car has had, particularly in the hands of himself and Maxi Buch, it will find its way past before long.
Yeah, the back marker is that HTP Motorsport Mercedes, is the Mercedes of Assenheimer, isn't it? He's a lap out of sync with these guys, and the problem here is he's not a GT4 car, he's a GT3 car as well. He's every bit as quick as every other car around him, potentially. So, you know, you might be 4 or 5% quicker or 1 or 2% quicker. The fact that he's a lap down doesn't make him slow, and it doesn't mean he has to get out of your way either. So that throws in all of those additional little issues to deal with as well.
But a fact that always after a safety car period, you don't have the race leader interrupted by back markers. It gives you a handful of laps in which they can go about their craft and be attacked from those behind, but at least they can just focus on trying to pull clear, not trying to work out how to get past a slower runner.
That's a good little battle with is it Raffaele Marciello?
Marciello, yeah.
And Laurens Vanthoor and Frederick Vervisch in the Audi. I mean, it's for...
Oh, so it's Marciello in the
Marciello, not Aiden Mortara, but Marciello has been so impressive
yeah.
since he crossed over from what was GP2, now Formula 2, and he just got stuck in, and you know, some drivers just strike you as real scrappers, and he's one of those.
Isn't that one of the delights of having such a successful sports car global scene at the moment, is that all these drivers that otherwise would be lost to us because there's nowhere to go after GP2, GP3, suddenly we get to enjoy them racing. Oops. And
BMW.
It's one of the Walkenhorst cars, and I think that's number 36. It's not the one we saw going around earlier with Matthias Henkola being tipped into a spin. It's the sister car. But yeah, we were just talking about this before you came up, Martin, actually saying how great it is. These aren't drivers who've given up on their single-seater aspiration. Oh, there we go. Just rounding. That's all your own work.
Now
I can see another drive-through coming up here.
Well, there hasn't been one for a couple of minutes, so you're probably right.
Actually, let's talk about that quickly, because I spoke to Jean-Marc Gounon and I said, where's Jules? Because I've commentated on Jules racing but never met him.
Yeah.
So I met him and we were chatting away, and Jean-Marc was saying, the deal always was 1 year in single-seaters to get you used to speed, then we're going sports car racing, because there's no future. A, I can't afford to pay $25 million to get you into Formula 1. B, there's no future in Formula 1, so we're going sports car racing. He said it's exactly the same with Pirelli and Panis. 1 year in single-seaters, out.
Actually, Jean-Marc slightly forgot it was 2 years, but the hard thing for shifting him, Jules was second in the French Formula 4 Championship in his first season, and then he ran in European and North European Formula Renault, so he had 2 seasons, was quick, but Jean-Marc is someone who fully understands the racing and where things go. Don't forget, he should have got properly into Formula 1. He was so strong in Formula 3000, but wrong team when he scraped his way in.
Wrong team, wrong place,
I mean, it's like Jeroen Bleekemolen. He said, we do 1 year of Formula 3. If we win the championship, we're in the train into Formula 1. If we don't win it, we go and do something else.
But look at the racing now. That just shows how good it is. 5th, 6th, 7th. So close. This is what we're talking about. These are all drivers who don't necessarily know each other as well as they might if they're all in the same championship all year. But as the sun gets lower in a beautiful sky here at Spa-Francorchamps, it is super, super close. We've got Marciello ahead of Fred Vervisch, and then Laurens Vanthoor, who was a couple of years ago the man in the Blancpain series, seemed to be able to do no wrong. Of course, you look at him, you think he's still got those 4 discs on his chest. It's Audi, but of course it's now Porsche this year.
Battle
he's really
for 6.
back to make his mark.
Battle for 6, Ferrari trying to go the long way round the outside. That didn't quite work, but that's always a bold move at Piff Paff, trying to get around.
Yeah, but Raffaele Marciello, as I said, is made of stern stuff, a lanky Italian, and he holds on in the Mercedes to 5th place. It's very, very tight at the front, but not so far behind the front. 5th, 6th and 7th, as you can see, with Fred Vervisch pushing on really, really hard in the number 2 Audi, right under the rear wing of the Mercedes. looking to find an advantage, as we said, no back markers immediately in front of them to give one a helping hand or perhaps a hindrance. You never know when you come up on back markers, but it's fantastic clean racing as we have Mercedes, Audi and Porsche really duking it out at the top of the hill.
With 10 customer Audis, only 3 customer Porsches in the field. Very small presence from Porsche, 2 from Herbert Motorsport, and that one from the Timo Bernhard run team. You know, that's having a really good run at the moment.
Well, that's a dark horse for the victory, that car.
Well, we've just been talking about the 90 Mercedes. Let's hear from one of its drivers, Michael Meadows.
Now, Michael, Raffaello's doing a brilliant job. He hasn't done a driver change yet. Who will be in the car next?
It's Mir next for a double stint. He felt quite fresh after 2 stints, so he wanted to do a third one, so more than happy to let him do it. He's fast enough.
Fair enough. Now, what does it feel like driving a Mercedes instead of an Audi around this track?
Feels better. It feels a lot more fun. The car's really stable, good on its tyres.
Drive-through
really nice
penalty, car
We just lack a little bit of straight line
and
speed,
77.
But it's a great car to drive.
Track limits.
And you have such a strong lineup with you and Eduardo and Raffaello. Are you made to win this?
I think there's about 20 cars that can say that, so I don't want to jinx us, but we've got a fast lineup, good team, good car, so you know, if we make no mistakes, we're in with a chance. But you know, we're 3 hours into a 24-hour race, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Good luck, thanks.
I suppose it was only a matter of time before Michael Meadows would end up in a Mercedes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Only 20 cars, he reckons, in with a shout.
He's trying to make himself feel better.
With 36 in 1 second in free practice, I think there's definitely more than 20. And it's probably when we get to the end of this and everybody's, you know, looking at writing their reports, it'll be the story of the teams who gave away a shot rather than had it taken away, because with the racing so close and so intense, actually the drivers are starting to pay a little bit more attention to track limit penalties now that so many have been hit.
Well, as you heard from Alain Adam, we had 2 more crews hit with the drive-through penalty. The orange one, Team Lazarus Lamborghini, number 27.
That's the second time, isn't it?
I believe it is. And also for the second time, another Lamborghini, which is the Barwell Motorsport 77 car. That's their yellow one. So the race director and stewards being tough but fair. And it is for these drivers to stay within the margin. I think it was a great point, Martin, about how the fact it's so hard for these drivers to eke out an advantage. It's almost impossible for their crews to find them a strategic advantage in the pits, and that is the beauty of the balance in GT3 racing. We see all the different manufacturers at the front, but it's for the drivers, as you say, not to throw it away. And a drive-through penalty, how many hours of racing does that undo? More than a few.
Exactly so. You know, you're scrabbling to find a couple of hundreds on the car in front, and you continue run over the track limits trying to do that, and you give away half a lap.
Well, I tell you what, it is entirely that. We reckon driving through from pit entry to pit exit it's not a stop and go, it's a drive-through. At the pit lane speed limit is about between 1 minute and 12 seconds. There's a whole gaggle of cars came side by side past our pit window.
Just came 3 wide past us in the middle of the field.
It's funny when it stops you're talking, you're looking at the timing screens, looking at the monitor in front of us, but then you get the gaggle. And past it goes. But certainly this gaggle has kept us in thrall for a handful of laps now, and certainly Raffaele Marciello, it seems to be slightly, we're talking half a second his advantage, and over the Audi behind, the number 2 Audi, and biding his time in 7th place. You can see 0-7 on the windscreen.
Oops, little late on the brakes, little moment for Marciello there going into the hairpin.
Yeah, just a short moment ago I thought he was just starting to find an advantage, but certainly Nico now have Fred Verbisch right under his tail, way closer than he's been as they go down the hill towards what we call Pouhon, but is now called Double Gauche.
Well, it was always called a double left at Pouhon in English, and you sort of call it that. And again, unfortunately, Pouhon has sort of vanished. At least they're not sponsors' names coming in instead.
No, that came in many moons ago. I came here for the Spa 24 Hours, I reckon in the late 80s, and about 5 of the corners have been renamed, and there was rebellion in the press room.
Yeah. Well, wasn't Rivage first named Brook Laddie or something, and then that got changed back to anyway.
Well, I said earlier, like Brussels was called Luxembourg.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Right. We've got 4
here.
different classes of cars all running on the same bit of track here. The national class Porsche staying out of the way.
That's as tight as the opening lap, isn't it? So this is where they really, really have to be close and really, really careful. Fred Verbisch will be thinking, is this the moment to make a move? But he knows if he gets slightly wide, he'll be pounced upon. Lawrence Vanthoor in the Timo Bernhardt, Porsche will jump on him. He's staying in behind. Oh, that Walkenhorst BMW has not helped Fred Verge, but it's certainly helped Raffaele Marciello. It might be a small gain of half a second or so, but that is how tight it is in this battle for 5th place. And for now, Marciello hangs on, and Fred Vervish, who was half a lap ago, closer than he'd been for many, many laps, has now lost everything he's gained. And in fact, even with the BMW getting in the way of Lawrence Van Tor, it has suddenly, instead of these cars being covered by 0.4 of a second, it's possibly, 1.5 seconds. It's nothing. Yeah. That is how close it is in this past 24 hours. 3 hours gone, or very nearly 3 hours gone, and the racing has been absolutely fantastic.
Well, that opens up a tiny little gap to a, what's that, half a second margin, and suddenly there's clear air between the two of them. And that could make a difference to the Audi. Just trying to creep back up to the Mercedes. And again, we've got Pro-Am cars, we've got the Pro class, we've got the Am class, we've got the National class cars, all trying to share the same track. Apart from the National class cars, those 3s cars that aren't exactly GT3 spec, everything else is basically the same, and the speed differential comes from the nut loose behind the steering wheel, and that's one of the great things. You've got this vast entry, and when it's not multi-class, it's sort of multi-ability racing almost.
Yeah, and just in behind that grouping, we've been talking about 5th, 6th and 7th, but 8th place is not so far behind, and Clement Schmidt in the 75 ISR Audi has worked his way onto the tail, and as that gaggle, that trio has tried to get through traffic, he's latched onto the back. But talking of latching on the back, 0.6 of a second was the gap between 1st and 2nd. It's still Andrea Cordarelli leading the way from James Collado in the 55 Ferrari. Advantage Lamborghini at the moment, but not getting away, but not able to make a move. Certainly Collado looked fighty, but we were worried about his tyre wear. He really seemed to be struggling for grip a few laps ago. Now he's settled down.
If those two stay away, as 188 stops for fuel, if those two stay away, what we will then start to learn is how their performance graduates through the course of a stint. The Lamborghini seems to have just a tiny fraction. Here we're talking about 2 or 3 drops of extra performance somewhere over the Ferrari, but Collado can close back up. He's got the benefit of the slipstream. He's trying to stay out of the turbulence some of the time to allow some cooling air into the brakes, into the radiators, keep those temperatures. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well spotted, Allard. So out of 5th place, he'd been the head of that train of cars. Who else followed him in?
Quite a slew coming down the pit lane. So who's come in? 75, Clement Schmidt has come in that ISR Audi.
Well, he was in 8th place. He was just catching that trio, making it a quartet. Now, is this going to be who's going to win, who's going to gain?
43 Straka racing car. Johnny Kane has come in as well. So they all immediately vanish off our top screen and disappear down the order.
I just want to point out, not so long ago we were talking about Jules Gounon. He's in the top 10. Yeah. He's in 8th place overall. Yeah. The number 25 Audi Sport. Well, it's the Team Santalot car, entered by Audi Sport. So that was started by Marcus Fingerhoff. Jules Gounon at the wheel at the moment. So yes,
he won 2 races last weekend in
at Zandvoort.
Yeah.
Were you there?
Oh, 1. No.
Now look at James Collado in this Ferrari, all over the back of the Lamborghini again, and he's in a perfect position, Allard. He's got no one behind him and only one car in front of him. And as a driver, you can call the shots then, because you know when you're going to go and where you're going to go. You can work out where the guy in front is slightly weaker or slightly stronger than you. He just has to watch his mirrors and defend his line.
Yeah, for the race leader, it's a bit like being the runner on the outside lane in a 400-metre race. You can't see your rivals until you sense them coming up on you on the home straight. You've got to pace it yourself. Now there is a back marker, not so far ahead of them, but that's been the first one they've caught since the safety car released them. They should catch it maybe by the end of this lap, but it's certainly going to be a factor. So Andrea Cordarelli will be focusing on that. James Collado is just focusing on Cordarelli.
And James Collado is biding his time because he catches up with him. He's there. He looks relaxed. He doesn't look on the edge, over the edge. It's almost like, I follow you, mate. After you. You know,
well, he's waiting for the mistake, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's trying to force the error by being right behind. See again, Caldarelli there in the middle of the road defending. Yeah. Collado could stay right over to driver's left, and Caldarelli's in the pits. Okay, so now how long before James Collado comes in? So race leader comes down pit road. Standard, straightforward stop, no major dramas.
Well, we heard Bortolotti say they came in early for the undercut early in the race, so that's probably a couple of laps James can still be out there.
Yeah, well, that's the result, absolutely, of that. And when you make that early call, it does affect your calls later in the race. Of course, you've got the time. It's about 1 hour and 5 minutes, but for most of the crews, but some an hour. So there is the race leader, still says 0-1. The Orange 1 team, Lazarus Lamborghini, comes in, whether for a drive-through or a pit stop, it seems to have a few of each. But Andrea Caldarelli took over from Mirko Bortolotti, is clearly staying on for another stint, for a second stint, but 0-1 on the windscreen will not be shown next time around.
We talked about the 75 Porsche, that's the Timo Bernhardt run car, which has also just stopped for fuel, but their team manager's been summoned to race direction as well, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. James Calado having another weave down the hill as he goes by a Lamborghini. Yes, so there is your new race leader.
Yeah, with Caldarelli coming in for the pit stop, about to do the double stint as his predecessor, Mirko Bortolotti. He got going and he stopped there for a second. Yeah. So as the car coming in, of course, we couldn't see that from the first part of the shot, so he lost half a second or so, but better than pulling out, having a clash, getting a penalty.
Now that's interesting, because there was a pit stop shot about an hour ago from behind a Bentley, and there was the team manager in front going, no, and the Bentley was going, nearly ran the guy over. No, all you can see is out the front. Don't do stuff like that.
Yes, in fact, just ahead of the two Bentleys, because they were in the pits together, the yellow one, the Krista Johns car, in fact the one right there, and the other there was an Audi sort of out of position in front of them and sitting across, which would stop the one ahead. So these pits, we've got 63 cars to fit in the pits. It's relatively tight, not super tight, but you do have to behave. You do have to believe the man with the lollipop. Now, new leader in Pro-Am is car number 18, which is one of the Black Falker Mercedes. Yeah. This is slightly out of sequence because we're just hitting a pit sequence where drivers are coming in, but
second in Pro-Am is the Aston, isn't it? The 97 car, Sally Yolick.
Took that over. Yeah. But it is all changing in effect. We expect the Yolick car to go back into the lead when these pit stop sequences
and look behind
shuffled through.
In the 89 Mercedes, former British GT champion, 488 Ferrari in fourth place, another regular British GT driver, Johnny Adam, of course, also in that number 97 Aston Martin, another former British GT champion. That's again one of the great things about Spa 24 is the kit's the same as all the national championships. Teams and drivers all aspire to come here. Race leader is in.
So
right on the hour.
Right on the hour, and that's James Calado coming in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari that's been a regular feature at the front end through the first 3 hours this race. The 63 Lamborghini has made its pit stop. Andrea Caldarelli stayed on board, is back out. Track conditions will not have changed. And one of the chasing Porsche just going past us in the pit lane, so everybody is having a go in the pits.
Yep.
And of course the Lamborghini will benefit from this because he will have his fresh tires, go fast now, so the gap should be bigger by the time Calado goes back on track if he stays in the car. But
well, the question is, when you're in this situation, if you're running that Kaspersky Ferrari, if you're doing the strategy, do you stop 2 laps earlier to undercut Caldarelli and do that, have that outlap on fresh rubber, or do you go, no, there's still 21 hours to go, we'll worry about that tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, exactly, and you don't want to be, you don't want to outsmart yourself, and there's going to be safety cars, there's going to be other things that going to come into play.
Mist,
so
accidents,
now just go with the flow. I mean, the biggest thing here is that awesome long pit lane. Gee, it's so well, you go, from the bus stop to up at Radion. I mean, it's an awesome long way.
It's over a kilometre, 1 and a bit kilometre, just over a kilometre, and it's a time. If you're standing and count for 1 minute and 12 seconds, which is the time it takes to run through, plus the pit stop, it must feel like minutes, not seconds, as they go through. And of course, when they double right and they go down through the inside of La Source, then all the way through the national pit lane, it goes on and on. But for the 63 Lamborghini, it's been a very strong race. Andrea Caldarelli staying on board.
There's the Ferrari. Let's look at the top of the hill for the Lamborghini. Well, he's not there yet, is he?
No, he's just come out of the final corner, just stopped, gone over the start-finish line. But it's such a long point until that Ferrari can get to the white line and release. Going round La Source now is the car that was leading the race. I think the Ferrari, even though the pit stop looked fairly controlled, could pop out in the lead, but he isn't on the track yet.
He is.
Now he's releasing it. Where's Caldarelli?
There he is, coming down into Eau Rouge. Think of the speed that Caldarelli's got on board. He's doing 160 miles an hour. James Calado probably not yet doing 160 kilometres an hour, has come out in front though. So the lead at the moment has changed. and that worked okay. He got by the car in front in the Lamborghini, Andrea Caldarelli, so he is now in second spot, but his tyres are a lap in. He's got heat, he's got feel, he's got confidence. Collado going to have to rag the Ferrari now on his first lap out of the pits, but they have affected that lead change, and there's the number 1 car. So the Lamborghini got between the cars that were second and third, but it didn't get in front of the car that was second. So a change in the order of our top 3, but it's still the same 3 guys going to duke it out, Allard.
Yep, and did the Lambo have to wait for someone coming into the pits when it was released?
Fleetingly, but it wasn't enough to make that difference.
And so, but the pit stop was slow, because this is pit stop different.
Yeah.
The Ferrari, you know, the timing is better. You watch our timing screen, see if they have to use a joker, because they can use jokers if they go under the 2 minutes, what was it, 13?
Yeah, but if you start burning those out 3 hours in and you've got 20, you know, you might need them in the last couple of hours.
You can't time
use them in the last
second,
hour, can you? No,
you can't time a second either. That's just luck in it.
No, it's a stopwatch, Allard.
What we're seeing now, gentlemen, though, is the fact that the Ferrari hasn't yet got the full heat, and the Lamborghini is closing right in again. The gap has, I'd say, halved since they got to the top of the hill at Les Combes. And let's see how close it is on the start-finish line, coming round to the end of the lap. The Ferrari in front, that's the important thing, but what is the gap going to be between them? Well, you're looking at about 1.5 seconds, I'd reckon.
What we saw for the last 30 minutes was the Ferrari stuck behind the Lamborghini. Now the question is, will the Lamborghini be stuck behind the Ferrari, or can Collado just start to creep away?
Okay, wind it back to the opening hour of the race. Yes, Giancarlo Fisichella in the Ferrari was given a break by the 63 Lamborghini getting sideways at Eau Rouge at the first attempt, but he kept on pulling clear because Mirko Bortolotti had to fight the challenge of Kevin Estra's Porsche. It was always there or thereabouts, but I think the pace is with the Ferrari. I think you've got a good point there, Martin.
So he may well, and in fact these guys, as you can see in the window of James Collado's car, he's actually still only in 6th position, because our leader is the number 5 Audi, and that is currently being driven by Dries Vanthoor. So that's the almost Le Mans winning lineup of Fessler, Lotterer and Vanthoor. And the question is, with Ben Trillier in the number 6 car, why did they not reunite that Audi trio in one car?
It seems too good to miss.
I know, it does.
But they didn't go for it. But of course, the order is out of kilter at the moment, because those pit stops. In second place, we got the Nissan, number 23, with Lucas Ordóñez at the wheel. Third place, Vincent Abril, but of course that was slightly out of sequence as well. So the Monegasque, one of the trio that won the Paul Ricard 1000 not so long ago, up into third place overall, and then
we've
number
got
18.
That's our Pro-Am leader. Now he's 4th overall before the pit stops. There you go. There goes the leader, or the leader to be. Picks up or gets by a back marker. And look at that now. See, that worked really well for James Collado. And all the time in his head, he's calculating, am I going to get to him? Am I get to him? Am I get to him? Yes, I'm going to get to him before Pouon, and I'm going for that gap, and I've got to get by, because he's then going to hold up the Lamborghini, and that gives me 2/10 or 3/10 or 4/10 of a second. And that's what you're doing for 24 hours.
Exactly, that just shows how close it is. You can't afford to sit back and think, I'll get him half a lap later. You've got to see the instant, but you've got to measure if you've got just enough to squeak up the inside.
Lucas Ordóñez, the race leader in the Nissan. There's Vincent Abril right behind him. The Bentley sliding off the turn. Interesting, wasn't it? We saw the Bentley climbing the hill in the first hour, pulled out of the slipstream of the Jaguar. Oops, pulled back in, haven't got enough speed. Jaguar hadn't reached VMAX. Oh, and there is the Jaguar.
Is that 14 or 114? I can't see.
Come on,
it's a 114.
That's 114. That's too much, curse the commentator.
Yellow flag turn 5. One car stopped on the left-hand side.
So that's car number 114.
Exit turn 5.
Exit of Les Combes at the top of the hill. So that's unfortunate. Christian Clean.
So he's clattered the curbs, and the car's come down not 4 square, I would have thought.
Oh, it stopped.
Yes, it has stopped, and he's still facing the wrong way, and they want a lift.
No, he's facing the right way, but
he is facing.
He hasn't got to the next part where you start going downhill.
Right. Yeah, okay. So we will have local yellows there, but that's very exposed, because look, you're blind coming. We can see, because we're above the driver's top of his head, not of his eye line. And this is from the Audi, isn't it? This is the battle for what will be second, because the Lamborghini, the Lamborghini is right behind the Ferrari, and the Audi is right behind the Lamborghini as they go by the 777 Team HB racing car.
I suppose James Calado was really conservative when he got to the yellow.
Yeah, do you know what? You're quote, potentially going to be the leader. You're the first one in this group that gets there. Yes, you're going to be conservative. Better to give away a second than to run into something or someone or some penalty.
Especially when the cameras are trained on your car. There is no escape, is there? When the TV director has you in his sights, and as he should, the first three running very, very close together. Well, when I say the first three, effective first three. Leading the race at the moment is Lucas Ordóñez in that 23 Nissan, but he owes us a pit stop sometime soon.
Well, Bentley second and third at the moment. Vanson Abril in 8, ahead of Stephen Kane in 7. And then in 4th place on our timing screen is the number 6 Belgian Audi WRT car. That's the Nat Berton driven car at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah. Slow vehicle across the top of the track at Les Combes. And there is your second place Bentley.
Maybe he was off the track and just the camera angle thought we were.
Well, he cut across the track. You can't go from off on one side to off on the other without going across the middle.
Well, Les Combes is where it's happening at the moment. We had the 114 Jaguar spinning a lap and a half ago with Christian Klein on board, clattered the barriers and is stationary. It got it facing the right way, but then pulled off on the other side of the track, the left-hand side from the driver's point of view, before the course goes downhill and to the right.
Now we're behind. Which of the Ferraris is this one? My identification in a glary commentary box isn't helping. 188.
It's 188, which is McLaren actually. That's the one that we saw stopped at pit entrance just before the safety car came around with a mere 60 cars trailing behind it.
Bentley went through anyway without any dramas. That wasn't 63 that just came past underneath our window.
Should be
it
should be the team car, 19.
Yeah. And there is your race leader, Lucas Ordóñez, in the 1 car for RJN. How heartbreaking for the guys that worked so hard to get a 22 car that was wrecked, replace it with their other car.
It's still going, it's down. It's Struan Moore driving at 57th, so right at the tail end of the field, but crashed in the first few laps.
Yeah, all the same,
But yes, well, just being told it wasn't. I thought we'd seen it spin. We'd seen it at the side of the circuit. Just being told it was a fuel pump problem.
Yeah.
So, well.
But it's running again.
Hey, sounds like old school racing. The message in my ear was fixed at roadside. So well done, driver at wheel of car. Hammer strapped to door. Great work and great. Thanks for the buzz in the air, because when you don't catch what happened in an instant, you see a car at the side of the circuit, particularly in the opening few laps, you presume it's been given a push or just gone on a rotation on its own. But 22 is still going. So for Bob Neville and the boys, well done indeed. But their sister car is leading the race.
Yeah, by 3 seconds from Vanson Abril, 3.1 at the moment, and further back Stephen Kane is.
But they're all way out of sync on pit stops, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we've had 2 full course yellow and safety car periods already. And of course, we saw some guys coming in really quite early for their first stops as well. So they'd short fueled the car a little, or just weren't quite up to scratch on their calculations.
Well, the car that's really gained out of that is the 7 Bentley. The 8 Bentley we saw running around 6th place with Maxime Soulé providing the fireworks. Guy Smith started the 7 and it's picked its way up the order. And obviously with Stephen Kane at the wheel, it's near the sharp end, but we feel it's going to be hauled back when reality hits and its pit stop sequence becomes apparent, but certainly it has gained in these early stages. But 23 still leads the way around the circuit. How soon will that come in? How soon will the effective race order be rejoined?
However, if you have 2 cars like the 7 and 8 Bentley, you might as well split them a little bit. You know, and you got 2 cars.
You might as well run them 1-2. Yeah. That's where you want to finish.
I know, but you might split them like strategy-wise, Martin. Like, you know, have one come in a little early, so you're a bit more flexible on the overall result.
And don't forget, of all the cars that made an early pit stop, it was number 63. But still at the very sharp end. Bortolotti was the first of the front runners to make a pit stop.
Kane safely through. Abril safely past the Falkenhorst BMW. I thought for a moment he was just going to change his mind about whether he thought the door would stay open. And that's one of those things, isn't it? You know, when you get a huge field like this, cars that you don't necessarily regularly race against, and you're coming up behind somebody, you're going, is he going to stay out? Is he going to stay out? You have to commit at some stage, and sometimes you then go, as the gate closes.
And with the track as packed as it is for the Spa 24 hours, you have to be right on your tiptoes, right in your A game. So just looking down the order, let's have a look at the moment who is leading the way in the Pro-Am class. In fact, they've now slid back onto the next screen because, again, we're slightly out of kilter. It's still the number 16 Black Falcon car. In fact, not so long ago it was the sister car, the number 18 Black Falcon car, but that called into the pits, and with Abdulaziz bin Faisal, it is down just two places further back. In
just seen that come up on our Sky. Now, remember I was saying that the Team Bernhard Porsche had been summoned to race director. Unsafe pit entry, which means presumably at the last minute he cut across the no man's land between the track and the pit entry road, and so that's a 3-minute halt. Leader in. So Ordonez is out.
That's them for the race.
Well, it is. That's my choice in the sweepstake for the race. Right, there we go. Enough about that. But yeah, I mean, we talk about losing a second here, a second there. 3 minutes. They are going to have all their ducks run.
It's a whole lap.
It is a whole lap.
Right, now that's the number. Which Audi is that that's just come down the
one that was leading?
No, Ordonez is in, but which Audi was that?
Was it
number 6?
Stop and go penalty. 3 minutes to car 117. Unsafe pit stop. Stop and go penalty. 3 minutes to car 117. Unsafe pit stop.
Now that's worth reiterating. This is not a drive-through penalty. This is a stop and go. It's a whole lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. The Audi, by the way, was Nat Berton. He was the car that was in 4th place. So these guys, along with Vincent Abril and Stephen Kane, have not stopped in sync with the guys that we were watching in lead, Collado, Caldarelli and Muller. And so they're working up the order. So there is 117, just looking at the back of that Timo Bernhard team car. Well, is it funny, all these young Porsche juniors, Timo Bernhard, Mark Liebrecht, and Audi guys, retired now. We're still going.
Yeah, well, Lawrence Vantore is going to have to come in for that 3-minute stop-and-go penalty in the 117 Porsche, a car that really was looking very good as one of those cars that should be in the mix when you get to the final reckoning, should get through the night, should be able to take a tilt, but unfortunately for them, their axis is tilted off the vertical. They got that 3-minute stop-and-go to have, not to look forward to.
They need luck with a safety car, get the lap back, and then another safety car, and then anything is possible, but you need a lot of luck.
Well, that's the problem then, isn't it? There's a bullet missing from the chamber, and you need a lot of luck to get 2 laps back, and a 3-minute hold will cost them actually almost 3 laps. So that's because just driving through the pit lane costs you half a lap. So that could be a really major hit. It will be a really major hit.
Yeah, I think nearly 2 laps, not nearly 3, because they're lapping at 2-minute 23s at the front end. Tell you who's lapping fast, 2-minute 21s last time around. It's Andrea Corderette. No, it's the car in front of him.
James Collado.
221s. We haven't seen laps that fast. They were happily running in 223s in clear air. So really, really moving. 0-1 on the windscreen, leading the way in the Pro-Am class. Back into front in that class is Ewan Hankey now, just taken over from Sally Uluk in the 97 Aston Martin, 22nd overall, just gone ahead of the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. And but that car has pace.
You saw the top 5 in that class, nose to tail there, as you say. He's just got by the Black Falcon Mercedes to take the lead. Here is our current race leader, Vincent Abril. That's why 0-1 is flashing.
Yep, he's got an advantage though of a mere 16 seconds over his teammate, so we won't see 0-8 in the background, but 0-7 in the background, but 0-8 is the better placed on the track, the better place in the pit sequence of the M Sport Bentleys. And of course, this was a team that was so desperate to win last year and had every opportunity to do so. I can't think of a 24-hour race that's had such a tumultuous final hour and a half as last year's. There was so many twists that turn. You do have races that have drama in the closing laps.
Drive-through penalty to car 8 exceeded driver stint. Drive-through penalty, car 8 exceeded driver stint.
I was about to talk about how things chop and change. It's changed as we were trying to make a point about the number 8 Bentley. Oh, drive-through penalty X. My notebook is going to be absolutely full.
So hang on a minute. Does that mean how many laps before Johnny Kane stops should he have stopped? Has he just gone by at the end of 65 minutes?
No, it's Vincent Abril who's leading the race.
I know, but Johnny Kane is right behind him and has done the same number of stops. So is Johnny Kane now going to run into Stephen Kane going to run into that penalty as well in the second Bentley in the number 7 car?
No, I think the number 8 our Bentley was unlucky with that safety car.
Yeah, but you get one lap grace if you should have stopped at the end of a safety or in a safety car period if your last lap in is too slow. But if it's in the beginning of the stint, there's no excuse. You know what the time
Beginning
is.
of the race, yeah.
You know what the time is, and you know how long he's going to take to get around a lap. That's really, I mean, especially after all the penalties they picked up last year, that's really, really tough.
Especially if you know who's doing all the calculations for those cars.
Be interesting to know by how much they've exceeded their time. Are we talking a few seconds or are we talking minutes? But anyhow, from the lead of the race, Vincent Abril, it's been plucked away.
Yeah.
Or they've thrown it away.
He's come in for his stop, and so too has Stephen Kane. You can see the driver change about to happen for both Bentleys. Did they come in on the same lap? They can't have done, can they?
Well, the nose to tail.
8 car must have come in before.
Must have been in. No, 7 must have been in before.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yes. So 8 must have been in before because they've stopped at the same time, but 8's gone too long, so it must have stopped earlier than 7.
Yes.
Or, because 8 had exceeded its time long enough for the race control to be notified and put the message up and make the announcement.
Hey, but I'll tell you something else. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race, and you've already got a penalty for exceeding a drive time. That is an achievement by itself.
Hold on, let's wind it back. Was it Abril's stint or was it the one before? It's had to be long enough for them to notify.
I think it's the one before.
Could be. Meanwhile, our race leader is the Kaspersky Ferrari, as it was in the first minute of the race.
So for car 8, that was above the driver's stint. The driver's stint is normally 65 minutes. We are giving 5 minutes more for the safety car procedure that we had, and he's still 16 seconds above it.
Wow, so they had 5
safety
minutes.
car.
Alan Adam, thank you. I don't know if you're actually listening to every word we say, but thank you very much for that. So 5 minutes over, that's 2 full laps. I mean, that's...
No.
Meanwhile,
and he was given 5 minutes grace, and we're still 16 seconds over.
The McLaren has pulled up at the side of the road, and that is...
That's the black and orange one.
That is the single worst place you could possibly stop, because if he just crept into the pit lane, they'd have pushed him down to the garage. Nobody's going to push him all the way around the lap, I'm afraid. That car, unless he can control alt delete and get it started again, is going to retire with the team looking on, helpless from the other side of the pit wall.
Well, he's exactly opposite his team because they're at pit entrance, all the McLaren crews.
Right, so number 8 is back out, but has to come back in for a drive-through penalty. You can't serve it with your pit stop, and the only time to take it is immediately, in the same way that there's no better time to buy anything than yesterday, rather than today or tomorrow. They've got to take that now, take the medicine, and just get on with it. But at the moment, James Calado back in front. And by the way, he has opened up the margin over Andrea Caldarelli from 3/10 to 5.5 seconds in what's about 8 or 9 laps. So Calado, as we saw at the beginning in the Ferrari, there's first, there's second, the green and black Lamborghini. He has got the pace to stay away.
And the McLaren we'll see on the right-hand side of the screen.
Still there.
It's Ben Barnicoat in the number 58 McLaren. Just do a bit of tidying up, one of the Stracker Racing McLarens. But as you say, his crew can see him, but he's on his own.
So is that the 58 McLaren having made its way across? No, it's
not.
not.
No, it's not. That's another McLaren. That's the Chris Harris car, I think, isn't it?
That's the 188 Garage 59. Yeah. That's the one we saw stopped at pit entry.
Earlier in the race.
Okay, so whatever the problem was that had them stop at pit entry, they've had the car in the garage, it's back out onto the circuit, but shuffled its way down to the very tail of the field, and John Watson is back.
Yes, but are you aware of the tale of woe that Chris Harris has had?
No, let's have it, John.
Because prior to the race getting underway, Chris was hanging around at the back of the garage, and a team member from a Formula 3 team was walking by holding a rear wing, and he managed to clip Chris at the back of the head as the 58 McLaren trying to restart just literally in front of the commentary booth.
Creeping past us, and it's come to a stop about, 2 metres from the start-finish line. Now it's rolling backwards, but anyhow, Chris was clipped on the head. With
he got a gash just at the what you'd call the nape of his neck, and he was taken to the medical centre, stitched up. He then was able to drive, but literally, I think within seconds of getting into the car to drive, he had an off, which I don't know whether you were able to see or not.
No, we didn't see it, John.
Maybe not. Okay, there was a minor incident. It wasn't a big deal. Anyway, I just happened to catch Andrew Watson and some of the Straka people and got filled in as I was coming back from having a light supper.
God, just imagine, you know, in a race suit it can be pretty itchy at the best of time, but if it's rubbing on stitches on the back of your neck, the collar doing that. Anyhow, that 58 McLaren is still stationary, just a couple of metres away from the start-finish line, but out on the track though, the battle still keeps going on. 55 Ferrari leading the way from Andrea Cordarelli by 6 seconds now, and then 1 and a bit seconds further back the number 1 Audi. But this battle with 8th, 9th and 10th, nose to tail. In 10th place is Dries Vanthoor in the number 5 Audi at the back of that pack. The car in front of him is Marcus Winkelhock, back for his second stint in the number 25 Audi. Just want to point out at the corner of my eye, as I am about to name the car in 8th place, which is Michael Meadows. We heard him talking earlier. The 58 McLaren has got going, has just about reached the last source hairpin, the first corner of the lap, but he's got to go the whole way round the lap until he can get back to the pits, hoping the car will hold together.
I'm just picking up on screen, there's a stop-go penalty which has just been removed for car 117 for an unsafe release.
Hold on, more to the point, drive-through for car number 8 has been suspended.
Yes, that's just...
And that was the 5-minute...
that was a drive time.
That was a drive time infringement. Anyway...
Keep an eye on the timing screen.
The most important thing, we've got a motor race.
We have.
And there's a battle for the lead. It's now 7.1 seconds. Ferrari leading Lamborghini. And the number 1 Audi with Antonio Garcia, Nico Müller, René Rast.
As the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th comes down out of La Source to Eau Rouge, looking fantastic. On the right-hand side of their point of view was that number 58 McLaren trickling past the national pits, I'm afraid. Having got it going on the start-finish line, Ben Barnicoat is clearly on a tick over, and it's a long way to go on a track with gradient. Will he make it back to the pits? And who will go into 8th place overall? At the moment it's Michael Meadows holding on, but no he isn't, because round the outside goes Marcus Winkelhock. Sorry, that's Dries Vanthoor. He's got ahead of Winkelhock and now ahead of Michael Meadows, so it's Mercedes between the two Audis, and this is indicative of how close it is in the Spa 24 Hours. This is 8th, 9th and 10th going at it as though they're 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Well, but we're only coming up to 4 hours into this race, 3.5 hours to be more accurate, and these guys have still got a lot of, they're going racing. I mean, talking to Andrew Watson, just to give an indication, he did, I think, a double stint in his car. He said it was hard work. The heat, extra heat. McLaren isn't the easiest car. At the minute, they've got to resolve whatever those issues are. But it's doing a double stint is not an easy task.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how a lot of the drivers are going to do drive-through penalty car 22 pit stop time violation. That is the other Nissan, the one that had the problems and had the fuel pump issues that had to be sorted. So many teams taking a bit of a tumble, and certainly pit lane even busier than you'd expect. 0-1 on the screen, that is the car leading the national class, but it's either 0-1 or 0-2. 0-2, they're the two cars running in the subclass, if you will.
I think that car currently looks to be in 26th position. Nevertheless, we're up the hill around Blanchimont, and, well, we're coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. Now, what's going on? A little bit of a bobble.
So Michael Meadows working very hard. He just told us before he got in the car, speaking to Dakota, when she said, we're used to seeing you in an Audi, how's the Mercedes? He said better. He needed all of his handling there to keep that on the island. And what you can see, though, is having gone in front, Dries Vanthoor is rocketing clear in 8th place, and now Meadows having to fight very hard indeed to keep the 25 Charger behind him, which is Marcus Winkelhock.
Yes, and Dries Vanthoor is trying now to hunt down Johnny Kane in the 43 McLaren, which has got itself pretty well up the order, and that's a testament to that car and their driver.
Sorry, I just want to correct myself. I thought I was looking at the national class. That was the leader
of the AM class.
Yes, AM class.
That's why I said it's in 26th position. Look at this, a bit of defence from Michael Meadows, having two of them. Nissan rolls once again down the pit lane, so we cut away just at the critical point to see what was we are on board. This is interesting, leaving the pit lane.
At the wrong place?
I don't know.
Bit of variety, keeps them on their toes. So nearly 3.5 hours gone in this race. Now certainly the sun is more of a factor for the drivers. You can see as they get to certain points on the circuit, it is low in their eyes when they get to the top of the hill, because The sun will be down behind the Ardennes forest in about half an hour's time, well, maybe an hour's time. It's just coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening, but when you get to see a driver's face fully illuminated, you know that they're able to see very little indeed.
58 off.
Well, he hasn't made it the whole way around
It's
the lap.
off the track.
He's got about a third of the way around the track. Is that just on the exit of Les Combes before it ducks down towards
Brussels,
Bruxelles?
I think. It is at Brussels, I think,
Well,
that he stopped. I mean, it's downhill for a long way from...
Well, he did the uphill bit, which is the tricky thing. Rob Bell started the car.
I think it's not their year with that car, is it?
So 22 penalised for a pit stop that was too short.
Well,
so you've got a 95 or 133.
And it's not just about getting out on the track and going as fast as you can and doing what the drivers say, not getting a scratch on the car. It's about not messing up. It's about knowing the rules. We had Stefan Ortelli not hearing his radio, didn't understand the rules because he didn't get the message. He has dropped the 14 Jaguar from really being right in the meat of the battle. And we continue to see drivers violating track limits and other mistakes in the pit lane, and that at the moment is what's really sorting the order. It's whittling it down.
Just to clarify it for me, Christian Klein in the 114 Jaguar, as I was making my way back, I'm hearing that he had also had a moment off track, or has he got back on? Currently he's 10 laps done. I don't know whether he's still running. I don't think he is.
I think that car is still up at Les Combes, where he turned right, spun into the tyres and stopped basically at the right-hander just after.
Okay.
And they were trying to lift that car off the track, so I think that is the end of that Jaguar.
It's a shame, again, the sister car with the 14 was the one that was really showing the pace, but such is the way the order is changing here. If you're at the tail end of the top end, you could definitely be working your way forward. 0-7 on the screen. Don't see McLaren's at the sharp end of the race, but it's about to be
what I'm keeping an eye on is Tom Blomqvist making his way up, coming up to the tail of Michael Meadows in the 90 Mercedes. So Tom Blomqvist in the 98 Rover Racing BMW, as Michael Meadows runs wide, pushing very hard.
We've been looking at this battle, John, in 8th, 9th and 10th, but I just said McLaren not really in the reckoning, but ahead of them in 7th place is Johnny Kane in that 43.
I pointed out about 5 minutes ago. I don't know whether that's an overlap, that's the only thing. Whether they've done 5 stops, so I assume that's on merit. That's a very good effort, because the car is not easy, and particularly down through Eau Rouge and up over Radio, it's hanging on.
Well, 97 has been the star car, the Aston Martin. Ewan Hankey leading the class, the Pro-Am class, in 19th place overall, but he's only 0.7 of a second up on the chasing number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, and it's Marvin Kirchhofer at the wheel of that. So it's really tightening up. In fact, 4 of them nose to tail pretty much in that battle. 3 of them for Pro-Am honours, just at the bottom end of the top 20, but it's Aston Martin leading the way from Mercedes, and for variety, another Mercedes. So really tight, but Aston Martin with the bragging rights. So the sun going low, leading the race at the moment is James Collado. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights in the first 3.5 hours. The tension really mounted. Beautiful afternoon, not too hot, about 22 degrees, slight humidity here in the lead up to the race, the 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. 63 cars getting set to go out and play, and it was the 55 Ferrari starting on pole position. A 63 car field, just think about that, and 36 of them covered by the fastest second when it came to qualifying. One slip and you'd lose a load of positions. So let's take a look at the start. The pole man, Giancarlo Fisichella on the right, and in 5th place, Maxi Buch on the grass in the bronze-coloured Mercedes. That lost him a position or 2. Look at the slip and slide from Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd place. How he caught that Lamborghini and kept it on the island is anybody's guess, but that allowed Fisichella to escape. Maxi Buch working really hard in 6th place in his Mercedes, and then a lot of drivers getting a bit out of shape. That's the 888 Ferrari at the top of the hill at Les Combes. Some fantastic onboard camera positions carried around the circuit. We saw a lot of the Jaguars. They were right deep in the heart of the top 10. In the final corner of the lap, catching quite a few drivers out as they got close after the fast flowing curves, a chance to really hit the brakes and see what positions could be gained. The teams trying to look at what tactics they could use, but one of the first pit stoppers was 63 from 2nd place in the race, Mirko Bortolotti coming in. Not all the drivers changed at the first round of pit stops, and look how close Fisichella came to hitting the pit wall on the entrance to the pits. And again, at the top of the hill at Eau Rouge, we saw some drivers running wide, but certainly the Kaspersky Motorsport team has been going very well indeed. The Herbert Motorsport crew have had problems with both of their Porsches, but a much worse problem for the 99 BMW with right rear wheel problems. And Maxime Soulé carrying the onboard camera has been absolutely fantastic in the number 8 Bentley. But Mirko Bortolotti, John Watson always likes to say he's the driver who doesn't blink. He's a driver who doesn't make mistakes. Had that wonderful save at the opening lap, but then he had the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari getting closer and closer behind, and it really has been a story of these two cars at the sharp end of the race. Bortolotti not happy with the back marker hindering him, and nor was Giancarlo Fisichella, who'd handed over to Marco Ciocci. Certainly he could not sit still in the pit garage. And then we saw bits of the 50 Ferrari and then the 50 Ferrari coming into view at Eau Rouge, passing the Taurus, having a peculiar accident there, and we're delighted to say that the drivers seem to have missed most of the thing. But best of all is Passan was fine. He got out of the car, was checked up, and very quickly after he went to the medical centre, we were given all clear. He'll be very achy. The car is clearly out of the race, but we are delighted that it was no worse than that. Wonderful weather conditions here at Spa, but the 50 Ferrari, or what's left of it, was taken back to be put in the transport. The 188, that's the McLaren from Garage 59, had a problem at pit entry. Then the second safety car period caused when Jamie Green's number 17 Audi got it wrong coming out of the downhill sweeper at Bruxelles. That brought out the safety car period, and on the restart it was the Lamborghini, the 63 Lamborghini in front, as it ever has been, of the 55 Ferrari. And this was a battle that was going to go and go once they were released. Of course, the field bunching up behind the safety car, and look how the challenge came very soon indeed. The Ferrari on the outside, the tight inner line with the Lamborghini clouted the curb on the inside, but somehow managed to prevail and stay in front, but not forever. And look how hard they work as they go through Eau Rouge, up the hill through Raidillon. But then, of course, the 63 decided to make its next pit stop somewhat ahead of the 55 Ferrari. It all looked very clean indeed. Andrea Caldarelli taking over, waiting like all drivers to be released, but the 55 Ferrari handed over to James Collado, the driver who took pole position. Here he is rejoining in the background, coming down the hill past the old pits, is the 63 Lamborghini. Advantage to the 55 Kaspersky crew, and then the two Bentleys sitting in their pit garages together, not in the garages, in front of the garages, and the sun is setting on Spa-Francorchamps, and it's the 55 Ferrari, James Collado, who's worked his way to the front. He's leading the race by 10 seconds or so from Andrea Caldarelli. It's Ferrari from Lamborghini. A lot of racing to come. And then we had the news, the number 8 Bentley was given a big drive-through for exceeding their driver stint time. That's dropped it out of the reckoning. There it is, 10 seconds between the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari in the lead and the 63 Lamborghini in behind. And the number 1 Audi crew, we haven't talked too much about them, but for the driver who started, René Rast, and then Nico Muller, been very strong indeed, right in behind the 63 Lamborghini, and not too far behind them, Ericsson, Buch and Pereira, with Pereira at the wheel in their HTP Motorsport Mercedes number 84, and then the second of the Audis in 5th place overall. Leading the way in the Pro-Am class, it is the Aston Martin down there in 19th place overall. The Oman Racing Team with Tom Ferrier Sport, and trying to be kept on its toes by the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, 19th and 20th overall, separated by 1.5 seconds. And behind them is the Smith, Jarvis and Kane Bentley, looking to pick its way back up the order. A lot of these cars have got a little bit out of sync with the safety car periods. We'll see how the race unfolds, but the two cars that have been strong from the outset are the 55 Ferrari, leading the way by 10 seconds from the 63 Lamborghini. Conditions absolutely perfect, John Watson, and we have plenty of racing to continue, 20 hours and more.
But Bruce, I have to say, that second place for the Lamborghini is not at all secure, because the Audi Muller, the Mercedes Frank Pereira, and this number 2 Audi Fred Verviche are all very close, particularly the 84 and the number 1 to the second place Lamborghini. So it will take very little. It could just be a back marker, wrong part of the track, wrong time.
Well, one of the cars we talked about, the big penalty, was for the number 8 Bentley. And we've just been told that the penalty, the 5-minute penalty, has been removed because a pit entry was blocked and it forced the driver to miss coming in. And that was why behind the safety car he had another lap. It was a long lap. And which of the Audis is that going in? Car number 5, just been told from the pit lane, and
well, that was Dries van Thor, so he is down. He was running strongly. We saw him overtake and pull away. Now that car has fallen down into 15th place and it will fall further, so let's hope our camera lens can enlighten us as to what's going on as we go back to the race leader. And James Calado comes across the line for the 83rd time with a comfortable, one would say 10 seconds plus advantage. It's virtually the length of the start-finish straight here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And when he left the pit lane, as he was getting up to speed up at Les Combes, he was about half a second in front of that Lamborghini. So this is a replay of what you saw in the first stint. The Ferrari couldn't get by the Lamborghini in the last half an hour before the pit stops, but once he's in clear air, it's got the speed.
Oh yeah, and I think the reason the Ferrari has got the speed is fundamentally the difference between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari is that the Ferrari is, by and large, considered to be less aggressive on the tyre than the Lamborghini is. Different engine configurations all contribute to that. You've got a V8 twin turbo in the Ferrari, you've got a narrow angle aspirated V10 in the Lamborghini. One is a tall engine with a lot of weight high up, the other's a much lower, easier installed engine. So horses for courses. But right now, the 55 Ferrari, James Calado, the pole sitter, doing a sterling job, now 12.2 seconds ahead of the second place Lamborghini. And you've got the one Audi and the 84 Mercedes breathing all over the back of that car.
Yeah, they're covered by 3 seconds, second, third and fourth. Nico Müller in the number 1 car. And where is he? Well, we're looking a little further back down the order. But if you see the Lamborghini, the Audi is right in his mirrors, and he is just creeping a fraction closer most laps. He lost 4/10 on that lap, so Caldarelli easing away. Looking down here at the battle just outside the top 12, Mercedes on Mercedes. 88 picks up the spot, so he goes up 1 and 85 goes down 1. So who's Felix Serralles is in the 88 car, the red machine. And 85 is Edward Sundström, so he's dropped back 1 spot, and 52 is in. Now that Ferrari is the British crewed car, isn't it?
Yeah, Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, Aaron Scott, and, well, honorary Brit, Riccardo Ragazzi.
Yeah, he's very British.
Let's have a look and see. Oh, Pittman getting very, very difficult coming down into... That's what... Oh, well saved, that man. That was potentially disaster written all over it. He got onto the rubber on the outside of the exit of Eau Rouge, and look what happens. 2 cars ahead of the Bentley. The Bentley looking in amazement, wondering, well, maybe I should back out of it because I don't want to get involved in this accident that these 2 cars are probably very shortly going to have.
Yeah, he managed to get away with that, didn't he? But shows how many marbles there are.
Track limits.
Okay, another track limits. That's for the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That was the car we just... It wasn't the car we just saw broadside there. But that, it shows just how much rubber debris there is already down 3.5 hours in. You know, another 20 hours, the racing line is going to be inches wider than an actual car.
Yeah, I mean, the 48 Mercedes
going slow again.
Creeping down. That's a puncture on the right front. So that's a midway round the lap. And he just needs to be very careful. Car 888, we're just recording Kessel Racing. That's one of the AM Ferraris. David Powell, Nicky Cadet, Jacques Dwyver, and others. And so it's the Mercedes that is creeping back. So the Mann-Filter team, HTP Sport, Indy Dungey, Patrick Ashnheimer, and Kenneth Heyer. And they've not really had a great run. There was trouble for Kenneth Heyer early in the race, and yet again that cutting a tyre. And
I think all 3 drivers have now had a problem, because Kenneth Heyer got turned round, didn't he, at the bus stop?
Yes, he did.
When we saw Patrick Assenheimer in the car, it was facing backwards and he had to reverse out. My thinking, yeah, somebody's lost a wheel arch liner, haven't they, on the driver's right at Pouhon exit. And so their 3rd driver now also has a problem. And John, every time there's a little incident and a bit of a touch between cars, bits of carbon fibre, there's always the danger, bits of splintered carbon fibre lying in the track. You know, like in the Beano, you throw out tin tacks to stop a car. Well, that's exactly what happens. You run over those things, they are needle sharp, and they can lacerate a tyre as soon as look at you.
Yes, I mean, it is impossible not to sometimes run over bits of debris in the racetrack, but ideally by staying in the race line, there's little prospect of there being debris, but it's all around the circuit. And as you point out, we're only, 3 3/4 hours into this 24-hour race. And as you see at Eau Rouge in particular, anything offline has got danger written all over it. Yeah, there's the battle going on between Nico Müller and Frank Pereira for third place. That gap last time across the line was 0.6 of a second, and it's much the same.
Yeah, 0.47 now. Frank Pereira is closing right in that bronze number 84 Mercedes. That takes on a more menacing colour. In the sunlight, it looks sort of quite golden. There you go. But as it gets darker, it starts to look much more menacing.
So let's have a little look at the plunge down the hill. Not somewhere that you want to be courageous, because it's the cut from the left, initial into the right, and then the compression up the hill. And then you get light as you come over the top of Radio. So Nico Müller has not given an inch. The gap was just 0.4 or so of a second, and it certainly has not changed very much as they make their way up onto Lake Coombe. The Mercedes appears to have marginally greater straight line speed, but not sufficient. As we see, the 5 Audi has now been released, but he has to wait until he's cleared. I'm not sure he's got a... Was that a gearbox problem he was having?
Yeah, it clunked it into gear. I think he'd stalled it because did it look like they'd sort of started it out of the garage? It chuddered and stopped.
It was certainly pushed out of the garage by the team. Whether that was a way of bump starting it, I'm not sure you can do that these days. Nevertheless, let's keep an eye on that second place Lamborghini, and here's the battle for third.
Now that's relieving some of the pressure on Andrea Caldarelli, because they're dropping back as they battle each other, aren't they? So they've gone from being 1 second to 3 seconds back. There's the Lambo, but he's caught 2 cars coming into Piff Paff. That'll cost him half a second just on that one pair of corners.
Yeah, I mean, you can manage traffic to some degree, but there are occasions when you just will get caught, particularly when you get a group of maybe 5 or 6 cars. You're all involved in either inter-category battles or just simply you get a Pro and Am and a Pro-Am car, and there's just not enough room at a given point in the track to make your way through, so you have to be patient. And if you're not, but there is the 63 Lamborghini in that very position now, 2 cars ahead of it, and they're going to be caught by the 3rd and 4th cars, because I don't know whether we're going to see Caldarelli get through. He got past the Lamborghini, but it's still the Mercedes to get through.
I'm not sure he got by either of them, because they were side by side.
You're right.
He needed to be a lot narrower. There's the Man Filters car back in with that right front flat. So he's got to try and find a way by. And John, we talked about this earlier. It's not like LMP2 versus a GT car at Le Mans. These cars are all fundamentally exactly the same. They can go as quickly, they just are varying because of the speed of the driver in them, so it makes it really hard to get by.
It is. I mean, it comes down to the individual driver's racecraft, the experience they may have, understanding how to race. Some drivers are quick in a car, but they're not necessarily natural-born racers. Others are natural-born racers. They tend to make their way through. But look, trying Nico Müller all he can to get up alongside the Lamborghini, coming up into the braking zone to get under the wing, get past the Mercedes, and the Lamborghini can't do it.
Yeah. So Lamborghini is stuck, and Caldarelli has now been caught by Müller, who is the next car in shot. Muller's come from 3.5 seconds back in a lap because of the way that they've caught the traffic. And again, with a 0-2 in the windscreen, that is your 2nd place car overall. So the Pro Class car trying to find his way by a Pro-Am car and then past an Am Class car, and still can't get by the Black Falcon Mercedes.
That is a frustration, because Nico Müller is all over the back of the Lamborghini waiting for the opportunity, and again the Mercedes just sweeps around and almost completely oblivious that one of the Black Falcon Mercedes, Dominic, Britt Sandberg, Scott Heckart, and Jerome Bleekemolen, one of the drivers. I'm not sure who's in that car. Let me just look and see.
Sandberg. I was going to say, I'm guessing it's not Bleekemolen. He's too much of a gentleman. It's Brett Sandberg. So it's Jeroen Bleekemolen, Dutchman, and 3 Americans in that car. So I'm not sure how much experience any of the 3 of them have got here at Spa either.
No, and now it's Frank Pereira who's got the benefit, and a good run on the back of Nico Müller as they come out of the Paul Frere Courbe up the hill. And still the Mercedes has not conceded position as a car that's being lapped. Under our European etiquette, you should step aside. In American road racing, and he's gone way, way wide coming out of Blanchimont, and he's still ahead of the Lamborghini. But this time, Caldarelli has managed to get through, and he's let all 3, well, not quite. He might still, yes, he has. So Frank Pereira has the message. I mean, for me, you see, Martin, in events like this, you've got ship-to-shore radio.
Yep.
The team should be on the radio to tell their driver, these guys are quicker than you. You're not on the same race as them. They're lapping you. Get out of the way.
Yep.
And it's not difficult. If you get out of the way thoughtfully, you basically don't lose any time.
And the reason why they should tell him that is because exactly what happened there at the exit of Blanchimont, he was so focused on the car behind, he completely lost track of where his car was on the track and shot off the circuit at 165 miles an hour. But that's the problem. If he's trying too hard to defend something he doesn't need to defend, he's going to crash.
Well, I mean, going off at Blanchimont, there's not a great pace to go off.
That probably got his attention, we reckon.
If you, as happened, I think, during the test, somebody went off at Blanchimont, and the car kind of turned sharp left, and there's a very stout wall. As we see again, Frank Pereira battling his way through some of the Pro-Ams, and it's these little moments that are very, very tense indeed. There's the second place Lamborghini.
For car 3, 7, 19 and 89, not respecting track limits.
Car 7, 19, 3 and 99, but 99 is one of the BMWs. 3 is
Seven's one of the Bentleys.
Kegel, Nicky Menhoff, amongst others. 19 is the second of the Grasso Racing Lamborghinis, and number 7 is one of the 2 Bentleys. I wonder who was in the Bentley not obeying track limits. We'll have a look and see. Well, it's currently
Guy Smith at the moment. It was Stephen Kane in before when they made their last stop. So now, if you get in and your co-driver has racked up almost the limit of track limit exceptions, and then you go over that one, are you still the straw that breaks the camel's back?
Absolutely. It's the car gets the penalty, regardless of the driver. So, you know, this is where the team again plays a role. If one team member, one team driver goes up to the limit but hasn't exceeded it, when he then hands the car over, the team should tell the driver taking over the car that there is already a potential of a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. So this has come in at the beginning of the 2017 season. Previously, I mean, there was a lot of track abuse, and I always banged on about it.
To car 90, not respecting track limits.
I mean, it's just never ending. This is the ACA ASP, Edward Rotara, Michael Meadows and Raffaele Marciello.
And that's the car that was in 5th position before the last round of pit stops. Now that number 50 car has dropped down to 8th position, but still running decent pace with Michael Meadows at wheel. What's he doing? 2:22.0. Leader's doing 2:20.8. Collado, and he is comfortably the fastest man on the circuit.
His last lap was 22.8. His best lap was at 20.8. But I mean, that's still by far the quickest lap, I think, looking down the top of the top 20, by almost a second on the second place car, and just over a second on the third place car. That, of course, was due to the traffic. But look, you've got to think forward when you're in one of these quick cars. There's no point running up to. There's Michael Meadows, that car will have to serve a drive-through penalty. Now, whether it was down to Michael, he contributed, no doubt, at one point, but it's the team and the car get penalised.
In the pit lane is the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. This is the car Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrick, Patrick Kujala and Ollie Gavin. And is that 99, the Rover Racing BMW in as well. 98 99, the 2 identical cars. I haven't quite yet got my head around which of the wing end plates differentiates them. Thanks for that, by the way, and from the fans in the grandstand. When you make cars identical, nobody has a clue which one is which.
So Bentley back in, or Bentley back out, maybe I should say.
Yeah, there goes the 7. That's its drive-through, immediately served. And again, John, there's no point hanging on. You may as well get it done.
Absolutely. At the earliest opportunity, get it over and done with. Put it behind you, move on as we go back to the 23 Nissan, which has been running. It's always been in the top 20, Alex. Buncombe back behind the wheel. So currently that car in 17th position. Last lap was a 2:25 against its best as a 2:22.5. Again, traffic is the easy. You just shared seconds if you lose that momentum.
And the car actually was the race leader when Lucas Ordonez brought it into the pit road, because they're slightly out of sync with the Ferrari and the Lamborghini that are currently back in the lead of the race. So the Ferrari and the Lamborghini stop first, and that will probably be the case again, that they'll then cycle back up the order. And who knows, Alex might get a chance to bring the car in as race leader. A behind them, there's the App Bentley, the number 9 car. The guy who's engineering the strategy on that car, by the way, a family name you might know, it's Chris Pirro, son of one of Emanuele's 2 engineer racing driver sons, or racing engineer sons. So Chris Pirro is the man who's doing the strategy for that number 9 car.
Well, Emanuele Pirro was here, had a long chat with him. He's one of the FIA's stewards primarily for Formula 3, but also a steward at Grand Prix. Another interesting engineer here this weekend is somebody from almost, not quite my generation, but James Robinson, who's engineering one of the ISR Audi team cars.
Yeah, once you learn how cars work and you've got that experience of being able to interpret what a driver's saying and translate it into engineering from English, that makes a big difference to your usability.
So just noticing that the 98 BMW has got ahead of Michael Meadows, who is in the pit lane serving that penalty, and also the 88 has gotten ahead of the Pierre Kiefer Audi. They seem to be swapping backwards and forwards as we look at a picture of Michele Beretta in one of the Lamborghinis, but the focus still remains on that battle. A little bit further down is that 3rd place battle.
Starting to see now as the light levels drop a little bit, some of the different light configurations. The BMW, the Mercedes, some of them with coloured aerials now in the night time. Once you get past the glare of the headlights coming towards you, that can be quite useful. So have to make a bit of a note of those as the lighting drops as to which one has got the pink aerial. That's the number 10, so I might write.
Well, look at Lucas Stoltz there in the number 4 having a battle with the 85 Mercedes, and that's the gap between them. So the 85, the HTP Motorsport of Edward Sundstrom, Dominic Baumann and Frank Schiller. So these two battling hard and strong in that 13th position overall.
Back out of the garage after work on it after the puncture, so there was a little bit more housekeeping to be done for 48.
75, not respecting track limits in T17.
And also
Blanchimont again, and that's the 75 Audi. And
drive-through penalty to car 488, causing a collision. Drive-through penalty, car 488, causing a collision.
Now that's the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, and I'm trying to find him on our timing screen.
Look at the gap, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. All going to get very, very interesting as they come up onto Camel Straight, and Nico Müller looks like he's got the run, got the momentum, and look at Frank Pereira trying to grab some of that air as well.
No, that's the Grasser Lamborghini, isn't it? That's not the second place car.
That's the second
no, but
of the
you're
car.
Right.
I got overly excited there.
Well, and rightly so, because I went exactly the same way. Oh yes, they've caught him. Where is he fallen over traffic?
Absolutely, but there's a gap between the 2nd and 3rd of 20. There was only 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so that's their number 19 car. That's the Ralph and Icon, Raffaele Gabramir and Ezekiel Perez Combank car. So that is another one of the Pro Class cars. So it was the same team, the same predominant colour. We just missed the black bit up the middle of the bonnet.
In case you're getting overexcited, because all of a sudden the gap is between 2nd and 3rd is only 2.8 seconds, and it is always conceivable that a car could lose that just through circumstance. There it is. There's the 2nd place car just going out of sight.
But look what's happened to the 4th place car. Suddenly that bronze Mercedes is a 2.5 seconds and getting away.
So Ferrari makes its drive through. And we go back to this Frank Pereira frustration.
Can't get by.
No, and I mean, again, I suppose I call it etiquette, racetrack etiquette. You try your best to get out of the way. But when a car is in an intense battle for the top 3 positions, and the 19 car looking down to see whereabouts it might be in the overall standings.
That's Ezekiel Perez Combank, and he's just been passed for 32nd. Yeah, so it's just good manners.
It is, and it's a bit like if you're driving on the road, you have to share the same piece of road. You may not like it, but you have to share it. And in these circumstances, I think drivers have to be aware that they themselves have got their own battle going on, and that 19 car, it's running in the pro category, so it's not as if they can say we've put our arm in. should have been aware, and the team again likewise should have been using the radio. As we go back to our leader, James Collado, who's now got a very comfortable 22.5-second advantage.
And pulled out 8/10 on the last lap alone over the Lamborghini number 63 in second place. So he really is starting to stretch his legs. And we were talking while you were having dinner about the fact that, having seen the Ferrari being stuck behind the Lamborghini, not able to get past, we would then see the relative performance towards the end of the stint. Well, in the end, the Lamborghini had enough to keep the Ferrari behind, but as soon as the Ferrari's in clear air, nobody's got anything to touch him. Nobody's going as fast as Collado by a couple of seconds.
Andrea Collado, that gap is just up a little bit, but again due to the ebb and flow of traffic. But just he was turning into Bruxelles, Nico Müller was appearing out of Les Combes, and there he is appearing out of Speaker's Corner, sliding around. And Frank Pereira, largely because of the traffic that he had difficulty getting through, dropped back. So it's Nico Müller who really is on the charge to try and get the number 1 Audi up into, as Fred Vervisch is likewise just under 1.5 seconds behind the 4th place Mercedes.
ISR bring in, which one of their cars is this? We've got a couple in the pit lane at the moment. Is this Clement Schmidt? Yeah, in the 75 car, so he bails out. Should we have a tilt at who's getting in? That didn't look like Felipe Albuquerque's helmet to me, but I'm not necessarily an expert, so it could be Igor Salaquada's son Felipe. And in 16, that's the Black Falcon Mercedes, Oliver Morley rather, Mikel Toril, Marvin Kirchhoffer and Maxi Goertz.
Yes, that was the Mercedes that made a rather earlier than expected pit stop, with the hope, I think, of getting out of sync. And the reason they would have done that, in my view, was there's always going to be a full course yellow or a safety car intervention. So it kind of can work for you. It's a bit of like rolling the dice when you go to the casino and hoping it's going to come up 666. Well, it will do at some point, but it may not be when you want it.
Marvin Kirchhoffer stays in, but fresh tyres, no tyre limit restrictions, so he can have as many as he wants whenever he wants.
As long as you pay the deposit. Then you can have whatever you want.
And as long as you pay the check at the end as well. They'll trust you once, fool them twice, they won't go again.
No, again, the gap between first and second is extending. It's 23 seconds for James Collado, and he just is in that lovely metronomic rhythm where everything is coming to him. He's not having to work hard behind the wheel. The Ferrari's got the natural pace to more or less handle anything around him. The 98 BMW comes up into, and where is the 98 BMW? Yes, it is indeed, in 7th place.
Voice of Alain Kalf, welcome back. And in fact, Tom Blomqvist has just gone in front of the number 43 car. So he's just moved up to 7th, ahead of Johnny Kane in the Straka Racing McLaren. And where is Kane? That's why.
There he is.
There you go. I was going to say, where is he then? Has he binned it somewhere? No, he's come into the pits.
That, I have to say, is an heroic effort for Johnny Kane and the drivers in the 43 McLaren, David Fuminelli and Sam Tordorf, more familiar to British touring car supporters than would be with international Blancpain Sprint and Endurance GT3 racing. So that car is there, I'm having to say, on merit. That's a really, really good effort.
Johnny Kane hands over. Sam Tordorf doing his first 24-hour race. He's started his GT career in British GT this season. Last year, runner-up in the British Touring Car Championship. So
Jamie Green got going again, car 11. No, car 17, I beg your pardon. Car 11 is the Kessel Racing Ferrari, Michael Broniszewski, amongst others. Again, a drive-through penalty.
They're in 31st position, 11th in the Pro-Am class. The leader of that Pro-Am class was just in or just out. Just in, I think they're down at the old
The
pits,
Aston Martin is still leading, but it's it's got 2 other Pro-Am cars directly behind in 17th and 18th position. What's interesting is the lead AM car, the 33, in 33rd position, the 888 Kessel Racing. So that is again just considerably ahead of its next challenger, which is in 42nd.
It's coming in now.
Second place Lamborghini is in at the back of your shot. That's 888. That's Pierre Arret's car. That is the 488 rather. That's so here is our what was the
second place.
It was our race leader. Was our second place car as he came in. So James Calado came in 1 lap later on the last stint. Should come in 1 lap later on this stint. And it'll be driver change as well, probably, because Calado's coming to the end of a double. And now this is where it's suddenly a very busy pit lane. There's a dozen cars from the top 30 who are in.
And it is these 9-12 Porsche's got a drive-through penalty. It is these vital seconds that can really make a big difference at the end of the 24 hours. As we see the Ferrari in for its service.
Fourth in the AM class. 85 Mercedes. Yeah, very busy. HTP, Edward Sundstrom, Fabian Schiller and Dominic Baumann. 912, that second Herbert Motorsport car. 2 gentlemen drivers who are normally in their car in the Creventic 24-hour series, and they've been joined by 2 Porsche Junior drivers. So they've got Sven Muller and Mathieu Jaminet, who are both extremely quick Super Cup drivers, and now turning their hands to GT racing on the weekends off.
It's another lap.
Isn't it just watching James Calado, how easy he is making it look. He's leading this race, comes across the start-finish line to go on, or to complete his 94th lap, go on to his 95th. At the minute, and again, commentators curse, but this car is running as perfectly in every element, every aspect, as you could want it. The driver's doing hardly anything behind the wheel. It's just all tons and tons of time. Everything you see way in advance. To be in these scenarios, these situations in a race, such a nice feeling. Do you remember them, Allard?
Yeah, I do remember them, Marty. Also,
Giancarlo getting ready for the 55 Ferrari.
Should be in at the end of this lap.
When you were having dinner, Martin and Bruce and I were talking about the fact that James was following the Lamborghini, and he was like following someone on a Sunday afternoon drive. It looked, it was almost like no effort.
But I mean, obviously that comes down in part to the driving style of James Calado, but I think also what we're seeing from the 55 Ferrari, and we saw from the 50 Ferrari at different points until sadly it ended up in the tire walls at Eau Rouge. The 488 Ferrari is working, the car, the tire, they're working in harmony, and that ultimately is the most single important factor for to justify the reason why this car has been so dominant throughout.
Now look at where we are. We are just past the 4-hour mark. Now it's no longer 20 hours to go. I didn't notice exactly when the Lamborghini came in from second place, but what happened is at the 4-hour mark, the Ferrari was still in the lead. At the 6-hour mark, we hand out our first tranche of points. And now they're going to start to try and make sure that they are still in the lead at the 6-hour mark. With 2 65-minute stints, they should still be good to go, but you don't want to miss out on a single, even half a point now, that you might regret in the prize giving at the end of the year as you're applauding somebody else walking up to take the title.
We just saw Tom Blomqvist walking away from the 98 BMW. There's the race leader into the pit lane.
Yep.
So you can accelerate hard up until this pit, the white line now, on the speed limit, and creeping all the way down this long pit lane. It's the same for everybody. The Ferrari garage, nearer to the entry. I never know which is better, to have your pit stop garage at the beginning of the pit lane or at the very end of it. For some reason, I always prefer to be at the end, but it shouldn't really make a lot of difference.
I suppose when you're coming in, it's better to be at pit in, because then you don't have to sit on the limiter for so long. But when you're going out, you want to be able to get in the car and just floor it.
Correct, and that is the advantage of being at the very last garage before the pit out line, that you can get on it that much quicker. But in theory it shouldn't work, but it often is the case. But there we see.
Well, like everything else in sport, much of it's between the ears, isn't it, John?
Yes,
so
there
is that mental thought, and it's in fact the Herbert Motorsport cars that are right down at the bottom of the pit lane. So here's our race leader in. James Calado, does the door open? Yes. Is he getting out? No.
Maybe just giving him another refreshment bottle.
Yep.
Just to make sure.
So Calado stays in. Driver change here, though.
That's it up at the top of the pit lane. So Kaspersky.
All right, Calado was already out. So we saw Giancarlo with a helmet on. So there is James Calado, and there goes Giancarlo Fisichella.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive stint from the Brit. I mean, you can see, in spite of not having to work intensely hard, but just there's a small flush on his face. He needs to get fluid as quickly as possible, and he'll go away, relax, change out of those probably rather sweaty overalls.
Yeah.
And if the team have got some physios with them, just have a few minutes with that, just to keep all those muscles, keep them supple and fresh.
Yeah.
A lot of oil in the pit lane.
Yeah, there's
coming out of that.
That Audi is boiling like a kettle.
Yes, it is. That looks like coolant. I think you're right, because it's steaming at the front. So we saw the 84 car go out, the 55 car go out. All our leaders are in. So which of our Audis is that? Oh, that's the ISR car. So is that 75 or 70? I think that's 75. And they are looking in the engine cover.
Well, they're going to have to take the car into the garage to let more than two people work on it. But whatever
so they're
it is,
messing around and wasting time now.
Is this something more than just what we think was steam? Is that actually a small under hood fire? Because the driver's door was opened, I presume, because there may have been something leaking into the cockpit. Now it's been closed. And while they're going through the motions, they're now putting the dolly jacks under the car, and they'll rotate it round, and in it goes. It's nose first, which is even more unusual. But that's maybe because there is concern that there is something at the back of the car that could potentially be hazardous.
Or that they need to get the front in because they need to change the radiators, something like that. So again, you know, we've seen all the rubber debris, bits of stones and gravel getting fired up. Black Falcon number 18 car is in.
Yes, that was wasn't Giancarlo Fisichella.
Nope.
Yeah, they've come in from ninth and leading their class, but in fact they're the last. They were in third when this current round of pit stops started. Still a really strong run from this Mercedes, but as you see in the windscreen, 0-1, they are leading that class. So not the overall race leaders, class race leaders, and I'm sure there was a driver change there as well. It was Abdulaziz bin Faisal who brought the car in. Wait and see how that updates itself. Hubert Haupt, Gabriele Piana and Renger van der Zande are the other three drivers in the car.
So just a little bit of housekeeping. The drive-through penalty for car 11 has been suspended.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's been cancelled. It just means it's in suspension. And car 9, 12, one of the two Porsches, drive-through penalty for track limits. So just continual updating of...
There's going to be a negative championship at the end of this, and somebody somewhere will be keeping track of which car had the most penalties and for what, and there will be a league table of shame, won't there, at the end of the 24 hours. This was the most pit lane infringements, this was the most driver time infringements, and this was the car that most offended the track limits.
So 5 and 6 out on track. Where are they on timing and scoring? 5 is down in 42nd place.
Car number
6 is in 4th. So they're not in the same battle, but they're probably as teammates one way or the other. So the Dries van Thor Audi currently being driven by Andre Lotterer, a hero.
He's indeed
an absolute hero.
Wherever he goes.
Absolutely.
He qualified for his one and only Grand Prix here at Spa.
Did a mega job.
That's right.
I thought he was outstanding that weekend.
Yeah. In a car that's best described, well, the second word is box, anyway.
Yeah.
And that Nathaniel Berton in that number 6 Audi currently running in 4th place. Race being led, as it was during the last pit stop cycle, by Bentley number 8, but they haven't had a penalty. Well, they have, but it was rescinded, haven't they?
Yes.
Where's the number 7 Bentley? Guy Smith and that car now up to 9th place, but they were running 1-2 before their last pit stops, and then the Nissan, which was 3rd, came up the order and took the lead, but that 22 car is on pit road. 23 We saw Alex Buncombe taking it over, didn't we, from Lucas Ordonez, and that car should stay out longer than the Bentley, and so Buncombe should bring it in as the race leader. 22 car still going. Is it on our timing screen yet?
It is. It's down in 53rd place. So Struan Moore has either brought the car in or was behind the wheel. And they, of course, lost, I think, the best part of 8 laps. Currently, the car is now 9 laps down on the race leader. But it has made some progress.
This will be our current race leader, I think. Vincent Abril in the number 8 Bentley.
So 51 AF Corsa Ferrari drive-through penalty. I mean, a lot of the AF Corsa Ferraris are suffering these penalties. Vincent Abril back behind the wheel of number 8. So
should be in the next lap or so. Beautiful sky this evening. Looking out of our commentary box, it's mainly blue. I can see the moon, but look at this red sky at night.
Who was saying everyone was going to get wet in the pit lane?
Don't even start with that, Calf. Come on, John and I count Silverstone as our home Grand Prix circuit. We know that the most beautiful of days can produce the most horrendous of downpours, and Spa's no different, and probably sometimes a lot worse.
I mean, I suppose one would always imagine the weather pattern over this racetrack is overcast and wet, and it didn't look particularly promising on Thursday, and Friday wasn't even a huge amount better, but this evening we've now got a glorious sky, high cloud, very patchy, nothing that looks imminent. Oh! Vincent Abril took a bit of a punt that the car was going to go to the left.
You could see on the back of the Porsche the reflection of his flashing lights, so he was making sure the Porsche knew he was coming. So again, gentlemanly driver from the Porsche driver. He knows he's being lapped, you know, from the start of the race to the finish. He knows he's going to be constantly lapped, and that's the biggest part of his job, is staying out of trouble and not getting tagged.
And in part, I mean, the AM entry, the number of AM entries is less, largely because the level of driving and performance at the pro category, its endurance events are really just little more than a glorified sprint event.
I'm almost inclined to think that the AM drivers will gradually go to the new GT4 Championship with all those lovely cars coming into that series.
Yeah.
And that's more the place, the more natural habitat for them, isn't it?
And as is the way of all these things, the GT4 cars will develop and get quicker and quicker, and within 5 years will be 85% of what the GT3 cars are, because every year, you know, the technology keeps developing. Every new car that comes in, when the M8 arrives, you know, again, the game moves, doesn't it?
The Bentley isn't able to get past the Porsche. It's been something we've seen from these Porsche throughout the race. They've got good straight line performance. The Bentley quicker through Eau Rouge, closes on the back, but is it going to be able to do sufficient to make any?
And did you see that the Porsche had to use all of the illegal runoff area on the left-hand side there to stay in front of the Bentley, who is not racing, but he wants to keep his pace up because the car's behind, he is racing.
So Jonathan Buncombe, Alex Buncombe, currently in second place, 8.8 seconds behind Vincent Abril. So, as you said, the whole mix and match of pit stops, Giancarlo Fisichella, now 30 seconds behind Alex Buncombe in third place.
We were just looking at the 97 Aston Martin. That car started as the Pro-Am class leader, didn't it? In the top 10 after qualifying, in the top 20 after qualifying, got into Super Pole. The only Pro-Am car that did. Johnny Adam now back at the wheel of the Aston, and that is currently lying in 18th place. The number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes with Marvin Kirchhofer, the blue car, is second in the class, but not too far behind him. Let's get down to the pit lane. Dakota, which is Maxime Soulet.
Maxime, now you're currently in the lead, and you've been a bit naughty. You got a drive-through, but it's been suspended. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was no way I could to come in the pits, because the pits were blocked by a security vehicle towing another car. So while I was coming in, they told me pit lane's closed, so I had to go. So that's the only reason why we didn't get the drive-through.
Are you happy at the moment? How do you feel about where you are on track?
No, the car's running perfectly. I mean, everything's fine. Vincent just did a perfect double stint. He's not in yet, but I think it's not going to be long till he comes in. and we are where we want to be. So
That's it. And when is Andy getting in the car?
in a few laps, I think he's already ready. So I think it won't be long.
Let's see how you go. Thank you.
Well, Maxime Soulet did a pretty impressive job in the opening laps. He was passing cars where others were struggling, and he used the strength of the Bentley, which was its performance up and through Eau Rouge and over Radio, and that's where the whoa, that looks a bit of a lumpy ride for the 63 Lamborghini. As Christian comes through, Christian Engelhardt comes through the Paul Frere Coupe. I mean, such an angelic looking person, and to see him having that kind of run off the edge of the track, but there we are. That's racing drivers are made up of many different facets.
Well, it happens every now and again, doesn't it? I mean, especially when you're just behind someone, you might just slide a little bit more. I don't think he's getting excessive speed. Whoops, now steer clear of that BMW. That's a bit naughty.
Well, these two, the 1 and 2 are running in 5th and 6th position. So Christopher Mies in 6th position, and in 4th position is Antonio Garcia. So they are battling for position as the Lamborghini is kind of hunting them down. So while 1 and 2 are focused on themselves, there may be, you just have to be careful. Christian Engelhardt might just sneak up on you and not catch you unawares. There is the Lamborghini. The gap is what, 1.5, 2 seconds?
Yeah, it's coming down, and light conditions changing really quite fast now. As you can see the headlights on the cars. At this point, as they rise up to Lecum, or what we used to call Pif Paf, at the top of the hill, lights ablaze. There is light up there, but in the stretches down when the circuit runs between the trees, it's starting to get dark, which is when it starts to get exciting, particularly for the fans around the circuit. They camp out
on track from turn 7.
Turn 7 going down the hill. In fact, we've had all sorts of stuff there. That was where Jamie Green went off in the number 17 Audi. Let's see if we can spot the slow car going down the hill. Great shot there of the sunset over Spa-Francorchamps, but as you can see, it really becomes dark as they go down towards Pouhon.
Yeah, we were John and I were talking about that earlier on, how light it is here at the paddock area, and then when it gets dark, you go up the top at Radion, and it's almost like someone switches off the light. You drive into the darkness, and it's only when you get to the bus stop you think.
I think that the only difference I would say now is that compared to Thursday night when we had nighttime qualifying, there was heavy overcast cloud, and it just felt black. Now we've got a much better sky. It'll take longer. That transition will maybe be an easier one for drivers to adapt to. So when they do come up over Radio, they will have a few more laps of just adjustment than how it was on Thursday night when it was literally, as you say, like a light switch being flicked.
Well, the conditions seem perfect for Christian Engelhardt. He's certainly not taking any moment not to attack. He is attacking at every instance he catches up with those Audis up ahead of him. Engelhardt in the 63 Lamborghini in 7th place, getting closer to Christopher Mies. Antonio Garcia just at the front of that train.
Yeah, it's interesting on board with Christian Engelhardt. He was having to breathe the engine marginally coming into and through Blanchimont. He wasn't able, as other cars have been doing, to hold the throttle fully flat. So again, I think the difference between some of the Ferrari, for example, as we look inside and wonder now, what was the cause of that Audi? Was it water, or was it something more serious?
It is water. I think that's the filler on the left, where they refill the water. Maybe it's just a broken radiator or a burst hose or something like that.
Well, it certainly looked like it was steaming like a kettle, but we go back to this battle between the 1 or the 2 and the 1, and now we've got the Lamborghini up with them. So this has got trouble with a capital T written all over it.
Yeah, 3rd through to 5th, covered by, well, let's be friends, let's call it 1.5 seconds between the 3 of them. And clearly Engelhardt looking forward from the 63 Lamborghini. Again, you can see smuts on the screen through the right-hander. They start dipping down. Now this seems quite light. They're at the sort of highest point at that end of the circuit, down to the right-hand hairpin. Get a face full of sun as they go through there. But now car in front of him, Christopher Mies really. No, in fact, it's now Garcia. They've swapped positions.
Yeah, but the Audi, you can see, struggling more to get the power down than the Lamborghini is. Now the Lamborghini's got a better drive off Speaker's Corner. Has he got enough of it to get down in the inside? He thinks the better of it. There was not a pass that was realistically on. Doing so, of course, is marginally compromised then the corner that we're now in, Pouhon. But the Audi that we're running just ahead, the Garcia car, has not got as much grip on those lower speed corners such as the Bruxelles that the Lamborghini has.
And he was right out over the curbs as well. That was why Engelhardt really fancied his chances. But yes, discretion was the better part of it all as he tucked in behind one more time. But the fact is, the last lap and a half, Christopher Mies has gone up into third place, Antonio Garcia back to fourth. So the 2 Audi into third, the 1 Audi in fourth. But for how much longer? Because the black and green 63 Lamborghini getting closer and closer and just looking to have that bit more grip, as you could see there as they flick their way up the hill through the fast sweepers as they come up towards the final sequence of corners. Just enough breathing space for Garcia to hold on to fourth place. But the move is coming. How soon will it come? Only time will tell. Just going to pick up, looking down in the class honours, we're just seeing the bottom end orders on the graphics there, but leading the way in the Pro-Am class is still the Aston Martin, number 97, by 9 and a bit seconds from the number 16 Mercedes.
Yeah, the thing that Johnny Adam has managed to achieve is that while he hasn't made, in terms of position changes, but he's lapping, well, half a second or more quicker than the 16 Mercedes, so he's drawing away. The gap is now 9.5 seconds between 17th and 18th positions.
Well, as Engelhardt swept through Eau Rouge and up into Raillon, looked as though he had the better momentum, better than Garcia ahead of him in the number 1 Audi, but then Audi seemed to have more punch as they came onto the straight and eked out a 2 or 3 second gap. And here's the number in 7th place overall. That's Guy Smith in his second stint, climbing out. Driver change there for the number 7 Bentley. Come in from 7th overall. The sister car number 8 leading the race, as we said, John, by over half a minute now from Fisichella in the 55 Ferrari.
So was that Oliver Jarvis getting in? I think it might have been. So we wait and see for the transponders to be flicked. But Vincent Abril in the lead from the Ferrari, from the Audi, from the Lamborghini, from the Mercedes. Guy Smith was in 7th place, and of course that car now is sitting in the pits waiting for the service. The refueling has to be complete before you can change your 4 wheels and tyres.
Well, the Nissans have been going well in this race. They did lead at one particular point. We're going to head down very shortly to speak to Alex Buncombe, because his car with Katsumasa Chio is in 15th place overall. So let's go down and find out from Dakota. Oh, pit stop. Let's just wait until the other end of the pit stops. The race leaders come in. Vincent Abril in the 8 Bentley comes to a standstill just as the number 7 car goes back out into the race. Guy Smith, we think, handing over to Oliver Jarvis. 0-1 still flashing on the windscreen, and it'll stay flashing for a while. It was a 33-second advantage, in fact 40-second advantage by the time they came in. Great stint there from Vincent Abril, and Adi Soucek, as we heard from Maxime Soulet, lined up to take over that lead car.
Which is funny, because the 7 and 8 were split on pit stops. They were miles apart on laps, but they sort of...
Well,
don't know why.
Wait to see. Just waiting as the 8 goes up.
Look at the smoke coming from those front discs.
Well, after every pit. So the Ferrari back into the lead as the 8 goes for a change of tyres. But every pit stop now, you can see more and more brake dust coming out of these cars as the wheels are changed, just showing how these cars have worked so hard over the first 4.5 hours of this race, waiting for that number 8 to get a full complement of race Pirellis and go back out into what will become a night stint. So let's go down and hear from Alex Buncombe. He's down in the pit lane, and he's going to be telling us all to Dakota.
Alex, now you're 2/3 a lap behind the leader. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we should be, really. I mean, everything's been absolutely fine, apart from we had an unscheduled stop. Lucas went out at the start of his first stint and unfortunately got a left rear puncture. So unscheduled stop, we lost just over half a lap. So to be 2/3 of a lap back, that's pretty good. So car's handling better now the sun's gone in. We want the track temp to drop. I struggled a lot in my first stint when I started. But yeah, the car's much better now with the cooler weather.
And what are the challenges like driving in the night?
It's mega, you know. Spa's just a awesome circuit, really. There's nothing that comes close to it, and to drive around here at night in these cars is mega. So let's hope we can get through the night and see where we are in the morning and push on through and hopefully get a podium.
Good luck, thank you.
Well, there is the lead car. No, it's not, it will be the lead car when it comes across the line. This lap is still showing the number 8 Bentley in the lead, but that's just due to the way the lapping and timing and scoring. So up into the bus stop chicane. So Giancarlo Fisichella, start of the race. Starts coming up to 9 o'clock, so 4.5 hours ago. And he did a lovely, just a classical Giancarlo Fisichella stint.
Yeah, Alex Buncombe always so measured, but he's just talking about the pace the cars are starting to drop down to, and they're getting a lot of them close to their best times. And certainly the pace of the 23 Nissan Buncombe's car right on the button at the moment. Fastest lap, I think, of the race is a 2 minutes 20.8. That's a very quick lap from the 55, probably in Colado's hands.
No, it wasn't. It was in Fisichella's.
It was Fisichella's.
And it was on lap 3.
Was it?
Yeah. So, I mean, Giancarlo Fisichella had the benefit of having a clear racetrack, brand new set of tyres, and he was able to use them. You drive in the economic fashion, and you take the best of the tyre without having to worry about people around you. So, I don't know whether anybody's ever going to get close to that. I mean, currently, the last lap that Giancarlo Fisichella recorded was a lap that was 2.5 seconds slower, and that's after a pit stop with fresh rubber. And ironically, the track have changed.
Yeah, ironically, the car setting the fastest laps at the moment are the Pro-Am class leaders. I think that's also where they are in the pit stop sequences, how fresh their rubber is. They're lapping in the low 2 minute 22s. 2 minutes 23.0 for Fisichella last time around. In the car you can see on the screen, the white and green Ferrari, the Kaspersky Motorsport car, coming around with 103 laps on the board. That's a whole run. We've had 2 safety car periods, and yet the lapping has been very quick indeed. So as night falls at Spa-Francorchamps, leading by 30 seconds over Christopher Mies in the number 2 Audi. But of course the 63 Lamborghini will be coming back at it. The 63 car with Engelhardt at the wheel is just under 2 seconds down on the number 1 Audi, fighting its way back, but it's looking very good at this stage in the race for Fisichella and the 55 crew. Have put a wheel wrong.
What's happened to Mercedes going in flip-flap, and the 89 ran wide the ACA ASP car.
Third in Pro-Am, and that Ludo Baddy. Ludo Baddy third in the Pro-Am class in 18th overall, finding as much grass and dirt as he did find tarmac in the ACA ASP. Mercedes, one of a handful of cars from Jerome Policon's Autosport Promotions crew. But another lap about to be completed by our race leader, Giancarlo Fisichella. Christopher Mies in second, but still 30 seconds away. The 961 car putting another lap on the board, one of several Ferraris from Spirit of Race. And there we have a car stopped at the start, finish straight start. We'll find out who that is. But right now, let's go and have a look at the highlights as we have the waved yellow flags. We have a yellow, probably full course yellow period, but the highlights of the race started in fine weather conditions, half sunny, half cloudy, but tension started to mount as the 63 crews lined up for the start of the Spa 24 hours. Track conditions absolutely perfect, not too hot, no rain threatening, which is always a wonder here for the Spa 24 hours. As you can see, blue sky in the background as we looked up the old start-finish straight. The cars all lining up on the downhill stretch, the lead down towards Eau Rouge, and this is where they came to take the start. Fisichella in the pole, sitting Ferrari on the left-hand side of the screen. The Lamborghini tucked in behind Mirko Bortolotti. Look for the charging Porsche in third place, but halfway through the first corner, look how sideways that 63 Lamborghini got. Bortolotti caught it, it let Fisichella escape. Maxi Buch pushing on very hard indeed in the bronze Mercedes that got on the grass on that run to the first corner. And the battling in the class as the 888 Ferrari got in the thick of the battle. 63 cars duking their way out around the circuit. Perfect weather conditions and some fantastic camera angles. There's a full view of the back of one of the 2 Jaguars from Emil Frey Racing, and Spa-Francorchamps, the final sequence of corners, is always providing loads of incidents. And there was the 50 Ferrari having an unscheduled pit stop, and that would take it out of the reckoning. Tactics always a matter of huge discussion, but one of the first tactics was 63 to come in from second place. That was the first of the top runners to make its move, make its pit stop. And look how close from the race lead Fisichella came to hitting the wall on pit entry. How many wheels do you need on the circuit? 4 is a good idea. That ACA ASP Mercedes with Daniel Juncadella had none on the circuit, and unfortunately all off the circuit for one of the 2 Herberth Porsches, but then wheel off the car for the 99 BMW, not going their way. Maxime Soulet, he was on a massive charge in the number 8 Bentley. For the 99 BMW, though, repairs in the pit garage as Mirko Bortolotti concentrated, focused in that 63 Lamborghini, leading the way. Tucked in behind was the 55 Ferrari, and the battle was rejoined as Andrea Caldarelli then took over the Lamborghini
and Marco Chiocci was giving chase in the 55 Ferrari, sometimes getting caught out by traffic. This is just before the change, and Mirko Bortolotti really didn't want that car blocking him, and nor did Fisichella want the 55 car to be blocked. He never sat still in the garage. And then a huge shunt for Passin Latoris. Something we presume went wrong on the way into Eau Rouge. A big hit, as you can see, and a lot of debris on the track, some being hit by the cars. No wonder the marshal said, get out, slow down, stay off the line. But the best news is the 50 Ferrari very much out of the race, but Passin Latoris out of the car, went to the medical centre, was checked over in no time at all, was given a clean bill of health, but he will be aching tomorrow morning. But he will fight another day. That 50 Ferrari, though, as you can see, it did what it had to do. Then the 188, the Garage 59 McLaren, stopping at pit entry just as the safety car came around, leading the crew through. In the background of the shot, you can see Stefan Ortelli did not follow the safety car into the pits. And then the 17 Audi had an accident coming out of Bruxelles, and that brought out the second safety car period. And then James Collado in the 55 Ferrari tucked in behind Andrea Caldarelli, waiting for the restart, and went up the outside trying to get the lead into La Source, but the Lamborghini held on, clouting the curbs on the inside, but keeping it there. These have been the predominant cars in the race, but the Audis are coming, starting to pick their way up the order. And then 63, as before, made its pit stop ahead of the 55 Ferrari. It's a question of who was better in the pits.
Penalty to car 51.
And the feature of this race early on was the fact that we had many driver penalties, not just for exceeding track limits, but importantly there was the 55 Ferrari much better in the pit stops. As you can see, it rejoined the circuit about 5 seconds before the Lamborghini came through, and that gave it the lead of the race, and it was hunted down very hard indeed by the 63 Lamborghini, but since then it's pulled ever further clear, and certainly the pace car in this race is the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. And then problems for the one of the HTP Motorsport cars. That was the number 48 entry, started by Kenneth Heyer. Another yellow Mercedes getting out around the circuit. It was a black Falcon one, the yellow one getting a little bit out of line as the leading battle, the leading runners comes through, and there's that 84 HTP Motorsport Mercedes that's been in the mix. The number 8 car really was going well, and then it was given a stop, and no, it was a stationary penalty. It was a stop and go that was going to take it right out of contention. That was then rescinded. And let's look at the standings. The 8 Bentley still in the mix, but it's the 55 Ferrari leading by 32 seconds now from the number 2 Audi. The number 1 Audi up in third place, being pushed very hard by 63. Race leader in the early stages. Ericsson Boot Pereira, look out for that 84 Mercedes making its way into the battle, but right now it's advantage Fisichella, Chiocci and Collado. And the Bentleys, they've tumbled down the order a bit. There's that number 8 car down in 11th. Don't forget that was right at the sharp end. This could yet still be a feature. We've had 2 safety car periods, but 32 seconds, it's looking ominous. The pace of that 55 Kaspersky Ferrari, so strong. And right now, as we go from daylight into night, it's lapping faster than the cars that are giving chase by as much as a second a lap. You want to know who's leading in the Pro-Am class? It's up to 16th place overall. It's the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. At the wheel at the moment is Johnny Adam, who was so strong, running very easily inside the top 10 in the opening hour of the race, leading the way in Pro-Am. Second in class, 1 position further back, is Marvin Kirchhofer in a Black Falcon Mercedes, and 2 places further back is third in class, another Black Falcon Mercedes with Hubert Haupt at the wheel. And if you want to know who is leading the way in the AM class, it's David Perel, the 888 Ferrari, sitting in 28th position overall. And that's changing as we speak. So the order keeps on changing. The cars, some of them are out of pit stop sequence, but the most important thing is that Fisichella is edging his way clear. He's just set his fastest first sector of any lap, so it's ominous for all the chasing cars. 36 cars covered by just 1 second in qualifying, yet when you get to race trim, I know the conditions are cooling down, but Giancarlo Fisichella and the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari crew looking very good. Good in the warmer afternoon, perfectly good as the temperature starts to drop in this early evening.
Bruce, we like cool.
We do very much, John Watson.
Anyway, as we had that little bit of information coming from Alex Buncombe, Nissan likes cool as well. And the reason is easier on the tyres.
Easier on the tyres.
Better for the aero. Better for the engines fundamentally as well. And of course the driver isn't quite as hot in the cockpit. And that's an important consideration. Sometimes drivers are overlooked, as the Audi is off at the bus stop chicane.
Just trying to see which of the Audi Sport cars that is. Just hearing whisper, it's one of the Team WRT cars, number 6. And that was just trying to see, did it do it all on its own? Well, it appears to have got very close to the car in front. But no, that's
something went wrong.
That lost everything because it's got its lights. Yeah, lights are out, so it lost electricity, drive, probably everything.
Well, okay, well, hopefully he can get that just restarted and across the track. He hasn't got very far to get to pit entry, but he's got to cross the track if he can get it fired up. We've seen the McLaren earlier pulling off just after the final corner, therefore missing pit entry.
But if he's got no power, he ain't going anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's only across the track. There's no power. It ain't going to fire.
I did preclude that with an if. But you're quite right to pick up on that point because, oh, how frustrating. So long faces in the Audi camp. But don't forget, they've got cars in 2nd and 3rd positions overall, trying to do what they can to hold the race-leading Ferrari back. But they can't. Its gap is now out to 33.5 seconds. It looks like it's
night signalling.
Stefan Richelme just climbed out.
All cars lights on. All cars lights on.
Well, sadly, all cars apart from number 6, which is the one at the side of the circuit. So Stefan Richelme is going to become mechanic. Up is going to go the hood. He's taken his helmet off, but he hasn't left the circuit. He didn't go beyond a certain distance away from the car. He went for safety.
Yes, but I think there should be an external master switch, and I wonder if that was what he was looking for, to maybe reset that. There was something he was looking for just where the bonnet meets the windscreen.
I mean, it could be something simple like that. I mean, I know in Le Mans there was a car that had a master switch panic on the outside, which they need to have for the marshals.
Correct.
And that got hit by a piece of rubber, and actually the whole car switched itself off.
I mean, something as fundamental as what you've just explained, Allo, it could well be a reason, but the car looks like it's going to have to be towed. So Richelme, with his helmet stuck on the top of his head, I don't know quite why he feels it's not better to take it off. And
it's still attached to his hands. He doesn't want to waste any time as it's stuck to his hands. Well, now he is.
Well,
so
I mean,
he's got more scope to move.
Take it off. Take your balaclava off. You're not going to be driving, and I don't think there'll be any penalty for being towed back without your helmet or hands device.
From an Audi point of view, this is massively annoying, but this was a car that wasn't very well placed. They've got 2nd and 3rd positions with Christopher Mies and Antonio Garcia, but 6 is already down to 40th position overall. It's 4 laps down, going 5 laps down, so clearly already a couple of laps, several laps in arrears.
The only issue I would raise is if this has happened to the number 6 car, is there any reason to believe it may not happen to any of the other Audi entries, be it SR, WRT, whatever? Yellow flag. There's the Ferrari stopped up at the top of the straight. So full course yellow has been thrown as we were gabbling away. We didn't catch that full course yellow at his earliest opportunity. So Ferrari has come to a grinding halt just prior to the entry into Lake Coombe.
Yeah, and that was in 28th position overall, so down in about 8th position in class. Rinat Salikov, so that will be dropping down the order. That will give some of the AM runners a chance to move their way up. But suddenly, ironically, just as it goes from warmer weather to cooler weather, we're just starting to think it's a little less unkind on the cars. And here's another Audi, one that's still rolling. Fortunately, the number 2 car coming in from 2nd place. Christopher Mies in from 2nd. Looks though that shouldn't be number 1 behind it, unless they've decided to stack them that way. They're both in, so it is the number 1 car tucked in behind.
There's 3 in a row now.
They're both in, and the Ferrari stayed out.
Now this is what WRT have been so successful at, is jumping on something where they can gain an advantage.
Well, full course yellow, as we've reported.
And looks like that Christopher Mies has stayed on board as the Ferrari is sitting up there and waiting for, again, a snatch vehicle to come. Strange that it's sitting there. Something, again, maybe in the same way we were watching the number 6 Audi, all the power went out. I can't imagine it would be a similar issue with the Ferrari up at the top of the Carmel straight.
Are we going to see a safety car? Because I saw an Audi on track, a safety car Audi on track with no lights yet.
I think they might be able to get this out of the way pretty quickly.
Well, in fact, you can just see there's an exit road ahead of that red and yellow curbing on the left-hand side. It's just before the entry to Lake Coombe at the top of the hill.
If that recovery vehicle went diagonally across the track, as we go back to now what's going on down at the bus stop chicane, so that car still has yet to be removed, and Richelme has put his helmet, hands device back on again, just in case he is not in compliance with
regulations.
So the Ferrari will be pushed back behind the barrier on the inside of the entrance into Les Combes.
No,
they're going to bring it
somewhere else.
Well, obviously somewhere else, but there is an excess road around the back. Well, in fact, if they went straight on, that's where the road would be, but the car is being towed. Where's it going to be towed to? Because it's still on the racing line.
Can I go back to the pits, please? Said Rinat Salikov, the Russian racer.
Well,
there's a full course yellow going on at the moment, so there is scope for that. Let's just run down the order. It's Giancarlo Fisichella leading the way as we have full course yellow by 38 seconds over Christopher Mies. But of course, that's not accurate because Mies and Garcia have just made their pit stops. They're back out onto the circuit with their 7th pit stop complete. But will Fisichella come in this time around to respond to match? If you're sitting on an advantage of just over half a minute, you can afford to maybe shed a second here or there as James Collado, Marco Chiocci sit down in the pit garage at Kaspersky Motorsport. But they just need to be careful, just need to be sensible. This is the biggest advantage we've seen in this race. And I think as that
safety car procedure.
Safety car has come out. So let's find out what's happening in the world of Audi. Chris Reich ahead of Audi Motorsport with Dakota.
Chris, now do you know what's happening with car 6?
Unfortunately, at the moment, there's not too much to comment on because we just lost connection. We seem to have an electrical error on the car. We tried to get it going out there. We have contact with the driver, but yeah, unfortunately, for the moment, it doesn't look good.
And are you enjoying watching all these beautiful Audis race in our Spa 24 Hours?
Well, obviously, yes, we are very fortunate to have a lot of very good cars running. But at the moment, it hit us a bit with the car number 75 hitting problems now than the car number 6, the 17 before. So, yeah, it could always be better, but we are still happy and good in the race, I guess.
But the 2nd and 3rd is good, right?
2nd and 3rd for sure is good, yes.
And what do you expect out of this race?
Well, out of this race, it's a very high competitive race, and I hope I have still a lot of cars running in the morning when the sun comes up, and then, get them in position for the final hours.
Thank you, good luck.
I think Chris is being maybe a little bit optimistic. The sun comes up, it could be pouring down. That would really make his day.
If you look at the Riquelme car, I think there's a mechanic actually standing by the fence.
Oh, I see, yes.
That's why he's shuffling backwards and forwards.
He's going backwards and forwards.
Yep, that's the old trick at Le Mans.
Yeah.
When you stopped out at Le Mans and somehow or other somebody got to you and you weren't allowed outside assistance.
Well, can we see him? But of course, they're very close to. There's the tunnel that comes through.
There's a mechanic.
2 of them. We know who you are, but they can do that because that's the closest corner to the pit lane. And let's hope they got the right information. Oh, that's how they got down there so quickly. Scrambled on a gator. Nearly ran their mechanic over there after the great job he did.
That's the reason why WRT are such a successful team.
They would have had the gator ready for that incident.
They cover every base.
All that could have held it up was the traffic lights in the tunnel, the Passage Jacques Swatter. But yes, we wondered why Stefan was running backwards and forwards. He probably took his helmet off so he could hear the exchange.
You need to explain who Jacques Swatter is.
Jacques Swatter was he was a Curie Francorchamps, and in the days
so explain
of
who
Ferrari.
a Curie Francorchamps is.
Okay, we are in Francorchamps. In Belgium, they had the national racing team, the Écurie Belge, and another racing team which also raced in the Belgian national racing colours of pale yellow in the 1950s. And Jacques Swatter was a Formula 1 racer, Grand Prix racer, and a race entrant. And it has been honoured not with a corner but with a tunnel name. There we are. Is that okay?
More or less.
More or less.
More or less.
We can add more if you want, John.
Curie Francorchamps was the name, I think, of his business, his garage business, and his cars were very close to Commendatore Enzo Ferrari, so he always got well treated, as did Maranello concessionaires in England and other major Ferrari outlets around the world, and they ran a very successful quasi-factory private entrant in endurance racing, and in fact on some occasions, I think maybe it was here in 1961, as we look at the top 20, Olivier Gendebien, I think, might have driven a Ferrari
in the pale yellow.
In the yellow colours, a 156 with a 65 degree, not the 120 degree Ferrari 1.5 litre engine. That's the best I could do at this time of night.
We'll give you 10 out of 10 for that, John. Right, the safety car's still out, people moving around to get better. A lot of photographers out around the circuit trying to get what they call the golden shots. The light is absolutely fantastic at certain points, light and dark. And it sorts out the good from the bad, but the good at the moment is very much the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari crew, the 55 crew, but their advantage over Christian Engelhardt, who didn't make a pit stop, has gone down from 33 seconds over the Audis, Engelhardt was just tucked in behind in 4th place, but he's now 17.5 seconds down. Of course, the safety car that's come out has compressed the field.
Indeed, and that's the ebb and flow of endurance racing.
Just looking to see how many cars are between them. Actually, about 5 by the looks of things.
Well, that's a big problem when the safety car comes in. He's got to then not in position the bind me close, but there's a lot of slow cars, and you talk about slow cars and back markers. They could be only a second and a half slower than the front runners.
There is a recovery vehicle, but nothing on it that I can see. So where is it? Is it returning to its station, or is it en route to pick up that Audi? Because the Audi stopped up at the bus stop chicane.
I think your latter is the correct surmisal. But what we just mentioned about the number of cars between Christian Engelhardt in 2nd place in the 63 Lamborghini and Giancarlo Fisichella's 55 Ferrari. There you can see the Ferrari behind the Audi safety car. There is a Lamborghini about 5 positions back, but that is the sister Grasser car. The one with 63 is about 7 places back. Of course, the number 19 sister car, there it is, just going off screen, will let him by. Of that you can be sure, but there's still another 5 or 6 cars between himself and the race leader. He's about to start another lap, just going past our commentary position, which is right on the start-finish line right now. And someone going in the background, several cars going in to make their pit stops. They've had this is the 3rd safety car period, and it has made the race go a little forward and backward. But the one thing that cannot be disputed is the fact that 55 Ferrari is very quick in the hands of all 3 of its drivers: Giancarlo Fisichella, Marco Ciocci, and James Collado. But right now, light conditions changing almost by the minute.
We're coming up to the 5-hour mark. So, been a fairly eventful race. I mean, I've been to other 24-hour events at Spa, which have been unbelievable, but there's been enough to keep us interested. And I think what we're seeing is this relentless pressure and development that's been going on in GT3 racing within the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championships over the last couple of seasons. And maybe we're now beginning to see that pursuit of the last millionth of a second is putting cars, drivers, into a zone that they've not ever really explored before. Certainly, I always felt coming here and with looking at the entry, the drivers, the cars, as we're seeing a McLaren 59 being plucked off the racetrack as well. Now, that was hidden somewhere for quite some time.
About 2 hours, I think.
One of the cars that's been absolutely flying, now up into 3rd place. Jimmy Ericsson's driving it, but let's hear from the man out of the car, Franck Pereira.
Frank, now you're currently in 3rd. There's still a long way to go. Are you happy at this point in the race?
Yeah, at the moment everything is going quite good. It's very tough, especially with the blue flags and everything. I think we are quite close to the top, so we're going to continue to fight like this. I think it will be important to get the rhythm like this. Everyone is doing a great job, so now the night will come, so the biggest things will start now.
Now, as the night comes, do you think you can keep this pace up that you're having now?
Yeah, no, I think we have the car for it. Everything is doing good. I think the night will be the most important things. I especially will drive a lot, so now I need a little bit of rest, and then I will focus for my stint.
Good night, good luck.
Thanks, Dakota. Well, what we had there is the fact that it's proved that pit garages aren't quiet places. Lots of wheel changing happening as Dakota spoke to Franck Pereira. But yeah, looking very handy. The top 3 are now covered by 9 seconds. That safety car period still continues. That 6 Audi still hasn't shifted despite the best recommendations, but it's going to get closer and closer behind the safety car. But I think when it's released, Fisichella has about 5 cars between himself and Christian Engelhardt. Should be able to eke out a bit more of an advantage out of when they get going again.
Yeah, the wheel changing you heard was the 15 car, the yellow Black Falcon Mercedes with Jeroen Bleekeman, who's lost a lap because of the safety cars. And now I think he's trying to get so out of sync that if there's another safety car, they might be able to gain that lap back.
Well, that's where the strategist is sitting behind the pit wall or sitting in the garage, as we see a safety car. This is the McLaren 59 has now finally been returned into the paddock.
What we had in that long shot,
rather than in the pit lane. So I'm assuming that the 59 car is going to be a retirement.
Yeah, but I think the 333 Ferrari is the one that had almost got to the end of the lap on the end of a tow rope. So that will be a chance to carry on fighting for the 333 Rinaldi Ferrari that pulled off there with Rinat Salikov at the wheel just before Les Combes at the top of the hill. And again, as the lights go low, you can see the amount of tyre debris starting to build up on the outside of the circuit. First hour or so, they had fantastic clean circuit, but now we're getting more and more debris.
Look at the illumination and whatever the bug life is. That's going to go on your windscreen. That just adds, at night time, along with the smudges you get from bits of rubber, your windscreen gets really, really mucky. And of course, some teams have multiple tear-offs. We saw, I think, one of the Bentleys, and there's a bit of debris by the side of the track that needs to be, at the same opportunity, cleared up. And there's a Marshall, a couple of them, they've picked it up, well, not picked it up as yet, but they've realised it's there. So whose car? We've no idea whose car that is. I mean, that's the $1,000 question. Can somebody? What's coming down out of Puho into Lake Coombe? Now, did that get dropped there under the full course yellow or under a safety car procedure? I would like to think it didn't, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did.
It might have come off the car that's being towed in. You just cannot guess. So one of the Black Falcon cars, so many cars in this race for them. This is all multicoloured, which is certainly helps us with the reckoning. I think that's the number 16 version.
Yeah, they're struggling getting the
18.
So they're struggling getting the seatbelt. Normally a driver comes in and what he will do is the shoulder straps he will rotate in the seat to get them loosened up.
Well, this was in from third place in the GT-Am class, the Pro-Am class, and Hubert Hout brought the car in, and I can give you a choice of who he might be handing over to, because he's sharing that car with Abdulaziz Al Faisal. Don't think it'd be to him. It could be Gabriel Piana. I didn't see the driver getting in, or it could be Renger van der Zande. So we got it's one of the 4 driver crews. But Black Falcon going very well, 2nd and 3rd in the Pro-Am class.
And clearly the decision to stop by WRT was the smart decision. To get in, where they were on the racetrack, there was sufficient time to get the driver, get the message, get in. And that was all, you might say fortuitous, that they were so close to the pit lane entry that they could get in at the earliest opportunity. Sometimes you're going to be lucky, sometimes you're going to be good.
They got a free pit stop out of it, basically.
Okay. The number 6 Audi has just driven past us, not into pit lane. When I say driven, it's on the end of a flatbed, on the top of a flatbed, so that hasn't been the nip across the track into the pit lane.
I mean, that's got a major problem, and whether they can rectify it.
Well, it's down to 49th position and losing position.
It's losing
by the lap. We have the 333 Ferrari has not been towed into pit entry, it's just been towed past our commentary position. That was what we saw with the blue flashing lights.
Probably because it's down on the old pits, it's quicker to drive it down the racetrack and then cut in at the entrance into the old pits.
I'm just quickly trying to remember where their pit garage was. You could, I think it's up here though.
It's up here.
It's up here, it's in the top pit lane.
Then they've made a mistake.
Or it's not going back to the garage.
Yes, could be just being taken to the paddock.
You're out of the race, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't repair it and go back, I think.
It's great to go on board the Bentley. It's entertained us all race, but it gives us a chance to see the light conditions in the lower part of the circuit. That's the number 8 Bentley, driven at the moment by Andy Soucek in 8th place overall. It's a car that's been solidly in the top 10. They had the warning that they were going to have a very long stop and go penalty. That was then rescinded because it proved their driver stint that was exceeded when Maxime Soulet was in the car.
It was suspended, I think.
Well, it was suspended. It was drawn back because they couldn't get in because a rescue vehicle.
In this lap, safety car in this lap.
Okay, there's the message, safety car in this lap. Now, drivers, think about the heat in your tyres for the restart. Many a time we've seen drivers getting it slightly wrong. Have they got the heat? So just hanging back slightly to make his moment. Yeah. The lights are out on the safety car, and we've got Giancarlo Fisichella leading the race. He started the race in pole position. He led the first stint by 12 seconds at the end of the opening hour. But he's got a few cars between himself and the chasing Lamborghini.
He put him out really late.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, normally the safety car would pull away.
Yeah, exactly.
And the lead car would hang back, but there was little opportunity for Giancarlo Fisichella to gain any advantage.
Okay, just look up to La Source. You have 2 Lamborghinis arriving together. There they are, 19 ahead of 63, who nearly dropped it. Got too close to the back of the sister car. 19 will get out of the way to let 63, Christian Engelhardt, give chase. But the fact they nearly took each other out up at La Source.
The gap as we go into the restart, having been up to 30 seconds, is now just over 4 seconds. So the Lamborghini in this situation has been the massive winner. The BMW also right on the tail of the Ferrari. not racing for position, but it's in, is that Nicky Katzberg in the 98 or is that the 99 car?
That should be the 99 car, which is totally out of sequence. Was it? Oh, actually, maybe it was Katzberg, 6th place, but no, it can't be. It must be the other. There is the hard shot for the photographer, the cameramen, trying to pick out the cars as they come up 3-4 abreast, up towards the camera position at Lecombe at the top of the hill. And, conditions absolutely changing as night falls very quickly at Spa-Francorchamps. Been a great day. People always go, when you're going to the Spa 24 hours, when will the rain arrive? On present signs, certainly not. For the next few hours, maybe not tomorrow. We've had a lot of blue sky today. Midnight, you reckon?
Is that a sort of an educated guess, or
you look outside, it's coming.
There is cloud forming directly in front of us, looking up skywards, and it's dark, dirty looking cloud, but there's not a huge amount of wind, and normally I associate wind and rain here. You don't normally get rain where there's no wind to blow it in or blow it out.
The 1984 or the 84 Mercedes Jimmy Eriksson won is in 3rd at the moment.
What we need to see out on is whether he's got ahead of that 19 Lamborghini that may hold him off the 63 car. Engelhardt trying to push on, trying to catch up with Fisichella. I think the gap will go out from 4 seconds to somewhat more because the Lamborghinis slightly held themselves up at La Source, lost maybe a second or so of momentum up there. And of course Fisichella has the pick of everything. He's got clear track ahead of him and will have for quite a few laps now in the lead of this race after the 3rd safety car period has come to an end. But the 84 car, there it is, Jimmy Eriksson being pushed very hard by Christopher Mies. Yes. Don't forget Mies has had that extra pit stop. Both the 2 and 1 Audis came in from 2nd and 3rd position. They're back out in 4th and 5th. How far behind is Garcia? He's another, just under a second down, so 2 and 1 very close together, right on the tail of Eriksson.
Those 2 Audis, 2 and 1, are going to be in the pound seat, I think, because that pit stop that they took has clearly and will clearly give them an edge, because when the Fisichella 55 Ferrari makes its pit stop, it's going to elevate, as will the 63 Lamborghini, and the 84 Mercedes will elevate those 2 Audis, I believe, into the lead.
Well, as we look at the timing splits between Eriksson and Mies in 3rd and 4th, I can tell you that, in fact, I was wrong. Fisichella is only 3.5 seconds now clear of Engelhardt. So after that little moment up at La Source, the driver of the 63 Lamborghini has really been able to press on. I can't see how many cars are between him and the race leader, and indeed, it's 3 and a bit seconds back to the 3rd place Mercedes. We're looking at 84, 2 and 1. The 2 Audis so close to his tail.
Yeah, but just watch Christopher Mies, because he is going to make a move on Jimmy Eriksson. He needs to do it as quickly as he possibly can. The longer he delays, then the easier it will be to defend. There you can see the 2 cars not quite nose to tail, but there's not a lot of difference between them. Christopher Mies has been a very impressive, effective driver for WRT for many years. Jimmy Eriksson, newer to GT racing, so an old hand against a newer, less experienced GT driver.
And John,
both cars relatively easily matched.
And John, what we're seeing right now is that Mies has set his fastest first sector of any of the laps that car has completed as he gives chase, and a little bit of a loose moment there for Eriksson.
Yeah, I mean, there's no surprise in that at all.
77, they're all getting penalties, but a 6 is on the back of a flat pad, so that doesn't make a difference.
So 5 and 6.
The 5 is an Audi that's lost time. That's the one with the water problem.
So the 6 is out anyway because it was brought back.
And the 777.
Was it the 5 with the water problem or 75? 75 was the outside, it was 5. Okay. Just like came back.
Drive through for car 4, causing a collision.
That's the Black Falcon, Christodoulou Mercedes.
Stolz, Christodoulou and Burman.
Drive-through penalty, car 4, causing a collision.
Well, there we have the words of Alain Adam.
The race director is going to be exhausted. And that's before we get to midnight.
Yes, we worry about our voices giving out over a 24-hour commentary, but Alain Adam has almost spoken as much as we have.
I think we have seen so many driver errors and then the consequent penalties being handed out that it's obviously they're not learning. Anyway, there's continuing. Look at the cut and thrust up through Eau Rouge. Again, right on the tail, Christopher Mies. That's the 19 to make it, that's the 19 Lamborghini. But Mies just dropping just behind Jimmy Eriksson, so just getting cars that are being lapped, and the Mercedes got a bit pinched by the 53 Ferrari, and that's going to give Christopher Mies an opportunity. He's been sitting there waiting, plotting, scheming, but the Mercedes goes defensive, so that precludes also getting past the 53 Ferrari was part of that purpose.
Yeah,
so,
but going past the black and white Ferrari has
but
not
it doesn't
helped.
back off.
No.
Dear me.
Oh, you said when you were about an hour ago, there was one of the Mercedes that held up the leaders for about a lap 40.
Oh, look, I'm not surprised. I mean, now the message has gotten through.
Yes.
Stepped aside. Okay, do it where you need to do it. But that could have been an easier assisted.
Yeah, that was Louis Michiels who got in the way, unfortunately, in the 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari. So for the chasing number 2 Audi, Christopher Mies has to do it all over again. Jimmy Eriksson looking slightly less ragged. He was quite happy to go bouncing over the curbs earlier. Now he's trying to keep the 4 wheels on the tarmac. There is his car, the 84 Mercedes. Looks great in a sort of orangey bronze race livery, much more flamboyant than the Audis.
I think what's happened is that the advantage that Christopher Mies had, because he made that pit stop fresh rubber, that's slightly gone away now, whereas the Mercedes didn't make a pit stop onto the safety car or the full Courchevello, and so it's all beginning to level itself out. So Christopher Mies needed to make that pass quickly, and consequently, unless we get another bunching up of cars where Mies has got the opportunity to take an advantage, I think Christopher Mies has lost a chance to get past the 84 Mercedes.
Well, the gap between first and second was 3.6. It went out to 4.1. It's back to 3.6 seconds. So yo-yoing back and forth between the 55 Ferrari of Giancarlo Fisichella and the 63 Lamborghini of Christian Engelhardt. So, giving chase, we're going after the race leader, and this is what it looks like from on board with Christian Engelhardt, the 63 Lamborghini. As you can see, conditions quite hard. Likewise, it's in that sort of intermediate period, but at certain points of the track, you come up the crest of the hill at Raidillon, you can see all of seemingly light blue sky, but it's only relative. The cameras make it look lighter than it really is, but of course, certain points on the circuit, you then go down between the trees, face away from the sun, or where the sun once was, and conditions change very hard quickly indeed. Still continuing with 63. Where is the race leader? Fisichella 3.6 seconds clear. Still some traffic between them, but at the moment the race pace is such that Engelhardt, he goes through the right-hander before they dive down to Bruxelles, not really gaining on the cars in front, but how acquiescent will they be? Will they get out of the way? Not everybody has really done so with great grace in these early stages of the race, and hopefully they'll be able to see the flags, and if the blue flag is waved, they will have to pull off. But Engelhardt, I think, is not gaining at this point in the lap. Is he being caught by those behind? No, because Jimmy Eriksson in the 84 Mercedes is so busy fighting Christopher Mies' Audi, they are dropping away by a second or so a lap. So as we've had at various points in the race, the 55 Ferrari from Kaspersky Motorsport with Giancarlo Fisichella and the 63 Lamborghini with Christian Engelhardt are the class of the race at this point, but conditions changing fast as darkness falls at Spa-Francorchamps.
They've just got a glimpse of Jimmy Eriksson in the Mercedes. There he is coming through Campos. Christopher Mies behind, followed by the number 1, but Antonio Garcia behind the wheel. So the 2 Audis made that fortuitous, timely pit stop under the full Courchevello. Just up the hill, put it into kilometers, 250, maybe just a midget over coming into Blanchimont. If you've got fresh rubber and everything feels good, it is flat out. Anything else, you've got to just breathe it, and just it's a confidence lift in effect.
It's funny, you get so used to seeing a driver if they stay with the manufacturer. When you say Garcia, you automatically still presume he's driving a
Corvette,
bright yellow Chevrolet Corvette. But last year he dipped his toe in the water with Team WRT Audi and doing a very, very good job indeed, the Spanish racer. 37 years old now. Even the young guns get towards middle age, but still plenty of life in him as he gives chase. Can't do anything at the moment about Christopher Mies. Now we're riding on board with Andy Soucek. He was the 3rd of the drivers to get on board the number 8 Bentley, and at the moment in 8th place overall. His target is just in front of him, and it's the 85 car with Fabian Schiller.
Oh, Schiller, 85. Yeah, Fabian Schiller, I beg your pardon, yes. But look at the run he got. Super run. That's the Ferrari 888, not the
Yeah, that's the Kessel Ferrari.
Yes.
888 should be, well, it's just changed over not so long ago. It's Jack Doiver now, and it was not so long ago David Perel, the South African racer, who kicked it off.
Well, they're leading the AM class, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
In 24th position overall. In fact, some way clear. The next car in class is a further 16 positions behind, so sitting on a very tidy advantage of 2.5 laps at the moment in the AM class. So looking good for that Castle Racing crew.
The 23 Nissan. Just got a glimpse of it there, Chio, in 9th place. And he is only a second behind Andy Soucek.
And it shows
we're
up
on board with number 8 Bentley,
which is
but he's got
Soucek.
a second behind him, the Nissan.
And not so long ago, that Nissan was down in 15th, 16th place, but of course the pit stop sequence was all a little bit out because of the safety car.
So whereabouts is the Nissan? Well, there it is. You can see that rather more box shape.
And those 2 round taillights on either side, very distinctive indeed, but a whole half dozen cars in front of him. Where is he? The back of that pack. Just waiting for him to go through. Yes, a bit more upright in the background, but his next target, as John mentioned, is Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley. There is the 23 Nissan. And don't forget, as Alex Buncombe told us, they lost effectively half a lap with that puncture. It set them back, but as the team crews will tell you, you've got to be in it once we've got through the night, and safety cars will help some teams and not so much others.
Here we go. He's got good straight line performance, get it up the inside, leave the brake a little bit late, you can just roll into, and he gets the place. Somebody dives in, one of the Mercedes, I think, might have been 85, I don't know.
That's Engelhard.
Was it Engelhard? Mercedes, I think, dived into the pit lane. Just
okay, and what we saw, he got very close to the back.
The 85, yes, it was the 85.
Yeah. So Engelhard in from second place for his 7th pit stop. Don't forget the 1 and 2 Audis have made their 7th pit stop, but race leader Giancarlo Fisichella has not made his. 961 looking at him, and that's Tony Villander, of course, for so many years, works Ferrari in GTE Pro in the World Endurance Championship, but now there is the 85 at a standstill. Fabian Schiller also in. That's why the Nissan got so close. Young Fabian Schiller has certainly impressed John and I so far this year, having moved across from junior single-seater, seems to have got into the battle and just doesn't seem phased, which is a remarkably good feature. So night is falling while the crews are working really, really hard indeed. A lot of people enjoying hospitality and the catering out around the circuit. Oh yes, I think I might. Should we go down there, gentlemen? That looks rather fine indeed. And many places around the circuit at Spa-Francorchamps to enjoy some very fine dining. Don't forget, it's a 24-hour race. You have to eat.
Bruce, it's a civilized way to enjoy a 24-hour event, because I don't know anybody who will sit and watch a solid 24-hour. I mean, I know people do it, but part of the pleasure of coming to an event like this is at this time of evening, going in and having a nice meal and a lovely bottle of wine. Or
it is a magical time.
And it is what makes events like this really pleasurable.
If you go and sit on the top of the pit building, on the far end, there is a restaurant. You can sit outside and you watch all over the track. And
yes, if you're in the end table, you can see down to the bus stop.
There's an SRO employee having supper in a lovely...
Well, that's a Blancpain employee, but you're allowed to eat. We've just talked about that. Everyone's got to eat, stay sharp, stay on their toes. But just to carry on that point, it's at pit entry. You can see bus stop. You can see the sweep of the cars going through.
There we go.
Eau Rouge.
He's been spotted. He knows it too.
But that's right, though. It's a long race, and the fans around. Some are camping, some are what we call, caravanning. Some are sleeping in their cars. Others are coming and going. But in and around the paddock, it has a life of its own.
I know one good friend who's here, and he's going to sleep in the back of an Audi A6 estate car tonight.
That's keen. Hope he's got a duvet. It will cool down overnight. Looking at the temperature, will it flash up on the old control tower? Not quite in time. It still said the time, 21:40, but it was 22 degrees at the start of the race. Hasn't cooled down enormously. I reckon we've lost about 4 degrees as it gets cooler.
As the race leader makes his way up through Eau Rouge, and Jimmy Eriksson is 10.1 seconds in arrears, and he has got Christopher Mies further 8.6 seconds behind, but still being pushed by his teammate Antonio Garcia. And then the Bentley number 8 Andy Soucek further 10 seconds behind. Not in the top 10 we can see any battle that's less than a second outside of the two Audis in battling for 3rd and 4th position.
No, and a few runners who worked their way up the order because they were out of sequence are now going to fall back down, including the 98 Row Racing BMW that went so strongly in the opening. No, that was the one that was down the tail of the field in the opening part of the race. The 99 car, the sister car, started by Maxime Martin, don't forget it had that left rear problem. Alexander Sims had just taken it over. I think it was on the outlap, and that lost so much time. That has been attended to, and that is going to work its way back up the order, but it's lost a lot of time.
Well, the third Bentley, the yellow Bentley, is in. Oliver Jarvis is a 39.9, fastest of the race in the first session.
That is amazing. That is outstanding. I mean, in these conditions, okay, the air is cooler. The racetrack is more rubbered online, but offline, treacherous. And Ollie Jarvis, now Ollie's done a number of 24-hour races, had a stunning drive at Le Mans. I thought they were going to win the thing. So he is focused on getting that number 7 Bentley back at the races. And we'll wait and see what he does in the second sector. Well, the second sector, he's way off the quickest sector time, even
traffic
on this lap, but that's again due to traffic.
So if it's not properly dark, it's the next closest thing at Spa-Francorchamps. So a blaze of headlights. We had 63 starters, and I reckon we can talk about having just under 60 cars still going. We've lost 4 or 5 runners. The most spectacular departure was the unfortunate car number 50, the Ferrari that Passan Latoris dropped or had go on him. We think possibly the latter, as 84 comes in from third place, well, second place. Was Jimmy Eriksson into the pits, waiting for that to be signalled.
And the leader is in.
The race leader is also in. We're just waiting for that to be signalled. So suddenly we will have the number 2 and 1 Audis into the lead of the race. They didn't owe us a pit stop.
Did I hear somebody predict that about 5 or maybe 10 minutes ago?
No, I don't think so. Indeed you do. We always talk about Team WRT. They know, they just work the pit stops so well.
That's the point. That's the point. It's thinking on your feet, reading what's going on and understanding what's going on and reacting with sufficient. The good fortune was that the 2 Audis were at a part of the racetrack where they could be advised to dive into the pits. If they'd been maybe 100 metres or 200 metres further down the racetrack, it might have been quite so easy.
Yeah, but the point I want to make is you still have to make that decision, John. You still have to come in now, because in half an hour we're going to get the rewards.
That's why these people work for these teams. They make these because they're on the case. They're reading the race. They're not watching like we are with their feet up, having a nice coffee and a bit of whatever with it. They are reading it off their laptops, off their screens. And somebody has to give that the command, and that then gets passed down the chain of command to the guy who talks to the drivers, whether it's on the pit wall or wherever.
And another matter is the fact they're not just running a couple of cars. Team WRT seems to own the whole top end of the upper pit lane here. 5 or 6 of those Audis.
There is massive,
it's a brains trust
there is massive expectation on WRT and Audi in general to deliver a victory here this weekend.
I was before the race I was on the grid, and Thierry Tassin, who's running one of the Audis, former racing driver.
Yes, I know.
He was even looking nervous on the grid.
He's normally the smiliest man in the world, isn't
exactly. I thought, hey. But he's got reason to smile. I mean, the number 1 and the number 2 are in a prime position.
Yeah, we've lost the number 6. That was brought back on the back of a flatbed. Stéphane Richelme is still listed as the driver.
Last warning for car 63. It was just in 14th place. First Joker's, second used.
Okay, that's early in the race to be chipping away at your advantages. So Christian Engelhardt is really going to have to watch this situation, because we've had quite a few of the top runners hitting trouble. 55 seems to have stayed clear, though.
It's a second car that uses this Joker, so it's they're behaving.
They're behaving, but a lot of people have been out over the curbs. Here's the Audi Sport rig. And some race cars on display at the front. I think that's the one that won the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Exactly.
Conor De Philippi is one of a handful of those drivers on board.
What I actually like with that...
The 001 still on the screen.
Yeah, but also what I like about these cars is when you race for Walkinshaw in the Le Mans 24 hours, John, the cars had to be polished before they came across the finish line. This car is, as it come out of the race, lacquer, that's it.
Audi learned their mistake a few years ago after Le Mans. They'd won the race, and a helpful young person in the factory cleaned the dirt off the car. I think still is hanging from the tree outside.
Okay, the Nissan also in 4th place after the other cars. So Chio San has come into the pits, so he will be going through the service routine. So we're seeing a bit of a shuffle around with the lead top 10 cars, but it is now Christopher Mies and Antonio Garcia, who have got a, well, Garcia's got a 7.1 second advantage over Andy Soucek in the lead Bentley. And then it's going to be the 25 Audi Sport of Christopher Haase, Jules Gounod, star of the future in my mind, and Marcus Winkelhock.
So really, at this point in the race, the Audis are coming good, but as mentioned before, the 2 and 1 Audis are out of sync with the regular front runners, which are the 55 Ferrari and the 63 Lamborghini.
But it's 43 minutes to go, so
18 hours and 43.
Yeah, until the top of the hour for the first 6 hour points.
Yes, first 6 hours will be up.
So Mies and Garcia will have to come back. The Audis will have to come in, so they're not going for that.
No,
yeah,
but the reason why they have done that is because they know that the likelihood of having another full course yellow or safety car, when you get a gift horse, you don't look at it in the mouth, you take it. Yeah. And that's what they did.
Yeah, so
that's what it takes sometimes to turn around maybe a track performance into a winning performance.
Yeah, it's just worth stressing there's an allocation of points at
the 6 hours.
The 6 hours, the 12 hours, the 18, and of course at the 24. And that's why drivers need to all take part in each of the sectors. Here's Christian Engelhardt trying to give chase, but after the pit stop sequence, he's down in 13th place. He will work his way forward. What's he right on the tail of? It appears to be the Kaspersky Ferrari. That's 55. Yes, so it is. So Marco Chiocci,
They were fighting for the lead 3 hours ago.
Yeah, they're 12th and 13th. They're fighting for the lead now, but they're merely out of sequence with our race-leading 2 and 1 Audi. So a story within a story. But how good was that Audi pit stop? How much of an advantage is it put back their way? I expect the 55 and the 63, the car we're riding on now with Christian Engelhardt, to still be in the lead, but the 1 and 2 Audi will be much, much closer through this pit stop sequence.
Christian Engelhardt, he had to hang back. He didn't know whether the Porsche was aware or was going to stay out to the right. It did do so, it allowed Engelhardt to get through, but he did the right thing. He was naturally cautious and didn't assume, so he's managed to keep in reasonable distance, just over a second, maybe a second and a half behind the Ferrari as they come down into Campos. So as you mentioned, we've got races within races. Strategy being played by the Audi team. That's a roll of the dice strategy, but well considered, and they did the right thing. They were the team that reacted the most quickly, and they got in, got out, and they've now, and we're 40 minutes from the 6 hour mark. The probability is, will they be able to go the next 40 minutes on the fuel they've got, or will they have to make a stop?
I think it's touch and go.
Touch and go? You're exaggerating.
But talking of race,
I don't think they will.
Talking of races within race, we think this is effectively the lead battle down there. But of course, what we saw there, they had to go past the speed lover Porsche, which is running in a totally different class at a different pace. And Christian Engelhardt had to make that decision. Do I try and dive past and possibly jeopardise the whole race? And he just feathered his throttle enough to do the move after the corner. Sensible move. But these are the factors changing.
Did you notice that just coming down out of the source? The Lamborghini, for some reason, just maybe it's a habit racing drivers have, that they always want to check the brake to ensure it's there, but it happened really early. Just a little dab on the brake from Christian Engelhardt coming through the curve following the La Source hairpin bend.
Now that looks like proper night shot, doesn't it, gentlemen, as we look down from Les Combes down towards down the Kemmel Straight back towards the kink after Raidillon, and certainly full on dark. And Chiocci in the 55 Ferrari has gained another place up to 11th overall, and Christian Engelhardt sitting all of just under a second away from his tail in the 63 Lamborghini. This is the car we're riding with now. In the early part of the lap, who is quicker last time around? I think it was almost identical lap times. Yes, it was indeed.
Interesting. Engelhardt, who goes from second to third, then pulls the gear back down again to go through Speaker's Corner. As we go back, here is the fun of the fair. And there will be fireworks. I don't know whether they're about to start, but certainly at some point. And the village atmosphere. There may be a few village people out there.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, you're talking about pulling that gear back, Lottie. I mean, since we can change gear on the steering wheel and up and down whenever you like, a lot of drivers seem to do that more and more. Also seem to change down later into a corner, instead of having everything ready before you actually turn the wheel.
I suspect a lot of this sort of driver technique style is based on modern technologies allowing you to do things differently from the good old days when you had a manual gear shift, you had a clutch pedal, like Christian Engelhardt. Now he likes Italian food, there's a surprise. Favourite place, a racetrack, even bigger surprise. Music, everything, sport, skiing. Well, what does that tell you about Christian Engelhardt?
He has a couple of months off in the winter.
It's too much time in his hands.
Well, he's doing a good job right now. In fact, the last lap he lost a little bit of time, but another half-second loss, so he's all of 1.5 seconds down on Marco Chiocci. You can see Chiocci's Ferrari up ahead, starting to eke its way clear. Round La Source they go, 1.4 seconds between them. Don't forget, the pit stop sequence has seen them down to, well, it was 12th and 13th, is now 11th and 12th, the next target. But some distance just ahead of them is number 4, which is Adam Christodoulou. That's the one of the Black Falcon Mercedes that had a drive-through penalty, and that has cost him time.
I never saw the contact between the number 4. Was that during my meal break, or was that something that just captured on
I don't think anyone saw it.
No, neither of us has seen it.
Team manager of car 488 to the race director immediately. Car 63 still first joker, second used.
Okay,
so
just
that message has been up for some time.
Yeah, but 488 was one of the 2 Rinaldi Racing Ferraris. That's Pierre Eret, Rino Mastronardi, Patrick van Klabaker and Gabriele Lancieri.
I think when the lights go out like they do now, we're going to see a lot less track violations.
Yes, you can. When you can see what you're going to go out onto, you can afford to go out. Except the race director knows who you are.
I think in the Thursday broadcast, I made a broad brush-stroke comment that actually some drivers drive better at night because it requires them to have a degree of accuracy, and there's a pride in doing this job well. There's no satisfaction from running wide all the time or just abusing track limits. Any monkey can do that, but being precise and clean in your driving is a very fulfilling experience.
But John, in the dark, do you rely a little bit more than you realise on sort of muscle memory, just the sort of the balance, the flow, a bit like a ski racer, that you can use your eyes more in daylight, but you go into darkness?
To be honest, I prefer 2-hour races. That was what was my speciality.
That was a generic you as racing drivers.
No, I raced at night time at Le Mans, and I raced at night time at Daytona, and there is more inherent or ambient light at both those events. Here, when it gets dark, it goes black as coal. You could be out on your own, and you will find times when you will be driving around, there'll be nobody ahead of you, nobody behind you. You'll then catch up with another group of cars. But for example, here, just looking at the Mercedes coming down the hill, there's nobody directly ahead of him. He's driving, well, he sees the headlight or the taillights of a car 5 seconds down the road.
You feel
when it got dark here on Thursday night, it was really just pitch black. At the minute, there's still a lot of ambient light, I would say,
drive-through
around the
penalty
circuit.
to car number 1.
Oh,
the car in second
track
place.
Drive-through penalty to car 1. Did not respect the track limits.
Well, this is another twist.
Antonio Garcia
in second place, 2.3 seconds down on the sister car driven by Christopher Mies. Mies leading the way. Drive-through penalty. That will drop him even without the pit stop sequence behind Chiocci and Engelhardt, and also Jimmy Eriksson too.
All the hard work. All the thoughtful work, making those pit stops, wow, through their big commitment, making all those thoughtful moves, and then all of a sudden, not necessarily Antonio Garcia, but maybe Christopher Mies or all 3 drivers in the car, they're going to go rigid with the penalty announcement, because they've worked hard with a car that maybe isn't the out-and-out quickest car, but it's a cracking operation, and who know how to win races like this. Again, it's a controllable issue, and it's in the hands of the drivers. Abusing track limits has got nothing to do with the team. It's down to the driver.
Well, John and Al, I just heard a little tweet in the air that it's mainly at Blanchimont that he's been offending, and that's a corner you don't want to be running too wide, but of course there's much more space on the outside than there was in days of old.
Well, here we are coming up to Blanchimont.
It's a double left.
I beg your pardon.
I tell you, the place they also at Blanchimont, it's the entry of Blanchimont. They tend to run outside the track to get a run into the corner.
Yes, but it's not so much the entry in the low. I have seen drivers with all four wheels over the AstroTurf, let alone off the racetrack. But it is the exit where you
make the time.
If the car is twitchy or nervy, you want to release it as much as possible. So I'm assuming that for whatever reasons, it's the exit that they're getting penalised. But we're not being told if it's the entry or the exit. We're just being told turn 17.
Well, Christian Engelhardt has been losing ground. He's 1.3 seconds down. Oh, yeah. You're absolutely spot on. Wide before the entry and then flicking the back across to the left. Just point out, Engelhardt has lost ground. He was 1.4 seconds. He's now 2.9 seconds down. He seems to have had the worst of the traffic as he gives chase to the number 55 Ferrari. Still in 11th place for the 55 car, but of course with the car in second place, the number 1 Audi having a drive-through penalty, that will promote everyone behind and certainly take one of the guns to the Belgian WRT car. That is the number 1 Audi, not coming in this time around for its drive-through penalty.
He's got 3 laps. But then,
well, let's find out what's happening with one of the drivers of the number 1 Audi, because Dakota has caught up, not with René Rast, but with Nico Müller.
Nico Müller, now you've just got a drive-through penalty for track limits. How's that going to affect your race?
Well, obviously here it's a big penalty. The pit lane is super long, so we lose a lot of time, and that early in the race it hurts badly, I have to say. We were in a very good position so far. Things were running very smoothly, but yeah, the officials are very, very severe on track limits here, and we've very much paid attention to try and not abuse it, but especially in traffic, it can happen very quickly that you go slightly over the white line with all 4 wheels, and that's what they don't want to see. So I guess, yeah, it happened to us one time too many now, and Antonio will have to go through the pits once, and nevertheless, we're not going to give up. I mean, the race is still very long, and we keep pushing hard.
There's definitely room to catch up after you've been served this penalty, so good luck, thank you.
Thank you, Dakota. You can just sense the disappointment for Nico Müller. He's a driver who knows how to win 24-hour races.
That was no consolation to Nico Müller. I mean, as much as it was trying to make you feel a little bit better, but he just walks away. He knows that this is a big penalty, which will be extremely difficult, in spite of all the creativeness that we know that WRT are capable of doing. That's a penalty that will hurt.
It certainly will. Just to reiterate, he won the Nürburgring 24 Hours 2 years ago and came second here as well that same year for WRT. Audi Crew 2015. But yeah, right now it's just you've got to refocus and carry on as you were.
Let's listen and see if the Lamborghini can carry maximum speed all the way through Blanchimont. We're going to watch him coming through the first part into 6th gear, and we'll watch it goes out. He's got 2 wheels still on the racetrack. It's the exit here we've got to be wary about.
Ooh.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, it has to be all 4 wheels.
But you wouldn't want to be more.
No.
Oh, are you unanimous on this?
Oh, he's not risking it.
I am listening.
In the pit lane, here he comes.
Okay, in from 12th place. He was down to... Sorry.
And Garcia's just driven into the pit lane as well.
Too. Well, he's in for his drive-through.
As has Andy Soucek.
And Oliver Jarvis.
Oh yeah, it's down in 18th place overall in the number 7 Bentley. That's the one that's been chasing the race rather than being up at the sharp end. Here it comes, and expect the number 8 car, because remember last time the 7 and 8 were in nose to tail in the pits. The 7 came in first, and here comes the number 8. Thank you, gentlemen, for helping me out.
Tear-offs they have on the windscreen of the Bentley. When you peel one of those off, it's almost as if it's a eureka moment. You can suddenly actually see what's ahead of you.
It's like when I put reading glasses on for the first time. I thought, gee.
All those years.
All those years.
No, you thought they were magnifiers. You didn't realise the readers, did you?
Right, so just to reiterate,
again,
in from 3rd place, Andy Soucek.
Look at the smoke coming off those front discs.
And the sister car, the number 7, was in from 18th place with Oliver Jarvis. Now it looks as though launching its way down the slope is the... Is that the 63 car? No, it's not. Just trying to work out which that is as we ride up the pit lane. But whatever it'll tell you, it's just how slow it is.
49 kilometres an hour.
Yes.
Nice new set of Pirelli rubber going onto the 7 Bentley. They sound awful. You are a racing gearbox. It just sounds terrible. So this is the Lamborghini. Ooh, has to be careful. That's a nasty little... And you mustn't abuse the white line as the Bentley comes off the jacks and it rolls down now.
Yes, it's tight on the way into the pits and tight on the way out. Certainly every chance to make yourself look an absolute chump. We saw Fisichella coming in from the lead of the race in that opening hour and coming within, one sticker's width from hitting the pit entry wall.
So, number 1 Audi is sort of self-eliminated by having to make the drive-through. The number 2 Audi, Christopher Mies, has he got enough gas in the tank to get to the 6-hour mark and get the bonus points before we get to the top of the hour?
Well, don't forget, let's just throw into the mix the fact that Andy Soucek got very close indeed to the tail of those Audis. He was catching him, he has more pace, but running on a different sequence. So we'll catch out. So proper night time here at Spa-Francorchamps. We're nearly a quarter of the way through the race. It's been really end-to-end excitement. Audi number 2 leads the race. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights of effectively the first quarter of an hour of this race. Beautiful conditions this afternoon at Spa-Francorchamps. A light wind, broken cloud, but enough blue sky to give enthusiasts the thrill they want ahead of 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. The pressure mounted, 63 cars lining up to take the start of the race. Fans festooned their way around the circuit. 63 cars, so many manufacturers come here to go racing. Top 36 covered by just 1 second around qualifying. Fisichella on pole in the Ferrari. On the grass on the right-hand side in the bronze Mercedes is Maxi Buch. Mirko Bortolotti slots into second place. Look for his twitch going through Eau Rouge. How he held it, managed to hold back Kevin Estra's Porsche, but that could have been an absolute big one at the start of the race. It let Fisichella escape in the lead and he kept pulling clear, and the battling went the whole way down through the field. There's one of the Kessel Racing Ferraris fighting in the AM class, giving good as it got with a 51 Ferrari. And now some of the camera angles absolutely wonderful, looking down low at one of the 2 Jaguars. That was the 14 car going so well in the hands of Stefan Ortelli. And the number 50 Ferrari that was a real feature of the race early on, having to come in out of sequence to make a pit stop. That would drop it down the order. But the first of the front runners to make a regular pit stop was the 63 Lamborghini that Mirko Bortolotti was at the wheel. Only one of the BMWs was feating in the front end, and there is Fisichella coming in with a dozen seconds in the lead and so nearly clipping the pit wall. Daniel Juncadella got the most air of anybody through Eau Rouge. And then, as you can see, the 912 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport being tipped off, and then without enough rubber on the 99 BMW that came into the pits. Maxime Soulet fighting so hard in the Bentley, the number 8 Bentley, as the 99 car was repaired. Mirko Bortolotti, all concentration in the 63 Lamborghini, coming towards the end of another lap with the Kaspersky Ferrari getting closer and closer. 0-1 and 0-2 on the windscreen. Not all the back markers getting out of the way to the liking of the front-running cars as they came through. And Mirko Bortolotti, the one time he has blinked is just to show his dissatisfaction, and the chasing Kaspersky Ferrari crew with Fisichella the most unhappy in the pit lane, but unhappiest of all was poor Passagnatoris. Something went wrong on the way into Eau Rouge, and as you can see, a huge accident for the 50 Ferrari. Debris all over the track, great marshalling to warn the other drivers to stay away, and the good news is Passagnatoris out of the car, down to the medical centre very quickly, given the all clear, which is certainly more than can be said of the car. Out of the race, a big retirement. The best news of all, though, is Passagnatoris is fine. As you can see, the survival cell in the car did what it had to do, and the rest pretty much ripped off. Problems for the Garage 59 McLaren. It stopped just at pit entry, just as the safety car period was there, and it was going to lead all the cars into the pit lane. The second safety car period was when Jamie Green's Audi got it wrong going out of Bruxelles, lost a wheel, and that caused these two to go nose to tail, waiting for the restart. The Lamborghini ahead of the Kaspersky Ferrari, and there was a challenge up to La Source, but the inside line was the one to have. But look how the Lamborghini clatters the curbs on the inside, just misses the pit wall at the top of La Source. So Lamborghini with the advantage over the Ferrari, but it stayed close. And then running on a different sequence, the 63 Lamborghini in from the lead of the race. And it was going to be a question of whether this car, as Andrea Caldarelli took it over, or the 55 Ferrari crew would make the better pit stop. We had to wait a while until they ran up to La Source, came down to pit exit, and there is the Ferrari going back on board as the 63 Lamborghini only now is coming down to Eau Rouge. It would close in, but about 5-second advantage in the pit stops to the Ferrari crew, and that put them into the lead of the race. Marco Ciocci doing a very good job indeed, but he was going to be hunted down by the 63 crew with Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel. Some drivers staying on the track and others getting a bit of bodywork damage. You can see the 48 HTP Motorsport Mercedes with bodywork problems there, and the 15 Mercedes, another yellow Mercedes, getting it all wrong but bringing it back onto the track just before the final sequence of corners. And that was with the 63 Lamborghini coming through. Look 2 for the 84 Mercedes. That's the one in bronze, because that was going increasingly well in the hands of Maxi Buch. Now the 8 Bentley was going well, and then it was given a 5-minute stop and go penalty. That would remove it absolutely from the top 20 in the race reckoning. That was for a driver stint with Maxime Soulet being exceeded. However, that was then rescinded. They were told they didn't have to have the penalty because a safety vehicle had been in the way, blocking their entry. The number 6 Audi had a problem with Stefan Richelmy at the wheel just before the final corner. Had to take instruction from the mechanics, an electrical problem, and that was then brought back to the pits. But right now, that's right at the bottom end of the field, sitting in the pit garage as it's worked on to get it back into the race. But night has very much fallen at Spa-Francorchamps, making this is still half light we're looking at here, but it very soon got much darker than this. And as the cars were released after a safety car period, it was more and more difficult for the drivers to pick their racing lines. There we had a spin. Number 912, that's the car we saw go off not so far from there earlier in the race in the highlights package. One of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, that was 912. And then the order kept on changing. There's the 84 Jimmy Eriksson driven Mercedes coming in to make a pit stop. We're riding on board with Christian Engelhardt giving chase. The race leading Ferrari just ahead of that Speed Lover Porsche. Slight lift there by Engelhardt, but certainly being safe was the right thing to do. Giving chase, they're down the order because the 1 and 2 Audis were at the top of the timesheets, and then the 2 Bentleys as before. 7 came in, and then number 8 had worked his way up into the top 10. Number 7 a little further back in about 16th position. Very tidy pit stops, but time and time again the Bentleys seem to come in and park up next to each other in the pit lane at the very same time. The funfair is kicking off down on the outside of the circuit at Eau Rouge. But right now, with a 20-second lead, is the number 2 Audi with Christopher Mies ahead of Christopher Haase, who's moving his way forward in the 25 Team Santalok entry. So it's Audi's 1, 2, 3, because 76 from Team ISR up into 3rd place at the moment with Kelvin van der Linde, South African driver. Then Felix Arraez, Daniel Juncadella in the 88 Mercedes up into 4th place. That was the car we saw vaulting over the curbs ahead of Mortaro Meadows and Marciello in the 90 ACA ASP Mercedes. And then David Fuminelli, Johnny Kane and Sam Torloff into 6th place, the best of the McLarens by a long, long way. And in 8th place overall, the top car in the Pro-Am class is Miguel Torrell, driving his Black Falcon Mercedes. I think they're slightly out of pit stop sequence. I expect the Aston Martin, which is down in 18th place overall, to work its way back when that normalises. But certainly the 16 car was second in class not so long ago. Haven't seen a problem for the Aston Martin, but the times are changing. And John Watson, I think we can call it nightfall here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes, I mean, it is now, I would say, as dark as you'd expect it to get, and over the next, coming up at 10 o'clock, it will remain like this until the best part of 5 o'clock in the morning, when dawn will start to rise. But you can still see, there's a little bit of light in the sky, but there is cloud beginning to build around the circuit, and that's the familiar weather pattern that we are accustomed to here at Spa-Francorchamps. In the meantime, the 90 Mercedes has moved up into 5th place, so that's an improvement, whether that's due to the round of pit stops or not, and the fact that one of the McLarens, I was just looking to see which one it was, had managed to get itself into the top 20 with Johnny Kane on board, and they had a real...
Well, it's the one in 6th place, John. That's what Sam Torloff has just taken over.
But
they've been nowhere.
Well, they're only 50 seconds behind the leading Audi, and in a car that the team themselves know. And car 7 is used as team manager of 912 race group. But that car, the 43 McLaren, has by far outshone all the others. Well, and it is not the most user-friendly long-distance car. And the team are working day and night to try and get on top of the issues. And the issue is primarily they're not able to make the use of the 2017 Pirelli tyre as other manufacturers are doing.
But we've had 3 safety car periods, but those withstanding, of course, they bunched the field up again. They haven't made a mistake. How many cars have we seen pinged with drive-through penalties and warnings? They've stayed on the circuit. They haven't been exceeding the track limits, and I'd reckon almost half of the other cars have almost have been pinged right now. But a 20-second advantage for Christopher Mies. Of course, he was being challenged by the number 1 sister car, but that, with its extra time in the pits, is down in 7th place. Antonio Garcia still on board, but that was its copybook was, let's say, smudged a little bit. But that's just 1 position ahead of Miguel Torrell, who's leading the Pro-Am class. Looks like we've got a whole host of driver changes coming up, as more pit stops must be coming. Drivers wearing helmets in the pit lane only mean one thing. But of course, this race has had... We expect most of the cars to go just over an hour, but not more than 65 minutes, because you exceed your driver's stint and you will undo not just what you've done in your stint, but what everyone's done. There's the Aston Martin, still going down in 18th place overall, but that's 10 places and nearly a lap down on the car that's leading the class.
Number 16 is 18th, I can read it. 16.
16 is 8th,
yes,
and 18 is 19th.
So it has completed 7 stops, and the Aston Martin has... They're both on 7 stops. So the Aston and the Mercedes, somehow or other, one has got out of sync with the other.
Well, it's not surprising. We've had 3 safety car periods. It gives the opportunity for people to try different things. And as we mentioned before, it's very much a case of if your cars are very close to pit entry, when you suddenly think, let's scramble them, you can gain quite an advantage. And certainly the 1 and 2 Audis from Audi Sport Team WRT did very much that, but unfortunately for the number 1 crew, Antonio Garcia, they've lost ground. Now we're looking at the face of Christopher Haase in 20 seconds down, just under 21 seconds down on Christopher Mies, but for the Santalot Racing crew, that's looking pretty good indeed. Suddenly Audis that only had 1 in the top 5 in the early part of the race. We had 5 manufacturers in the first 5 positions. René Rast was the Audi flag bearer, and his car, unfortunately, is the one that was just given that drive-through penalty. So that's fallen down to 7th place overall, but the number 2 for Audi with Christopher Mies at the wheel going very, very strongly indeed. I think we've had Connor De Filippi do the second stint, and we saw Frederick Verlish do this, so we're still waiting. So we've had 1 and 3. But 20 seconds is the gap between first and second, but the first place Audi seems to have a little more pace than the car giving chase, so therefore that gap should continue to go out.
So Kevin van der Linde in 3rd place, 10 seconds down, and Christopher Haase got the 88 Mercedes in 4th place, further 8 seconds down. The only real battle that's going on is with the McLaren in 6th against the 90 Mercedes, and that's a second, literally, of a gap. So that is a battle which is difficult to see in these nighttime hours. You've got Raffaele Marcello, Michael Meadows, and Eduardo Montaro in that car, so that's probably the most intense battle at the minute, other than the battle for 5th place.
You're talking about the McLaren. I mean, they haven't made a mistake. They also have people like Bas Leinders running around, who knows how to win this race. You know?
I agree totally. There's the 76 and the 35. So coming up, that's the 3rd place. Audi looking to put a lap on the BMW. Just having 10 seconds ahead, or was 10 seconds ahead.
But John, I'm just looking at the best laps for all the cars, and that McLaren in 6th place hasn't got below 2 minutes 23. Even cars behind have got into the 2 minute 20s and 21.
Yeah, it's doing
so
the right
pace
thing.
isn't in the car. Keep it clear, keep it clean, and that's all they can do. They know they can. That's what they have to do. So doing a great job. Sam Tordoff, the 3rd driver to get in that car, sharing it with Johnny Kane and David Fuminelli, who kicked off.
This is a little bit of motor racing ballet.
It is indeed.
Slow-mo of watching how these teams, they rehearse this. Up in Cumbria, where M Sport is based, they go through this. I mean, I don't know how many times they'll do it in preparation. There is the ultimate way of doing it, and I think that pretty much everybody has worked it out. So you've got 2 people who are allowed to do the wheel change. One picks one up, one takes the other away. And then the gunman comes back on it again, and before I've finished, it's back to live action.
And they normally, in the course of this race, do it with the sister car pipe right alongside. So now we're Andy Soucek again. He's down in 15th in that number 8 Bentley, and he's tucked in behind the BMW of Nicky Katzberger. In the first part of the race, he was fighting the other BMW, but don't forget the 99 car had that wheel problem just as soon as Alexander Sims started the second stint, and now the Bentley right on the tail.
That number 8 Bentley we saw in the hands of Maxime Soulet was clearly very quick from the point of La Source down through Eau Rouge over the top. And I remember, in fact, the ease that, wow, how close can you get without contact? But the Bentley is good through Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
Track limits, drive-through penalty, car 19, track limits.
Again, this is the Grasser Racing Team, track limits.
Importantly, not the 63 Grasser Racing Team, but the 19 one.
Leader of the race, is he in? Or is
that's Christopher Mies.
Oh, that's Garcia. No, that's Garcia. Mies is in.
Yeah, that was, Garcia
so
came
Rust is out now.
Yeah.
And Christopher Mies has just entered the pits.
So that was 2 pit stops in about 2 laps to number 1 Audi. That will cost it even more time.
Christopher Haas has come in as well. So they didn't make it to the top of the hour.
No,
who
not
won
even
the bet
close,
then, guys.
Okay, well, they should be outside the top 10, I would reckon, in that. Now we're looking at details of Andy Cicek.
Third place has come in as well. So all Audis, top 3 Audis, all coming in at the same time.
Well, if he stays out, we'll have a new race leader in the 88 Mercedes, Tristan Vautier, taking over Daniels Juncadella, Felix Serratus. Will they stop doing that? Eduardo Mortara.
Pick a number,
Will
Bruce.
he lead the race? Well, he hasn't come into the pits as yet. So suddenly what we're going to see is that 55 Ferrari and the 63 Lamborghini, 10th and 11th at the moment. They will be back into the top 6, maybe back into the top 3 or 4.
Well,
First or second even.
We're 12
in the next
minutes
lap.
and 39 seconds before we get to the top of the 6 hours. Looking at the former leaders, the 55 Ferrari and the 63 Lamborghini, 10th and 11th, who wants to bet that one of those two won't be leading at the top of the 6th hour?
I'm not betting against you.
8 cars or 5, 6 cars ahead of him now, not Ras. So we got the 16 has just gone forward. So that is the Black Falcon of Oliver Mori, Toro, Keichenhofer and Maximilian Gut. So it's going strong.
So there's Vautier with the pink lights on top of his car as he goes down the pits. He's pitting in the second half of the pit lane. There we have it coming to a standstill. Acker ASP on the in the national pits on the old start-finish straight, the downhill stretch towards Eau Rouge. So it really is a case of who wants to stay up, who wants to lead the race. It looks so it's Edo Mortara in the Acker ASP number 90.
I think it's going to be
Ferrari.
It could be the Pro-Am Mercedes that leads at the top of the hour, because it is currently 20 seconds ahead of the 55 Ferrari, and unless it makes its pit stop, it's going to be the 55 Ferrari.
Yeah, well, there we go. It seems to be the car with the pace. Fisichella had that advantage on the opening lap when Bortolotti in second place in the 63 Lamborghini got it sideways at Eau Rouge. Everyone behind had to come off the throttle a little bit, but then Fisichella drove beautifully in the car. Again, when it got in the hands of Marco Ciocci, and even more so in the hands of James Collado, just seemed to have the legs on all else. Right, driver change.
Penalty, car 912.
9-1.
Time infringement.
Oh gosh, it's all going wrong. 912, one of the two Herbert.
Yeah, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's the one with Daniel Ullman.
Yeah, it's been off the track. That's its second drive-through.
That's Jaminet.
Yeah, 36th they are at the moment.
Yeah, with 2 drive-through penalties and at an off-track moment where you get stuck in the gravel, do not help you up the order. There's one of the Walken Sport Motorsport BMWs. And here is the car that Vautier brought in, going back out the pit lane with the orange light and the purple lights on its roof, back out into the dark.
90 Mercedes is suddenly, where did that pop from?
It was in 5th place and or 6th place, and all those in front of it came into the pit. So in fact, it was 5th behind Vautier. So Edo Mortara, probably only one more lap, but if he doesn't do that, drive-through penalty being reiterated 9:12 on our screens. But now we're trying to pick out the cars in the dark by the lights on their roof. We need to learn which is which. That wonderful shot through Eau Rouge, up over Raidillon. 8 minutes.
Oh, in the gravel. In the gravel.
Is it gravel or is it steam coming off the engine?
It could be the dust from the gravel trap.
It's one of the Jags.
Or it could be the engine itself. Maybe something. Oh dear, a driver out of the car. And that looks like it's a smoker.
It's black smoke.
That's Lawrence Fry at the wheel.
That's a smoker. And they need to get that car, get an extinguisher to it. If it doesn't, it's not in a good position. So Sector 2 is now under a yellow flag control. And you can see the amount of illumination there is down at that part of the track. The corner workers, the marshals, have got fire extinguishers if they need them. But that looks like it was a pretty rapid whatever, and into the gravel down. I think it's done at Fagnes.
It's far from the track anyway, so that's the good news.
Yeah, I suspect it to be a full course yellow to remove that car in darkness. They will.
Just car 75 gets a black and white flag for abusing flashing more than 8 times.
There is a regulation that you can't do it on the AMs. I think that was you can't bully the AMs.
No.
These are a diminishing group of competitors in the endurance events, but the regulation says you're not allowed to flash your lights more than a given number of times within a period of time.
Well, car 75 is down in 58th position overall, 39 laps in arrears. That spent a lot of time in the garage. We saw that was the one I thought was having the water problems. I thought that was the one with the bodywork up, one of the Audis, but more cars coming into the pits. 90 pressing on the lead of the race. Eduardo Mortara, just saw him in the shot there, going on for one further lap. Will he be at the top in 8 minutes' time to pick up the 6-hour bonus points for the ASP crew? 90,
my man,
Mortara, Meadows, and Raffaele Marciello, who started.
My man is now in 3rd place, the 55 Ferrari of Ciccio. So that will be Marco Giocci behind the wheel.
What's his advantage over the 63 Lamborghini? 7.5 seconds, and that's gone out a little bit every lap for the past 10 laps.
The Ferrari is the quicker of the two cars. Where the difference might mitigate is when you put Mirko Bortolotti, but in particular into the 63.
Worth pointing out, John, 2 positions further back from Marco Ciocci, Jimmy Eriksson way faster, and both of them a second faster last lap.
Good lap.
Than Ciocci, so we'll be closing in that 84, the bronze livery, Battlefield 1 it says on the nose, the BMW, the Mercedes. Now we got busy Mercedes times. These are some of the Black Falcon cars coming to the pits. 15 and 16, line Stern, which is better placed in the race. It was 16 earlier. That's from second place overall, but of course that pit stop will drop it way down the order. This is the car that John thought might be leading after 6 hours, but it hasn't quite panned out.
Well, that was only 6 minutes out.
We'll let you have that.
It was better than we were with the Audi, because they made a gamble and they didn't manage to get within 10 minutes. But it was the car that was leading the Pro-Am. That Pro-Am lead will probably return to the 97 Aston Martin. Johnny Adams behind the wheel. Last lap for him was a 2:23. Almost the same pace as the lead car, the 90 Mercedes, which has done the same at 2 minutes 23.
Well, looking at the times, all in the top 20.
2:23s.
23s, high 22s. You know, that's the name of the game at the moment.
Christopher Haas in 10th place, 22.2 minutes, 22.4.
That's fastest, probably when the tyre was. He must have just gone out and nailed it on that soft set of new rubber, and not a very good entry into the pit lane by the 16 Mercedes.
Now, I'm looking for a fight back from the 117 Porsche, and in fact that was lapping the 222s, but it's down in 18th place. Michael Christensen on board. He did the second stint in that car. Very well in the opening stint, with Kevin Estre running in 3rd place, but they had the setback, they had the drive-through penalty. It's dropped them right down the order. In fact, I think they had worse than the drive-through. They had a stop and go, didn't they?
Yeah.
3 minutes or something. So yes, we heard from them. Yeah, heard from Kevin Estre about that. But let's see. 3/4 of the race remaining.
Oh, lead car in. 16 has just gone out, so the lead should go to
Marco Ciocci.
Yay! They got the maths right.
Well, so did I.
Yeah. Well, you should go and work for them, Morty.
No, I don't do work, I do TV.
So the shot started.
There is the potential lead car having to go the long way around one of its sister, or one of its brethren, whatever, I shouldn't say sister, one of its brethren. So there you can see the 01 on the top left of the screen as you see it, and that's the lead. That was the lead car. Oh, there's another 19 in its category. Who is that? Coming into
Is it the Aston Martin? Is it the Aston Martin? No, it's not.
Into Eau Rouge. Not a nice place to stop.
No.
Yeah, he's 13th overall, the Aston Martin. Oh gosh, we've had cars stopping in very strange places out around the circuit. Can't tell you who that is, I'm afraid.
Well, that will no doubt be a yellow zone very shortly as well, so let people get to the car. There we go. S1, Sector 1, yellow zone.
Slightly worried it might be Sam Tordoff. No, he's in the pits. He's in the pits, so Oliver Jarvis, number 7 Bentley. No, it could be. I'm really guessing here, trying to work out 19th.
Well, it's not the Aston, because he just reached the lead.
For interest's sake, the lead in the Pro-Am category now has been returned to the 97 Aston Martin, currently in 3rd place, as the Mercedes, the timing and scoring catches up, and the 16 Mercedes of Maximilian Goetz is falling down, as one would expect. René Rast and the number 1 Audi currently in 16th place, trying to make up for the lost time, and that car is still stuck at the side of the racetrack.
Very hard to work out what it is, and timing screen's changing fast. I thought it might be Gattuso in the Lamborghini, but he's further down the race order for Ombre Racing.
No, it's not the Mercedes of the number 4 Mercedes.
Headlights look slightly different shapes to the Mercedes, but again, it's quite a long shot. There's the Ferrari pressing on, effective race leader.
That's what we'll assume is when it gets up to the start-finish line at the end of lap 137. And I think we actually now can say it is fully dark. So that Sector 1 has gone, as we anticipated, into a yellow zone, so no overtaking and no naughtiness. So up into the final bus stop chicane, turn right, turn left, and Marco Ciocci ought to be able to see position change from P2 to P1.
Yeah, so the car he's demoted is the 90 Mercedes, but that has been in the pits very recently. Raffaele Marciello at the wheel.
I think the car being stuck might be the number 12 Lamborghini.
That's what I thought, Gattuso.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got going.
It is the number 12 Lamborghini.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
Full course yellow and the car's got going.
Yeah.
Now, who's going to jump on this and take advantage of it again?
Well, who's just been in the pits? Well, that's bad luck indeed, but the count had begun to the full course yellow for Alain Adam, the race director. And we don't know if Gattuso is going to get the whole way back round, because he's got 90% of the lap to get around in that Ombre Racing.
There he goes. Green flag on short notice.
Yeah.
Ah!
There's the Lambo.
Good man, Alain Adam.
Green flag, green flag.
Go, go, go! Wake up, you guys.
And there's our race leader, 0-1 on the screen. He took a few seconds to put the power down.
Whoa! Was they ever?
That was about a 12-second full course yellow. And that... Wow, so Fabian Schiller has just been passed for 5th place by Andy Soucek, so the Bentley boys will be starting to smile again. They've had their setbacks, but that was
smart.
Good radio work.
Some of these guys, they get a chicken leg out and start to chew it when they're under a yellow or a full course yellow. You know, this is racing, guys.
No time to wrap your handkerchief and take out a slice of cake that you've had in your pocket for full course yellow period.
So
Ordóñez in the pits.
Lucas Ordóñez, who
in for 10th place overall. So this is a car that's...
Drive-through penalty to car 56, speeding in the pit lane.
56.
That's one of the 2 national class
Porsche.
Howard Blank, Yannick Maligol, Fabrice Notari and American racer Frank Michali started that race. But the 23 crew creeping their way back into contention. Let's see if they can keep it clean. Up to 10th place before the pit stop for Lucas Ordóñez. The
10 seconds
Bentley.
before we get to the 6-hour mark. And the race leader, somebody please say it.
It's car number 55. Who would have thought that?
And they've got a big enough margin to have a slow lap, 9.5 seconds clear. So the job is done for the first cluster of points in the Spa 24 hours with less than 10 seconds remaining.
And one would say with justification.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They've worked it well, they've got the speed. The 63 Lamborghini's given brave chase for Grasser Racing Team, but the Kaspersky Motorsport with Spirit of Race Ferrari running very well indeed in the hands of Giancarlo Fisichella, who started the race from pole position, Marco Ciocci, who took over, and James Collado, who put in a very good stint as well. Now it's back in the hands of Marco Ciocci, having his second stint after Fisico had his second. So next up by process of elimination
James
will be...
Collado. Or Fisichella. No, Collado.
Collado
Yeah.
be next. Now,
Yeah.
apparently there's something in the track. Oh, wow, look, that's beautifully picked up by the camera. I mean, look,
well
is it
done.
off the orange Lamborghini, perhaps? The orange one, Lazarus Lamborghini? It's on a downhill stretch. Oh,
For
gosh.
a brave Marshall.
No, don't do it.
No, that again would need a localized yellow for anybody to be asked to go and retrieve it.
Well, the driver who'd like one of those would be Andy Soucek, because if they had a short yellow, he's very good at the restarts, as we saw when he took 5th place from Fabian Schiller.
Just wondering what it is.
It's like something off the roof of a taxi, doesn't it?
It's certainly orange in colour, so it could be the Lamborghini. Could it be part of a McLaren? Some of those McLarens have got part orange, part gun. It's
quite a big piece, though, isn't it? It's not like a wing mirror. It's much larger.
Oh no,
than
no,
that.
it's a part of a body part, but and that's coming out of Bruxelles. So
it's almost something that doesn't belong on a car.
Yeah.
There's no high flying aircraft at the minute, is there?
No, I haven't seen one.
Well, okay, what we have is a 10-second advantage eking its way out. We've passed the 6-hour mark, and full points to Marco Ciocci, number 55. Given chase, 63, Christian Engelhardt, Lamborghini, but 10 seconds down now.
And the man on the move is Andy Soucek.
No, that I was just going to say, if you look at the time, he did a 2:48, including that short force course yellow, so he got like 6 seconds, 4 seconds.
Who's the man on the move, Allard?
Yeah, Andy Soucek,
That's it,
absolutely
you got
brilliant.
it.
So, done really well.
That was a good, smart move.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to be smart. Well, I can't really say what I'm going to say, but that was a smart move.
You can, it's after dark. Don't say it, John.
No,
whatever it might have been.
Andy Soucek was on the case. That's what he is paid to do. You drive for a team like M Sport Bentley. I tell you, Malcolm Wilson will read you the riot act because you didn't understand what you're required to do.
Yeah, it's
full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's to pick up that piece up at the exit of Bruxelles.
But one doesn't expect that's going to be a particularly long full course yellow period.
10 seconds.
No, it'll not. And I just hope everybody else is
5,
aware.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Full course yellow.
The full course yellow will be quite short. It's to remove a debris in turn 9.
There we are. Very clear message from Alain Adam, our race director, to remove that orange debris.
Still, the full course yellow is good
surprised.
for this.
I'm surprised. It's a
You're surprised.
I don't know why they needed to full course yellow just to remove one bit of bodywork.
Well, number 55, circulating under the full course yellow. In the full dark, the Kaspersky Ferrari just waiting for the full course yellow. Let's take a look in the pit lane. It's a Bentley pit stop this time. Number 9, Bentley team, Krista John started this race, Jordan Pepper and Nico Verdonk. And again, John, you talked about the ballet required
yes, I mean,
of these pit crews.
It's a choreographed.
Green flag on short notice.
It's a choreographed.
5, 4.
And they make the wheels
3,
look so light
2,
indeed as they spin
1.
around.
Green flag.
Green flag. Go.
Well,
Andy Soucek, he's got it.
It's all about having the onboard cameras on the correct cars. Unluckily for Andy, there's nobody immediately in front of him because he seems to be super quick.
I would say, luckily for him, there's nobody there because he can get on with the program.
I'm going to love you and leave you and love you. Love you and leave you.
Allard Cal, thank you so much.
Great to have you here.
For adding colour. Wonderful to commentate with you, Allard, with all your enthusiasm, your accuracy and your ability to read a timing screen better than John or I can.
Have a great night and I'll see you soon.
See you, Allard. So, John, it's just the two of us. We've got plenty to talk about. We're a quarter of the way through the race.
Into Bruxelles. So this is the location just on the exit of Bruxelles where the errant bit of bodywork was being retrieved from. It was a very short full course yellow, and it went green, and certainly Andy Soucek didn't need to be asked twice when to get on the gas, and I suspect there was a few others that were still napping when they should have been on the throttle.
Yeah, well, his next target is Conor De Filippi, but he's 6 seconds up the track, so it's not close enough for Andy to take a charge on the restart there. But again, as we ride with the Bentley, the number 8 Bentley in 5th place overall, plenty of cars still out on the circuit. We've got still listed as 59 of the 63 starters circulating out on circuit. And as you can see, after a very brief full course yellow, the field is not particularly bunched up, but traffic between Andy Soucek, the car he's chasing, that number 2 Audi.
Yeah. So up the hill, first part of Blanchimont. And really, you don't need to take a line as we go back to start-finish. As we see, what's this?
Well, it's the Ferrari on the right-hand
Yes.
side of the screen. Marco Chiocci going around one of the back markers. Who's it? Aston Martin. I didn't quite
Difficult to
work
tell.
it out.
Just
Very hard.
So hard to identify the car. So green flag being waved at the start-finish line, but the notification was given via the radio to all the teams and drivers.
Well, 0-2 on the windscreen. That means it's a 63
yes.
Lamborghini. Not so long ago, it was just under 10 seconds. Just under 14 seconds now. The last 2 laps have been very good indeed for Marco Chiocci. In fact, on that lap, they gained 3 seconds.
In that group is Andy Soucek. So he's just 2 seconds behind the number 2 Audi. And that number 2 Audi is just under a second behind Jimmy Eriksson in the 84 Mercedes.
Who's only just over 2.6 seconds down on the second place Lamborghini. So it is close at the front. But the car that seems to have the speed, seems to have the advantage, is the one leading the race. Marco Chiocci, the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari.
It's been the best looking, best handling car all afternoon and evening, and it's the car that it would appear to me watching that's given the drivers by a substantial margin the easiest time. They've not had to push the car, they've not had to take risks, they've just let that car give them the best drive of the day to date.
Yeah, it was good when the conditions were warmer in the afternoon. The race started at 4:30 local time here at Spa-Francorchamps. Conditions have changed, it's got cooler, it's got darker, proper dark now, but it's still fastest. After 6 hours, here are the points. 63 Lamborghini crew leading the way on 59 points. Bortolotti, Calderari and Engelhardt. But Soucek and Souley and April bolstered by that win at Paul Ricard on 56. Rigon and Scheitar, SMP Racing Ferrari, nowhere in this race on 46. But it's Bortolotti's lot that are smiling. But this is just for the endurance, not the overall, the combined, which combines endurance and sprint series. But right now we've seen the success of the Bortolotti crew earlier. They're running second at the moment, but they're going away in second place, dropping back from the race leading crew. And as you can see, you can't see Fisichella, Enco anywhere in the top. In fact, they're in 6th position overall. Marco Chiocci just seeing behind, passing Latourus on 27, but no points for Latourus. He's out of the race. That 50 Ferrari, a big hit there. Fisichella and Collado, they're moving their way up. A few more points if they gain some more at the half distance point of this race at 4:30 in the morning. They will eke their way forward.
So number 9 Bentley trying to get his way the long way around. There we see the number 8 Bentley of the 7 or 8 man.
Well, what you've got is that a place? I'm just trying to see. There's the 84 car of Ericsson in third. But I thought there'd been a place change. Ericsson has lost a position to Conor De Filippi, the number 2 Audi up, and then not very far behind is Andy Soucek, and right on his tail he's got Fabian Schiller. Right behind him is the 25 Audi in 7th place, Christopher Haase. So suddenly we had 5 cars covered by nothing.
Bunch outside of the lead car.
Yeah.
So Ericsson's dropped a place. Conor has gone up into 3rd. And
Engelhardt's got a fight on, not fighting with the race leader who's going away. Now 16.2 seconds in the space of a lap. He gained another 2 and a bit seconds. So Chiocci having a big smile in that 55 Ferrari, but Engelhardt, he's got to worry about what is coming onto his tail. Conor De Filippi just under 5 seconds down on him, but actually that wasn't such a good lap for De Filippi, but Ericsson is the one we want to watch. There he is, the 84 Mercedes. Super strong at this point in the race. 4th place, gained a position last time around. Lost the position last time around because Conor De Filippi went past him, but Andy Soucek looks like the quickest of that trio. He's in 5th, but for how much longer in that number 8 Bentley? And Fabian Schiller must be kicking himself. He's tucking in behind the Bentley, but he lost the place in the 85 Mercedes.
Absolutely.
On not the most recent restart, but the other one after about a 15-second full course yellow. Back to green, the Bentley driver pounced.
Yeah, and in the meantime, in the Pro-Am category, Maximilian Goetz has got back to the lead of that particular category, 13th place. And the 97 Aston Martin driver change down into 17th place.
Ahmad Al-Hati, the Omani driver, who's put his name to the team, Oman Racing Team. He's 2nd in the class, the 97 Aston, and Renger van der Zande is 3rd in the number 18 Black Force.
He's a bit of an Iron Man because he's double stinted on a number of occasions, in particular when they've had some rather warmer than normal races in Europe, and has done a really outstanding job for the AM in that Pro-Am team.
And he was 2nd here last year, 2nd overall, Renger van der Zande, with Rosenqvist and Tristan Vautier for ASP, so he really goes well in these big Mercedes. now, just trying to pick them out. Just trying to see the gap between Chiocci and Engelhardt. It was 16 point something seconds, and Engelhardt just coming up to complete another lap there. De Filippi and Ericsson in third and fourth. Engelhardt hasn't crossed 17.6 seconds now, another second and a bit lost.
Well wide coming out of the final corner of the 84 with Jimmy Eriksson. We've not heard of too many driver penalties for track limits on the final turn. It's been further around the track that they've been being notified, but a lot of drivers do run well and truly off the black stuff.
Messages on screen, John. They slightly unsettle us. Our race leader, Marco Chiocci, flashed more than 3 times from one corner to the next. So he's got a black and white flag, a warning. Okay, now here is that very short full course yellow because the Ombra Lamborghini were riding on board with Andy Soucek. Thank you very much. Fabian Schiller hasn't got the power down the HTP Mercedes, and through into 5th place goes the Bentley Racer. He'll enjoy that replay. Fabian Schiller, not so much.
But I mean, I just don't understand what Fabian Schiller would have been doing, because he would have had the same notification, but just seemed to be just daydreaming or night dreaming, whichever you want to call it.
Well, I think John, frankly, that shows his lack of experience in GT cars. He's come from single seaters last year, and he's probably not used to those restarts. Certainly
Well,
not in
they
the
do
night.
have a similar kind of this. Now, what is all that about? Can't
What's the
see a
light
thing. Is
beyond
that a car stop?
No, car stop. It's
84.
84. That's from 4th place.
Is that an accident?
Well, it does seem to be. He's parked at a very strange angle. Looks like he's missing a front right tyre.
That's what I'm just trying to work out. If damage at the rear of the car.
It's at Radion.
It's a
He's gone
shunt.
up.
That is a major shunt. 84 is out of the event.
Well, he was very, very close to the back of Connor De Filippi, having been passed for 3rd place about a lap ago. We got the yellow flag. Is that going to be full course yellow? Yes, it is.
Full course yellow.
Oh, dearie me.
That is an unexpected surprise to everybody, HTP not least.
Well, honestly, that wasn't a dark horse. That was a car.
Look at the team.
Oh, they can't believe it.
They're absolutely shell-shocked.
So here we are. We're just over 6 hours into the race, and then we've suddenly...
And that's the first really major potential winner that we've seen go out of the race as a consequence of an incident at...
Well, what was the forerunner? At the start of that 0.6 of a second down on Connor De Filippi in the number 2 Audi. Did he get very close? Can't tell. Very hard to pick out in the dark, but the outcome is that 84 Mercedes off at Radion, possibly with the moment that started as he went into Eau Rouge, or coming up the hill at Eau Rouge, and there's the HTP Motorsport crew looking for a top result, and now they don't know what to do with themselves.
Devastated. I mean, just these teams employ drivers who they believe are the best available, and they don't anticipate. Now, we don't know what was the cause of that incident. It may have been something beyond Jimmy Eriksson's control. It may have been another car that forced him offline. We've seen how dirty the racetrack offline at that part of the track is. We have to wait and maybe hear a little bit shortly.
Full course yellow. What happens? Cars come into the pits. The race leader, Marco Chiocci, has leapt in as soon as he possibly could during this full course yellow. He was sitting on quite a sensible little advantage there. It was going out over Christian Engelhardt's Lamborghini, and he may well get that pit stop done, dusted back on the track before the chasers can come through. But Engelhardt has followed into the pit. That's the sensible thing to do.
I think everybody's learned from what Audi did.
Yeah, Connor De Filippi's in from 3rd. Andy Soucek, will he come in from 4th
and
place?
Also, I don't know whether anybody can anticipate how long it will take to clear the Mercedes and whatever additional damage there may be in the barrier that he would have come in contact with.
Andy Soucek not listed as having come in from 4th place, which effectively is, it's just moved up from 5th to 4th. You'd hope he'd come in. That seems, but maybe they're banking on the fact that there'll be another lap behind under full course yellow.
Well, there will be.
While it's cleared up, you have to think if someone drops it at Eau Rouge stroke Radion.
Here we go.
That was the 84
the
car.
camera position.
And we could hear him going off just out of the camera shot. He didn't look too loose. I thought at first he might have clouted the curb on the inside.
But he's gone across the racetrack, and that's similar area that we saw the 88 the 00 Mercedes, the Japanese entry, go on Thursday afternoon.
Here's a little shot for you. That car is orangey bronze. Do you think that bit that was cleared from the track about 10 minutes ago, had the very short full course yellow, had come off his car?
No, I think the bit we saw on the track was a flat or a primary colour, whereas that Mercedes has got a very metallic-y tinge to it. but it isn't moving, and
rear impact and front impact.
Front and rear impact. So the fluid you can see being wiped away, waiting for again one of the circuit vehicles to come, pick it up, and take it away. And that is, I would say, as unexpected as any incident you're entitled to see, and liable to see at any endurance event throughout the year. Again, I suspect it's not just water. That looks like there's oil down. So they make sure they can get that cleaned up. They put Speedy Dry.
It's also worth pointing out, John,
mix type thingy, so it's dribbling onto the racetrack.
The track is at the bottom of the screen, marked by the red and yellow curbing. The pit exit is on between the two white lines beyond that Mercedes. It's on a downhill slope, so that fluid is running just where the cars will be wanting to accelerate back out onto the circuit.
It's
so really better clean that up.
They have to clean it up. I mean, any.
Okay, here's another we presume that's it.
He's going to come out of the
corner. Right-hand side of the screen. Oh, yeah.
It was absolute. It went wrong. It was probably a tank slapper he got at the bottom, or coming into the incline up to Radio, and it just snapped. And once it had gone, it wasn't going to be something that it was going to be able to rescue.
Yeah, so worth reiterating, John, that the tank slapper occurred, and the impact was only once he'd gone through Radio. And we don't know what went in first, the back or the front.
It looked to me like the front, because he was actually pointing, the nose of the car was pointing at that tyre bale, and then it's just hit the nose and then swung around and got the tail. So we're still waiting for a snatch vehicle to make its way up to the Radio and remove the 84 Mercedes. I wonder, could we get somebody to go down and ask HTP what happened? Would that be a bit presumptuous, do you think?
Well, it wasn't one of those incidents that looked as though anything broke. It did look like a simple driver error.
Yeah.
But, of course, we only saw the car once it had snapped. We saw it coming in with the first camera shot, then we couldn't see it in the second shot, but we saw the spectacular exit as it went from Eau Rouge to Raidillon. Didn't see the impact, but it's been in front and back. All the front runners have come in and made that extra pit stop. They scrambled to the pits as soon as the full course yellow was triggered. So Marco Ciocci came in from the lead in the 55. Kaspersky Ferrari has gone back out into the lead. Mirko Bortolotti has now taken over. So driver change for the 63 car. Christian Engelhardt has handed that over to Mirko Bortolotti. Connor De Filippi now third in the number 2 Audi. And Andy Soucek, who's been going great guns, has got the Bentley, number 8, up into 4th place. So we've got 4 manufacturers in the top 4 places: Ferrari, Lamborghini, Audi and Bentley, then a second Audi. And best of the Mercedes is now car number 85, also from HTP Motorsport, but this is in the hands of Dominic Baumann, who's just taken over from Fabian Schiller, also sharing with Edward Sandstrom. That is the top 6 places. So full course yellow as we approach 11 o'clock at night. And just waiting for the number 84 car, a car that was looking really well set with such a strong driver lineup, in the hands of Maxi Buch, Franck Pereira, and then Jimmy Eriksson, who'd been going very well. Just lost a place a lap or so before to Connor De Filippi's number 2 Audi, fighting back 0.6 of a second behind. Don't think they got close enough to tangle. Seems as though it was all on his own as he gave chase. The 84 went off.
It was a chase, and it looked to me as if he got too far over to the left. Would have got onto the debris on the outside of the exit of Eau Rouge, and once you hit that, then you're just going to be a passenger. There was nothing that Ericsson was going to be able to do. Remember, you're carrying a lot of speed up Radio. Those cars are doing maybe 120, 200 kilometers per hour, and the weight of the car, and then the immediate loss of grip. It's a horrible feeling to know that you're going to hit something solid, and you've taken your car out, and one error of judgment in the corner, maybe a couple of feet too far to the left. Let's look again. And that's just the end of the incident.
Yeah, that's Andy riding with Andy Soucek, who is now the race leader because he hasn't come into the pits, unlike those around. So Marco Ciocci back to 2nd place, Mirko Bortolotti, who's taken over the 63 Lamborghini, to 3rd. But it's a question, will Andy Soucek come in this time around to make a pit stop? Still full course yellow. I'm sure still some minutes until we'll have green flag racing again, when the 84 Mercedes has been cleared up. Still sitting front and rear damage at the exit of Raidillon, sort of effectively with a couple of wheels in the pit exit lane. And there you can see the blue flashing lights as the 84 Mercedes still sitting sideways, still not on a flatbed. Some more laps behind the in the full course yellow period. And just
fireworks! Look, we've got fireworks.
Well, we had fireworks on the track, fireworks in the sky. They come at around 11 o'clock here at Spa-Francorchamps. There'll be a concert on the right-hand side of the circuit as we go past midnight, so plenty for the fans to enjoy. But right now, during a hiatus in the race, Watty, time for some fireworks. And pleased to report, dry weather, lovely conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps.
I haven't even had a bag of frite mayonnaise. You know,
Watty,
what a waste.
Your standards are slipping,
What
frankly.
a waste. Look at those. Well, a great firework display just in its beginning. All part of, you know, what makes an event like this, you know, so much fun. And there'll be loads and loads of children who normally should be in bed, but they'll be having the time of their lives.
It's the summer holiday, and I tell you what, this morning I walked out to look at one of the support races out at Pouin. I saw a father with his 2 young children, sensibly with their ear defenders on, and they were all wearing matching Total Spa 24 T-shirts, and they'll remember this race forever.
Yeah, this is a once-a-year event for many of the people that are going to be here this weekend. And there is something special about 24-hour events, and you know there are many of them now around the world that are extremely popular, you know, across North America, Europe, Middle East.
Yeah, they're gaining and gaining, but when you come to a circuit with the majesty of Spa-Francorchamps, with the history of the 24 hours, it is that extra bit special. And also, when you're a driver out around the circuit, you go through great areas of darkness and little pools of light, but then you come up to the pit and paddock with the 2 pit lanes, and you suddenly almost come back into civilization, if you will. Of course, they're busy around the rest of the lap, but it is a really special place. And again, that high shot looking back towards the pits in the distance, that's taken from near Bruxelles corner. You see the track in different points on the hillside, above you, below you, around you as you work your way around this wonderful circuit. And still the safety car period as we approach 11 o'clock. Safety full course yellow has ceded to safety car. Leading the race is Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley. It's been up, it's been down. It was given a 5-minute stop and go penalty, and that was rescinded, and that was a second chance. That was for Maxime Soulet, exceeding his driver stint time. However, let off the hook because a course vehicle was allegedly blocking the entry to the pits, so he couldn't have come into the pits and therefore had to do the extra lap. But thank goodness we haven't lost the 8, because that would have dropped it outside the top 20. It would have been effectively over and out for them. But continues to fight in the mix. But Marco Ciocci and the 55 Ferrari crew, 28 seconds down behind them in the running order, but with one more pit stop under the belt, that should put the Kaspersky Ferrari back into the lead of the race.
On lap 145, there's the safety car leading the Bentley around Andy Soucek on the wheel. So just weaving around to try and put energy into the tyre, principally to make the sidewall flex to try and generate tyre or core temperature. I don't know whether it really works, but it looks like it should. So everything's gone really quiet. There's nothing on the pit straight. That's the effect of the safety car.
Yes, what we have on the circuit map, John, is a whole area of the track from La Source, with the exception of the number 43 car. The next car is just about approaching Les Combes.
Yeah.
And the safety car is now just coming onto the start-finish straight. So a third of the lap is suddenly dark out there. No racing cars around, but still have, I think, 58 of the 63 starters running, but one that definitely isn't at the moment is that 84 Mercedes, dropped through Eau Rouge, crashing at Raidillon for Jimmy Eriksson. He was challenging for 3rd place and unfortunately has taken a tumble, and in fact has tumbled right down the running order. He's onto the 2nd page of our timing screen and will continue to drop, and hopefully the circuit is being cleared up as the 84 Mercedes is loaded up and taken away.
Drive through for car 56, speeding in the pit lane. Our friends in the Porsche, Howard Blank, Yannick Malagnes and Fabrice Notari and Frank Malahay. Bentley into the pit lane.
Pits. Okay, this is the tight entry. This is from the lead of the race. Andy Soucek was sitting on a 28-second advantage over Marco Ciocci's Ferrari. Of course, that will see him tumble down the order. In fact, the others are just going over the start-finish line, I think, now. Yeah, 4.5 seconds after the Bentley crossed it, but the Bentley garage is after the start-finish line on the left-hand side of the screen. You can just see it pulling over into its area in front of its pit garage, looking for a driver change, and that's Andy Soucek's out, and Maxime Soulet in his mock James Hunt racing helmet with the colours of Wellington School. That's quite strange to have a Belgian racer with a British public school colours on his helmet, but obviously James Hunt.
I think he obviously admired James's values.
Well, quite so. Anyhow, he's out. So Andy Soucek was so good on that restart, picked up 1 position from Fabian Schiller in the 85 Mercedes, and now it looks relatively standard. But where will this drop it back into the order? You have to say the 55 Ferrari is the car with the pace. It's leading from... Bortolotti's got several cars between him. Tristan Vautier and Connor De Filippi are now 3rd and 4th.
The Lamborghini in 5th, not out of the races yet.
Yeah, well, effectively that's 4th, because still the number 8 Bentley waiting to be given the thumbs up, the lollipop raised to get it away from its pit stop. Has to go the whole way down the pit lane. You can see the old pit buildings in the middle of your screen, and look how many cars are coming down the hill behind the safety car.
Does it have to wait until the entire safety car chain has gone through before it can rejoin?
And just see how many cars are in that pack. It's only now coming out of La Source.
Yes.
Will there be any behind that? Will he have to slot in behind? We can't see him. Yes, we can just see him coming down the national pits.
But there's another car coming down now as well. Which of these two is the Bentley? I think the second one is, because the headlights are much more powerful.
Oh, how agonising.
Oh, there's another one coming now as well. I don't know. You know, on that camera shot, if you could pick
the one
out
under
which
the red
the
banner
Bentley
has stopped.
Yes,
so that is it
got to
being
wait
held
until the safety car goes, all the chain goes through.
So do we feel that's been a massive backfire? I feel we do, but
it was a gamble.
It was a gamble. If it had been a shorter safety car period, they might have been laughing. So still plenty of entertainment out around the circuit. The safety car still leading the way around. The race started at 4:30. We're nearly at 11 o'clock. So
laser
still 17
shows,
and a half hours remaining, and the concert is starting to line up. Laser shows down there. So they're having fun come what may. But we as race fans are waiting for the field to get released one more time. And Maxime Soulet listed as the race leader on our screens, but we know full well that he was in the pit lane taking over from Andy Soucek. So Marco Ciocci in the 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari will go back into the lead of the race. Tristan Vautier will go into 2nd place, and Connor De Filippi into 3rd. Safety cars. There's the 23 Nissan that it goes up and down towards the tail of the top 10. It gets into the top 10, then the sequence of pit stops drops it down. It's in 14th at the moment with Lucas Ordóñez at the wheel. His next target is the 98 BMW Row Racing one. This was the one that was rather struggling early in the race for position. The 99 car was much better placed, but then Alexander Sims effectively had a wheel go on him, a tyre go on him on his outlap, and that's dropped the 99 car down the order. 99, in fact, with Alexander Sims back at the wheel now, is in 42nd position. Long repairs in the pit garage for them, left rear problems. So riding on board with Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley, but he is at the tail of, effectively, John Watson, the entire field.
Yeah.
As we get to 6.5 hours into this race. Plenty to play for, but it seems to have played away from them.
Yes, I think one might say that was a call that didn't quite work out. But you know, I wouldn't want to criticise the team because they made it. They made their judgment. They made their call. They've obviously got good reasons to have done it. They know their downside potentially.
And now look how dark it is. The pit lane, the old pit lane, no cars to be seen. All the other cars. Safety car approaching the bus stop, the last couple of corners, and the next car in the line, they're right up the hill towards Les Combes. So darkness at a certain part of the circuit, and leading the way is Marco Ciocci in the 55 Kaspersky Ferrari. The lights still flashing on the roof of the Audi safety car, coming up to the final corner, so there'll be at least another lap behind the safety car as we cross the 6.5 hour mark in this race. Car 84 still being cleared up. It's tumbling down the order, down listed as 28th position for Jimmy Eriksson after that crash. So Jimmy Eriksson sitting at the exit of Radio. And he's fallen down the order. Marco Ciocci now leading by 5.1 seconds from Connor De Filippi. Mirko Bortolotti as Vautier pits from third place. Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini goes up into third. He's 1.6 seconds down on Connor De Filippi, still waiting. This field will bunch itself up behind the safety car. Those at the back will be able to close up. They're not able to overtake those, so that's going to be a big frustration for Maxime Soulet. So just after 6.5 hours of this race, a lot has been happening. It's Ferrari leading the way. But let's look back at the highlights of the first 6.5 hours. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the flags were flying. There was blue sky in the distance. There were 63 cars and their crews lining up on the grid. The tension was mounting. The fans were dotted all around the circuit as the cars went out on their formation lap. You can see them peeling away from the national pits. And then coming down the hill, it was the Kaspersky Ferrari on the left of the circuit. Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini behind. On the grass in 5th place and losing ground was Maxi Buch in that bronze Mercedes. But then a huge twitch from Bortolotti in 2nd place. Throw Rouge, somehow he held it, but that gave the advantage to Giancarlo Fisichella. He was able to make a clean break and kept on breaking away. After the first hour, he got a dozen seconds clear. The Ferraris, didn't matter which class they were in. That's the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari from the AM class, having a really good go at one of the Pro-Am runners. And getting in really, really low behind the 14 Jaguar. Getting some fantastic shots. That was from the nose of one of the BMWs. That was the 99 car with Maxime Martin. But the car giving chase behind that was Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley, who had a really good go. The 63 Lamborghini was the first to blink, the first to come in from that lead group. And look how close our race leader, 0-1 flashing on the windscreen. That was Giancarlo Fisichella nearly hitting the pit entry wall. And there you just saw Daniel Juncadella getting 4 wheels off the tarmac into the air at Eau Rouge. Then the 912 Herbert Motorsport Porsche going for a spin, being given a spin into the gravel, and they're limping back after problems out on the circuit with Alexander Sims at the wheel. Innocent party, but rear corner damage for the 99 BMW. Mirko Bortolotti pushing on really hard, picking his way through traffic, being chased by the Kaspersky Ferrari, and their hesitation for Bortolotti, not too happy with that Attempto Racing Lamborghini in front of him. That allowed the Ferrari to close in. You can see Bortolotti's discomfort, dissatisfaction, and one of the teammates of the 55 car, Fisichella, very unhappy, and then a huge shunt there for Passin Latourus. Luckily he was okay, but his 50 Ferrari, most unusual incident, debris all over the circuit. But the best news, as the marshals kept the cars away from the debris, was that Latourus was fine. He'll be battered and bruised, but he got the clean bill of health from the medical centre. Took a while to clear that Ferrari, very battered, very broken. That will not fight again in this version of the Spa 24 Hours. Weather conditions still perfect, so soon we were able to go racing. Problems for the Garage 59 McLaren. It was blocking pit entry just as the safety car wanted to lead the entire field through. And you just saw in the background the number 14 Jaguar didn't understand and didn't come through the pits. And that was given a massive penalty, and it dropped it way down the order. And then waiting for the restart, it was still the 63 Lamborghini ahead of the 55 Ferrari, waiting and waiting. And when it came, the Ferrari challenged up into La Source as the green flag was thrown, but the Lamborghini held the inside line. Look, clouts the curb, nearly hits the pit wall at the top of the circuit at La Source, but holds on. But the 55 Ferrari was the car that had the pace. And when the 63 car came into the pits, it was hoping for a clean pit stop. The 55 Ferrari came in next time around. And you know what, as Andrea Caldarelli waited to get going, he must have held him that little bit too long, because the 55 Ferrari, there it is emerging from pit exit, ahead of the Lamborghini, which you can see in the background, coming down the hill into La Source, Eau Rouge, about 5 seconds behind. And that was advantage to the Ferrari crew. And it 0-1 in the windscreen tells you that it got ahead, and it was staying ahead. 63 did all that it could. Great fighting for all the positions. There's a moment that puts your heart in your mouth, getting it sideways. And another car that's had a little bit of contact, that's the 48 HGP Motorsport Mercedes. Wasn't a good time for yellow Mercedes. There's the number 15 Black Falcon one also going off the circuit. Another safety car period gave the drivers a chance to reappraise the circumstances. The level of light out around the circuit. We've had a fair few safety car periods, full course yellows, but very quick clear up. These are the mechanics that ran to advise Stefan Richelmy how to restart his number 6 Audi. They shouted through the fence to the Monegasque driver, but eventually the car had to be taken away on a flatbed as day turned to evening, turned to night at Spa-Francorchamps. And the 84 Mercedes, that bronze car, was fighting so hard with the Audis, working its way up the order. The 1 and 2 Audis gaining positions as night fell. Wonderful late evening shots here around the circuit. That's the final corner of the circuit, but nobody seemed to be able to do anything about the pace of the 55 Ferrari. There's the 912 Porsche. We saw it in the gravel early on, and it's been a car that's had endless problems. Luckily, the sister car, 911 from Herbert Motorsport, is going rather better. And there is the 84 Mercedes right in the reckoning, not on the pace of the 55 Ferrari, but going very well indeed, coming in from third place for a pit stop. And there is Christian Engelhardt, just biding his time. Ahead of him is the race-leading Ferrari after yet another restart, but Engelhardt deciding not to monster his way past that speed lover Porsche. Then the 7-8 Bentleys, the 7 a lap down, but they always seem to come in side by side, nose to tail, with that lap between them. Walkenhorst BMW in the pits, you can see the amount of tyre debris and brake dust, and then there is the demise of the number 14 Jaguar, off at the side of the circuit. Didn't see what happened, but the lights went out as the power failed, and that was that. And then the Abt Motorsport Mercedes creeping away, and they're going spearing off a tank slapper into Eau Rouge, leading to contact, double contact, front and rear contact at Raidillon for Jimmy Eriksson. Had just fallen to fourth place, but was hunting down Connor De Phillippi's number 2 Audi when he got it wrong at Eau Rouge. And out came the safety car, just ahead of the fireworks show and the concert here at Spa-Francorchamps. We've just gone past 11 at night. 6.5 hours of the race behind us. Just remember the numbers, 55, 2 and 63. The two crew had an inspired pit stop, but they're out of sequence with 55 and 63. And there is the timing sheet at the moment. 3.5 seconds nearly between the race-leading Ferrari. At the wheel at the moment, Marco Ciocci, Connor De Phillippi in that number 2 Audi, and Mirko Bortolotti, who started from second place up to third in the 63 Lamborghini, not so far behind that 2 Audi. Expect him to go back into second place when the number 2 Audi comes in for a pit stop. As I say, it's out of sequence. Maxi Goetz, the top car in the Pro-Am class, in 9th place overall. He's 25 seconds down on the race leader, so really right in the mix. The chasing car in Pro-Am is in 16th place with Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel. And the top car in the AM class is 888 from Kessel Racing. It's Marco Zanettini at the wheel in 32nd position overall, and giving chase at the 488 crew. And at the wheel at the moment of that is Patrick Van Glabica. No, it's not, I beg your pardon, it's Gabriele Lancieri down in 36th position. The number you have to remember, though, is 55 Ferrari, 3.5 seconds clear. Marco Ciocci at the wheel, and he'll hand over, we think, next to James Collado, and then the super enthusiastic pole starter Giancarlo Fisichella will get on board. He's been living every lap from the pit garage, and there's a long way to go, unless he's run out of enthusiasm by the morning, which he won't. He's that sort of character. But really right now the battle is between the 55 Ferrari and the 63 Lamborghini. I'm going to head off into the night, welcoming Ben Constanduros to the box alongside Martin Haven to take you through to the start of the day.
Good evening, everybody, and good night to Bruce Jones. Well done indeed to David Addison, to Bruce Jones, and the inestimable John Watson for taking us through the early stages of this race. It's a strange 24-hour race. Finishes at 4:30 Sunday afternoon, started at 4:30 this afternoon. So we'll get to daylight, we'll barely be even halfway into the race. And a race that has seen the number 55 Ferrari start from pole position, take the lead, drive away. Pit stop safety cars have brought it back behind its rivals, and it again, every time it's got into the lead, has been able to open up a gap. Since the safety car went in, it has already opened up 3.5 seconds on the number 2 Audi that lies in second place. So the car clearly has pace. So we've lost 2 or 3 cars already, and despite the fact that the car's been retired with overheating, number 75 ISR Audi was assessed a penalty for exceeding track limits. Felipe Albuquerque was most disappointed to note that even though they're not in the garage, they've been penalised. Another strange little story that we'll probably catch up with a little bit later is one of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghinis. Phil Keane in the number 78 car had an incident early in the race and broke or bent a front suspension arm, front wishbone, which then put the car down the order and left them with very little opportunity of scoring points, at which stage driver Miguel Ramos decided he was going home. Therefore, Leo Machitsky, Richard Abra and Phil Keane, it would now appear, are doing a three-hander in the 78 Barwell Motorsport car. That's the red and silver car with the Vodafone colours. Vodafone money being brought from Portugal by Miguel Ramos. And the other Barwell car, Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kojic, Haji Kujala and Ollie Gavin, is the 77 machine still running strongly. Meanwhile, in traffic with the entire field in one long queue behind the safety car, it is going to be monstrous for anybody who is down in the middle of the groups, because of course they're not rearranged in their race order according to the leaderboard that you're looking at now. They're just rearranged with no gaps between them. So the leader's been released by the safety car. He is not the first car on track. He's just getting up to La Source as we ride on board the long climb up the hill through this sweeping no-named right-hander. And then to the fast left, the Blanchimont looks absolutely flat here. This is steep uphill, way out, four wheels over the white line. And again there, and then into the braking area at bus stop. You see the lights pulsing in front. Driver in front already on the brakes, nice and early. And that's the number 12 Ombra Racing Lamborghini Huracan in front of us. Michele Barretto, Stefano Gattuso and Andrea Piccini sharing that car. So we get a run on him. Let's figure out which of our onboard cameras this is. Number 12 is being followed by... I can't find him on the timing screen. I've got temporary blindness. We have onboards in 8, 88 and 23. So I think this is 23 behind him, Lucas Ordonez. Great view from that low splitter. And then again, great indication of just how much light there isn't around this circuit at night.
And of course, one of the advantages of being in a long train of cars, one of the only advantages, is that you have light from the other cars illuminating the circuit in front of you. So an opportunity to be able to actually see some of the apexes when you're stuck on the very outskirts of the circuit as we go into the second sector of the lap. Very few lights around the track, and therefore very limited opportunities really to be able to spot the apexes. So a little bit of breathing space whilst we have the cars in a long train, but for those setting the pace at the front, the 56 car is the first car in the train, and that car is having to do its own pathfinding.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So he's got a clear track in front of him, which is the bonus, and in fact the leader has now gone by, because actually 56 on our timing and scoring, we've got a little tracker map, has been dropped way back down the order. There is the race leader, 55. So there is nothing in front of Marco Ciocci. Second place is the number 2 car. There are 2 cars between them, 77 and 17. 77 is the Barwell Lamborghini, the black and yellow car. Bumblebee, there it is. And 17 behind is one of the Belgian Team Audi Club cars. That's Stuart Leonard, Jake Dennis and Jamie Green's car, and that was the car that spat Jamie Green off out of Rivage, or Bruxelles as it's called these days. So that car would appear to be still going.
Yeah, it sounded like from the reports that we heard over those couple of hours that he tried to go around the outside of some traffic and therefore was basically 4 wheels off the circuit, and the car lost it on that sort of bumpy curbs and grass and spat him across to the wall on the left-hand side, and he first contact with the front, then contact with the rear. The car, he tried to drive away, but clearly too much damage. It was then brought back to the pits on the back of a low loader, and we are seeing the cars then going back out onto the circuit. So cars that are able to be fixed are being fixed and being sent back out again.
Which is quite nice, isn't it? And you know, that's something that other 24-hour series are very keen on, which is trying to get as many cars to the finish as possible. Obviously, if you've taken off all the corners, the doors, the bonnet, rearranged the monocoque and the tubs in banana shape, then you're kind of out of it. But hopefully we'll get most of our cars running through. The Stracker Racing number 58 McLaren is still not showing as circulating, and that's now 21 laps behind the already retired number 75 ISR Audi. So I think we have to say that Ben Barnicoat, Rob Bell and Com Ledigar's car is also getting them. Don't have an official marker of doom, Ben, which I think is a bit of a mistake. 75 ISR, they've already told us that car is out of the race. They ran off wide, ran over the grass, picked up some muck in the radiator, and it overheated before it got back. Just going through camera shot there was the car with the red numbers on, 01. That's the leader in the AM class. It's not car 01, but it is the 888 Ferrari, and that is the Kessel Racing car. Now that's had a slew of penalties already and some offs. However, it is still leading the AM class. And second in the AM class is the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. So Rinaldi with 2 horses in the race, 333, their regular championship number, and that is in the Pro-Am class, and an AM class car, which is 888 Pierre Arret is the man who sort of corralled them together for that.
And it's Marco Zanuti who's driving the car at the moment.
On board with the number 8 Bentley. We just saw that car stopping and really getting caught out by the safety car, or being caught by the safety car, because by the time they stopped from the lead and were ready to go again, the safety car queue was all the way around, and they had to wait at pit exit with the red light on until the safety car queue, the back of it, not the front of it, had safely passed the exit to the pit lane. And unfortunately, with 63 cars starting the race and 57 or 8 still going, that's still quite a long flipping queue you've got to wait for. So no matter how long their pit stop took, it was longer because they were waiting for the back of the queue. However, the car is quick, and it has dropped to 11th place, still on the lead lap. In fact, our top 15 cars at the moment are shown on the lead lap. See the Bentley there is the Vodafone Barwell Mercedes. And we'll catch up with that when we get word from Charlie Butler Henderson in the pit lane. We're right up behind the 22, I think that is going to be, rather than the 23 Nissan. Although actually, no, that looks more like the official livery on the back of the Nissan. Might well be 23. Dropping down into Rivage. Nissan stuck behind a Lamborghini. We talked about this earlier on, Ben, that although we've got Pro Class, AM Class and Pro-Am Class, all the cars in the race basically are GT3 cars.
Driver's team. Drive-through penalty car 67, driver's team.
Okay, that's the Attempto Racing, one of the 2 Attempto Racing Lamborghini Huracans, both of which are in very fetching chrome blue. That's in the sort of Leighton House Miami chrome blue, actually, the 67 car, and that is their AM class car. So they have exceeded driver stint length. Maximum length the driver can spend on track is 65 minutes.
So that was actually a change of position. That's the number 8 car ahead of Lucas Ordonez in the 23, on boards with both of those cars, giving us a fantastic view of that little battle. And they're the next car in that train, the Audi R8 that's ahead of them, that's not part of the battle. So Ordonez's next target is the leader of the Pro-Am in 9th position, Maxi Götz.
No, is that not, that's not Audi number 1. Because so Ordonez has just got by what was in front of the Bentley. And now we're seeing that's number 3. Okay, so that's not for position. But in front of Ordonez, by 0.6 of a second, by nearly 10 seconds, yes, Maxi Götz in car number 16, so that's some way in front.
And expect just ahead of them the battle for 7th position, René Rast in the number 1 Audi now. That car took a penalty, it must have been about an hour ago, for exceeding track limits. The most significant of our many track limits penalties, because they were in 2nd position at the time after a little bit of clever strategy. So they were up with the number 2, which is just 3.6 off the lead. René Rast now 24 seconds off the lead, but is starting to make progress. So he has the 76 car just ahead of him. And that is another of the Audi Sport fleet from ISR.
That's ISR's remaining car, isn't it, with Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of it at the moment. He shares with Pierre Caff and Frank Stibler. Great audio from the onboard. Clicking down the gearbox, immediately pulls another gear, even as he's turning into Rivage. Once he's got the speed off, pulls the gear, uses the torque of that engine, to pull him through the corner, drive it through.
And it's amazing just how steep out of Brussels that is.
Yellow flags in sector 2, not seeing why. There could be a car stopped at the exit of the bus stop, car number 6. Well, briefly went yellow, now it's gone green. And the bus stop is in sector 3 anyway, not sector 2, so...
Yeah, so that was what effectively you call short shifting.
Yes.
Whereby you don't maximise the full revs of the engine and you sometimes limit the amount of wheel spin you get by shifting early. And the reason for that out of Brussels is that the circuit really falls away there. It's very hard to see it on the TV pictures, but if you've walked ever around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, all the photographers that are in the press room behind us will know very well, that's a very steep part of the track. And so the track is falling away from you in the car, which encourages the car to wheel spin. So short shifting is a good way of preserving the tyres, and that's one of the things that probably won't have so much of effect over the night stint now because of the lower temperatures, but certainly during the hotter periods of the day they were really concerned about getting a decent performance out of this Pirelli tyre throughout the full stint. No chance at all to do double stinting, not even in the night. There was mention of it last year and the years before, but the new compound is not able to withstand that, and so we are seeing pit stops where we'll be changing the wheels every single time. Maxime Soulet in this number 8 Bentley, making his way up into the top 10 up past Lucas Ordonez, and now he's already taken a huge chunk of time out of Maxi Götz ahead.
Now, with that illuminated aerial, that is a Mercedes signature, isn't it? Quite a lot of the Mercs have different coloured strips of lights on the aerial. Is that his target? No, 16th place, so that's not overall, that's the 89 car, that is 16th place in the Pro-Am class, so a long way down.
Yeah, 5.7 was the gap as they came across the line, but even in the first sector, which is 40 seconds, he took half a second out of Maxi Götz. And of course, Maxi Götz leading the Pro-Am category, but he is the pro in that car, so should be as fast as the Bentley or the Nissan behind.
Car in front is the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 488, I believe. Either that or the 333, not quite sure which. Both good Ferrari numbers. 488, of course, is the mark of the car, 488 Italia. 333, that was Ferrari's last open-top sports car prototype, the 333 SP. So they're all good Ferrari numbers, and that is the 488 Piero Rex car. So again, that is one of the AM class cars. And he has to find a way through, and through he does squeeze. So that is the AM class leader.
And now an opportunity to see just how dark it is, especially through this latter section of the lap, through the Blanchimont section of turns. You really have no light around there. It's forest on the left-hand side, and the barrier is quite far back on the right-hand side, so impossible to see any of your apexes or your exit curbs, and you really are working on memory.
Let's get down to the pit lane. Charlie Butler Henderson is with Aaron Scott at Spirit of Race.
Okay, so Aaron, Matt's just about to come in for a pit stop, and perfect timing. He is literally just coming in for his pit stop, his splash and dash, as it were. Tell me how it's been going for you so far at Blancpain.
Well, it's been a fairly tough start to the race. It's car's pretty tricky to drive, really. We've been struggling all weekend, really, for a bit of grip, and it's not coming to us at the minute. So we just got to hang in there, and we're running in the top 6 at the minute. So it's not the end of the world, but it is real tough. You know, I did a double stint to start the race, and you know, it's you know you've done it when you get out of the car.
So please, you've been working down the gym and waiting for the track to rubber in a bit. Is that why you're struggling for grip?
Yeah, I'm hoping. Obviously, last year I remember at the start we struggled a bit, and as the track rubbered in, it came to us a bit. So we're hoping it may be something similar this year, but I don't know. It's just tricky at the minute, so we'll see where we go.
So what's it like through Eau Rouge? Talk us through Eau Rouge for the people that are watching and listening at home. Tell us how scary is it, day or night? Talk us through it.
It's especially towards the end of the stint when the tyres are gone a bit. Our car's actually not terrible in the high speed, so it's not so bad through Eau Rouge, Blanchimont. You know, they're obviously the big commitment corners, and yeah, it's especially when you're following people there, actually can be a bit tricky. The front tends to, you don't quite know where it's going to be, so yeah, you got to be on your toes a bit.
Well, you're a very experienced driver, been doing this quite a long time and driven quite a lot of cars over your time. What's it like doing a 2-hour stint? Is it worth doing the gym work that you've been doing, or is it fairly easy?
Well, I think I should have done more.
So go on, talk us through it.
It is tough. I think it all depends on the car you've got. Sometimes if the car's really under you and everything like that, then 2 hours is a breeze. At the moment we're hanging on to it a bit, so 2 hours is pretty hard. Like, I was pretty happy. You're kind of like, you want to get out when you radio the engineer and ask how long to go. Then that's it. You're kind of at that point it's broken you.
So the tyres have gone off and you're sort of needing a bit of a break.
Yeah, it's nice to get out.
Okay, what about the debris on the circuit? I'm watching it on the TV screens all day since the race started. Lots of debris. Marshall's doing a great job of cleaning up all the mess, but tell me about the lumps of rubber that are slowly appearing offline.
So it's not too bad. Obviously, if you get a bit forced out wide, you spend a couple of laps cleaning the tyres up, but it's not too bad. So.
And you've got a double stint coming soon.
Yeah.
Get some water down you. Thanks very much, Aaron.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Hi to Aaron Scott, long-time stalwart of British GT. Charlie George is here as well, having been at European Le Mans Series with him last weekend. She's here on a busman's holiday, not working.
That's really a British GT kind of car, isn't it, with Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin as teammates?
Well, that absolutely is, yes. They've all raced together in British GT, and now they're all racing together in ELMS and doing the Blancpain Series as well. And that is their car. The one that stopped behind was another Spirit of Race car, 961. And that's a car that features gentleman driver Alex de Meulian and Davide Rizzo with fast Finn Tony Vilander and the, as of last weekend, unretired Nicola Minassian. Minassian has been the team manager in the European Le Mans Series for the LMP2 car run for G-Drive by the Dragon Speed team, which is run by Elton Julian. Elton looks after 21, and he hired Nick Minassian to run the 22 car. Last weekend, G-Drive's Japanese driver was busy back home in Japan racing, and so Nick Minassian subbed in.
20 seconds.
Right, full course yellow. Now, we don't know why, who is off or where.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
So now we're going to have to try and find with our cameras what the issue is.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
Now, the way that this works is we have one safety car for the track, and habitually, if there is a drama, we will go to full course yellow. That means everybody goes down onto the 80 km/h pit lane speed limiter, and that sort of freezes race positions. Should keep the gaps as they are now until the foreseeable. But if it's something that needs a safety car, they will bring the field down to a controllable speed, which they have done now, wait for the race leader to get to the line, and the race leader, by the way, has just gone through Eau Rouge, and so it's going to be a long wait, and then the safety car will be scrambled and the race leader will catch the car. So 55, full course yellow, no suited and booted driver, but they are ready for a pit stop, and straight in comes the number 18. This is Black Falcon's Pro-Am car, lying second in the class.
Now, of course, if you go and pit under full course yellow, then unlike a safety car period, you're not losing track position because everybody's circulating at the similar gap to they were when they were racing at the same speed. So it's good to do it in full course yellow, but when you come to safety car periods, if you are on the lead lap, certainly it's unadvisable. We were talking earlier to Alar Kelf, who was in the box a little bit earlier on, and said actually for a Pro-Am or somebody wanting to make up a lap, that's a good idea.
Right, 63 is in as well. 55 hasn't got round yet. Number 2 is in from second place, the Audi. 63, Mirko Bortolotti. Think he may have stayed in the Lamborghini. And the number 90 car is in from fourth place. So second, third and fourth have all got there and got in. René Rast has come in seventh. 76, who's driving that at the moment? The ISR car, Kelvin van der Linde, he's come in, so I imagine there may be a driver change there.
5, 4,
okay, we're
3,
going either
2,
to safety car
1,
or back to green.
Green flag, green flag.
All right, in which case, the cars that have come in now actually will have benefited from that because we didn't go safety car, so they can leave the pit lane as and when they are ready to. So that 18 car that came in first benefited. Now what do 55 do? The race leaders, you've got to stay out, right? There's no point coming in under green unless you absolutely have to, because you've got no fuel left.
Yeah, and we're on that hour period, and we were seeing pit stops happening around this kind of time each hour on a normal strategy. But of course that started to be mixed up with different full course yellows and safety cars.
But then of course the maximum driver's stint length is 65 minutes, or realistically 63, because you've got to get in and and so that creeps by the hour, 3 minutes past, 6 minutes past, 9 minutes past, 12 minutes past. It's gradually creeping past the hour mark. A second joker has been played in the pits by car number 36. That's the red, white and blue Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW. That's their AM-class car. And the deal with the pit stop joker is you have 4 that you can use in the 24 hours. And what the joker does is, if you leave the pits too soon, you are under the pit stop time, or somewhere between the minimum time and the maximum time where you're not allowed to leave the pits, then you can use one of your jokers to stop getting a penalty. But once you've done it 4 times, you then will get a penalty. Team manager of car number 42 is being called to race control. That's Stracker Racing, and that's the Lamborghini, the McLaren, driven by Craig Fleming, Nick Leventis, Lewis Williamson and Ollie Webb.
Yes, we've got a yellow flag at turn 1. We've got the yellow board flashing, but haven't seen as to why. Green flag on the exit there.
Somebody must have shot off stage left here, mustn't they, that we're not seeing on the exit, on the runoff area at La Source.
But no car indicated on the. We do have a map, which is an approximate position of every single car.
But what it is good at is showing when somebody's stationary.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's also currently showing us there's a safety car halfway up the Kemmel Straight, which we know for a fact there isn't, because that's what we're looking at now, and there definitely isn't. So there are a few things.
Oh, there we go. That's the car that's obviously was stationary at the first turn.
Oh, left front puncture, and the reason is quite clear. It's not a puncture, in fact, it's bodywork rubbing on the tyre. He has been straight off, hasn't he?
But he's hit the right front rather than the left front.
No, that was the left, Ben.
Yes, it's only early, isn't it?
Girls left.
Left and right.
Yeah, exactly. So it's boys left, girls right. So he's gone off, either locked up right on the white line on driver's left and actually tagged the barrier on the left, or he's just gone straight into the runoff area, and so that's why it was yellow there. So Ralph Bone at the wheel. Now he's one of the 2 regular gentleman drivers in Herbert Motorsports Precoat number 911 car in the Creventic series, and he shares with Alfred and Robert Renau, the team owners. But he and Daniel Alleman are now in this 912 car with 2 Porsche Junior stars, Sven Muller and Mathieu Jaminet. So actually, Herbert Motorsport, this car has made a lot of errors. Errors in track limits, errors in the pit lane, and one of the things that has been a hallmark of a Herbert Motorsport in the last couple of years I've been watching them in endurance races is their pit work and their strategy work has been exemplary. Maybe it's just the strain of running 2 cars that hasn't really worked. Well, Marco Ciocci still leads the race in the 55 Kaspersky Ferrari. Charlie's with his teammate James Collado.
Okay, here we are with a stonking first start from your teammate Giancarlo, and you did a great job too. How is it out there, and are you nervous?
Nervous, no, but it's very tough. Our water isn't working, and it was pretty hot out there when we were driving. So I did a double stint. I found it quite tough, but in terms of pace, we're really good. It seems like you need a bit of lady luck on your side, because it can change, just like that. But in terms of speed and strategy so far, we're good. Giancarlo did a great job. Marco's in the car now, doing a great job. So I'm in next.
And what are you finding with the back markers on the slower cars out there, with that number 1 flashing on your windscreen? Are people being fairly courteous, or are they not really noticing? Talk us through that.
It's difficult. It's a new experience for me, because I'm normally used to being the slowest car. So to come up to them, you really need to manage it, stay concentrated, and it's easy to make a mistake. And some of them break early, and you just need to have that margin. But it's more common sense than anything. And touch wood,
we're okay. Okay, from your single-seater experience into GT racing and now racing alongside a Formula One legend, feel good?
Yeah, but he's old now.
This is live, so he's probably going to watch it back.
No, he's all right. He's doing a great job. I told him 2009 you were pole position in F1, and they said, look, you know, you can start the race pole position in GT. There you go. So it's good on his career, but no, he enjoys it, and yeah, it's a great lineup.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and well done. Keep it up, and good luck.
Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Giancarlo, the kind of guy who obviously needs more credits on his CV already.
Well, listen, you know, the safest place, the best place to start this race, pole position, no question. Alongside him on the front row of the grid was this car, and Mirko Bortolotti had a code brown in turn one, didn't he? Absolutely, the Lamborghini was not up to heat with its rear tyres, and the thing stepped fully broadside on it with just 62 or 61 cars following right up his exhaust pipe. He said, actually, afterwards, quite lucky to hang on to that. That was a massive, massive moment. You know, bad enough when you're on your own, but when you are second with that huge mass of fast-moving metal behind you, Mirko Bortolotti on board. A great indication here of the sort of illumination of all the switches, the buttons, the dial and everything, so you can see them in the dark should you need to go for them. One of the reasons drivers spend so much time on the simulators, Ben, is so that you don't have to look down away at 160 miles an hour from where you're going to find what you need on the steering wheel. You've got to know where it is and how to scroll through the pages to get the answers to your engineer's questions.
And that massive dash in front of them will be very, very bright during the day, so they'll actually have to turn that down in terms of brightness to not have glare in the eyes. However, I did notice that he has a camera attached to the back of the car, which is broadcasting a rear view mirror, effectively. That looks still pretty bright, and he does have
because
to
it's
behind.
full of lights,
yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it? And, you know, if he was at the back of the safety car queue, there'd be absolutely nothing on it. But you're right, and you know, we were talking about it because we saw it in practice. Some of the Audis now with not just headlight flashes like you'll have on your own car that flash the headlights. Oh no, they like zigzag around, you know, with all the lights going on in sequence, because a quick blinking light or a series of fast-moving lights attracts the human eye more than a constant light. And so it's that, all those tiny little details, you can pretty much guarantee that you've got a control where you press a button and it dims everything to night level. So somebody will have, if they've thought of working out a way to make sequential flashing like Christmas lights on the front of your car, somebody will have worked out that actually at night it's quite good not to have anything on full brightness.
And Adam Christodoulou came up with a very interesting comment when we were talking to him a bit earlier on before the start of the race. They actually positioned the Mercedes lights just slightly pointing upwards for Eau Rouge and Raidillon, so he's able to illuminate that part of the circuit before he gets to it. But falling downhill in this second sector of the lap, where we are now on board with a 63 car, the lights are pointing a bit upwards, so it's less illuminating this part of the track, which doesn't have as much illumination anyway. So interesting that they kind of prioritise Eau Rouge and Raidillon for the lighting, and anything that's going uphill, not very much uphill apart from that little bit of the circuit. And I suppose it's a slow climb back up to Blanchimont, but certainly plunging down the hill with all this section of turns, the whole of the middle section of the lap is less illuminated. We've got a car off on the left-hand side there at Campus.
Yeah, well spotted. Or Stavolo 1, for those of you with longer memories. Yeah, so somebody off down at Campus. Yellow flags are out there, so that's the yellows in sector 2. So who do we think is stationary? Unfortunately, there are so many cars moving over the top of it. It's an 8.
Is it?
Or a 3 is the second digit. Oh, 99. No, 99 went by. No, we need a little glitch.
We need a gap. Wait for a gap.
Is it 8? I think it's 8.
Well, 8's the Bentley, so that would be very worrying. 8's in the first sector, so
yeah, no,
it's
that
not.
can't be right. Okay, so anyway, somebody's off down there. Looks like they've nosed up to the tyres because we could see bright lights.
48.
48, okay, so it was an 8 at the end. So 48 is the yellow Man Filters HTP Motorsport Mercedes. Indy Doncic got knocked into a spin. Patrick Assenheimer had a problem when the car was on track. He got locked into a spin. Kenneth Heyer had to come back with a puncture in his stint. Not one of the drivers has not yet had a problem with that car, so this is now at least its fourth problem that I can think of off the top of my head. Should we play a game?
Oh, go on then.
Right, okay. Charlie was just down at Spirit of Race, which is AF Corse, which is pretty much right below us, right?
Yeah.
And we're on the uphill pit lane. We're by the start-finish line.
F1 pit lane. Yeah.
Okay. I've had a question. Right Turn Lover wants to know what happened to the Preckert Herbert Porsche number 911.
Oh no!
They're down at pit out.
Oh, Charlie.
Charlie!
It started already.
Could you? Well, they are shown as in the pit. They are stationary in 50th place. So I don't know is the answer what happened to them. But if Charlie finds himself going all the way down from pit in where he is now to pit out, then he could find that out. He might also, on his way, pop into Tom Ferrier's team because TF Sport have got the pole sitter in the Pro-Am class in, that is the 97 Aston Martin. Ahmed El Harthi is the man who was at the wheel of the Oman Air Aston Martin. And they are still the leaders, by the way, of the Pro-Am class. Even they're second, behind the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes.
Yeah, they haven't done anything wrong. They've had a very consistent run so far. They just may have missed out on a couple of safety car opportunities to make pit stops, and really that can be the story of this race. You might do nothing wrong on circuit, have the pace, but not pit under one safety car or pit at the wrong moment, and that can put you quite a few places back.
Well, the deal almost is, if you do nothing wrong but don't have the pace, you're still a winner.
Yeah.
If you don't get 5 penalties in the first 4 hours, if you don't get drive-throughs, if you don't get stop and goes, you don't have to be within a second of the leader. You just don't.
Yeah.
You don't have to be within 2 seconds of the leader, because if everybody racks up penalties at this rate, you know, no one's going to win because they're going to be going backwards.
It's nearly coming up to midnight in Spa, so it's 11 o'clock UK time, and if you are watching around the world, this game might not work for you, but we do have a sweepstake bingo for track limits, which has been going pretty furiously in the daylight hours. Now, I put a bet on Martin to say that it probably quietened down in the night hours because the guys around the track wouldn't be able to identify if cars went 4 wheels off like that or not. For the moment, we've heard nothing about track limits for about half an hour, but we were going to say, next time it comes up in a penalty, take a shot, but I don't know if that's going to happen now.
Now, we saw the number 912 Porsche going very slowly with a biffed left front, or right, as Ben likes to call it. Race Control are telling us that they're investigating an incident between number 912 and number 19 and number 43, all at turn 1. So we were right, 912 had been off, or had he? Had he run into the back of somebody? No clue. We just were briefly on board there with the number 20. Do we have it on board with 22?
23.
23.
Oh, no, we do have 22 as well. Anything that's in pink on our timing screens is an onboard camera.
Okay, so 22. So with the replacement car for Matt Simmons, Stuart Moore and Matthew Perry, who had a not quite Sebastian Buemi-sized accident, but it looked blooming close to it. He had a really, really big shunt, basically in the compression, flat out in qualifying in Eau Rouge, instant left front tyre deflation, instant trip into the barriers at utterly unabated speed. Not sure what data loggers will tell us he was doing when he hit the barriers, but he was doing a lot of miles an hour, and it will have stopped at a lot of Gs. So the fact that he's in their replacement car and driving, anybody who's had a big shunt like that, where the cars stop instantly, who's worn a 6-point harness, knows exactly what the basic problem there is. So
it's been a discussion for most of the weekend, hasn't it? We won't go there quite yet, but stay tuned for the middle of the night where that comes out.
Yeah.
But they found they had a new a chassis that had been used before. In fact, the chassis from the Nürburgring 24 Hours was still in the truck. So they extracted various bits off the broken car, built a new car around that chassis, which is against the regulations or sporting regulations of Blancpain, but they allowed them to do it to get them in the race. They put in an old engine as well because the engine was damaged, the turbo was damaged. So that engine's done a lot of miles. So it is described by Buncombe as a tired car, but it's on track.
And yet, Buncombe's in 14th place in the 23 car. The 22 car, it had a problem right at the very beginning of the race, didn't it? On the first lap of the race as well. And so that car is down in 43rd place. It'll come up on your next page, the timing screen. But very glad indeed, that Matt Parry was okay and able to race, because they only had 3 drivers because it's a pro car, so you need 3 drivers. You can't two-hand this. There is Matt Parry in 42nd place, ahead of Ralph Bone in 43rd, and that is the 912 Porsche.
Which is going backwards because, of course, it's in the pits.
Yeah, and the 911 is down in 51st place, with either Alfred or Robert Brennauer shown as at the wheel, although as its last driver. So getting ready for the driver change at 55, race leader due to come in. He's only had 8 pit stops compared to Christopher Haase, who's had 9 in the 25 car that lies in second. Third place car, Dominic Baumann, he's only had 8 stops, only 8 stops for Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley, 10 stops for the number 2 Audi, and that is a legacy of problems for that car. Now also, none of these cars have actually made all the pit stops that are being showing on screen, are they? On our timing screen, because there are a couple of laps where the safety car led the whole queue, the entire field, apart from one car, through the pit lane, and those all racked up as pit stops as well. Now, in addition to investigating whatever incident happened at La Source between 912, the number 19 car, which is the Grasser Racing Lamborghini Ralph and Icon, Raffaele Ciamaria and Ezekiel Perez Compact, and the 43 car, which is Straka Racing's car, David Fuminelli, Johnny Kane and Sam Tordoff. I don't know who is driving that. Race director also wants to see the team manager of car number 42, which is the other Straka Racing car. That's Craig Fleming, Nick Leventis, Lewis Williamson and Oliver Webb's car. So there's a lot of both Straka Racing cars being looked at the moment. Not having the best of luck, either McLaren or Straka Racing, are they? In fact, we need to marker of doom another McLaren, don't we? Which was the orange and black car. Did that ever get going again?
Was that the 58?
Yeah, oh, I've done that. Yeah, Ben Barnicoat, Rob Bell and Pom Loveguy. Okay, so I've done that. So anybody watching at home, you need to tweet me an entire list of who's not in it anymore.
Yeah, we'll get that. We'll try and get official Twitter to come and have a word as well.
Now, Christian Klein in 61st place, he's not in. Passing the Touras, did that car?
Yes, that was the one that had a big accident, Zobovo Rouge. That was the first proper retirement.
And what number is that?
77?
No, not 77, that's still
50.
going. 50. Talk amongst yourselves, 50. Right,
Yeah. We've got a bit of catching up to do here.
Yeah, I'm playing Marker of Doom bingo. So passing Laturas, Michele Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi. Now that is a strong lineup. Unfortunately, that of course, a Ferrari, the yellow car, that has gone.
Jamie Green's car has gone.
That came back, didn't it? That came back from the dead. Into a stop comes the race leader.
I don't think it did, though. I mean, it's showing as 62nd on... It's not gone up any further, so I think it may no longer be on track.
No, that was the number 17 car.
No, Jamie...
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that got recovered, and we were just talking about the fact that it was going again, weren't we?
Not in the top 60.
No.
So maybe he's hasn't done very many laps.
James Collado takes over the lead car from Marco Ciocci. So no doubles yet from these guys. They're keeping themselves fresh, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a very good point, actually, that we did expect to see most of the drivers in these night stints where it's a bit cooler going for the double stint, but as James said, their water feed is not working in the car, so they're not able to hydrate. And it is uncomfortably hot, even in the dead of night, these cars. With all the overalls and all of the very light race suits that now are designed, you still feel very stuffy and very hot. and I speak from experience as doing a couple of races, and so it isn't particularly pleasant when you haven't got any water to hydrate. You're going to lose a lot of water through sweat. So maybe just playing it safe, and why not? You've got an 11-second lead at the moment.
Yeah. Well, but they can't double stint their drivers. Now that might end up being a problem because nobody's going to get more than 2 hours rest at any one time.
Yeah.
And in that 2 hours, you've got to be in the pits for 2 or 3 laps after the car leaves in case it comes back in and your teammate's got a problem. And you've got to be ready 2 or 3 laps before your stint starts. So, you know, that's another 30 minutes out of it. And so it's really very short on rest, and that might come back to haunt them a little bit later. I mean, you know, we talked about this, didn't we, earlier on today when we were driving into the track, trying to explain to somebody who's only ever been in a road car, even quite a quick road car, even sometimes a really, really quick road car, just what a different planet a racing car is. The closest I can get is, have you ever ridden a bicycle and have you ever ridden anything more than a 250cc motorbike? That's the difference.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can't. All right, ABC, accelerator, brake, clutch, steering wheel, they all do the same jobs. You cannot explain enough how brutal the environment is, even in the very slowest car in this race, on the body for an hour at a time. You know, I don't care how supremely fit these guys are, they all take a pummeling. And you just can't get that over with what we're looking at and how we try to explain it. It's just unbelievably brutal.
And mentally tired as well with that concentration you need, especially in these night conditions where you're trying desperately to spot apexes and look out for avoiding problems. Again, we were talking to Alexander Sims about where to brake coming into Les Combes, where we've just been just now, and he was saying, well, you go past a couple of marker boards, and then once you've got to the white one, then that's when you think about braking.
Yeah.
You're not even have any idea how close to the apex of the corner you are at all. You're relying on something that actually might not be there the next lap because somebody's mullered it.
That's exactly right. Well, here's the second place car in the national category. And this is the Porsche, isn't it? That was the leader of that class. This is 991 Speed Lover Porsche. Pierre-Yves Pack, Gregory Pace, Thierry Delatte-Bousquet, and Louis-Philippe Sonnen. So this is an all-Belgian entry. In fact, it's all Flemish, isn't it? All Walloon. There's not a Flem in there, I don't think. So all from the French-speaking part of Belgium.
Which is where we are, right?
Yep.
Walloonia.
And here is our fourth place car in the Pro-Am class. So Pro-Am numbers have got a black background, but obviously having a black light doesn't really work for anybody. So they've got a blue light. Our Pro class cars have a white light, and actually there's a white light, there's a blue light with the number 04. Not that much difference between them. The red ones are easy to spot for the AM class cars. And of course the number in the front windscreen is their position in the class, not the number of the car. So when I make that mistake, you'll know exactly what is going on really, and you'll be much cleverer than me.
And having spent nearly 10 years now with Mr. Haven, travelling the world, commentating on various race series, and sometimes, actually, do you know what? This is the very first time we've spoken together. I was thinking about this earlier. I've produced you as a commentator.
Sat in the same booth, you mean? Yes.
And we've gone on jaunts across the world to various places on various series, but we've never commentated together. I replaced you in Austria once.
Yeah.
So this is a real pleasure for me, but it does mean that we have spoken many times over dinner, or Martin has spoken at me many times over dinner.
Oh, harsh.
and so this is a great privilege, and the idea also is to try and keep him under control and keep me under control when I get my lefts and my rights mixed up.
Bortolotti moves up now to third place. He picked up 2 spots on that last lap, went by the number 25 Audi, which was Jules Gounon, and he also went by Dominic Bauman's number 85 Mercedes. So that was a very good lap indeed from the 63 car. Moved up 2 spots into where's he gone now? In fact he's moved up 3 spots. He's now up to third place because he's just now gone past I think possibly just before we picked it up, the number 90 ACA ASP, that's the dark blue Mercedes, and who's at the wheel? Raffaele Marciello was at the wheel of that Mercedes. So on a real tear, the 63 Lamborghini has picked up 3 places on the last lap.
Really good stuff on board with Michele Bortolotti. Going into Eau Rouge, had a traffic in front of him, so he backed off the throttle way before he should have done, made a gap to the Lamborghini in front of him, and then floored it through Eau Rouge, carried that momentum up the hill, and was passed even before he got on the kink to the Kemmel Straight. Really intelligent driving, because he knew that there was no point hanging right on the tail of that Lamborghini all the way up through Eau Rouge. Compromise your momentum, compromise your speed, and then it'll be a lot harder to then get past along the Kemmel Straight. And good to see that the area around Les Combes at the end of the Kemmel Straight is quite well illuminated, so that's easy to see. Now look at this, we're on board now with the Bentley, and the aerial, the blue aerial they have that flashes is reflecting into the windscreen, into our camera, and therefore presumably also into the eyes of the drivers. It's not actually, it's the light that's flashing.
That's the illuminated board of our race leader.
That's a bit annoying.
Right, bringing ourselves up to speed. Marker of Doom, 58 has definitely retired. 6, is that officially out, do we think? That was the car that came to a grinding halt, wasn't it, in just below us when we were having our dinner. So, not sure about the number 6.
Yeah, that's a car that could get back underway again, but I don't think it has.
Now, we saw a lot of shouting through the wire fence by the team, but there's no sign of it on our leaderboard. It's such a great view, isn't it? Didn't lift at all, it's just the compression and then that climb up the hill that makes the engine note drop. So halfway through a stint, still fully committed into Eau Rouge.
And imagine if it's slowing the car down. Imagine what it's doing to the body of the driver as you hit that compression. The body just sinks to the floor, sticks to the floor all the way up the hill, and then rises again as they get to the top of the hill. And where they hit the curb, you can hear the engine freeing up again. And it's such a pleasure for a low-powered car to get to the top of that hill and know, even if it's still uphill all the way to Les Combes, that you're going to have a little bit more momentum through it. Now we go to the second sector of the lap. This is where there are less campsites, there is less fans around there, there are less lights, fewer. You did that to somebody on Twitter the other day. By the way, Martin Haven, at Martin Haven on Twitter, at Ben Consti on Twitter, at CharlieBH_ on Twitter.
Although Charlie won't be answering because he's in the pit lane and we have other work for him. Through the double left at Pouhon, which is now officially called Double Droit, but everybody calls it Pouhon, into Piff Paff.
Double gauche.
Double gauche, exactly.
Double waffle.
Through Piff Paff and still descending down the valley. We're, of course, in the new part of the circuit that was opened in the early 1980s, 1983. We were thinking earlier on today.
Oh, I can get that
Starting
properly.
to climb back on the hill. The old road circuit comes in from the left and he gets squeezed in the Bentley. Flashes the lights again at the Porsche, but the Porsche had to drift out wide. The Bentley didn't quite predict where he was going to go there. Don't forget that the Porsche is going slower than the Bentley. It is a slower car. That doesn't mean it's not being driven right to its ragged edge. And that's the deal here, is all these cars are driven absolutely on the limit. So it's like your own road car being driven down a very dark country lane with no street lights in the dead of night on dipped beams by an insane maniac who's trying to kill you, because that's what you would feel if you're in a passenger seat of one of these cars. You would know without any hesitation or question that he was criminally insane and he was going to kill you as you got to the first corner, and long after you knew you were going to die, he would jump on the middle pedal and you'd have all the air expelled from your body as you were ground into the straps with the car slowing down under braking. Now into the garage goes another of our McLarens. That is very bad news for Straka Racing. They are really not having a good time. 43 is in the garage. We'll get down to TF Sport because Charlie is down with Tom Ferrier.
Okay, down in the pits with Tom Ferrier. Tom, you're doing pretty well. Third in class. Yep. All smiles so far.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. We had a really good starting position. We were obviously starting 7th on the grid overall, which is great for Pro-Am. We're leading championship currently, so we're trying to score points at 6 hours, 12 hours, 24. So our aim is to try and be as strong as we can at 6 and strong as we can at 12. So our kind of run plans dictate around that a little bit. So we were first at the end of the first 6 hours, which is great. It's put us a little bit out of kilter now for the next bit, but it's going pretty well, yeah.
We were just saying, it's really, really hot down in the pit lane, very humid. Your weather forecasts on your data screens, what are they showing?
No rain at the moment, but, as you said, it's humid, so I wouldn't be surprised. It's Spa, so I'm sure we'll see some rain at some point.
Okay, so I've taken you for a quick interview away from your data screens, and your eyes have been flickering because of the computer. What sort of things are you looking at so people at home can understand what detail goes into the data in these cars?
I mean, I kind of have an overview of it. I have an engineer to my left who's looking at kind of the strategy of people, their run plans, our lap times. He listens to the race control radio as well, so it tells us when we're in the full course yellows or safety cars. And then on my right hand side I have a guy that's looking at engine parameters, just everything to do with the car basically. I just drink the tea, that's easy.
Drink the tea, right. And also we had a bit of an incident, didn't you, on Friday or Saturday with one of your mechanics getting run over very slightly by one of your drivers. So
the wonderful Mr. Beadle, yes. We just had to come around another car to get into the box. It was a bit tight, so I think he's looking for a claim personally.
It is quite dangerous down in the pit lane. It's quite fast and furious, let alone on the track, but in the pit, so everyone's got to be quite vigilant.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50k speed limit, but when you've got 64 cars all coming in at 50k trying to get into their box, it's tricky, should we say, but it's a bit easier when the race pans out. Everyone's in different run plans, different strategies, so it's a bit quieter, but I'm sure if we see a safety car near the end of everyone's stint, it'll get very busy all of a sudden.
And who's next going to be in the car and for how long?
Depends which we can find that's not tired. Like you said, it's really hot, so doubling the drivers is not as easy if you don't have aircon in the Aston. So I think it'll be Ahmed back in again. You and Hankey's in at the moment, and then we'll probably go back to Johnny for another double, but we'll see where they are when that comes around.
We'll leave you to carry on drinking tea.
Thank you. It is tea, honest.
Tom Ferrier of TF Sport, as in TF for Tom Ferrier, a man who ran me in my only full season of motorsport.
Yeah,
great
racing
guy.
driver himself, ex-Formula 3 driver among various other things, and running a really, really competitive team at the moment. Had such a good season, won the team's championship in the Michelin Le Mans Cup last year, their first year of international GT racing. As a result, got an entry to Le Mans and had a fantastic time with that. And they're running a really strong campaign in European Le Mans Series. They are now 16 and a half hours to go. Let's take a look at how the race has panned out so far. Warm, sunny afternoon at Spa-Francorchamps, and some of the biblical storms that have been forecast earlier in the week were seeming to vanish off the weather forecasters' radar as we got ready to go at 4 o'clock, and the grid being cleared ready for the 4:30 start. 2 or 3 cars having to start from the pit lane. White Ferrari on pole position. Maxi Buch getting onto the grass in the bronze Mercedes, but then nearly disaster as the second place Lamborghini got left, right, zigged and zagged. Just managed to hold on to that Mirko Bortolotti. The Ferrari with the lead. Maxi Buch pulling his way up the order in his Mercedes. Everybody treating the opening couple of minutes as if it was the last lap of the Formula Ford Festival final. And that was an issue that would continue to plague race officials for the first couple of hours. Lots of unnecessary incidents, bearing in mind it's a full 24-hour race. Field starting to stretch out a little in the opening going, and that made life a little more straightforward. 63, one of the first cars to stop from the lead group. And finally, almost smiting the wall, Giancarlo Fisichella pulled the Ferrari in from the lead. Not quite sure how the Mercedes was airborne before it got to the curbs in Eau Rouge. The first of a number of incidents for the Porsche 912, which again struggled to get out of the gravel. Row Racing BMW with a right rear failure. That needed a drive shaft and rear end change after a puncture. Mirko Bortolotti versus Marco Ciocci for the lead. Ciocci coming up in the Ferrari. all over the back of the green and black Grasser Racing Lamborghini. 63 car with the lead over the Ferrari, and with the Ferrari behind it, he couldn't get by, much to the disappointment of Giancarlo Fisichella. Huge shunt on the exit of Eau Rouge. The yellow number 50 Ferrari, passing Latourus, was okay. The debris field indicates the Ferrari definitely was not. So the first safety car of the race. Well, as the clear-up operations continues, the Ferrari needing a selection of plastic bags to take it away, as well as a flatbed truck. Problems for the 188 McLaren. It stopped in the pit entry when they were trying to bring the entire field through. Unfortunately, because of the huge amount of radio traffic, we think the Emil Frey Ferrari, Jaguar rather, didn't get the message carried on. Jamie Green's car in trouble. Number 17 Audi has since retired. That brought out another safety car. And then the Lamborghini and the Ferrari were nose to tail. Try as he might, James Calado could not get by Andrea Caldarelli in the leading Lamborghini. The Ferrari seemed to have enough pace to sit right with his rival, but not enough to get by. Or was Calado just biding his time? The Lamborghini stopped a couple of laps earlier, and surely the Kaspersky team knew that was going to happen. As the Lamborghini returned to the fray, the Ferrari stopped, and then as the car came out of the pit lane, Lamborghini was behind. Bentley stopping nose to tail. Ferrari back out on top of the pile. The Bentleys came in as race-leading duo. That was only because of the pit stops. Trouble for Stefan Richelme, the HTP Mercedes with a flat tyre. Some wild driving from one of our AM-class cars, 15 Black Falcon. As we eased towards the evening, safety car out for the third time for clear-up operations. That was for the number 6 Audi, the team shouting instructions through the fence, but all to no avail. Unfortunately, it was unable to get going once more. Massive crowd on hand here, as ever, for the Spa 24 Hours. They got racing again, and our same lead group in contention, the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, Maxi Buch in his Mercedes in the thick of the action as well. Number 1 Audi, which was also in the thick of it. 912 with another problem. AM driver lineup in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche struggling a little. Number 84 Mercedes coming into the pit lane in top 6 contention, stopped from 2nd place. That brought the Lamborghini back into play. The Bentleys a lap apart after penalty from the number 7 car. That dropped it a lap off the lead. Number 8 car still on the lead lap. Racing into the darkness. It's going to be a long night as well. Very dark out on the circuit, no natural lighting. And then suddenly problems for Jimmy Eriksson. The 84 Mercedes, the bronze car, heavily into the barriers. More safety car action. Cue another scramble for the pit lane. The 84 Mercedes, huge shunt. Sig Dwinett should have zagged out of 4th place, out of the race. No question that car was not coming back. Safety car bringing the field under control. Nighttime fireworks, and down in the paddock behind Eau Rouge, lots of music, lights and entertainment. Lightning McQueen on hand for the fans and the kids. Racing continue towards midnight. Trouble for car 912 once more, damaged in a 3-way incident, for which the number 43 car has been penalised. That, though, has also come into the garage and been pushed back. So Strata Racing with real trouble in the McLarens, and it is still number 55 Ferrari that cycles through to the top of the field once the pit stops are out of contention. So the 55 Ferrari has the pace, and at the moment, not the leader of the race, because number 2 WRT Audi is ahead of the Grasser Racing Lamborghini. The 55 Ferrari, with no problems, no major penalties at the moment, is still very much the car that everybody is going to chase once pit stop strategy has worked itself out. Moving up the order though, Eddie Mortara, Michael Meadows, Raffaele Marciello's number 90 car currently in third. René Rast and crew in the number 1 Audi up into 4th position, although on our timing screen it's now shown as pushed down to 7th place here. Garcia, Muller and Rast, and in 8th place at the 172 lap mark was the 55 Ferrari. That car is going to continue to be the pace setter though. 10th overall and leading in the AM class, the Pro-Am class rather, number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. And those are the cars with the black background numbers, so you can see the number 17 Black Falcon Mercedes is currently 2nd in that class. And then looking further down at the cars with a red background to their numbers, those will be the AM class cars. And we'll get to those as we get into the 30s. 888 Kessel Racing leading from 488 Rinaldi Racing. So at the moment the AM class being headed by a pair of Ferraris, neither of which have had exactly a problematic free run. They are 5 and 6 laps off the lead respectively. Battle between the two of them. They are separated by around half a minute. Third in that category is the number 26 car. Haven't spoken much about them. That's the Santalot Racing car. Christian Kelders, Mark Rostan and Fred Hoovey. And then looking further down the order, we get to cars that have had issues. Lots of problems for the Yellow Man Filters Mercedes, the number 48 car that is in 48th position. That is currently shown as still being stuck in the pits. And behind them, rather unfortunately, quite a lot of McLarens, including cars that are definitely out of the race. 58, 59 for Straka Racing, both retired. Straka Racing's number 43 car, subject to a penalty for causing an accident, is also in the garage at the moment. So Straka Racing, having lost definitely two,
in 20
maybe
seconds.
losing one of their 2 remaining cars. Well, we're going full course yellow. We have an issue down in sector 2, but let's get down to the pit lane with Charlie.
5,
He's with Mathieu
4,
Jaminet.
3, 2,
Okay, so
1,
not much luck so
yellow
now.
far for you guys in the Porsche 912 car, but 912 car. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, actually we had a contact in the first corner, one of the gentleman drivers, so we had to repair the car. We lose about half an hour, so it's gonna be tough right now, but we will try to go to the end and have some fun.
Okay, so just now they've just repaired the front bumper. What else was damaged? Was it just superficial?
It was the lights, the splitter. I think we had also something with the brake. So quite a lot of damage in the front left. Yeah, that's part of the race. The guys, I think, did a really good job, quite short time. So now we will try to go to the end.
So presumably the driver now in the car is going to be telling them, oh, the car feels like this, there's a bit of a vibration, so you still don't know whether the car is 100% yet.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Now it's Sven Muller in the car, so yeah, he will tell on the radio if everything is fine. Hopefully, yes, and yeah. Now I hope no more trouble to the end.
You seem a bit down, but it must be awesome driving the Porsche around this awesome track, and it's your first time here, correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's an amazing opportunity for me. Yeah, Porsche is feeling great there. We saw also with the Super Bowl yesterday. So yeah, it's just a shame for us, but we had some fun.
Okay, and after this weekend, your plans, onwards and upwards with other cars?
Yeah, I'm racing next week in GT Masters in Nürburgring. Then we have some race coming up in US with Pirelli World Challenge and in the VLN, so in Nürburgring again. So yeah, good racing plan in the next few weeks.
Good. Well, at least you're smiling again now, and good luck, and I really hope the car's sorted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a little wander up and down the pit lane. So I'm at the bottom of Eau Rouge, okay, so well, pretty much Eau Rouge. All the cars seem like they're under a sort of a controlled yellow flag. It's a long old way down here, so thanks very much, guys, for getting me to walk all the way down from the very well-lit pit lane at the top there. We've got a pit stop that looks like it's just about to happen here with the Team 75 Yeah, with the 117 Porsche. I can't actually quite see who it is. Yeah, with the Timo number 75 Motorsport car. There's a car coming in the pits now. Let's have a little look to see how close we can get to the action. The pit, they've got a lollipop guy to our right, and we've got a driver waiting who's got his back to us, as you can probably see. This is the 10th place car, number 76, where the Audi TT has just come past.
Well, Charlie, you can...
And there's a slowing down. There's a car slowed, the 29th position car is really, really slow down the main straight, heading towards the... Oh, as I very nearly get run over. Okay, so we got the I can't see the numbers on the car, but you can see now the Porsche. So cleaning the windscreen, lights will probably be cleaned after this, drivers are being swapped over, drinks bottle gets replaced. As you can see, the guy with the red helmet there, all the mechanics and the team have to wear safety clothing. It's a little sort of mountain bike hats as they were. Torch going underneath there to check if there's any debris. Fuel's gone in, driver has been swapped, so driver is now changing all of his seatbelt measurements, getting himself nice and comfortable. Lots of lumps and rubber, brake dust pouring off the brakes as they change the tyres, lots of pneumatic air gun noises as the number 90 car goes past us, thundering past us down the pit lane in the old pits. Right, the car gets fired up again. The car is, Bentley's just coming past now. Bentley is just coming past number 7, so unfortunately we can't set off just yet.
Well, the other reason he can't set off is because they've done a tyre change. He cannot leave before 133 seconds, so he has to wait his turn before he goes out, otherwise he gets a penalty. So Charlie, the guy who got out of the car is a well-known Belgian driver called Laurens Vanthoor. Go and see if you can have a word with him, shout when you're there, and we'll come back to you. We'll keep you faded up in our ears. So we're just seeing the leader leave the pit lane.
I will have a word.
Yeah, go and find Laurens Vanthoor and come back to us. Just flick the mic on. So we're under full course yellow. Leaders have stopped this time. So that's the 55 car. Now, they came in from 5th. Expect that will have been a pit stop. Number 1 came in as well. The Audi that was in 4th. We saw the Bentley. That was the number 7 car. Which was Stephen Kane, or may now be Stephen Kane. Maxime Soulet has not come in. Safety car is out, so the leaders have caught a break with that because they will get out before the safety car queue approaches the pit exit, so they will not have to stop at pit out, I don't believe. That's where the line would be, under the red Audi Sport Bridge. Good, okay, so they got lucky with that, Ben. This is what happens when there's a long issue, then the safety car will be scrambled after the field has been brought under control by this full course yellow, where everybody comes down to their 80 km/h speed limiter.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because I was being very vigilant and noting down everyone's pit stop times from the last green flag pit stop. And of course, as soon as a safety car comes out, full course yellow comes out, they take advantage of that. They want to keep on some kind of semblance of a strategy and take advantage of any slow track action. So they go into the pits and then see how it plays out later on in the race. There's no real reason why they're pitting now, except just trying to be as lucky as possible. We're hearing down at turn 7. The reason we have the safety car is at turn 7 we've got a car off.
Which is the right-hander after Les Combes, which again is another corner that doesn't have a name. Les Combes is traditionally accepted to be at the over-the-brow at the top of the hill, place where Lewis Hamilton has access. The right-left sweep, that is Les Combes, and so it is the corner after that, the right-hander. That's the number 56 car, which is RMS Motorsports Porsche 911 Cup car. Now that's one of our AM category cars, and is that Howard Blank at the wheel? Yeah, Howard Blank at the wheel. Car he shares with Yannick Milligol, Fabrice Notari, and Frank McAnally.
And that's a team pairing that tend to go to the Le Mans 24 Hours, and they tend to be the oldest driver pairing at the Le Mans 24 Hours in a GT.
Well, somebody has to be.
Well, exactly. Howard, one of the oldest drivers, I think, at Le Mans last year, so probably one of the oldest drivers here as well.
Yes, may well be, may. Was Tracy Crone not the oldest? Oh, no, it wasn't Tracy Crone. It was South African driver. Anyway. Let's get down to the pit lane and hear from Charlie, who may well have caught up with Laurens Vanthoor.
Yes, I certainly have caught up with him, and he's dripping with sweat. He's just done a 2-hour stint, bless him, and we've grabbed him for an interview, so he's not happy with you guys. So, tell us what's been going on, and how was that stint?
Yeah, it's quite an up and down. We were good in the race in the beginning, but then we got a 3-minute stop and go because, unfortunately, Michael, when he came in the pit lane, was very busy, and a guy from the other team, he moved a bit at the last moment, and he hit our wing, and he was quite badly injured as well, so we got a penalty for that, which I can understand. It put us back quite a bit. I think now I have to still talk to the team, but I think with strategy and with good pace, I think we're back on the lead lap. So that's now we have a safety car, so it's very good. Means we should normally be plus minus back in the game, but still a very long way to go, and it's warm in the car, even if it's night. So we're pushing.
I was just talking to Tom Ferrier from the Aston Martin. There's no air conditioning in the Aston. Do you have air conditioning in the Porsche?
No, unfortunately not.
But is that an advantage from a power point of view or just a driver fatigue point of view? Explain the difference or what the advantages are.
It's always, it's always a bit more comfortable to have obviously an air conditioning, but it's a complicated system. It's weight, it takes power away. Some cars have it, some cars not. I personally am always pretty hot, so I would like to have it, but maybe next time.
Okay, you're a pretty experienced driver, been around for a long time now, you know, doing such races. How are you finding it out there with some of the gentleman drivers and obeying the rules out there?
It's okay. It's like, honestly, like usual. There are some guys who are a bit stubborn and don't respect blue flags and don't want to let you by, and there's some other guys who are really professionals, and they know there's still a long way to go, and if you see you're quicker, they let you by and do their race. And like this, both persons lose less amount of time, but unfortunately not everybody is that professional, but it's okay. We managed to get our way by. It's been like that the last couple of years. So.
Okay, good. Well, listen, go and get yourself a well-earned drink and maybe a shower, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, the mechanic they hit, I think, was Tom Ferrier's man, because they're in consecutive pits, aren't they? And Lawrence Vanthoor, you don't think racing drivers work hard for a living? Look at the state of him. He was like a tomato. Also, thank you to Shea Adam, Mark Patterson. That's the man who I was thinking of, who's the oldest driver at Le Mans for the last couple of seasons. Thank you, Shea, listening in Florida.
I think that's
are you in cottage country?
That's a really, really great demonstration, actually, of just how physical this racetrack is. Yeah. He's done a double stint, so that's around 2 hours. He's a racing driver that races every weekend on the hardest tracks in the world, like the Nürburgring, Nordschleife. He has huge amounts of experience as a champion, very close to a champion in Blancpain, but a champion in the Intercontinental GT Series, which is part of it, and Blancpain in 2014 as well. And yet, look at how knackered he is. Yeah. As he says, no air conditioning, so a build-up of heat. Probably not quite as bad in the Porsche with the engine being in the back rather than the front, but still a huge amount of heat going into that car from the brakes and all the rest of it that goes into all of the metal of the car, then goes into the driver because it's attached to the car. Yeah, he needs a lot of water and a cool down before he can get back in. And we are at midnight. This is low temperature. This is about as low as it's going to get.
And we're a long, long way from the end. We're not even at 1/3 distance yet. So there's an awful lot of physicality. And again, we talked, half an hour ago, we're trying to explain how physical it is. Matt Hunter just saying on Twitter, Lawrence looks like a driver who's done 2 hours around Spa and now needs to go and cool down. 2 hours around Spa for a normal human being, they'd be in an ambulance on the way to hospital to be put on a drip with chronic overheating, because it is unbelievable. I always say, racing drivers, you think all they do is drive race cars. Actually, they do that as light relief from gym and 75-kilometre-a-day bike rides.
Yeah,
They are gym bunnies who occasionally, for light relief, are allowed to get in a racing car.
Safety car coming in this lap, and just to emphasise that point, had a great chat at the Austrian Grand Prix, in fact, with Brendan Hartley, who is a big fan of the Fitbit and the and heart rate monitors on your wrist. He was averaging 155 beats a minute for his Le Mans stint. Okay, 3 hours, but big, long straights, far less probably physical in terms of what you're doing per lap than here in Spa. 155 beats per minute. Your resting heart rate for a normal, healthy human is around 60. Your peak is about 190. So that is close to your peak. Fat burning, losing water. incredible athleticism from all of these drivers. They might not look like it, some of the gentlemen, but they still have to be incredibly fit. Back racing, 3.5 seconds separate the top two. It's Raffaele Marcello in the 90 car who now leads. 3 seconds back is the Audi R8. A bit of a gap between those top cars, and they've got lots of traffic between them.
And you just saw as the leader went through the dip here at La Source, the hairpin. If you ever see a shot of Eau Rouge in the dark with a trail of lights going up the hill, look for the sparks. If there are sparks, it was a Mercedes. It's the bit right behind the back of the wheel arch. When they hit the compression, that bit of the floor hits the ground, and that's where the sparks come from. So the race leader is, at the moment, Raffaele Marcello. Frederik Vervisch behind him in the number 2. Audi in second place, 3.1 seconds behind. So he's not immediately behind him on the road. But there is the race leader. Behind him is the car that's 14th in the... Could that be 14th? No, 14th overall is still on the lead lap.
Drive-through penalty to car 991.
Okay, so...
Stop time infringement.
Thank you, Alain Adam. And so that is our Speed Lover Porsche. Now, let's talk about the pit stops. Okay, there are 2 basic pit stops here, the organisers assume. There's a fuel-only stop, and that you must complete in no longer than 95 seconds. Okay, there's also a minimum pit stop time to make sure you don't speed, but when there's no driver change, there's no safety issue, so it's fuel. But if it takes you longer than 95 seconds, going through the pits, doing the fuel and getting out, then you're not allowed to leave before 133 seconds, so 2 minutes 13 seconds. This includes going all the way through this kilometre-long pit lane. And the reason you have the longer pit stop time, which is a minimum, so you can either be under 95 or you have to be over 133 seconds. And the reason you have to be over 133 seconds is the organisers assume you're either doing fuel only, under 95, or full service, which includes a driver change and fuel and tyres. And the reason that they have a minimum time for that that's relatively generous is that some of these teams are full-time, absolute professional teams that do nothing but go racing and have full-time staff that work in the workshops, decent-sized teams like WRT, let's say, and some of those guys will spend their lunch hours and whatever doing the pit stop training, and the professional drivers will be good at doing the pit stops. The smaller budgeted teams, the smaller teams in number of cars who are running 1 or maybe 2 cars, don't have the budget for that, don't have the time for that, aren't going to be grease lightning in the pit lane, and the gentleman drivers for safety are given a decent margin of time to get in and out of the cars. So you've got this 95 seconds you've got to beat, and if you don't, then you're not allowed to leave before 133 seconds have elapsed, which is what we saw when Charlie was down there at that fuel stop. They'd done full service, they were ready, but for safety, in case the buckles aren't done up and everything else, they weren't allowed to go before 133 seconds. If you do go early, or if you're over 95 seconds in that fallow period between the 2 markers, then you get a penalty. You get a drive-through, and that's what we've just heard applied to 991. However, and this answers another question that I replied to on Twitter, you got a joker. In fact, you've got 4 jokers at the beginning of the 24-hour race, and you hand in one of those yellow joker cards every time you make a pit stop time infringement. But do it more than 4 times, and then you get your drive-through penalty. So 991 have already mistimed more than 4 pit stops because they've now got a drive-through penalty.
All gone over a certain period because you have that certain leeway.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly so. So they've either really Horlicksed it up one way or another, where their joker doesn't get them out of jail.
So plenty of things have been happening whilst we had that explanation.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
It's always the way when we go back to green.
We've got the 63 car of Bortolotti up into 2nd position ahead of the 2 car of Frederik Vervisch. That's a change. James Collado has moved up into 4th ahead of the 25 car. That's Gunnar, is it not, in the 25?
Yes, Jules Gunnar,
Jules.
yes. Yeah.
So he's down to 5th position, and we are riding on board with the Bentley, who is again the number 8 Maxi Soulé, chasing down the 23 of Alex Buncombe now in that Nissan. So our two onboard cameras once again locked together, and in fact they are all kind of queued up behind Jules Gounon, because Dominic Baumann in the 85 is just ahead of the Nissan as well in this little queue of cars. So really still intense battling going on inside the top 10.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, because we've just recently come off the safety car, there are some other cars that are slower and not in this battle that are in the queue, but predominantly this is a nose-to-tail battle. Bortolotti in second is 4/10 ahead of Vervish in third. He's 6.5 seconds ahead of Collado in fourth, who's 2 seconds ahead of Gounon now, who's got Baumann 7/10 behind him, i.e. a car length. Buncombe 6/10 behind him, i.e. a car length. And Maxime Soulé in the number 8 car behind him, i.e. a car length. So that is your battle for position.
Yeah, so this is the onboard view from the 23 car, the front splitter, but behind him, he's having to defend. He's putting the car on the right-hand side, because there, in the 8 car in the Bentley, was trying to get down the inside at Brussels, couldn't find a way through there. Alex was sitting right in the middle of the road, and that Nissan is a big beast, as is the Bentley. Oh, but very wide then through Speaker's Corner, and that's going to invite down the inside. Maxi Soulé makes it easy thanks to Buncombe just missing the apex, and it's getting dirtier and dirty offline, so it's hard to bring it back.
And there is the view of the Bentley to confirm the pass. So Soulé moves up to 7th, Buncombe drifted out down to flashing the headlights. Here I come, big boy.
We saw a penalty for that earlier. More than 8 times apparently.
Now we also saw one more than 3 times between turns.
Oh really?
Yeah. Now you can trigger a series of flashes, which is what often happens. You don't just, it's not like in your road car where you keep pulling the lever back. Exactly. You press the button and you press the flash button and it flashes.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to trigger that more than 3 times between turns, which in Piff Paff is okay, but it does mean, all the way up the straight here, basically, you're on flat gas for, 10 seconds and you're only allowed to use it once. There's a little ripple from the number 8 car. And that is up behind the Ferrari. Now the Ferrari, that 51 car, that's not in this battle. That's the one car in this queue that's out of sync. In front, Dominic Baumann has got by, so he's the next set of rear lights. And the problem here is, that's not a P2 car passing a GTE car that you'd find at Le Mans. These are all GT3 cars. The only difference in speed between these cars, as we saw in qualifying, with 36 cars covered by a second, the only difference in speed is the driver. So he's trying to get by this 51 Ferrari, and this is the AF Corsa, this is their Pro Class, one of their Pro Class cars, isn't it? I know, the Pro-Am cars. So I'm not sure who's in the 51 is often one of their lead cars, but this car is some way down the order. I can't even find it. In fact, so it's, Lorenzo Cazadei, I think, is in the car at the moment. No, Francesco Castellacci. Oh, that's why it's so hard to pass, because he's the pro in the car. So Castellacci going as quick as anybody else in a car that's as quick as anybody else. So the Bentley has found its way through, and there's the target then in front. So this is all great stuff. Buncombe into the pit lane in the number 23 Nissan, and so that's why he wasn't too worried about giving that spot up, because he was coming in at the end of the lap anyway.
And possibly that's why he missed his apex, because his tyres had said enough.
Yeah.
The Pirellis are very marginal, especially in these hotter conditions than perhaps we were expecting overnight. They are very marginal on giving a decent amount of grip for a sustained hour period. All right when you're getting into pits and doing your pit stops under safety car and maybe only doing 40 minutes or so, but a full green stint is enough for these set of Pirellis. No double stinting as you'd see in other series. Yes, by the driver, not by the tyres. And they'll try and do the full maximum 65 minutes allowable per stint, and that is about the capacity of the tank. Now you can, interestingly, that rule that we were talking about earlier, where you have a minimum pit stop and a maximum pit stop, you can actually get about a quarter of a tank of fuel before you have to select the second length of pit stop. So if you need a splash and dash, which is only going to really apply at the end of the race, you can do it under that 95-second cut-off point.
Well, 95 seconds is for a fuel-only stop. That's what it's intended
You can't do
to allow.
all your fuel though. That's the point.
Oh, right, okay. Well, well, in that case, that's everybody falls into that window, so you might as well do a driver change every lap. No, that can't be the case.
Yeah, it's really in case of punctures or damage and that kind of thing. That's the reason for it, because it's obviously such a long pit lane.
Right, Bentleys are due to stop. Incident between Bentley number 7 and the number 56 Ferrari under investigation.
So that would have been at turn
the
7.
Porsche, rather, the 56 Porsche.
Yeah, that was the last yellow flag that we had up at turn 7 at Les Combes.
Yeah. So somebody tripped over somebody.
And presumably the 56 car hasn't made it back on the circuit, because we saw a low loader heading in that direction.
Yeah. Number 9, Abt Bentley in the pit lane at the moment. That's Christy Yuns, Jordan Pepper and Nico Verdonk. And it's Christy Yuns who brought the car in. Oh, 85, Dominic Baumann using all the roads. Didn't feel that he was under threat. There's the Abt car. Chris Pirot working the strategy on that. Race engineer, son of Emanuele Pirot. I imagine brother Goofy will be watching somewhere as well. So only half the Pirot family here. Manuele's wife is back home. Manuele here is the driver steward for FIA Formula 3 European Series. I'm sure he'll also be, because it's a 24-hour race, you don't have one driver steward on all night long. I mean, we don't even do that to commentators or pit reporters, so I'm sure that Manuele will be helping out with that as well. Andy Soucek, by the way, who's racing here for Bentley, is often the driver standards advisor for FIA Formula E. So we were talking about this last time out in New York, and he was saying, yeah, I've heard all the excuses because I've used them all. So when drivers come into me with, oh, well, he said, I just smile and go, yeah, okay. And you know, and that's the, you know, you're busted when a current GT racer is standing there going, yeah, I heard all that.
And Chrissy hiding in the truck, positioned not on the pit wall as the strategist, but in the truck, and collating data from the whole TV timing screen system.
Yeah.
So he's able to pull out a lot more data and log a lot more data by plugging into the timing screens. He will be selecting logging every single lap time of every single driver to work out average lap times, to work out when the next pit stop should be. And it's not, I mean, they will plan initially a 26 lap stint, and they had a beautiful plan for when they were going to do their pit stops and how many pit stops are going to be, what tyre pressure goes on. And of course, as soon as the first safety car comes out, that gets ripped up, and you are reacting constantly to what's happening and constantly being on the pace as to where the cars around you are and what you need to do. So a really, really interesting job. He doesn't get a chance to go to sleep. He has to be constantly looking at all the information he's being given on the timing screens. And there's a few people in the media centre that also will be downloading the information from the timing screens, and it gives you, it's amazing what can be done with a few Excel spreadsheets and a couple of formulas to really dissect what we're seeing on track. You know, it seems very limited. 65 minutes, maximum stint length. The tyres do about that. The pit stops are limited on time, and that's how it kind of works. So it's basically however fast driver is out on circuit. But then you have that that luck situation. Which point of the safety car period do you go into the pits, or full course yellow? Do you jump in then, or can you stretch it a bit longer? And that really plays into consideration when you get around the 6-hour mark for points, the 12-hour mark for points, and then at the end of the race for 24 hours. And it's really important as we get closer to that 12-hour mark and halfway into the race that they make sure that they are ahead and not having to pit just before the 12-hour period, so they can pick up as many points as possible. There are a quarter point, so actually there are half points of a normal Blancpain race available at the end of 12 hours.
I think you just saw out of the 78 Barwell Lamborghini, I think that was Leo Machitsky jumping out, so I'm not sure whether he handed over to Richard Abbott or Phil Keane. 78 car is in, help me on this, should say pit out somewhere, that's what I'm looking for now. No. No,
there. Phil Keane, 56.
Yeah, so
53rd.
Phil Keane has got into it, I believe.
Mega sparks coming off the front of the BMW going through there.
No, that is Leo Machitsky, so he's got out and Phil Keane has got in. Another bunch of drivers from the British GT Championship. Barwell Lamborghini running in the British GT as well, romping away with the championship at the moment, having a very successful time. So Raffaele Marciello leading the race, Mirko Bortolotti hounding him down though, isn't he? Last time round, Marciello 2 minutes 23.0, 2 minutes 22.6 for Bortolotti, 4/10 quicker. And every time he gets a message from the team and the gap's coming down, keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. And now he's only 2.5 seconds behind, and so he knows that the next car that you can see is a back marker, but the car in front of that is the race leader. And those are the kind of views that really get a driver fired up, especially because Frederick Vervisch is only 1.7 seconds behind the Lamborghini as we ride on board. Then another 8 seconds back is James Collado in 4th, and then the gaps start to ease out a bit. We've had those changes, except Jules Gounon, who's just been passed by Dominic Baumann and Maxime Soulet on that last lap, and now has got Nico Müller in the number 1 Audi right behind him. And by right, I mean 0.2 of a second, which means almost melting the paint off the back bumper with his headlights. He's so close.
And it's interesting to see that Nico Müller is now down in 8th position. So the last set of safety car full course yellows didn't play out very well for that one car. The number 2 car that had a penalty earlier on that's done an extra pit stop up in 3rd, I think owes us a pit stop though.
Well, let's get down to Barwell. Leo Machitsky may have breath in his body, but Charlie is going to try and drag it out of him anyway.
Yeah, bless him, breath in his body. God, I've literally just collared him as he's got out the car. So you're actually looking a lot fitter than some of the other drivers. So you're training hard.
Yeah, I was in the bar yesterday, so training hard for that. But no, honestly, all jokes aside, it's really good fun out there at the moment. The temperatures come down, so it's quite cool in the car. So you can really kind of focus, get into a rhythm. The only thing that really breaks rhythm is lights from behind. It's hard to judge how far the cars are behind. The rear view cameras can't really see depth once the glaze of the headlights are on. We're having a bit of a nightmare of a race for us. It kind of finished after the first hour anyways. So it's mostly testing and just getting some mileage in.
Okay, so we've spoken to a few drivers so far. Air conditioning in the Lamborghini, yes or no?
Yes.
So that's probably why you look a little bit fresher than some of them. Okay. Also, what happened with Phil Keane, who's just got in the car? Maybe a wishbone problem? Tell me a bit more about what's happening with the car.
He got harpooned into the bus stop by the 912 Porsche. Got spun round. About a lap later, caught up to him again. Thought he was giving him room into, if I'm not mistaken, Stavel 01. The driver didn't see him, closed the door, they banged the front wheel on the rear wheel, spun the Porsche into the gravel and bent our wishbone. And that's a 20-minute fix, which cost us about 15 laps. That was the race over. Then I got in the car for a stint, safety car, blah, blah, blah. And then, what was it? Master cylinder failure on the brakes. So we lost another 15, 20 minutes on that. So.
Okay, is the car handling as it should do as a brand new sort of car out the box, or is it still slightly damaged?
To be honest, it feels okay, but the track doesn't feel as quick as it did in the previous test sessions. So I'm guessing that's more the track. If we look at the lap times from the other teams, I don't think they're that particularly quick compared to what we've seen in free practice and night qualies and stuff like that. So, I mean, obviously, night quali, it's a lighter car, but still, it's quite far away from there.
Okay, you mentioned the camera in the back of the car. Works really well in the daylight, but pretty much from the night, what you're saying, it doesn't really do that much in the dark.
In fact, it doesn't do anything apart from blind us, so I tend to switch it off.
So you switched it off?
Yeah, we also have another system in the car, which is a radar system. So it gives us flashing lights to tell us when there's a car closing. So it starts from about 250 meters behind, gives us green lights, both sides. That means it's 250 meters behind. When it gets to amber, it means it's closing.
Okay.
And red, it goes at about 50 meters. And around 10, it starts to flash which side he's on. So at that point, I tend to just look at my mirror to see where he's going. So the rear view camera is pretty much useless in the dark.
Fairly accurate from the radar point of view, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's something that we set up ourselves, so A few other teams are using similar systems, but I think with this kind of racing, it's a must because, you know, frankly, for whatever the money that radar costs, it pays for itself after one accident, you know.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, how are you finding Spa-Francorchamps as we speak now in 5 words?
I can give you one: fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, nice one.
Circuit.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good job, Liam Maczewski. Well done.
Mega stuff from Charlie there. I've learned more in the last 5 minutes for about hours.
Well, fantastic. You know, again, we talk about the fact that these cars are all basically the same spec, the same regulations, but you're allowed to do things like that with your car, like develop your own radar system, rear-facing, you know, which a lot of cars have, your parking systems, all of that. That's the same deal, but it looks further back, and so they get a warning without having to take their eyes out, you know, away from looking out the front to where they're going. They'll be aware in their periphery that this car is getting closer and closer, and so then they can work on that. Let's take a look here at Nico Müller, right behind Jules Gounon. Jules Gounon, father Jean-Marc is here, one of the biggest car dealers now in the south of France. And his son Jules, very much a chip off the old block. Did a couple of years, did Formula 4 in France, and then Northern European and Formula Renault Euro Cup. So done 2 years of single-seaters out of karting, basically to get him used to quick cars. And the plan was always to get him into sports car racing. Jean-Marc raced up to Formula 3000, raced in Formula 1 briefly, but it was one of those careers where he hit at the wrong trajectory and not a great car, and sort of skidded back out on re-entry almost immediately, but then became a very convincing sports car racer for many years. And his son was gleefully reminding him of some of the bigger shunts that he watched when he was a kid of his dad having. So, oh yeah, there was that one, and oh yeah, there was that one as well. But had plenty of success as well, particularly in the GT categories and in prototype racing as well. So now really just kind of nurturing his kid along from a distance. I said, how many races have you been to? He said, none. It's my first one this year because I don't want to be karting dad. And he brought his own dad over as well, Jean-Marc's father, who was not karting grandfather either. So and he was telling me about, there was one time, Jules Gounon, he was in the semi-final of the karting European Championships, and they were working on something, and on the outlap, Jules' kart failed, and then he took a shortcut across the track, sideways across the track to get back into the pit lane, so he only had a very short test period. And the car, of course, obviously dragged him up. Jean-Marc went in with him, slapped him round the chops for being so stupid. I think the car, of course, was so taken back that his dad was having to go, and he went, I take, well, yeah, go away and don't do it again. We'll be watching you in, if there's any black marks on your kart, you're out of the final. So he qualified second for the European Championship final, so yeah, got away with that, but I think he's been brought up the right way anyway.
And being pursued by one of the stalwarts of the Audi Sport DTM team for the last couple of years, Nico Müller.
Yeah.
A man that really didn't impress so much in his Formula 3 career, very mid-pack in European Formula 3 at its peak, of course, but a Swiss national that lives, in fact, he lives in Switzerland but lives in Bern, so effectively German, and speaks Swiss German, and so really adopted by the Audi Sport family as somebody who can be that kind of German figurehead when they had so many English drivers. And Nico doing a good job in the DTM these days. He's also raced in sports cars at the Nürburgring 24 Hours for the last couple of years. Can't remember, and I can't find whether he won, but I've got the feeling that he has won the 24 Hours Nürburgring, and he won alongside Christopher Mies, another of their GT drivers, and Lawrence Van Thor. I think they all shaved their head a couple of years back. That would be 2015 or so.
Right.
I noticed that Christopher Mies has now grown his hair back, but it's all gone grey.
Oh dear.
For somebody who's 28 years old. So I had a bit of a ribbing with him a bit earlier on.
Wheel-to-wheel action between the 85 car. That's Dominic Baumann going by 9.12. Now that should be a relatively easy pass. Baumann will go around the nose of the Porsche into La Source, and right behind, chinking around behind, you can see the 8th place car, the number 1 car of Nico Müller. Yeah, Müller raced also in single-seaters World Series by Renault, and we're on board with him, and he also raced, and is that on board with number 1 again? Yeah. And he also raced in GP3 with Jensen Motorsport. Now, who's just shot by him?
No, that was 25. So Jules Gounon was on the far left-hand side as they went down the straight, and massive amounts of cutting going on the top of Eau Rouge, Radillon. I tell you, those observers have gone to sleep for the night.
No.
They have,
there's still a locked-off camera on there. Guarantee, if you go into race control now, the big screen on the right-hand side will be a locked-on camera. All arms and elbows. Now, he'd got in really deep under braking there, didn't he? And that was the back end just breaking away. You didn't hear him chuntering on the transmission, so he wasn't changing out. But look, lights in the rear-view mirror as well, in the door mirrors. So that was the car he just went by. I think that is a back marker, because 88 car Juncadella is about 3 or 4 seconds, or was about 3 or 4 seconds back, Danny Juncadella in the 88 Mercedes. But that was at the start of the lap. I wonder if he still is, or I wonder if that was Danny Juncadella trying to have a run at him up at the top of Les Combes, because they got held up, didn't they?
Yeah, he's taken 1.4 seconds out just in the first sector alone.
Well, so he's still a couple of seconds back, but nevertheless, a little bit of damage on the front of the Falkenhorst white motorsport coloured car. And there you go, that's what I mean by motorsport coloured. Graham Goodwin says this is in fact the second race that, at least the second race that Jean-Marc Gounon has been with Jules, because he had breakfast with Jean-Marc in Daytona.
There we go.
All right, well, there you go. So Jean-Marc still very hands-off with his son's career.
And so, interesting to see that the car was sliding around, because if you know anything about these GT3 cars, they are fitted with traction control and ABS.
Yep.
ABS you can't necessarily turn off, so that for a professional driver that drives in, say, GTE, for instance, that's a very strange sensation for them, because you have to completely adapt your way of braking with ABS. Traction control gets adjusted throughout the stint, so they might have less traction control at the start of the stint and more at the end of the stint as the tyres lose their brakes. The 35 car is going in for some repairs.
Yeah, well, I wonder if it's got a floor issue, or the whole front end. Look, the bonnet won't stay down either. So that car, 35 Marcus Palter, Christian Croniers, Nico Menzel and Matthias Henkeler. It was Henkeler who brought the car in, and that car down in 24th place now. It's lost 1 place already and dropping down the order. Well, there's a classic view up the Kemmel Straight. 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. Pick a hole, any hole.
And that was on board with the number 1 car of Nico Müller, who I think has certainly got Daniel Juncadella for company now. The 88 car's caught back.
Let's see if we can. There's the 912 Porsche, which has gone. Well, there's 88. So there's the Mercedes right behind. And he was trying to squeeze down the inside of the darker blue of the Attempto cars. That's 66. Michael Grenier, Mark van Splunteren and Jaap van Lagen.
Yeah, they're also not on that lap, so they're out of position.
But if that's Jaap at the wheel, he's going to have a tough time getting by. Not because Jaap doesn't let people by, but because he's quick. So let's see, where is 66 on our screen? I can't tell you where. I can't tell you who's in the car at the moment, so I can't find the Richard car. I'm going number blind. Okay, so it's not Jaap van Lagen, it's Michael Grenier. So, looking up the inside, didn't quite get the move done. There's the Falkenhorst Motorsport team, and every engineer's favourite item, the roll of gaffer tape, is being brought out to fix that. It ain't going to fix it, is it? Yeah, late lunge, but you have to. That was down into Campus. So now out of what used to be Stavelot, Curve Paul Frere, named after Belgian journalist who not only wrote about Formula 1 and sports car racing, raced in Formula 1. Can you imagine that? A written journalist writing about Formula 1 and racing as a Grand Prix driver, and also winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans outright. That's the kind of journalist that Paul Frere was. 912, still right in the thick of that, and look behind, you can see the black and yellow Bentley, and who's coming around him?
Oh, that's Juncadella in the 88.
That's Juncadella, so Juncadella in the 88 car, getting jumped by the Bentley.
Is that on the same lap?
No.
No.
So he's actually lost a bit of ground because the Bentley is still inside, but of course you're trying to go fast wherever you are, so you're trying to go past everybody wherever they are. And actually, you shouldn't care who they are or where they are, because you want to get by. Now then, again, look at this camera and the way that it shakes as the cars go by. You think that's not a quick corner anymore?
And when you stand down there, you really feel it as well. It's just that is the best place in the whole of the world of motorsport to stand and watch race cars, especially these guys on a qualifying lap that we were watching on Friday night. The commitment through there, and the car, and the brutality that was going through the suspension and the floor of the car, scuffing its way up the hill, just absolutely amazing. And that battle we're watching is basically the 6th position. Dominic Baumann in the 85 has stretched a little bit of a gap to Jules Gounon now in 7th position. Then Nico Müller 8th, Juncadella 9th, and then a little gap to Kappa in 10th position. But obviously then there's a few cars in there that are not in that battle but have the pace to stay in that group. Who was it? Yeah, Alan Prusser, thank you for your tweet. Do the officials watch the onboard cameras for track limits, because we're seeing plenty of them on our screens. The easiest answer is that the track limit infringements come from reports on track by officials who are watching at particular points on track. Oops.
Oh, that didn't help, did it?
That didn't work.
We've just repaired the front end damage. I tell you what, let's drive into the compressor, or push it into the compressor. Yeah, well, that's crackered the compressor as well.
Bit of duct tape, that'll work. Off he goes.
Yeah.
So the track, there are various observers around the circuit at various points that Race Direction have specified. They will report in any track limit infringements, and then it gets investigated by the stewards.
Well, also, they have digital monitoring of all the cars, so they get pinged up in race control, and so it's a combination of what trackside eyes and what the digital systems tell them. But yeah, you know, when you're going over there and going over there, then the camera's showing that you're very, very close to the limit, but then you need an external shot to see whether he actually did have all 4 wheels in, because the camera may not be placed centrally, he may be well clear on one side and not, you know, the camera could be over on the right-hand side rather than right in the middle or on the left-hand side, so you need those extra bits of evidence. From second in the AM class is the Ferrari.
What's very clear is that the track limit infringements that we were seeing in the first 6 hours during the daylight, we were having them pinging up every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And since it's gone tonight, we've had no track limit infringements, which is completely wrong because we've seen cars off track.
Well, you know why that is. That's to allow people who are playing track limit bingo to sober up a little bit in the next 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
So that they don't just get whisked off to hospital totally comatose.
Yeah. Race Control have heard our call and decided to stop it.
So 488 is in, and this car was second in the AM class. Now drops, I think, a couple of spots, maybe down to 5th place in the AM class, being waved out by the team. And it was brought in by Rino Mastronardi, so not sure who takes that car over now. We will find out shortly. Teams are responsible for informing Race Control and timing and scoring, Swiss Timing guys, of what's going on. There's your race leader. Raffaele Marciello leads by 2.1 seconds from Mirko Bortolotti. So there's the Mercedes. See if we can spot the Lamborghini. I think it's the 4th car back in that queue. There's the 98 Rover Racing Mercedes, BMW. There's the Lamborghini. So the Lamborghini is behind the Bentley, and that will be the number 7 car of Stephen Kane, who's in 18th place and a lap down after they had that early penalty. In the pits is the number 3 Team WRT Audi, Connor De Filippi, Christopher Mies and Frederick Vervisch. A car that is a long way down and should be a long way higher up the order, shouldn't it? What happened to the number 3 car? I forget.
Yeah, 22nd position now for that car, 3 laps down off the lead.
Right, it's that's number 3 car, not number 2 car. Yeah, number 3 car. Okay, so that's a Pro-Am car. So no, that is where it should be. So it's Nicky Meyer-Mainhoff who brought the car in. Car he shares with Richard Lyons. 53 car is in as well. Look very routine for their Pro-Am car. That's the black and white Spirit of Race car.
And there is that mirror that we heard from Leo Matschitz a little bit earlier talking about. look how white and look how bright it is, and we are not seeing any detail in there whatsoever. That is why he said, we'll just turn it off, because all it's doing is blinding me. The reflections from the back of the car into that, straight into the eyes of the driver. So doesn't see there's much need to have it. Look at the view of Spa. Absolutely wonderful place to go racing, whether it be day or night, and an amazing atmosphere out there. So many people here this year to watch the race. Got to be the second most popular race meeting at Spa behind the Formula One race.
Yeah, and this year particularly as last year, because of a certain Dutch driver and the fact that we're not that far from the Netherlands. Yeah, Jos Verstappen will be packing them to the rafters here, so they may not have a Belgian driver in the race, but there will be an awful lot of Dutch fans here for the Belgian Grand Prix, no question at all. Look at the speeds, 70, 180, 190, 200, picking up speed like nobody's business. Into the pit lane, 85, so Dominic Baumann has come in from what was 6th position from the middle of this lead battle. Top 6 were covered by 20 seconds. He's now in the pit lane and has handed over 85 to Edward Sundstrom. And again, there is the Lamborghini, still stuck behind the Bentley. A lap later, 2 minutes, 22, 3 seconds further round the race. And he's still stuck there. And you can see in this, another battle shaping up behind as well. Well, let's hear from Chris Harris, the Top Gear presenter and journalist. Had a bit of an interesting start to the weekend.
Well, just a bit of an epic start to the weekend. How many times has your car been hit so far in this 24-hour race?
I couldn't count them. I think in the last 17 laps, lead race engineer, Garage 59 says has been hit, I think, 7 times in the last 17 laps. So, as it gets dark here, naughtiness prevails. We know that, because the judges of fact can't see as much. But it's pretty brutal having that AM badge on your back. It becomes a bit of a target.
Really?
Yeah, so you just got to work around it. But look, we're still going. We're about 1 million laps behind everyone, but it's an attritional race, and we've got to stay in it to see what happens. The car's running fine now. We had 3 stops for damage. We've had a stop for the car when it coming in on a pit stop actually stalled, didn't restart. I think it just overfuels when it tries to restart. We couldn't get that going. We've had a little bit of a gearbox issue as well. So it's been mostly driver-based and not car-based.
Well, that's very honest of you, very open and honest of you. Right, you were here last year in the Bentley. Tell us the difference between the 2 cars and what sort of driving characteristics you were having to do differently. And also remember, you're on different tyres from last year as well. So give us a bit of an insight on how it's been.
Okay, the Bentley is a monster, as you know. It's a big old bus that basically wants to get through the medium slow-speed corners best it can and then just open it up. But it also has amazing high-speed aero. So in the quick stuff here last year, a Rouge, Blanchimont, you weren't really thinking about it. You could just go, poof, and it went. And then you just try and deal with it in the slower speed stuff. The tyres changed this year. Doesn't suit the McLaren as well, I don't think. Not to say it's a bad tyre, it just doesn't suit the McLaren, you know. It's not going to suit everyone. So the team, I've not been in the car much this year. The team says they've struggled to make the tyre switch on. The car is much more like a racing car. You got to troll brake it in, you got to be delicate with it. It's very pitch sensitive as well, the McLaren. So effectively, if you get that front splitter into play, it's got a load of downforce. But if you try and drive it old school and get on the power too early in the corner, you lift the front of the car up, you start to push and get loads of understeer. So you have to drive it like a single-seater, which is great when you're 42 years old and don't drive single-seaters. But look, it's a fascinating car to drive. It's a tough whole thing as well, because it's taken a few whacks. I hasten to add that I think of all the hits we've had, we're not claiming that we're responsible for any of them. So, but I think it's a challenge. Look, Charlie, you understand what it's like here. I had a photograph taken with the group at the beginning of the weekend. You just feel honoured to be amongst those drivers. You feel like you're gate crashing a professional event, which at times is daunting, but actually it's mega just to be here.
Okay, we've got an overtake for the lead coming up, but very quickly, what happened to the back of your head? A very quick answer. What happened to you earlier in the Formula 3 race?
I was collected by an F3 wing on the way to the F3 race.
But you're okay, though?
Oh, I'm fine, yeah.
Chris, thank you very much.
No worries, cheers.
Battle for the lead of the race on board with Mirko Bortolotti. He has crossed the line within a second of Raffaele Marciello. The lights you see in front, that's the race-leading Mercedes. Well, shame we didn't get to see the huge gash that Chris Harris has had stitched up on the back of his head. Yeah, an errant wing. You know the way they do, they carry them on quads through the paddock and just clipped him. So the metal or the composite end plates or wings sliced the back of his neck wide open, and he had to have stitches in it. Just what you want before the start of a really physical, difficult race. However, this is our lead battle. It's come down, and now down to 0.3 of a second, almost touching distance for Raffaele Marciello, with Mirko Bortolotti right behind him. Don't think that Bortolotti's got all his own way, because the next car behind is not in the battle, but the car behind is, and that's the Audi there, the dark grey colour, that is Frederik Vervisch. And so one miscue by Bortolotti trying to get by Marciello, and Vervisch will be on him and through, but that's the lead battle! And Marciello not off the corner as convincingly as Bortolotti there, but look at the way that the Mercedes picks up its skirts off the corner.
These guys are on the end of their stint. These are the end of these tyres, and that's why we're seeing the pace of a 2:23.5 for Marciello last time through. He should be in the 2:22s, but so with Bortolotti also and Vervisch, all those three are on a different strategy to the others, and they are using those tyres, well, they're at the end of the tyres rather than the middle of the stint of the tyres, so they're losing pace. And I think the different marks of car, the Lamborghini, the Audi and the Mercedes, are using their tyres obviously in different rates. So I think Marciello is struggling a bit more in this stage of the stint than the other two cars.
Yeah, looks like it, and I wonder whether he will be able to hold off the Lamborghini or not. Pickled Axe just pointing out that Jos Verstappen won't be driving at Spa, that'll be Max Verstappen.
You did it.
And the local driver that doesn't exist is called Stoffel van Dorn. Oh yeah, that too. See, that shows how much attention I pay to Formula One most of the time. Again, great onboard pictures here. And we're going to have to wait to see next time we get an external shot whether Frederik Vervisch has got by that back marker traffic, and whether that whited out screen is Audi headlights or whatever it was. I have had a slight suspicion it was the number 18 Black Falcon Mercedes, but I wasn't entirely sure that was between them. Either way, it's not part of the battle for first, second and third. So Vervisch is closed up. 55, James Calado, by the way, less than 4 seconds behind Vervisch now. And Maxime Soulet less than 4 seconds behind Calado.
Just watching the body language of Marciello's car, he can't place it where he wants to place it any longer. You can see Bortolotti riding the curbs through the Fagnes, riding the curb on the inside of Campus, and now on the last part of the lap, Marciello just couldn't get the nose into any of those apexes, and therefore losing momentum, losing time, and it's allowing Bortolotti to get closer and closer. These tyres are really, really at the end, and I think specifically Marciello's are worse than the other twos behind. But look, 5 cars in that train. It's a BMW, it's a 98
it's a
car.
Racing, yeah, and the leader is in. So the leader is not the leader is the leader, and that is 63 Bortolotti. Well, he was right there, wasn't he? As soon as Raffaele Marciello peeled into the pit lane, and he's not alone. There's a few peeling in from the queue behind, but not our contenders. So Bortolotti leads, Vervisch second. Maxime Soulet came in for Bentley in the number 8 car. So that takes him out of the equation, but this could well cycle 55 Ferrari and James Calado back to the lead, because don't forget, they have been stopping a couple of laps after the 63 Lamborghini pretty much from the start.
Yeah, well, Bortolotti's going to be in pretty soon, I think.
Yeah.
His pace is still in the 23, so he's still struggling.
And Maxime Soulet with that James Hunt tribute helmet. I love that. That's really nice. He's not only got the black helmet with the colours of Wellington School, which was James Hunt's colours, but also he's got the typeface copied of the way that James Hunt had his name on the helmet. Now, I'm not sure what the history is, why he's such a big James Hunt fan. Might have been racing that he watched when his dad was indoctrinating him, because dads tend to do that, don't they, Ben? Or I don't know where that came from. But yeah, great to see that. Kimi Räikkönen had a James Hunt tribute helmet. Was it last year, the year before?
In Monaco, and then gave it to James' son, Tom, who was guest of honour at the race.
Nice.
So Tom Hunt has that helmet. Or actually, I don't know if Freddie's the younger one who's kind of racing. Tom is now kind of businessman extraordinaire, but certainly one of the two have that helmet. And Freddie wore it at the Gubu members meeting and found James's old 1970s suit as well. So, and if you've ever seen pictures of Freddie Hunt, you know he looks exactly the same and same mannerisms as James.
All we need to do then is to get him into one of James's old cars for a few demo laps, and
which he did at Goodwood.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. 15 hours, 20 minutes to go in the race. Let's take a look at our highlights. We started the race countdown just after 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, heading towards the start of the race at 4:30 Central European time. A bright and warm day, little muggy, little humid. Forecast thunderstorms that had been such a part of the pre-race were starting to drift away. The Belgian colours waved as the race got underway. Maxi Buch in the bronze Mercedes on the grass, as Giancarlo Fisichella led from pole. Massive tank slapper though for the 63 car. Just held on to that Mirko Bortolotti. Moving up the order came Maxi Buch, as everybody tried to settle down in the opening laps, but there were rather too many cars and not quite enough tarmac. It got very frantic in a lot of places. The stewards were kept very busy in the early couple of hours. 24-hour racing has become basically Formula Ford Festival heats. Our early pit caller was the AF Corse yellow Ferrari. They had a different strategy to most of their rivals. One of the front runners coming in early, the 63 Lamborghini from second place. Giancarlo Fisichella just keeping it out of the wall as he took the lead of the race and continued in the battle with the Lamborghini. Herbert Motorsport car getting knocked off by Phil Keane, who damaged the front of the Barwell Lamborghini. Puncture for Rover Racing's number 99 BMW led to a drive shaft failure. Mirko Bortolotti versus Marco Ciocci for the lead of the race. Bortolotti staying in front, Ciocci closing right in. Bortolotti just getting the odd break in traffic to keep his nose in front. The Ferrari seemed to be unable to get by once it was stuck behind the Lamborghini. Giancarlo Fisichella really pretty unfussed by it all. Passing Laturas in the yellow Ferrari number 50, our first major victim of the race. A huge car-destroying shunt at Eau Rouge. He fortunately was fine. Full course yellow and safety car for the first time in the race. And what remained of the car was swept up. There was very little that looked salvageable on that. Safety car brought a slew of pit stops. 188, the McLaren, pushed away, got stuck in the pit entry. Don't think we've seen that car since. And then trouble as well for an Audi. Jamie Green, car getting spat off the curbs into the barriers. Came back briefly, but retired. Safety car back out again. This time, the Ferrari right behind the Lamborghini, ready for the restart. James Calado pressing hard, trying to get around Andrea Caldarelli, who was at the wheel of the Lamborghini, unable to do so, and stuck behind for the remainder of the stint. Lamborghini stopping a couple of laps earlier, looked like a nice clean pit stop. But when the Ferrari stopped, they managed to come back out on track in front of the Lamborghini. Lamborghini up to speed with hot tyres, couldn't quite close. Got back into second place though. Bentley stopping in team formation, although the 7 car had already been penalised and dropped down the order. Battles raging all the way down the line. Massive get off there. And then problems for the HTP Mercedes. Flat right tyre. Little moment of good fortune in traffic for our leaders before the safety car came out once more for the retirement of the number 6 Audi of Stefan Richelme. Lights were then on for all the cars as we headed into the dusk. Shelby's crew had been yelling instructions, not enough to be able to get the car to refire. That was driven away. Massive crowds all day here at Spa-Francorchamps, all weekend at Spa-Francorchamps. Back to green flag racing. 84 HTP Mercedes in the battle in the top 3, having a very strong run. 5th on the grid, right in the thick of the action. On board with the number 63 Lamborghini carving its way back up through the field as the 912 Porsche got in a bit of a spin. One of a number of incidents that the Herbert Motorsport car has had. 84 peeling into the pit lane with a number of safety cars and full course yellows. The pit stop strategies are starting to get a little mixed up. 63 carving its way through the field. Bentley again, both stopping on the same lap. Number 8 on the lead lap, number 7 a lap down. It's going to be a struggle to get that back for the remaining hours of the race. Into the darkness, and in the inimitable words of Chris Harris, that's when things get naughty. Jimmy Eriksson out of 4th place. Huge accident in the 84 Mercedes. Safety car out again at 11 p.m. Everybody once more scrambling for the pit lane. The car zigged when it should have zagged. And although the doors looked okay, the front and the rear were both badly damaged. Fireworks, music, lights, action. The safety car once more in action. Plenty to keep the crowds entertained on and away from the track. And with Belgian beer and Friet, plenty to keep them well fed as well. 912 Porsche in trouble again, this time for no fault of its own. It was clattered by a McLaren. 3-car incident at La Source. All the cameras are set up on automatic for La Source. 55 Ferrari keeping itself right at the front of the field. Number 8 Bentley in the hunt. And as the crowd go wild, drivers and teams trying to resist the fatigue that sitting around, constantly fixing hot cars and constantly driving hot cars brings. Hot tyres mean a few wild moments for some of the drivers. But the racing has been close and furious right from the very start. Lead battle down to inches before the number 50 Mercedes peeled into the pit lane. That leaves the 63 Lamborghini once more at the head of the field. So let's take a look then. The 63 Lamborghini leading from the number 2 Audi. 55 Ferrari back up to 3rd ahead of the number 1 Audi. Number 76 is now up into 5th position, another Audi. And in 6th position now is our Pro-Am class leader, and that is the Black Falcon blue number 16 Mercedes. Our AM class leaders now slipping further back down the order. It's Pros with the white backing to their black numbers, or Pro-Ams with the black backing to their white numbers, filling all the top 30 positions at the moment. And the best of our AM class cars, with no gold and platinum drivers in, is the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Still holds a slender advantage, or now growing advantage, out to 2 laps from 1 an hour ago, ahead of the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. So we have lost half a dozen cars, confirmed retirements. 63 is in the pits. Mirko Bortolotti has brought the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini in full service, so that suggests there might be a driver change, but I rather fancy that Mirko Bortolotti is staying in. Driver change at number 7. Stephen Kane is out, and I fancy that Guy Smith might have got in because we saw him waiting in the garage recently. Kane with a new helmet design this weekend. You can see just upstream of them another team waiting. The driver out in the pit lane ready to flag his car down. And the teams, as much as anybody else, Ben Constant-Duras, need these light indicators. Like the Bentley there has got the green grille, because when a set of glaring white lights is coming down the pit lane towards you, all headlights are white and very bright, and you want to be able to recognise your own car and flag him in rather than stop somebody else's in your pit box and ruin your pit stop. So those indicators are really, really important to the teams. The added bonus is that they help us occasionally identify cars as well.
Yeah, and also those LED strips either on the windscreen or on the aerial of the car. We've seen over the years, of course, doing the kind of outline of the side of the car with LED strips. So it's different ways to identify, because look at that, it's a black silhouette. That's all it is really, with a couple of lights at the front. And yes, the light clusters are different on each different manufacturer, but we've got, was it 10, 12 Audi R8s here from about 4 different teams, so it's very tricky to identify exactly who is who and what is what. Andrea Caldarelli has got into the 63 car, so Bortolotti out of that 63. James Calado now up into 2nd position, who is the sometime leader, but it's difficult really to tell if he is still in control of this race after the last safety car and full course yellows, because there's such a split strategy going on. The stops start with the car that was leading for a while. Who was that? That was the 63 car, and it filters through to put James Calado at the lead, the 55 car, but then he pits. He owes us a stop in the next couple of laps, so very hard to call right now what's going on. Half a banana.
Yeah, what's going on with the banana here, the number 2 Audi team? Are they actually
feeding a banana?
Feeding the driver, yes.
Fred Vervish. Who
now,
knew?
This was something that Stirling Moss discovered when they won the Mini Miglia, him and Jenks. Jenks started off peeling him oranges when they would and feeding him bits of orange in his open face helmet to keep him fed during their long recce stints. But very quickly it became apparent that the bits of orange, like the driver and the co-driver, were getting covered in brake dust and muck, and that tastes revolting. But a banana comes in its own sealing, and you can peel a bit more of the skin off, and the banana that you then bite is clean. So that's why they swap from oranges to bananas.
And better for you, presumably, in terms of energy. There was a racing... Now, what racing car, maybe Formula 1 car, has an orange still in the car?
Duncan Hamilton, that was the story. When Duncan Hamilton won Le Mans in 1955 for Jaguar, the team afterwards found an orange tucked in the side of the seat that he had taken with him and never ate, and so they then returned it to him. He then famously kept it with him in every race car they ever raced in since. And when Archie, his grandson, came to race at Le Mans a couple of years ago, he had the petrified little black thing that was once an orange. So yeah, so the 1955 winning orange returned to Le Mans with the grandson of Duncan Hamilton, the man who drove the car and left it there by mistake. Among many other tales of Duncan Hamilton. Different times, everybody, different times. Nobody's going to accidentally leave an orange in a race seat in these cars, because if there's accidentally an orange in, you'll know all about it, because you'll be extremely uncomfortable, because these seats fit you closer than a tight pair of disco pants. Let's get back to the racing then, get back down to Bentley. Stephen Kane has just gone out in number 7 car, and Charlie's with him.
Okay, Stephen, looking very hot like all the other drivers so far. Tell us about that little incident that happened earlier in your stint.
Yeah, I was passing one of the Carrera Cup cars up into Lacombe, and I was giving him lots of room, giving him time to get through the corner, and then I went up the inside, and he mustn't have seen me, and he turned in on my rear left corner and gave me a puncture, so it put me off into the gravel, and we had to come in, make an unnecessary stop to change the tyre. And the car was going quite well, and then we seemed to have an ABS problem, just maybe it's caused from the puncture, so picking up debris. But we're still in the fight. We've got a good strategy team that can get us maybe back into the race. There's plenty of hours left, 15 hours.
Just a few. So you can still get back, obviously, up there. Points and podium or not?
You never know with this race, You look at last year and you can see what's happened. The rain might be here in the morning. Everything could turn on its head. So you just have to keep on chugging away and keep in there, and hopefully we'll be somewhere around the front when the checker flag comes out.
Just before I collared you for the interview, there was a lot of chat with you and Team Boss and everyone else, and we get you a well-earned towel as well because you're very, very hot, bless you. So you were talking about the ABS, all those sorts of things. Do you think it can be sorted, or do you think it's now in for the race, that problem?
Yeah, we're trying to sort it now, see if we can sort it by not stopping the car. So we're going to investigate that now when Guy's out in the car and see if we can keep on going without making a garage stop. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can keep on going and stay in the race.
Are you enjoying it?
I am, yeah. It's just frustrating when you have we wanted to get through the night and without any damage or any problems, and that's the whole art of 24-hour, and we've ended up making a couple of unnecessary stops so far, so it's not good for us.
No, well, just keep at it, buddy, and get some rest and get some water.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. See you.
Good stuff from Charlie Butler-Henderson down in the pit lane. He's with us throughout the rest of our night stint, the night crew, with you until 8 o'clock in the morning. You can keep in touch with all of us at Martin Haven, at Ben Consty, at Charlie BH_. And if you've got any questions overnight or just want to keep us amused, then make sure you stay with us on Twitter. The pit stop cycle is coming to an end now, so we're going to have a better idea as to where people are sitting. We saw the Audis just going out, so that was Nico Müller, who seems to be back in the car for another double. He told me he was getting in at 2 o'clock in the morning. That may have been to avoid having an interview with me, because he's going to get out at about 2 o'clock in the morning. And here is the 63 car of Andrea Caldarelli now. He's up into, I think it will be 3rd position once the timing screen sorts itself out. Not far away from Nico Müller, but as we can see, it's a distant headlight, a distant tail light in front at the moment, and really a good opportunity to see what it's like without traffic around this circuit, trying to pick out those curbs, those yellow and red curbs and the apex. Look, I mean, at campus it falls down anyway, but you cannot see the apex of the turn whatsoever. You really are working on a kind of a subconscious and a muscle reaction that you've had lap after lap after lap of doing this to feel the distances and to know where to brake.
It's that rhythm, isn't it, that drivers talk about. You just get into that flow where the whole thing is working naturally. Having so much traffic here is really hard to keep that flow going, because you get interrupted and slow down, and then you're at the wrong corner at the wrong speed and gradually get back up to it. But once they're in that groove, once it's running nicely, 3 or 4 laps in, it starts to become instinctive. And the drivers are rarely, and certainly in corners, never looking at the bit that's illuminated. They're looking a long way further around the corner.
Yeah,
and in daylight you can do that, and in nighttime, of course, you absolutely can't. But you are still driving on what you feel almost as much as what you see. It's really hard to try and explain it, but that's the best way that drivers can explain it.
And that was one of the interesting things. If you do any kind of race training, I was very lucky to go to Andy Prio's performance zone up in at Silverstone, and they actually have an eye monitor that looks at where your eye is looking on their simulator, on their screen, and then he has a little ballpoint pen and he shows you where you should be.
You in the eye.
And as somebody who's raced, I tend to look further ahead than most road car drivers anyway, but then to see where he was expecting me to look even further up the road, I had barely placed the car on the apex of the turn, and he was already telling me to look to the outside of the corner, to the exit. And as soon as I followed that dot throughout one lap, it was 1 second found instantly, just because you're taking the lock off a little bit earlier, you're getting on the throttle a little bit earlier, you're allowing the car to run through the corner because you're looking that much further ahead. But going back to this night situation, you can't do that here. You can't see more than about 5 meters ahead. There's the exit of the turn. Where's the new apex? Can't see it. Where's the out to the turn? Can't see it. There it is. So they are really having to work on the experience that they've had, and it's a fascinating thing to do at the speeds in which they're doing.
Which is what makes it really hard for a driver who hasn't had at least one stint in daylight to do their first stints in the nighttime, because nighttime practice is naturally very much restricted, and so you haven't got that sort of sighting experience of one stint in the daytime. Now that happens less here because they tend to single stint their drivers early on because it is so dark. It's a lot darker here than on the track than it is at Le Mans, which has got much more illuminated areas, many more illuminated areas. And here it is really very, very intensely dark a lot of the way around, so that's a real disorientator. Here's 63 ahead of what looked like the number 50 car. Can that be right? Number 55 in 4th place, James Collado. So Frederick Vervisch is leading the race at the moment. That is the number 50 car that was Dominic Baumann, that was our race leader. So that car... Why am I not seeing that? Do I mean 90 or 50?
No, you don't mean 50.
I mean 90, don't I? Yeah. So, Raffaele Marciello has handed it over to Michael Meadows. So so that is the car that was the lead. So the Mercedes with the blue antenna sticking up there has closed right in on the 2nd place Lamborghini.
Yeah, and that makes sense because they were in a different order before the pit stops. You remember Marcello went in a couple of laps before, but he was leading the race. Yeah. So now Michael Meadows has got some work to do. They've obviously lost a little bit of ground by doing that slightly early pit stop. And it's Vervisch, who's, I don't think, on the same kind of strategy as the others, who has benefited most. He's now 5 seconds ahead of these two further up the road. This is on board with the 63, so it's the white dot in the middle of your screen is the electronic wing mirror that has the lights of the 90 car absolutely filled with it. So Raffaele Marciello, ex-Formula 3 champion, absolute legend of single-seaters in his early career before having a couple of years he struggled in GP2. He's teamed up alongside DTM driver Eduardo Mortara, should I say DTM champion Eduardo Mortara, and Michael Meadows. That's a very, very, very strong lineup in that Mercedes. At the moment in 3rd position, chasing down this Lamborghini with Andrea Caldarelli aboard it at the moment, and Frederick Vervisch, who actually hasn't done a lot of rear-wheel drive. Massive Spa expert, Frederick Vervisch, and has done previous years lots of rear-wheel drive, but this year focusing on the TCR International Series, so he's doing front-wheel drive for Audi. Never ever raced a front-wheel drive car before he came to Spa in May, and I think he finished the 2nd race on the podium. So adapted very quickly and trying to get the TCR Audi sold around the world. They've just sold over 100 cars, which is pretty impressive. Customer racing, much like GT3. So Vervisch focusing on a sprint series, on the front-wheel drive, and having to readapt himself to the Audi R8, and obviously doing a pretty good job at the moment. Up there in leading, sharing the car with Christopher Mies and Conor De Filippi.
So I wonder whether he's done VLN races or anything else. I'm now trying desperately to remember if he did Nürburgring 24 or not. And I can't, I'm afraid.
He's a Belgian and he's very much a Spa specialist.
Yeah.
But Nürburgring's only an hour away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's as close as Silverstone and Mallory Park, closer in fact. So he still leads the race, 7.7 seconds, and he found 2.5 seconds. Whoa!
Yeah, Michael's having to defend here from the 55 car,
Collado.
James Collado.
Yeah.
But Collado's at the end of his stint, so I'm surprised he's still got this pace.
Yeah, but how many more laps is Collado? Is this his in lap? Because he...
Well, maybe
they've changed. That strategy has moved away from where they were vis-a-vis the Lamborghini, because he was coming in 2 laps after the Lamborghini. Lamborghini has been back out for at least 2 laps now, hasn't he? So, and we've been green, by the way, and I probably shouldn't say things like this, for 92 minutes.
Ooh, good fact.
No, I probably shouldn't say that, should I? Because that's really tempting fate. There you see the Mercedes sparking off the curbs. Good little battle here. 2nd, 3rd and 4th covered by 1.1 seconds.
Oh, we need to have a little shout out to a man who really should be here. A bit of a legend of Dutch motorsport and racing at the Spa, 6 hours and various Spa races. Thanks for the message, Mr. Tom Coronel. Apparently enjoying the twosome of you and I. Know Tom very well from the World Touring Car Championship.
You'd think he'd have enough of us, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. And why is he watching at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Because it's the Spa 24 hours. Yeah. That's why everybody's watching at midnight. Hello, responsible adult.
Yes, and also thank you to Eve for the messages.
Yeah, Michael Meadows under pressure now from behind. This is the car that has, I would think, probably led as many laps as anybody else, the 55 Ferrari. It can't be too much of a gap between them and 63, the Lamborghini, who's led the most. Lamborghini there, turning in, pulling away, and down the inside comes Collado, up to third, makes the pass on Michael Meadows for third place. So the 55 Ferrari gets by. However, this is the view now from on board the Mercedes. The Ferrari is not in front. So Collado got in deep, too deep. Yeah, no, he stays in, well, he does stay in front, so this is on board with the Ferrari then, not the Mercedes. So he stays in front, up the Kemmel Straight. However, the Ferrari has got the Mercedes right in the tow. Will it appear on the right-hand side? Does it come up underneath us? It does not. We turn into Lecombe in third place, and now setting about chasing down the Lamborghini. Two things we know already from the race so far about 55 versus 63. 55 can catch 63 or leave it. What we've seen so far is they are so close in pace, it struggles to actually pass it. Yeah, Alex Buncombe in the pits in the 23 Nissan. Just to update that, he drops from 8th place, and that car at one stage was taking the lead as the leaders pit. So he is now just out of that little window of opportunity.
Frederick Vervisch at the front of the field is stretching his lead. It was 5 seconds, now up to 7.4 seconds. Pretty remarkable considering how long this race has been going for. We are we're 3 hours away from midpoint of the race.
Crikey, we are, aren't we? It's 1:30 in the morning, and the battle for second is covered by 2 seconds.
Lovely jubbly.
So,
the pace isn't great though. 2:23.4 from Vervisch, 2:24.6 from Meadows, and he was fighting with James Collado at the time and having to defend and put himself on funny bits of the part of the track. But that's interestingly dragging Vincent Abril into the battle as well in the number 8 Bentley. Nico Müller, who was at one point part of that fight, now in 6th and some 15 seconds back. So his second stint is not going as well as he would have hoped, I would have thought.
No, but it does look like he's in relatively clear air. His last lap was a 2:22.0, which is 1.1 seconds quicker than any of the cars in front of him, and 2.5 seconds quicker than some of them. However, they've now all dropped down to 2:22s, 2:23s, and when he comes across the line, has he now started to catch some of the traffic perhaps that was holding them up? Well, he hasn't got to the line yet, so we'll have to wait and see. There's our third place car. That is the Ferrari of James Collado, and right in front of him is the second place car. Whoa, crikey O'Reilly. Well,
they're gone. Where's they gone?
He's gone by both of them.
Wow.
He has gone by both of them. That was the Lamborghini falling over the back of the Rinaldi Ferrari, I think. And there is the 63 car, and so as that picture broke up, there wasn't carnage and debris going everywhere. Collado came steaming up behind, the Lamborghini being held up by an AM class car into Eau Rouge, had just had a bit of speed knocked off it, and Collado came flying by like the Flying Scotsman.
And we spoke about that earlier, didn't we? About the momentum. If you take it through Eau Rouge, it lasts you a kilometre and a half by the time you get to Lecombe, and you can do so much overtaking. But if you're locked right onto the tail of somebody going up Eau Rouge, you can't carry that momentum any further, and you do end up kind of stuck. And actually listening to the engine note when they select that last gear, there's not a lot of acceleration going on at the second half of the Kemmel Straight. They're really getting to VMAX pretty close, because if you've never been here before, that whole straight is uphill. You're continuing to go uphill until you get to Lecombe before then braking, and then the descent begins all the way down into what I like to call Stavelot, which is Paul Frere, where we are now at the bottom part of the circuit, running back towards the start-finishing line.
And again, the cameras, like everywhere, don't give you an indication of how steep these uphill climbs are. If you start at Eau Rouge and walk up the hill, the backs of your legs are burning very, very quickly. If you know Brands Hatch, the dip down from Paddock to Druids and back up again, it's as steep as that, steeper, but it goes on for a mile, not for a couple of 100 feet. So here's our fourth place car, Michael Meadows. Closing in behind him is Vincent Abril, so you'll see the green grille of the Bentley illuminated behind. So there goes the 6-3 car. There is the Mercedes, and there is the Bentley. So that is now the battle for 4th place, which is 1.2 seconds at the line.
And James Calado got ahead of Caldarelli that last time through, so Calado is now into 2nd.
That was on the Kemmel straight.
Yeah,
Let's get down to the pit lane and hear from Charlie.
Okay, so Chris, head of Audi Sport, doing pretty well today, leading at the moment and 6th, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. At the moment, we're in the lead, so that makes us happy for the moment. But we came here not to lead at midnight. We want to lead tomorrow at 4:30. That's what we came for. So, yeah, it's good to have that under the belt. But it's for us very important to stay focused and keep on going.
Good, and not your first time at Spa, but pretty good to be leading it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have, with 10 Audis entering, we had quite a good lineup here. Still 7 cars, good position. Yeah, so we're here and hope for good.
Not that I want to talk about the bad stuff, but can you just give us a rough idea of what's happened to the cars that aren't doing that well or that are not in the race anymore?
Yeah, obviously we rather talk about those leading the race, but there is on the end of the scale. The first car that we lost, unfortunately, had an incident out on the track and was punted out by other competitor. We had one car who went off track, clogged up the radiators and overheated the engine, and one lost its complete electronics, unfortunately, to electronic gremlin, which is now stuck in Parc Fermé. So, yeah. So these things you don't want to have to happen, but they do happen. That's why we go endurance racing, to learn more about the product, improve it if necessary. And other than that, prove that it is good, as we do with other 7 cars.
And good feedback from the drivers, that the cars that are running at the moment, everything seems to be fingers crossed so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, I think it's a tremendous feat. It's not just about the race in Audi. When you look at the first 5 running cars at the moment of 5 different brands, this is, I think, the characteristic of the race. Since we came here, we saw already, very close lineup in qualifying. We've seen very close racing all throughout the first hours of the race. And it's a variety of brands, I think, which makes it super special at the moment.
Yeah, it's very, very special. And the cars look stunning. So keep up the good work and good luck.
Thank you.
That was Chris Renken, who is sort of in charge of the customer racing project at Audi Sport, whether it be the GT3 cars or the TCR cars. Dieter Gass was involved in that, but he's now stepped up to being the head of Audi Sport after Dr. Ulrich kind of moved across, although Dr. Ulrich has been here this weekend with an Audi shirt on, no longer really responsible for any project specifically, but still very much involved and interested.
Yeah, but he's a petrol head.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, he can't help himself, and he's still salaried at Audi, so he still comes. So there you go. Question from Daniel Leocata. I hope that's correct, Daniele. How many different compounds of Pirellis are there at Spa? Now, just so there's no soft compound or nighttime compound, one tyre fits all.
One tyre fits everybody. It's and you have to make your car work to it. It's a slightly different compound or slightly different build to what they experienced last year. A few of the drivers saying the sidewall a little bit softer. The car wanders around a bit more on that tyre. It doesn't feel quite as planted and as solid. But yeah, it is just one tyre given to all of the teams. No way of selecting different compounds, which is really good actually, because it takes an element of inconsistency out and a confusion out of things. Now, yellow flag flying at Fagnes, but again, no sign of what's going on. There is a car on the left-hand side on the grass there.
Oh yeah, you can see the lights shining, can't you? So somebody trying to recover, having lost it on the exit of Piff Path, or the way into Piff Path actually, because that was between the right and the left, wasn't it? So they're on the grass, driver's left. Race Control have asked the manager of car 991, that's the Speed Lover Porsche, to return to report to Race Control immediately. While we watch Vincent Abil in the number 8 Bentley right up behind Michael Meadows with the blue aerial just in front of him. It's a great shot of the number 8 car. Fredrik Vervich leading the race from James Calado. Third place is the number 63 car of Andrea Caldarelli. That is the Lamborghini, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Michael Meadows fourth, Vincent Abril fifth. You're watching their battle at the moment. Nico Muller up to 6th position in the number 1 Audi. In 7th place car we haven't talked about a little bit is HTP's number 85 car. That was Dominic Baumann, Fabian Scheller, Edward Sundstrom at the wheel of that car now. Now don't forget that was right at the front of the field before it stopped out of sequence. And Felix Sorales closing in on that car, the 88 car, the red and white Mercedes. Remember that one from a couple of hours ago that was battling way up at the top of the field with Daniel Juncadella. Sorales, the Puerto Rican driver, closing that little gap. 9th place, let's just round out the top 10, is the Black Falcon Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, Jelman Burma and Lukas Stolz. In which case, who I need to go and catch up with actually, because a very good friend of his is a German skeleton athlete. Wanted to say hello, and he's into the pits from 9th place, and that immediately moves up the 76 car, which was inches behind him, into 9th place, and that is the ISR remaining car, Pierre Caffer, Frank Stibler, and Kelvin van der Linde. And rounding out the top 10 now. Felix Sorales has dropped 2 places. What's happened there? So Sorales may have had a bit of a grassy moment. Ooh, he's in sector 2.
And we have yellow flags out. Full
Was
course
it
yellow.
Sorales that went off then?
Well, no, I
88?
think it was 42. I think it was Ollie Webb who went off because he then made his way back to the pits and into the pits. So Ollie Webb in the Stracker car, I think, was off.
Checking the nose of the number 4 Mercedes, not number 4. Yeah, number 4 Mercedes.
6.
No, it's 6th place, but it is number 4. That is a McLaren, isn't it?
That is 42. So that's the Stracker car, Ollie Webb. Look at the left front. There's a damage, or the hub's collapsed, or something on the left front of that car. So he's brought himself back to the pits. But we've also got yellow flags at turn 15.
Sorales. Where's Sorales?
Is he still going down? Yeah, he is still going down. I think we've lost someone there.
Sorales is off somewhere as well. And those lights down at Piff Path didn't really see. I wonder, where's our other onboards? If we can get one down at turn 12, 13, see.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Who's on the left? Somebody is in the wall on the left and under the tyres, submarined under the tyres. That might be Felix Sorales. 88 has now lost another place. No, he would have lost more places by now, wouldn't he?
Well, I'm looking on the timing screens. There's no sign of...
72. 72 is shown in yellow, and that is in the right place. That's the SMP Racing Ferrari of Victor Scheitar, Davide Rigon and Miguel Molinar. So where is that on our leaderboard?
Yeah, but there's no sign of 88 on that either, so...
Yeah, but 72 was shown in yellow. I wonder if that is stationary or not.
No, it's down now. Maybe again,
no, now he's moving, so maybe it's just a yellow flag.
I'm going to say your first guess is possibly correct. Off at Stavelot, here we go, on board again.
Hang on. Sorales is down now to 14th place, 13th place. So down at Piff Path.
No, this is not Piff Path. This is Stavelot or Paul Frere. So there's the house on the left, medical centre on the left-hand side.
What are those rear lights?
It's a red, certainly a red car at the back. Would that make sense? I think it would, wouldn't it?
No. Yes, it would, yes.
Yeah, so that's the Mercedes, Sorales, Juncadella and Tristan Wojciech.
Okay.
And he's basically gone, looked by the looks of things, under the tyre wall at the medical centre.
It does look like it, doesn't it? Which is a handy location. Are you following ACA ASP on Twitter? I'm not.
No, I'll try.
If anybody is following them, if they are on Twitter, wakey wakey, got the earplugs in, bless. Can you ask them what's you're on, and Q. Q's the commentators, you're on air.
There's plenty of people having a good time in the party.
That's a sign of mayhem, is it? Camp Bestival or here at Spa 24? Oh, well, that's quite a tough choice, isn't it, actually, for the party goers? Everybody snoozing in the grandstands, getting busted now. Quick question from Pascal Farfel. Are cars that are stopped by the track returned to the pits to be fixed like Grand Am and Creventic, or is it like Le Mans and they're out of the race? Well, they tend to be brought back. You tend to lose a lot of time, but I think basically if it's fixable, they'd like you to be able to fix it and get it back into the race. Nico Muller into the pit lane in the number 1 car, and full course yellow. We're going to get cars caught in here under safety car, because that Mercedes went in under the tyres and a lap later still hadn't been pulled out, I think we're going to go safety car fairly soon. We've got Frederik Vervisch in from the lead in the number 2 car. Number 1 car is in. 85, the Mercedes is in. 90, the Mercedes is in with Michael Meadows. So we've got 4 of the top 7 in the pits. And they're not alone.
Hello,
Jules
chaps.
Gounon has come in.
Hello. Guys, just to let you know, in the pits, there's not a new set of tyres that's just gone on the Rowe BMW motorsport car. They put on a scrubbed set of tyres that have been machined down and got all the sort of the excess bits of rubber have been taken off it. Unusual.
All right.
Most
Yeah,
of the teams
very.
have been sticking new rubber on, but not on that BMW. Just wanted to keep you updated.
Excellent, all right, thank you, Charlie. We're also seeing brake change going on Ollie Webb's number 42 Straka Racing.
Well, it's got to be the hub. We saw the whole wheel had
Yeah.
collapsed on the left side.
Well, you're going to have to change all the brakes. If you have to change one, you have to change all of them. And Charlie might, Rover Racing, they're not far away from Straka, are they? I know it's really busy
I'm on my way
now.
now. I'm on my way.
I know it's really busy right now, but when the car leaves, I don't really want to go in and just get Dan to give us the massive tale of woe of all the cars, but they are having a shocking time. Actually, let's go and catch up with them in a little while. Unless he happens to be lurking and not hands-on, then go and grab him. Safety car out at the moment. And
we can see them building up a hub on the left side. Now
there's still no safety car, rather.
We'd normally see a team have hubs built up already, and you insert that whole hub straight in.
Yeah. I wonder. No, this isn't their second brake change on this car, is there? Well, they're going to have a second one, because when we get into the early hours of the morning, there is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop, because brakes aren't going to last on a GT3 car for 24 hours at Spa. Everybody knows that. And again, in this championship, SRO, the organisers, Stefan Rattel and his crew, safety car is now out. They balance the cars, so you can bring whatever you like, but we're going to balance them in all sorts of different ways, weight, air restrictors, and so on, to try and make them perform equally. And again, Jean-Marc Gounon, he's the man who drives the cars when they test them, and he's the man that is responsible for a lot of the work in the BOP. One of the other things they try and do is make sure that you can't buy an advantage anywhere else. So by having fancy $25,000 a corner quick change brakes, because not everybody can afford them. So there's a mandatory stop of no less than 5 minutes, and that allows everybody basically a normal pace brake change without fancy doohickeys that cost a fortune that people can't afford. And that's also why we get the minimum pit stop time for a driver change being relatively relaxed, so that the AMs aren't in danger of going out with seatbelts not fixed, because they're desperately trying to keep up with pro-class cars. So there's all of these other layers to try and keep the playing field as level as possible. And when you do that, what makes the difference? The driver. And that's what we want to see in motor racing, where the driver, the team, the engineers, their strategy, how they react to situations like this where the race is suspended potentially, that's what we want to see make the difference. We don't just want the biggest wallet buying the best car, winning all the races.
So you're able to do that pit stop, that 5-minute extra long pit stop, to change the brakes, discs and pads if needed, between the hours of midnight and I think it was 5 o'clock in the morning. So any time between that points, but you're not able to do it under safety car period. You can't do it now, and that's very, very significant.
Well, let's get down to Straka and hear from Ollie Webb, who brought the car in.
Okay, Ollie, doing some stonking lap times, and you're looking very despondent. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I was kind of coming towards the end of my double stint and doing really good lap times. The car was feeling really good. Then we lost brake pressure, coming towards the bus stop. So we pitted out of caution, couldn't see anything, but then as soon as we left the pits to go back out again, the front left wheel or caliper or something inside that was causing the loss of brake pressure collapsed. So we had to do a full lap with 3 wheels, and obviously, sorry for everyone that I got in the way. Obviously, trying to stay out of the way for a full lap round here is pretty hard.
Especially in the dark as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame because it was a bad end to a very good double stint.
Yeah, never mind. I'm sure you can still clear it back. If you're doing those lap times, you're going to go back out again, obviously, for lots more stints.
Yeah, exactly. Lewis is back in the car now, so we'll plod on and see what we can do.
We'll plod on or crack on?
Crack on.
Thanks for your time. Unlucky.
Thanks.
Well, it is a tough break, but you know that unfortunately also is motor racing. You know, it's a series of disappointments, very occasionally interspersed by a brief moment of ecstasy. It's like life, isn't it? Is that little maudlin for this time of night? Those of you who are following other racing championships, you might want to very briefly turn your eyes to Montreal before we go green. It's all going off there. And Jason Jemson has tweeted in from Car Park 1, Parking 1. They are streaming us live there tonight. It's a group of boys on a stag tour.
Nice.
I can't tell you their full name. No, Jason. I'll give you a shout out, but I'm afraid I'm not going to use the name of the stag tour. So, hey, you know, motor racing lovers on a stag tour, they come to Spa 24. Your wives and girlfriends are not going to believe that. You know that, don't you? They think you're in the flesh pots of Hamburg or Amsterdam or somewhere, not in a gravel car park in the middle of the night being deafened by racing cars and bored by Ben, who's on a two-key strategy already.
And having a fantastic time, no doubt.
And absolutely.
I think between this and Nürburgring, I'd have my stag do one of these two. Just sit in the car park and drink beer in a summer's evening. Wonderful. We're going to have...
Blimey, now that's a good shout. That's almost worth getting married again for, isn't it?
I'm going on a one marriage strategy.
Second honeymoon. Darling, let's go to Belgium. Right, yeah, I hear it's very nice. Yeah, Spa's lovely.
Exactly. There is actually a spa in Spa.
There is a spa in Spa, so there you go. That's a fair division of labour. She can get wet, and you can watch the racing and get wet.
Come on, it's only 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, in the spa, and we can sit trackside and get soaked and cold and shivery. So, getting ready to go green. Our race leader is Andrea Caldarelli in the number 63 Grassa Racing Lamborghini. You almost want to say as ever was thus. However, right behind him, where's the number 8 Grill? Can't see him. Vincent Abril was 2.5 seconds behind, so not that one. Oh, that's 22, not that one. Third car in the queue. That's the second place Bentley of Vincent Abril as we go green now. 212 laps in the books. Abril 4 seconds behind at the line.
And there he is, on board with him, looking down the inside, and thankfully the Lamborghini was kind of frightened off the apex of that turn, so didn't turn in.
Well, that's the other Grassi Racing Lamborghini, wasn't it? Or was that the Team HB Racing 777 one? Either way, it wasn't our race leader, but the Bentley came stonking through and closes the gap. There's the Bentley.
Yeah, presumably just behind him is Collado in the 55 Ferrari, because the gap wasn't that big between them.
No, Collado was only 9 tenths behind at the line, so not sure if he got through the gap, but Collado is right there. We're joined in the booth by Sergei Afanasiev, who has been racing in GT racing a lot, but is in the was doing some of the support races this weekend in Lamborghini, so we'll have a chat with him in a moment. In fact, you can stick that headset on over there. Talk amongst yourselves. There's your race leader. Lamborghini out front once more. Oh, and drifting out wide goes the Nissan. Is that 23? That's 22.
991 pit stop infringement. Drive-through penalty, car 991.
991 pit stop. Well, they've been talking about that for ages, haven't they? Race control.
Yeah, pit stop infringement. So that car was summoned to race control a while ago. And we need to press that button at the top there. Good evening, Sergei. You know, you can't hear because I've got to plug you back in there as well. So, now you can hear things.
Oh, definitely.
How's it going?
It's amazing, you know, it's an amazing feeling to be here and actually to be racing next to this thing. And these things that are unbelievable, especially in the night. This is the beasts, they're running around, they're moving, they're making your blood to burn inside. It's unbelievable, especially when I saw the car 84 crashing. That was like a small heart attack for me.
That was a big crash, and the Ferrari that crashed earlier in the race as well. That was you've been through Eau Rouge lots of times this weekend at speed. You don't have to get it very wrong to get it really, really wrong, do you?
Yeah. I had bad experience there as well, and I had actually myself, but the car You remember, I think there was the year 2014 when our teammate destroyed the car.
Yeah.
But that happens, you know, this is racing. That can happen to anyone.
And everybody says that Eau Rouge isn't the corner that it used to be in the old days and everything, but the cars are going a lot quicker than they used to be. It is still one of the corners that really catches drivers' attention, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. You saw what happened on the start, unbelievable.
Yeah.
This was a great catch. And later on the Facebook, he did a nice post on that.
Well, here he is. He's leading the race again. In fact, it's not Mirko, who you know well from racing in Formula 2, of course, FIA Formula 2. But Mirko, his teammate Andrea Caldarelli is leading. We've got safety car still out. So we are back behind the safety car. So, well, it returns out once more. So safety car's back out again for the second time in about 5 minutes. And the last time it was, we believe, for the 88 Mercedes, which had gone under the tyres. And then we did go green. We're now back to full course yellow and safety car. So I'm not sure now who we're missing and where. This is one of the things in the dark. I mean, it happens occasionally when cars go off at unexpected places at a track that's this dark. If the lights go off on the car, you don't know where he is.
Yeah, especially the previous one.
Yeah.
You saw the one in the medical center now.
Yep.
It just went straight there.
Yep.
Very close, but still it's quite far away if you want to enter the medical center. Hopefully not.
No.
I really know all these places.
No, exactly right. And now there was some clear up stuff down at the that was not at Eau Rouge, so I don't know where that is.
No,
Okay,
this is
so
the descent after the first chicane.
Right, so there's a rescue vehicle and there's somebody off at Les Combes and it's a yellow back to the car. Is that the Man Filters number 48 car? The Black Falcon number 15 maybe? Well, it's not the App Bentley. We've lost the 50 Ferrari. Yeah, it's either 15 or 48. So let's see if we can see who's not
dropping?
moving.
Who's dropping? Nobody's dropping yet.
Ah, yeah, Sundstrom.
15, yeah.
So it's not Sundstrom in that 15, it's Sandberg, Brett Sandberg, so one of the 3 American drivers in that car. And there's the overhead view of the exit of Les Combes.
Hopefully nothing happened actually, but you know, this is the best thing for the race drivers who are still on the circuit, especially doing the double stint in the night. This is kind of a vacation. You feel yourself so much release, and it's unbelievable how fast you relax and how fast you recharge in this moment.
Now that's not the same instant, is it? Because I thought we saw him on the second part of Les Combes before you turn right, but in fact it's further down, isn't it? It's out of Rivage and down through the left-hander with no name, so he's stuck on the inside there, Okay, so it looks as though he might have just run out of go and pulled off to the side of the track.
This car, which we see now on the screen, it lost already some parts, of the aero. So it's so important on this circuit.
Okay, on board in the Lamborghini, what we're seeing the car parked on the left-hand side, and that is the yellow Mercedes. And again, your eyes. I hate when I love when you have racing drivers in the booth, because your eyes pick out so much more detail and so much more information in exactly the same image than I can see, because you know what you're looking for. So
yeah, I do the accent on the ass of the car.
Right, I'm not sure where we go from there, but the Black Falcon Mercedes number 15 has dropped down the order. Car number 72 has used its first pit stop joker. That's the SMP racing car. Victor Scheitar sharing with Davide Rigon and Miguel Molina.
Yeah.
Again,
but
guys, you've probably raced against, haven't you, Davide? Did you race against him?
With Rigon, I think we did with most of the guys which I see here.
Yeah.
And I'm following hard in Götz. I hope he will do really well.
Yeah.
He has a lot of potential. He's really fast with the GT car, but you also can see the difference between the teams when he's switching between one and another.
Yeah. And it's one of the things that you can do in GT3 racing, where all the cars are very close, is you can drop a driver in and make a big difference. Right, let's take a look at where we've got to so far in the race, as we are nearly 10 hours in. So the famous downhill starting grid at Spa-Francorchamps, packed with 63 cars ready for the 24 hours to get underway at 4:30 Saturday afternoon. A warm, slightly overcast afternoon, muggy but clear and dry. No real rain whatsoever through practice. The Ferrari on pole position on the left, Maxi Buch on the grass on the outside a little prematurely. Ferrari of Giancarlo Fisichella got through Eau Rouge cleanly, but Mirko Bortolotti nearly lost it with just 61 cars behind him in the very first corner. Maxi Buch recovered his lost ground early on, and for a start of a 24-hour race, there was an awful lot of paint swapping going on in the first couple of hours. Stewards were kept very busy warning drivers about contact and track limits. Massive field of cars starting to straighten themselves out, and became evident early on that a couple of cars were on a short fuel strategy at the beginning. 63 Lamborghini from second place, one of the very first front runners to stop, followed by the Rover Racing BMW, and the leader nearly put it in the wall, Fisichella, as he headed into the pit lane. Lively action on track. The Ferrari back out, 9:12. One of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches tagged off the road, the first of a number of incidents. Rover Racing's 98 came in with a puncture. As the battles continued, the Bentley working its way up the order. Puncture led to drive shaft failure on the 98 BMW. That's way down the order. Lamborghini led, Ferrari chased, and the 63 and 55 cars were soon nose to tail. Catching on this track, like every other, is one thing. Frustration in traffic. It wasn't just the driver, it was his teammate who was equally frustrated. Then the first big shunt of the weekend, of the day rather, third of the weekend. Passing Latourus, reducing his Ferrari to its component parts in one fell swoop. A massive accident. Latourus, very fortunately, was perfectly okay, but the Ferrari needed a flatbed and a lot of paper bags to pick up all the debris, including cars having to be sent through the pit lane, while what remained of the Ferrari was dragged away. 188, the McLaren, died in the pit entry. Everybody went through the pit lane except for one of the Emil Frey Jaguars, who didn't get the message. And then the number 17 car of Jamie Green, the Audi, spat off the curbs and into retirement, back under safety car. And again, the 63 Lamborghini with the 55 Ferrari trying to find a way by, going green around the outside of the bus stop. Always a tough move to pull off, just didn't quite have enough juice in the tank. And when the Ferrari was behind the Lamborghini, that's where it stayed. The Lambo peeled into the pits 2 laps earlier. It's regular change. But when the Ferrari stopped, the Lamborghini was already out, tyres hot and up to speed. But sharp work in the pit lane saw the Ferrari emerge in the lead. The Lamborghini just getting by the number 6 Audi and up into second place. Ferrari then in front once more as the pit stop cycled round. James Calado keeping the nose in front. Massive moment and a fortunate escape. Not everybody got away with everything. Mann-Filter's Mercedes, each of the drivers had an issue. That was the third. It picked up a puncture. And then there was another safety car period as we headed towards the dusk. Cars all putting their lights on as we officially went dark, and the safety car was for the number 6 Audi, which had coughed and rolled to a halt down at the bus stop. Despite the best efforts of the team shouting instructions on the radio and through the fence, they couldn't get it going. Total electrical failure. It was out of the race. Massive crowd here all weekend so far, and the beautiful weather keeping them trackside. Yeah, that and the intense racing between 60 plus GT3 cars of equal performance. Again, heading into the darkness, things start to get a little leery occasionally, and with such tight battles all the way down the field, not always everybody adjusting to the dark. Well, 912 once more in trouble, that time with no damage, but more loss of time. 84 Mercedes peeling out of the top 3 to make a pit stop. And that car, the HTP car, back in the frame with the 63 and the 55. Number 7 Bentley stopping at the same time as the number 8 car despite having lost a lap with a problem. Number 8 is Bentley's healthy car in the race, still battling for a top 3 finish. Pit stops heading into the night, and then drama. We had another big shunt at Eau Rouge, this time on the exit. It was the 84 Mercedes that brought out the safety car. The bronze car was out of the race. HTP's Jimmy Eriksson had gone off out of 4th. The car zigging when it should have zagged in the Bailey of Eau Rouge, and he was then a passenger through Radillon and into the tyres. If the action of the track wasn't enough, there was a firework display overhead and a music festival going on in the paddock down by Eau Rouge as well. There's more than enough entertainment on track. Number 2 Audi in the fray, coming into the pit lane for a regular stop, but heading back to the pits, the much troubled 912 got clattered by one of the McLarens, and another long stop for them. Great views all the way through this circuit in any light conditions, but Eau Rouge especially dramatic at night. 55 Ferrari staying in front, the Bentley in the hunt as well, as positions cycled around with the numerous pit stops and full course yellows we've had already. Pit stop strategies are starting to get strung out, and very few of the leaders stopping on the same lap. Hard work for pros and AMs and fans alike. Nearly 10 hours in, and you can start to see fatigue in the crews, in the drivers, in the cars and in the tyres. There is still a long way to go. At 6 hours, we handed out the first tranche of points, half a normal race worth. We'll hand out the next at the midway point. Who will then be in the top point scoring positions? Will the 55 Ferrari, the 63 Lamborghini be there? The number 8 Bentley, the number 2 Audi, and the number 90 Mercedes, which has led in the last hour and a half 2 or 3 times, but got dive bombed by James Collado when it was held up in traffic just before the most recent safety car flurry. 88 going off into the tyres. Looks as though that car may be salvageable. We'll have to wait and see what the front end damage is, but it's lost a lot of time being recovered. As we go back to green briefly before another safety car, and then heading back to more green flag racing. It is Andrea Caldarelli in the 63 Grasser Racing Lamborghini that leads the race. 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari in second, and the number 8 Bentley completes the top 3. Number 2 Audi and the 90 Mercedes, along with the number 1 Audi, all in that lead group. HTP's 85 car and the number 4 Mercedes also in the fray. The leader in the Pro-Am class is now in 12th position, and that is still the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. Second in the class is also 17th place, right behind him. That's the Aston Martin that started on the class pole. In fact, that's third in class behind the number 18 Black Falcon Mercedes. And then Spirit of Race, Ferraris and Kessel Racing all racked up there as the number 7 Bentley tries to fight its way back up the order. Down into the 30s, and the car that leads in the AM class is still the 888 Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's had its share of penalties, but no mechanical problems. One mechanical problem for the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari robbed that of the lead and dropped them a lap behind the class leaders. Pro class cars, black numbers on white background. Pro-Am class, white numbers on black background. And the AM class cars, white numbers on the red backgrounds. And there you go, down towards the tail of the running cars. And we have still got around 50 odd cars still running, but there are quite a few that have fallen out of contention. 84, 56, 911, 14, 333, 58, all shown out of action.
Unbelievable. How can you speak for such a long time alone?
It's easy.
No, not really.
Lifetime instruction. Well, hang on. You drive for an hour around here on your own without any instruction.
Yeah, but there I'm alone and I'm speaking to myself most of the time. And here you're speaking to the public, but they're responding to you, I think, in some social media. Yeah,
yeah,
but that's nice.
they're not in the room with me, and I'm not addressing 20,000 people at a time. You're in the car going, come on, Sergey, oh, that's better, yeah, you know, all this.
Yeah.
The way that drivers talk to each other, whether you say it out loud or whether you say it in your head, you do talk to yourself in the car.
You definitely talk to yourself, but you talk really loud, and you mostly speak not to yourself, but you speak to the car.
Yeah.
And you ask her to go faster and faster and faster. You also ask yourself to go faster sometimes when you see that the guys are fast in Eau Rouge. But no,
come on, it's flat.
Yeah,
come on, it's flat. You know it's flat.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Oh, maybe not.
Back to racing with 14 hours and 16 minutes still to go. Now, my timing and scoring tells me we've been green for 2 hours and 14 minutes. We've just had 2 safety car periods, so I don't know how that's working. Anyway, Andrea Caldarelli leads the race from James Calado and Frederick Vervisch. Vincent Abril in the pit lane in the number 8 Bentley has just given up 3rd place. Nico Muller moved up to 5th ahead of Michael Meadows, who stayed in the number 90 Mercedes through the last round of pit stops. Looking here at the number 9 Abt Bentley, yes, that's the word I'm looking for. I want to say Abt Audi, it's just a force of habit after many, many years. And that is now in 15th position. And who's driving that? Jordan Pepper brought it in. We're with the Bentley coming down the classic pit lane. So this is the old Spa pit lane before they built the new Formula One pits on the top of the hill. So number 8 heading back out because Bentley are pitting up on the flat. And so this is completed. Their pit stop shows Vincent Abril still in the car. So he's double stinting. The rules here, Sergey, are that you're not allowed to drive for more than 65 minutes in one go. So then you've got to come in, you're allowed to change the tyres, but you don't have to change the driver. So now we get to a stage where you double stint, not because you're a hero, but because it then gives your teammates about 4 hours rest instead of 2 hours rest. So that makes a big difference, not now and not at breakfast time, but tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely, absolutely, because normally you're doing this race with 3 drivers and you have approximately 40 minutes to sleep. Then you have to be already ready, dressed and prepared to get into the car in case something happens. You never know what's gonna happen in the 24-hour race especially. So the nap is very short. In this period of time you feel, oh, I'm absolutely fine, I'm totally well, I'm focused, but next day at 4:30, when everything ends up, you're also definitely like that. You want to get to the bed and sleep, or to the bath, it depends.
24-hour race, you've got to be as sharp in the last hour as in the first hour. This is no more about, oh, we've got to make it to the end, You've got to be absolutely sharp. And that means the team as well. And these guys don't get sleep. That's why you always see these camp chairs in the garage, because they have to be in the garage, because like you say, you never know, and you don't have 2 entire squads or 3 entire squads of mechanics. We can change the drivers, we can't change the mechanics. So they grab whatever little rest they can, and if the car comes in wrecked with an hour to go, they got to fix it and get it back out.
Yeah, and they will do it. Each 5 minutes is worth diamonds, you know.
Yeah.
And another thing, the Spa 24 hours is an impressive race. It's definitely the hardest and the stiffest from my point of view. And 24 hours, for example, in Nürburgring, you should not be pushing too hard because the walls are too close. So you have to have some, safety balance.
Yeah.
So you're driving like between 90-92%. But here, you're driving for 24 hours, 99%. And you're trying to get maximum out of your car. And this is impressive. And also, what is impressive, that the difference after how many hours? It's nearly 8 hours something,
Nearly 10 hours now.
It's 7/10 difference between the leaders. 7/10.
I know, it's insane, isn't it? And it's been like that all the way through. I mean, you look down, 7/10 first to second. 3rd place is 1.3 behind second. 4th place is 8.5 seconds back. 5th place is 4 seconds behind him. So there's 3 or 4 cars between you, and all of these gaps are moving, growing, or shrinking as the pit stops cycle through and as the tyres wear and all of that. So it is 100% attack all the way through. And that's why, we talk about how physical the cars are, whether they've got air conditioning like the Bentley or they haven't, whatever the weather or the temperatures are, it's very hot in the car, very stuffy, there's no fresh air. The driver is the component that has least effort put into preserving him from the engineers. And so physically it's very hard, the G-forces, the braking, acceleration, and the cornering. But at night, the mental focus that you need to drive at these insane speeds, almost blind. Look how far around the corner you can't see.
It's on the camera like this.
Yeah.
When you're driving, this is unbelievable. You can see much more, except when the Bentley is behind you. Because Bentley, with all these lights in the front, is just making you just blind.
Yeah.
Unbelievable how strong they are. And also the funny thing for me today was that I saw some penalties for the guys for flashing too many times.
Yeah.
You know, in my race, I was flashing for whole straight. And I got nothing. I was lucky, maybe.
But that's just you. Well, we heard from Leo Machitsky, who's driving one of the Barwell Lamborghinis, that they've got that rear view camera screen in front of them. They turn that off, and they've now got a rear-facing radar system that lights up and sort of, goes from green when the car's 200 meters behind, then goes amber when it's 100 behind, then goes red when it's 150 or 50 meters behind, and then it goes from side to side to show you which side the car is on. So you're not even having to look in the mirrors, you're getting this little display, somebody's coming, somebody's coming, somebody's coming. So you can turn off that glare from the screen in front, which is your rear view mirror, at night, when those lights are, it's just a white out of light. So, and that's a system they've developed themselves. The drivers are complaining, I can't see, there's just somebody shining this light in my eyes all the time. And then you're trying to look in the pitch dark around the corners, at 260, 270 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, the technology is moving really, really fast. And another thing that some teams has the potential to watch the data of the car immediately in their box.
Yeah.
So what's the next step? They will have a joystick, and the driver says, "Okay, I'm tired. Can you drive for me a bit?"
Yeah. I think autonomous race cars are even further away than autonomous road cars, at least I hope so. I don't mind an autonomous road car. It can take me to work and back, that's fine. But when you're driving for sport or for fun, you want to drive yourself. Lead battle now, nose to tail. 63 ahead of 55. And there is Frederik Vervisch. So that is first, second, and third. And we're nearly 10 hours in. In 9 minutes, we'll be 10 hours into this race. And the lead gap is 1.3 seconds.
Unbelievable.
It's absolutely insane. But I mean, we saw that in qualifying. 36 cars covered by a second from the fastest before we went into Superpole, when then they started to open the gaps up a little. But at the end of official qualifying, 36 cars within a second of the fastest. That is absolutely insane. Different cars, different manufacturers, engines in the front, engines in the back, V8s, V10s, flat sixes, whatever, turbocharged, normally aspirated, different drivers with different backgrounds, different histories, different levels of experience. And if you find a 10th, you go 12 cars faster. It's insanely close.
Absolutely. Stefan Rattel with BOP, they made fantastic level of racing. And for me, this series is the racing series where I want to be. And I will be planning definitely to come back for next year and maybe to spend some time with you, not only in the TV.
That'll be good. Well, and we're in probably one of the greatest periods of sports car racing ever. There's the GT Forces, the GT40 versus the 917s. There's Bentley versus Bugatti. There's Jaguar Ferrari. There's Ford Ferrari. There's the Group C era. But never across the planet have there been so many people racing top flight sports cars because of this huge explosion of GT3 cars. They're everywhere. There are so many of them. And then you've got the whole prototype thing with Le Mans, with the World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup, LMP3 cars now, as well as LMP2 and LMP1. I mean, it's so exciting, and it just seems to be continuing to grow and grow and grow. And the people that are running it, like Stefan Rattel running this series, are so precious about about keeping the championship healthy and fair and not allowing money to rule everything, and that's why it's successful. Because they've learned from all those mistakes of history where the big budget just flattened everything. And so now you get a really well-drilled team who can make a difference of a couple of seconds in a pit stop, like there we saw with Andrea Caldarelli just taking tyres and going straight back out. That's what makes the difference. All of this teamwork, all this team spirit. I mean, we saw it at Le Mans this year. The number 2 Porsche, everybody went, okay, that's it, it's over. We were saying at the time, they've got to get it back out because it's not about winning the race, it's about championship points. They could be second in championship points, and at the end of the year, that may make them world champions. In the end, damn it, they went out and won the race. But you know, last year at Le Mans, the Toyota failing with a lap to go. This year at Le Mans, a car that was wrecked, actually coming back and winning it. It just goes to show in any endurance race, never, ever give up. Never stop trying. Otherwise, don't start trying.
Yeah. Even Leonid from the Barrow Racing, they are losing right now 40 laps, but they are still continuing and they're pushing hard. They're doing everything. They're going to the limit because they know that everything can happen. The rain can go. The opponents can stop. Everything can happen. Definitely.
Exactly.
Just get it out and keep rolling.
And the other thing is pride, isn't it, in doing what you do? Because when you get into a situation, we heard from Ollie Webb a little earlier, they had a hub failure, they had a brake failure, they had a this, they had a that, they got knocked off by somebody. You know, it's one of those races. But now you don't want the car to fail, and you just right now we're going to the end. Now whatever else we do, we're going to finish this damn race because it's not going to beat us, and that's what goes on. You know, the car's still in the pit lane. They came in from 17th, they're now 43rd. I guarantee the only thing they're now thinking about is not let's get a beer and go to sleep and then go home and forget it. It's let's get to 4:30 tomorrow, no matter how much we have to kill ourselves to do it. And that's every single team. Every single team, first and foremost, you've got to finish the race to have any chance of being on the podium in whatever class you're in. So, you know, that's the beginning of it. How are we going to finish this race? And that's the end of it. How are we going to finish this race? That's all you can do.
Yeah, I had an experience when we stopped our race after 3 hours, and I had experience stopping the race in the end. And I definitely would tell you that keeping till the end is the best thing.
Yeah.
Even if something's broken, it's okay. Everything can happen, especially with the cars. It's technical issues. There is also luck, which is involved. A lot of stuff, and keep on pushing is a lot. It's really important.
We just saw a while ago we had a safety car because the ACA ASP 88 car was in the barriers, and now 89 is in the garage. This is former British GT champion Daniele Perfetti, Alex Fontana, Ludo Bade and Nico Bastian, and that's a decent lineup in that Pro-Am car. And unfortunately, they are pushed back in the garage, and there did not look like there was an awful lot of work going on there. Charlie Butler-Henderson, our pit reporter, is behind me stuffing his face, so he can't update us on that. So don't put your food down. You can continue eating, Charlie. I'm just updating everybody at home.
Yeah, everybody's involved now.
So we're going to have to find out what's happened to. Actually, we kind of do need an update for them. Unfortunately, they're right down by pit out. Has Ben gone to the pit? Ben's gone to the pit lane. That's why Charlie's up here. So Ben's going down to the pit lane. So I think his first port of call is not somewhere nice. He's going to have to go all the way down to the bottom. Well, Ben is with Tristan Vautier at ACA ASP with the 88 car.
Martin, your wish is my command, of course. The 88 car sadly in the pits, but under covers. Tristan, what happened to Felix out there?
I mean, I've not seen it myself really, but seems like there was a very slow car in the karting corner on the line, not announced by flags, and Felix had nowhere to go and he crashed trying to avoid the car. Very unfortunate. We're running strong, top 10, you know, which is very good early in the race, and yeah, we didn't have the pace of the Ferraris and the Lambos, but I mean, everything went well in my stint. We had a solid pace for sure. we could have ran for a podium, but you know, could have, would have, should have. It's a bit the story in these endurance races. It's a bit of a shame. Luckily, Felix is okay. Yeah, it was short for me, just 2 stints, and it's over. So yeah, a lot of effort put into this race by the team. To end that early is very frustrating, feeling for everybody. Obviously, us drivers are frustrated, but there's all the guys who put in a lot of work, so it's a shame, but as I said, Felix is okay, and we move on to the next one.
And the car wasn't repairable at all from the damage?
Maybe you can repair it, but you go back on track 2 hours later and you're in people's way and you're not fighting for anything. So yeah, it's just the way it goes, and we had a good run last year. I guess now we focus on next year.
And how have you enjoyed this 2017 edition before all of your problems?
It was great, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was really cool for us because we've been very strong since the test day. Our pace was really good. For some reason in the race we missed it a little bit. We were struggling with understeer. But I really had fun this year. Last year was my first year here in the Merc on a full pro lineup. And this year I was really ready for it. We just wanted one spot better, winning the race, and no, I really enjoyed it. I felt good in the car. I had a very strong pace. It's just a shame, but it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Tristan, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, Ben, while you're there, go next door, because 89 has been pushed back into the garage as well, and let's find out what's happening with that. We've just found out Ollie Webb has just tweeted that unfortunately the left front issue, that broken hub, that has put them out, so the marker of doom goes through the 42 car. So Ollie Webb, Lewis Williamson, Nick Leventis, Craig Fleming, and Nick Leventis, of course, the boss of Straka Racing. That car is out of action. Number 7 Bentley, they're obviously the ones that are going to attract all the flack. Number 7 Bentley, you can see on pit lane on the left-hand side there, the green grille coming along, the flashing lights. It's serving its drive-through penalty right now. Black and white flag to 27. That's the orange team Lazarus McLaren for disrespecting track limits. But the Bentley passed before the green, or before the line, before the start-finish line, as we went from safety car to green, and so unfortunately probably getting by a back marker rather a little ambitiously. So that's cost them all of that time. So 42 is out, joins our list of retirements, and Charlie Butler-Henderson in the booth with us now. So Charlie, this is where it should be starting to cool down. It's now 2:30 in the morning. You're looking pretty warm for a man who's been out at 2:30 in the morning in the cold.
It's very, very humid down in the pits, like really, really humid. Everyone that I've interviewed, as you can tell, even with air conditioning or without air conditioning in the cars, are dripping with sweat. Even, bless Stephen Kane, bless him, the Irish lad that we've interviewed for in the Bentley, just absolutely dripping, had to be given a towel whilst being interviewed. And just walking up the stairs, James Collado was second or third, and now he's back in the lead again, just from me walking up 20 flights of stairs to get here again. It's amazing how it's still changing all this time into the race, and the atmosphere down in the pits is very, very relaxed, to be honest with you. There's a few despondent teams because they've obviously had accidents or incidents, but yeah, we've been getting some good chats. And onboard, look at this onboard stuff through Eau Rouge. Who cares if it's dark and you can't see where you're going? And I've been listening to what you've been saying. That is full commitment through the Eau Rouge corner. It's unbelievable stuff, very brave.
Well, we talked about that, didn't we, Sergei, that, you know, whatever it may not be like it was in the old days, but then the cars aren't like they were in the old days. They are capable of carrying so much cornering speed. I mean, he's 5th gear there in a Lamborghini. I mean, dear God, that is moving
unbelievable
fast.
And I tried even to go there with 6th gear. That was a bit too low on up the hill, but on the new tires you can do a lot of stuff, especially in Blanchimont. Even with Super Trofeo you have just a short lift, and that's unbelievable. The speed is there. It's over 200, same as in Rouge.
Yeah.
And my main experience here was AutoGP. That was crazy because the car was absolutely wild. It was impossible to steer this car, and it was going sideways even there. But with the heavy car like SLS, which we drove here, this was much more heavy as a race car.
Okay, here's a question for you. Being down in the pits, there were some teams putting on a scrub set of tyres that have obviously been shaved, you know, where they heat the tyres up, shave them off to get all the excess lumps of rubber off. Is that because there's a gentleman driver getting in the car and they don't want to waste a brand new set of tyres? What is that?
You know, it's different for everyone. Maybe somebody's saving the tires, maybe somebody needs just to use the new tires for later on, or with budget issues. Everything can be there. Also, the circuit doesn't need it sometimes, like in the night stint for some drivers. Some drivers are really unexperienced and they're afraid to go on new tires. Maybe you have too much grip suddenly and it steers too much. That's an issue.
Okay.
All right, well, let's catch up with the number 89 AKA ASP car. Ben is with one of their drivers, Alex Fontana.
Yeah, it's going well for the Eduardo Mortara car, but for the AKA ASP, it's been a difficult couple of hours. Alex Fontana, your car has got a lot of duct tape on it, but not a huge amount of work going on in the car. Is it game over?
Yeah, sadly it is. We tried to fix it and the mechanics did a great job here at ASP. In the beginning we were running well in P2, P3 in the Pro-Am class and 17th overall, which was nice. But there was a problem, maybe a brake failure or something happened to my teammate. Is not yet sure what happened, but anyway he crashed into the wall and we needed to fix the car. We tried to go back in, even though we were a few laps down, and after 3 hours that we were running, the front splitter just gave up, so even with the duct tape was not enough.
And is your teammate okay?
Yeah, my teammate is fine. He should have been out again on the car right now, but the damage was too much.
Okay. Yeah, so lots of polishing going on, but such a frustration for you. How have you found your Spa experience this year?
Well, it's my second Spa 24. It's yet the biggest race I ever did in my life. So even though also last year with McLaren in the Pro class I didn't finish because of damage, I have to say I really enjoy it. In fact, I will stay on track and watch until the end.
You're going to watch as a fan?
Absolutely, yeah. Before a racing driver, I am a fan, so I will stop here and watch the others.
That's really cool to hear. Now, you've had a lot of single-seater experience. It must be very different driving in something that's as heavy as a GT3 car.
Yeah, we must say that the GT3 right now with new tires is quite a single-seater, a little bit heavier. So the Mercedes AMG especially is quite enjoyable to drive on new tires. Obviously on a single lap you miss a little bit the bigger car. As I tested Formula 1 and GP2 is quite big and it's nice on a single lap, but the racing overall I prefer it with a roof over my head.
What about the difference in not being able to see those front tyres? I know Michael Schumacher, he always used to say he hated to drive a car that had the wheels covered because he could never see where to place the car.
Well, that's also is an aspect, but in GT3 we have ABS. So in the braking zone you can really understand with some lights in your dashboard what happens with the ABS, and you feel it on the pedal when it's too much or too less. So I don't really care where the tires are. I just look so much forward, like 50, 60, 80 meters forward, then it doesn't matter. In the touring car I drive in China instead, it locks the tires like a single seater, and that is a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
And what about the night? What about driving in the dark? It's very dark out the back.
I must say I had a bit more issues with the McLaren during the night, but it's not about the car. It was that I had a camera to look back, not the mirror. In the Mercedes we have the mirror and it's much easier because you understand where the car is placed behind you. While with the camera, the digital camera, you don't understand if it's just behind you or 100 meters behind. So that was a bit more tricky. This year was alright, but in the first few laps you think you are really fast and instead you are 7 seconds lower, so it takes time.
Alex, thank you very much for talking to us. Enjoy the frites and mayonnaise and maybe a beer. Now you can relax.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
As ever from drivers, good insight. Charlie, I mean, Sergei, both of you racing drivers, but you weren't put in a go-kart by your mum or your dad to keep you quiet. You know, you get into racing because it excites you, you like it, and you know, in the end, we're all doing this because we love motor racing, whether we're driving, engineering, fixing cars, building cars, designing cars, talking about cars. It's our passion, and that's really great that, you know, he's not going back to bed. He's going to stay here and have some beer and have some frites and mayonnaise and get on with it.
There are lots of drivers still sat in the pits, just with the mechanics, just even in shorts and t-shirts, like like you're dressed as now. I wish I was rather than in this thick, heavy race suit. But they're all part of it, and it's a real massive team camaraderie down there. You know, Ollie Webb being interviewed earlier by myself, saying sorry to everybody, even to saying sorry to everyone on track because he was having to poodle around really slowly because of the problem he had with the brakes. He came in for a precautionary stop. He's now there feeling absolutely gutted for letting out his fellow colleagues down who are actually competitors that he's fighting against. It's a brilliant atmosphere down there.
But that's part of the thing, you know, when you're a professional driver and you know your car's got a problem, first, there's two things in your mind. I want to get it back to pit lane, carry on in the race, get this fixed. But the other thing is, you know what it's like when somebody's struggling around, how much of an obstruction it can be, and you want to make sure you're not that guy getting in everybody's way.
Yeah, from one point of view. From another point of view, you're just one of them. You never know how it's going to happen. Look now.
Yeah, that's a 76 car,
He just wanted to avoid all the contacts, and now when he's starting, he will be on the circuit in the middle between all other cars.
And it's caused absolute mayhem. It looks like, I think that's a big wheel spin, him pulling away and getting right, but it looked like there might have been oil down there, and it looked like lots of cars were going off, but just because of that blind spot, because of the concrete wall on the inside at the source.
And also because the track drops away there, so he's hidden completely from view and also much lower, and they're not seeing his headlights because he's facing the wrong way. Sideways, they are seeing his headlights, he's facing the wrong way, but that's hidden by their lights. So
behind the wall.
Yeah.
And the thing there, that you position the car before the corner and then you just need to accelerate. And when you jump over the crest, you're not controlling the car, and the car is there standing or moving, so you have to control afterwards. This is why all the movement happened.
So that's why he was donutting the car, because he knew he was in trouble. He wanted to get out of the way as quickly as he could. 23 is in.
I noticed on the 23 car, it's got two big main spotlights at the bottom, and in the pits, the left-hand light wasn't working. So I don't know if we'll be able to see that in a minute, or something for us to look out for, but I didn't get time to mention it to you when I was down there, but it looks like it might not have all of its lights working on the Nissan.
Yeah. Well, I've now worked out that from behind, when we're following them, 23's got the black bum and 22's got the red bum. Now, I don't know if the original 22 also had a black rear end, because the original 22 was destroyed, wasn't it, in qualifying?
Yes, it was.
Matt Parry had that big shunt when the
I think it was red,
broke
personally.
on him.
I think this is like an older chassis, which we know. So,
got no lights on. Uh-oh.
What was I just saying?
Yes,
absolutely. That is so weird.
Well, no, but we could see it had red lights on. He's got front lights on.
But he has now.
Well, he has,
Oh.
Both, actually.
Yeah, so he's got front and rear lights, but he might not have...
It's brighter on the right than it is on the left. There's definitely a light gone on the bottom left-hand corner of that, Nissan.
Maybe that's what they noticed just as he was pulling away. Oh, hang on, that spotlight's gone out. So...
It's amazing what they listen to us.
Yeah, you can see it now. Look at that.
There you go. Oh, see, I was right. Right. I'm not going blind just yet.
No, exactly right.
So that will definitely hinder the driver, won't it? Definitely.
People often ask what the light strips and all that are about. Well, when you see cars coming towards you and on camera or in the pit lane, it's just a glare of white headlights. We talked about this a little earlier. All headlights are white. That doesn't identify your car. But if you've got some blue strips or a green grille or a whatever, you know, something strobing away or whatever, then you can identify your car. And that's when you wave him into the pit. You don't want to wave somebody else into your garage.
No, sometimes you want.
You don't.
It got pretty fraught down in the pits. There were two Ferraris. I couldn't quite see from where I was stood in the pit lane, but there was one Ferrari having its tyres changed and doing a pit stop, and there was another Ferrari queuing up, but across from it. And obviously, they get penalised if they pull up into the wrong garage. And I just think it was just coincidentally busy at that time. No one was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
66, a Temto racing car. Mikael Greiner brought that car in very slowly. Car he shares with the two Dutch drivers, Max van Splunteren and Jaap van Lagen. And that car still in the garage, and I'm afraid... Oh, actually, no, Mikael Greiner brought it in, but it was shown that Max van Splunteren was the last driver. That's been in the pits and is dropping down the order. Mind you, if they don't stay in that much longer, they'll pick up a place from the 88 Mercedes of Felix Serralles, which is now dropped down to 41st place because that's been retired and is no longer moving.
Going back
yeah,
to
I want to say, just very quickly say, I don't know where he's watching. Oh, Shanghai is where he's watching Daryl O'Young, who we both
Good
know.
morning, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. Daryl was racing in World Touring Cars when Sergei was on the bill as well in Formula 2. And
No. He was our, team organizer in TCR. He was helping us, supporting us, and bringing myself first to the front-wheel drive, which was quite a step for me.
Well, he was in World Touring Cars when you were in Formula 2, and probably when you were in Formula Master as well before
Masters
that. So
to AutoGP, everything.
It goes back a long way, that paddock. There's a lot of people in that paddock over the years. So hi to Daryl and anybody else who's watching wherever you are, whether it's good morning, good evening, good night or whatever. Charlie, I interrupted you just as you were going somewhere.
No, that's fine. No, it was just the fact that just being on board now as we come down the sort of the main straight, as it were, coming into the very daunting Scary Eau Rouge, every Mercedes you see is basically giving sparks off on the left-hand side of the car up through there. But going through the gears, you can see the dashboard of the car. It stood in the pit lane and the pit garages, especially at the McLaren pit lane. You can see the whole temperatures and everything moving as the car is live on the track. So very Formula 1-esque. So I'm stood there watching a laptop, seeing the car go 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and it was really weird to see that from the level of racing that I'm at, seeing the technology that's as they nearly touch into the bus stop. But yeah, amazing technology that the mechanics are constantly checking. And Stephen Kane saying that they're going to try and fix the ABS problem that they've got in the Bentley from the pits.
I've only called him Johnny Kane once, so that's once each.
Right, okay. Easy mistake.
Yeah, we just saw
they're both Irish.
Just saw the 22 Nissan going by one of the AM class cars, the cars with the. Well, now here we're on board now a Pro-Am car, because that's got a blue light shining out the front, the number position. Red lights show it's the AM class, white lights show it's the Pro class. Now, in the daylight, honestly, the blue lights and the white lights, they're both white. Yeah. You can't tell the difference. In darkness, you can at least tell the difference to a degree from trackside between the classes. So there is that. But, again, you've got drivers in their own little battles, trying to find a 10th here, a 10th there, catch the guy in front, escape the guy behind, and working through guys in all sorts of different classes. So this is the 22 car, and the story of that, for those that you don't know, this is a replacement car, an older Bob Neville chassis, Team RJN car that raced the Nürburgring 24 hours. They happened to have it on the truck, and when Matt Parry had a left front tyre failure in Eau Rouge in qualifying, absolutely flat out, car went straight off into the barriers, was wrecked. So he and Struan Moore and Matt Simmons, the Kiwi, are now driving that older car and doing pretty well in it. So Aker ASP have lost 88, they've lost 89, but 90, they've got one dog left in the battle, and as Eduardo Mortara gets ready to take over from Michael Meadows, that car currently lies in 4th place. It has been the race leader. In fact, no one... Oh, Nicky Katzberg in 98, the Rover Racing BMW in 5th. That has not led the race at any stage. 85, HTP Motorsport, Dominic Baumann, Fabian Schiller, Edward Sundstrom, that's not led the race at any stage. But among the top 8 or 9 cars, actually most of them have had at least a spell in the lead. The 8 Bentley has, although that's dropped down now to 12th. The 63 Lamborghini is 11th after its last pit stop. I think Miguel Toril has had a stint in the lead, who's now 10th. And into the pit lane comes the number 4 Mercedes, which is in 7th place. So that's Lukas Stoltz, that's coming towards us now, and slows right down. In fact, there's a slew of cars coming in, because we've gone full course yellow.
Again.
Yeah, again. What is that for? We've obviously missed that. Giancarlo's getting in, back in again.
Yeah, so James Collado, the race leader. Now, the last time full course yellow came out, it was so short that they didn't come in the 55 car. It had gone back green before they got round, because when it goes full course yellow, you're on a speed limiter at 80 kilometers an hour. And this is a long track at 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour.
It looks pedestrian, doesn't it? It looks like doing a 20 mile an hour speed limit through London.
It must feel like the car's broken.
Yeah.
Sergio's just saying, you know,
and it can't feel very good either.
You're going through Blanchimont, Stavelot at like 200 kilometres an hour, and now you're doing 50.
It must make the car sound lumpy and
and it's also
misfiring.
difficult for the car actually.
It can't do the car any good.
No.
Well, think about being on a motorway in England. Maximum speed 70, obviously, which you never exceed. If you then come off the motorway and you're doing a quarter of that speed, you're doing 15 miles an hour,
That's
or
the
just
equivalent,
over.
yeah.
You know, I mean, and that then really feels that the car's broken and you are stuck.
Yeah.
And you're right about the racing car. The aero doesn't work. The cooling doesn't work. The brakes don't work.
The tyres cool down.
The tyres don't work.
Yeah.
Nothing works. They're not built to go slowly.
Yeah.
They don't do it well.
But the funny thing around this region that sometimes some roads around here in the village, you have to drive 70. They have a limitation of 70. I don't want to go 50 there. I'm quite scared.
Yeah, exactly
Right,
that.
now this is
Here we go.
exit of...
Rouge?
Well, I don't think so. I think this is down at...
not Rouge. It's a Mercedes.
I think it's
Mercedes.
And it's
is that
number
18? 18. So that's the second in class Black Falcon Motorsport. No, it's now third. Well, it is now third. It was second. So this is Hubert Haupt.
Doesn't look like it's had impact from where we're looking at now.
But he's somewhere like in Blanchimont.
Oh, is that coming up? I was thinking that was going down in Pouhon. It could.
No. Look, he finished the second sector.
Yeah. No, he's gone off in Blanchimont. I think you're absolutely right. Again, you see, racing drivers, you know what you're looking at. There's
Even in the dark.
There's the concrete wall on the exit of Blanchimont, the wall of.
See, this is how pedestrian. We were just saying how it feels. Second gear. It's just like you're driving through a high street and you're performing as it should do, like it's coughing and spluttering. And this is a perfect example. Let's have a listen to this.
Yeah.
Not that it's very sexy sounding,
and
but do you know what I mean?
to hear. But the car stays out. 55 not yet in the pit lane. Where's the 55 Ferrari? Working his way around.
He's in the third
Oh,
sector.
he is in the... hang on, no, he's shown in the pit lane. He's in the pit, so is the second place car, Frederick Vervisch. So...
As well.
Yeah, so top two are in. Well, it's going to be might be a longer full course yellow. Looks like the music has stopped. They're going to need a few Boy Scouts to clear that lot up, aren't they?
Oh my God.
Atmosphere, by the way, down in the paddock down there is also.
Hand over to it's the number 90s. Oh, look at that! That's proper full service. Like actually cleaning the windscreen, not just a tear off.
Well, it's the first tear off I've seen whilst being down in the pits for the last few hours that I've actually seen being torn off one of the cars, unless I was just, not looking at the time. But those mechanics, engineers, technicians, this is because there are the heat, the danger down there with the tyres being thrown around, the drinks bottle being thrown out of the extra driving seat at the different height of the pits, and you really feel military precision down there.
Now we've just seen a perfect example of why we can actually get to where they need to get. A medical vehicle or a Miami Blue, a Temto racing car, isn't it? Because 66 is in the garage. Oh, and 97 is in. Now, this is our Pro-Am leader. So this, no, it's not, because 16 is still the Pro-Am leader, the Black Falcon Mercedes. So this is second place. Johnny Adam was in the car. Looks like he might be staying in.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. And the HB Racing Lambo has just arrived in front of them. Got to say, Tom Ferrier's crew have stepped up ambitiously from British Championship racing into all sorts of levels. And boy, can they do the job.
Yeah.
They haven't embarrassed themselves in Michelin Le Mans Cup, in European Le Mans Series, or here in the Blancpain GT Series. They are really doing a great job.
I grew up with Tom back in karting when we were like 7 or 8 years old, and I've known him for years and years and years, and had lots of fun with him over the years in racing. But he's really, from just a small truck and lorry, come to Arctic lorries, 20, 30, 40 people working for him.
Yeah.
As you said, back him up completely. What a top bloke, and he's worked very hard and understands the sport inside out.
Now listen, after all their problems and penalties, coming out of the pit lane in 4th place is Timo Bernhardt's Porsche. That's the number 117 car. Kevin Escher, Michael Christensen and Lawrence Van Tor. So Timo Bernhardt running the team, not even driving the car himself. You'd think he'd be a shoe-in for the drive, wouldn't you? But his new operation, there's Timo. This car now up to 4th place, despite having made a pit stop under full course yellow. So it's now moved ahead of the number 90 AKA ASP Mercedes, which has got Edo Mortara at the wheel. It's moved ahead of 98, which is now Nicky Katzberg in the Rover Racing BMW. It's now moved ahead of 85, which is the HTP Motorsport with Fabian Schiller at the wheel. And here is 23, and this is a problem. The trolley dollies are going underneath. And Ian McCarthy was just pointing out on Twitter that the 22 did have a red rear end, the original car, and therefore, of course, was faster. Whereas this one's got a red front end, so does that make it faster at the front? I don't know.
I doubt it.
The rule being red cars are faster.
So
okay.
there was contact.
Yeah, no,
what a shame.
But with whom and why?
With Blanchimont.
Okay, so it's on a truck, it's coming back in, it's crumpled at the front.
It looks like it's hit something fairly hard.
Yeah.
But no other cars.
Doesn't necessarily have to. No, it does look like he just, well, he may have been going round somebody or somebody moved line on him.
Yeah.
Safety car is due to come in. Long stop for 23. Are we now in the window?
I think we might be doing brake discs.
Are we now in that 5-minute mandatory window?
I just saw a mechanic with a torch looking at all the discs on the car. That might be a possibility.
Is that too early?
I don't know.
I think before half distance. I don't think it's after that. I'm going to send Charlie off to find Paul Truswell and ask him what the window is where you have to do the 5-hour pit stop, because in all my questions, I knew there'd be one. So you do that. He's in the press room. Oh, you don't. Okay, you don't know who Paul Truswell is, right? Okay, that's not going to help much then. In that case,
if you tell me what he looks like, I'll find him.
He looks like Truswell. He'll be at a laptop with his glasses on, but that's not going to narrow it. That's not going to narrow it down. No, don't worry.
Because it's not that busy in there, so
we'll sort that in a minute. Okay. Did 63 do a brake change? 63 is Ollie Webb's car.
No, it's the leading car.
63 was a GRT Grasser Racing.
No, it didn't. No, not yet. They'll all have to do one soon. Back to Green Flag Racing. Who's our race leader? It's a man who led on lap 1. Well, that's been a boring 10 hours and a half so far. We're nearly 14 hours, or 13 and a half hours in, and the pole man's still leading the race.
I love the fact that just the Mercedes sparked through there. We could just tell straight away, regardless of the blue aerials or the pink aerials, or whatever bodywork colours they've got on.
It's the shower of sparks in Eau Rouge.
Yeah.
Saw a great shot last night. Somebody taking a slight time-lapse shot.
Drive-through penalty to car 117, causing a collision. Drive-through penalty car 117, causing a collision.
Okay, and that was why we saw the conflab with Timo Bernhardt and the crew there, because they had been informed by race control. The team is informed before we are that the penalty is coming their way, so they've got a chance to appeal. So they'd obviously heard that, and then they're going, okay, what happened? And that might suggest that there was contact between him and the Mercedes, number 18
Mercedes,
car.
I did see Timo put his hand in his head while we had the camera on him, as if like he was smiling initially, and then he looked like he was quite disappointed with what had happened. Let's have a listen to this on board of this screaming Lamborghini.